Chapter 1. The Miserable Fate, the Arrival of the Shackle System. The Great Xia, Jiangnan Province, Xiushui City, Lin Family Village. In the month of February, the willows are intoxicated by the spring mist. At this moment, it is noon, and wisps of smoke rise from the village. In a household to the south of the village. Ah, it hurts. It's so uncomfortable. The weak moans of a woman drift outside the house. Listening to her voice, Lin Mo, seated under the eaves with a smoke pipe fashioned from sheep bones, knocked the ashes against a darkened patch of bluestone. 50 years have passed, and he still hasn't grown accustomed to the dry tobacco, longing for the taste of Lacune. He remembers that before his transmigration, he worked as a programmer in an internet company in the capital. After botching a project, he received an N1 notice. That very night, feeling dejected, he called up his good brothers and went to a karaoke bar, drinking to oblivion with two hostesses, lost in a haze of intoxication. Vaguely, he recalls falling asleep with his head resting on the black silk of a hostess. Upon sobering, he opened his eyes, prepared for showdown with the hostess, only to find himself transmigrated. In the Great Xia, martial prowess is held in the highest esteem. Warriors possess absolute power. Here, warriors are ranked from 1 to 9, with legends claiming that a first-grade warrior can rival deities, capable of moving mountains, filling seas, and soaring through the skies. Having transmigrated, Lin Mo became the sole heir of the old Lin family, the seventh of 7 siblings, affectionately dubbed Lin Qi. In his youth, he was filled with fervor, aspiring to master martial arts and reach the pinnacle of life. However, fate did not favor him. The Lin family sold their possessions to fund his martial training, yet he achieved little success. With the passing of his parents, Lin Mo, feeling ashamed, resolutely enlisted in the military. After 10 years, at the age of 30, he returned with some money, married, and fathered a son. At 40, his wife was swept away by a flood. At 45, his 6 elder sisters passed away in succession. By 50, his son married, and he had hoped to enjoy the joy of 3 generations under one roof. But alas, he was mistaken. His son was devoured by a tiger while gathering firewood in the mountains. Fortunately, his daughter-in-law was pregnant at the time, rekindling his hope for survival. Both son and daughter-in-law are well. At least the Lin family bloodline will not be severed. Lin Mo dared not harbor any other desires in these tumultuous times. Merely surviving was a blessing. Ever since that founding emperor, a first-grade master, fell, the southern and eastern border nations have invaded the Great Xia, bringing both internal and external troubles, threatening to topple the dynasty, leaving the common folk to suffer. While his thoughts raced, a sudden cry of an infant pierced the air from within the house. Then came the voice of the midwife. Seventh master, it's not good. Your daughter-in-law has lost her breath." Lin Mo, who had just stood up, felt his legs weaken and hurried into the room. There lay his daughter-in-law, pale as death on the Kong, soaked in blood, obviously having succumbed to excessive bleeding. Fortunately, the child is unharmed. The midwife approached, cradling a baby. The child's large eyes sparkled, and a small birthmark graced her brow. Upon seeing him, her tiny hands flailed momentarily, revealing a charming and warm smile. Upon seeing this child, Lin Mo's long-dormant heart was rejuvenated, as if doused with a splash of water, suddenly filled with life. At that moment, an ancient and eternal voice resonated in his mind. "Break the old shackles of yesterday. Only then will you know today I am me." Detecting the birth of host Lin Mo's granddaughter, the fate shackles system is activated. Your granddaughter has entered this world, smiling at you. Your constitution has improved, gaining the diamond body, laying the foundation for martial arts. Diamond body, born with a physique stronger than others, possessing immense strength. One can have innate divine power at the entry level, and with minor accomplishments, one gains a body of bronze and iron. Great accomplishments render one impervious to blades and arrows when fully cultivated. One's body becomes as indestructible as gold, with a fierce gaze that surveys the world. In the next moment, a system panel appeared before Lin Mo's eyes. Host, Lin Mo. Age, 51. Realm, 40. Unranked. Root bone, inferior. Constitution, 0. Diamond body, unranked. Martial art, breaking edge blade technique 7th grade, martial art 15 unranked. Upon seeing the system panel, Lin Mo felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim, "MMP, 50 years. Do you know how I've lived these 50 years? Family members have perished one after another. I have endured various hardships, experiencing the 8 sufferings of the world. Just when I thought there was no hope left in this life, the system, you finally show up." Crack! In the next moment, a warm current surged from his lower abdomen, gradually spreading throughout his body. Lin Mo felt his physique being transformed, his internal strength surged violently. His heart thumped powerfully, reminiscent of the first time he held the hand of the neighbor girl at 16, certain parts of him awakening involuntarily. After a brief assessment of his bodily changes, Lin Mo concluded his body was comparable to that of an 18-year-old youth. Calming his excited heart, Lin Mo carefully cradled his granddaughter. The little girl blinked her large eyes, her tender hands reaching out into the air, utterly adorable. "Seventh Master, the baby has been delivered. When will you give me the promised flower?" The midwife washed her hands and looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo smirked, holding his granddaughter, and retrieved a cloth bag from the storage area. He handed it to the midwife. Upon receiving the bag, the midwife looked inside at the coarse flour and laughed. "My grandson has been clamoring for large buns today. He can finally eat." She tucked the bag into her bosom and left the Lin household. "Your grandson is well fed, but my granddaughter has yet to eat." Lin Mo glanced at his daughter-in-law, who had died in childbirth, then at the swaddled baby, offering a wry smile, knowing he could only seek help elsewhere. "Grandfather will find you something to eat." He gently tapped the tip of his granddaughter's nose. Lin Mo knocked on the door of the neighbor's house. Distant relatives are not as dependable as close neighbors. In these chaotic times, the Lin family and the neighboring Wang family supported each other, maintaining an excellent relationship. A woman in her 30s answered the door. She was Yue, the wife of Wang Erden. "Wife of Erden, please watch over the child for me. I need to find some goat's milk. This baby is truly adorable. Her little face is so rosy." Yue cherished the child, having been married to Erden for over a decade without a single splash of water in her belly, unaware of who was at fault. "Rest assured, 7th Master." Yue took the child inside, and Lin Mo headed towards Old Nyo's house. Old Nyo was of similar age and kept several goats and a cow. Typically, when a family in the village had a newborn without milk, they would trade grain for goat's milk at his home. Outside Old Nyo's yard, Lin Mo noticed the gate wide open and walked straight in. Not seeing any cattle or sheep in the yard, he heard the sound of an elderly woman weeping softly inside. Entering the house, Lin Mo saw Old Nyo lying on the kong, eyes closed and motionless, while his wife held his hand, sobbing. "Old Nyo, you must hold on. What will I do if you leave me?" "Old Nyo, sister, what has happened? Is brother Nyo?" Lin Mo stepped forward to inquire. "It's all that damned Lin Dahu and his family. They tried to exchange 2 pounds of coarse rice for my goats and cows. Old Nyo refused a trade and was beaten to this state. They all deserve to die." Old Nyo's wife, her hair like withered grass, was in a frenzy. Lin Mo couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. The Lin Dahu family was the local bully. He had 2 strong sons who gathered a gang of ruffians, bullying the weak. The second son was reportedly a martial instructor in the city, boasting a noble status and formidable strength as a 9th grade warrior. Not only did he hold sway in the village, but also in the city. Previously, when such incidents occurred, officials would send enforcers to the village to inquire. Nowadays, in this chaotic era, even when someone dies in the village, no one comes to take notice. "Sister, I must take my leave." As Lin Mo exited Old Nyo's yard, a wave of bitterness washed over him. Apart from Old Nyo, the only other family with livestock was the Lin Dahu family. Never mind. First, he would borrow goat's milk from Lin Dahu's family to feed the child and seek money to bury the child's mother. As for repayment, in the end, whoever possesses the stronger fist will have the final say. Chapter 2. The Entry into Blade Techniques. Lin Family Village is divided into the eastern and western sections. At the highest point in the east stands a grand courtyard, its imposing gate and towering buildings reminiscent of a small castle. This is the residence of Lin Dahu. Although Lin Mo's father and Lin Dahu's uncle were cousins, in these turbulent times, Even siblings could turn against each other over a mere grain of rice, let alone distant relatives. Arriving at Lin Da's doorstep, a guard approached and inquired, "Old man, what business do you have?" Casting a disdainful glance at the guard, Lin Mo replied coldly, "I seek Lin Dahu for a matter." His military background, coupled with the transformation brought about by the diamond body, added an air of menace to him. The guard, intimidated by his glare, took a step back and said, "I will notify him." After a brief wait, Lin Dahu's eldest son, Lin Dalong, emerged with a few guards, exuding an aggressive demeanor. "Who seeks my father? Seventh Master?" Lin Dalong scoffed. "Isn't it just sending off your daughter-in-law? What brings you to my home?" It was no surprise that he was aware of his family situation. Many idle youths in the village followed Lin Dalong, and he was often the first to learn of any happenings in the village. Lin Mo produced his land deed from his pocket and handed it to Lin Dalong. "Dalong, this is my family's land deed. I wish to borrow some silver and goat's milk. I will repay you once I earn some money." Grabbing the land deed, Lin Dalong scrutinized it thoroughly before casually passing it to a nearby lackey. "Go fetch a pound of goat's milk for seventh master and bring me 2 taels of silver." "Understood." The lackey beamed as he took the deed and entered the courtyard, observing the robust Lin Dalong, whose brows were furrowed and eyes narrowed. So slightly nodded and remarked, "Thank you, Dalong. Once I am financially able, I shall redeem the land deed." In response to Lin Mo's demeanor, Lin Dalong burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Lord Seven, Lin the Seventh? Indeed, a soldier's upbringing far more reasonable than that insufferable old Nyo," he added. Lin Mo nodded, remaining silent, his expression and gaze betraying no hint of emotion. Noticing Lin Mo's reticence, Lin Dalong felt a wave of disinterest wash over him, casually waving his hand to usher his companions into the courtyard. As Lin Dalong's figure receded, Lin Mo's eyes turned icy. His ancestral home had once been valued at 100 taels of silver, and even amidst tumultuous times, it could not be dismissed for a mere tale. 3 days later, after laying his daughter-in-law to rest, Lin Mo returned home to find Yue soothing their granddaughter to sleep. "Lord Seven, you have returned," Yue whispered. "The little girl has fallen asleep." Lin Mo nodded, observing the child, who was soundly asleep, drool trickling from her lips. "Lord Seven, what name do you intend to give her?" "Let us name her Lin Yuyan on the day of her birth." It rained lightly, accompanied by kitchen smoke. Lin Mo contemplated seriously. "A lovely name, truly. Lord Seven possesses a cultured mind." Yue beamed, her eyes filled with affection as she gazed at the infant in her arms. "Little Yuyan, how adorable," she remarked, seeing Yue so enamored. Lin Mo shook his head. He pondered on whether Erden was truly capable. He had a light sleep and often heard the sounds of the couple next door in the night, yet they remained childless. Exiting the room, Lin Mo glanced at his status panel. With the acquisition of the diamond body, his physique had improved, comparable to that of a youthful man of 20. To enhance the diamond body, he could only refine his physical form. But lacking the appropriate techniques, he resolved to practice the breaking-edge sword technique he had learned during his military service. Drawing forth the treasured sword, which had lain dormant at the bottom of the box for 2 decades, he was relieved to find that, being a military-grade blade, its edge remained razor-sharp despite its long disuse. Gripping the long sword, memories of the breaking-edge sword technique flooded his mind. It was said that the breaking-edge sword technique was created by the war god of the great Xia, renowned for its fierce yet uncomplicated movements, becoming a foundational technique within the army. Even as a basic technique, it held the potential for mastery, making it an ideal choice for Lin Mo at this juncture. Perhaps due to the diamond body, not only had his internal strength vastly increased, but his mind had also become notably more agile. The scenes of the breaking-edge sword technique he had practiced years ago vividly replayed in his mind. Lin Mo bellowed, channeling all his energy as he commenced his sword practice. As the sun reached its zenith, Lin Mo's stomach rumbled audibly. After a morning spent honing his swordsmanship, he had expended considerable energy. He opened his status panel to assess his progress. Host, Lin Mo. Age, 51. Realm, not yet classified 50. Root bone, Inferior. Physique. Diamond body, not yet initiated 1. Technique. Breaking edge sword technique, 7th rank sword technique, not yet initiated 30. Indeed, since acquiring the diamond body, my physique is remarkably suited for cultivation. 2 hours of sword practice equate to over a decade of arduous effort. Lin Mo rejoiced inwardly. The most significant revelation was that the progress of the diamond body had also increased. This meant that while practicing the sword technique, he was simultaneously refining his physique. Notably, his realm progression had surged directly from 40 to 50. Such an achievement was nothing short of triumphant. At that moment, Yue emerged from the house, calling out, "Lord Seven, it's time to eat." Coming. Lin Mo washed his face and entered, seizing the bowl of porridge and coarse cornbread from the table, devouring them with gusto. Before long, he had consumed all 8 pieces of cornbread, leaving Yue, who was sipping her porridge, utterly astonished. Setting down his bowl, Lin Mo glanced at Yue with a sheepish grin. "Yue, have you not had any cornbread?" Lord Seven, I am not hungry," she replied with a smile. "You truly have an enormous appetite, and can manage only 3 pieces in a single meal." Lin Mo chuckled. Practicing martial arts demands considerable energy. It makes one easily famished. Yue grinned. "Well, that certainly makes you more formidable than Erden." After the meal, Lin Mo resumed his sword practice, strengthening his abilities further, ensuring he and his granddaughter had a greater chance of survival in these chaotic times. Inside the house, Yue leaned against the window, peering out of the courtyard. At 50 years old, his muscles remain so well-defined, I can't help but want to pinch them. Such a physique, even the most robust young man would envy him. 3 days have passed, in the early morning. Before the dawn has broken, Lin Mo practices his knife techniques by candlelight, having elevated his proficiency in the broken edge knife technique to an impressive 95 over the past 3 days. He is merely a step away from mastery. Once he achieves this, he can venture into the vast Qingshan Mountains to hunt for game and earn some money to buy goat's milk for Xiao Yuyan. With this thought in mind, the 51-year-old Lin Mo embarks on another day of diligent effort. As the sun rises high above, he unleashes a powerful slash, accompanied by a resonant hum of the blade. Leaving a faint afterimage in its wake, he has officially entered the realm of knife mastery. Sheathing his long knife, Lin Mo enters the house, consumes a bowl of porridge, and gazes at Yue, who is feeding Xiao Yuyan goat's milk. Yue, has Dan not returned yet? Yue shakes her head. He should have come back yesterday. Perhaps he was delayed on the road. Lin Mo nods in acknowledgement. His neighbor, Dan, is a traveling merchant who usually trades trinkets for grain and often remains away for several days. Yue, I plan to head up the mountain today. I entrust Xiao Yuyan to your care. With provisions and water strapped to his back, Lin Mo secures his knife behind him. Rest assured, 7th Master, I will take excellent care of Xiao Yuyan. Yue assures him with a nod. The Qingshan Mountains stretch for 3,000 miles, traversing the entire Zhongyan province, vast and boundless, with perilous terrain. Numerous wild beasts inhabit these mountains. One can often encounter wild chickens and hares on the outskirts, while deeper within lurk wild boars and various other creatures, with legends suggesting the presence of immortals in the farthest reaches. Lin Mo estimates that with his current entry-level knife skills, slaying a wild boar should pose no problem. However, he remains cautious, aware that he cannot afford to be injured, as his granddaughter awaits his return. Thus, he decides to stay within the periphery for now, avoiding deeper ventures. After spending a morning exploring the outer regions of the Qingshan Mountains, Lin Mo encounters 2 hunters from his village, brothers who have fared well in their hunting endeavors. 7th Master, are you also venturing into the mountains to hunt? Lu Da, the elder brother, regards Lin Mo with a playful glint in his eye. Lin Mo nods. Just trying my luck that you'd best be careful. With your age, you might end up as the prey instead of the hunter. Lu chuckles heartily. Indeed, hunting is not a pursuit for just anyone. They both laugh as they bypass Lin Mo, heading further up the mountain. Chapter 3. A Killing and Arson Gold Waistband. The outskirts of the Qingshan Mountains are a common hunting ground for hunters. Lin Mo wanders for a considerable time, observing numerous traps set by hunters, but finding no sign of hares or wild chickens. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledges his unfamiliarity with the intricacies of hunting. He had underestimated the situation and realizes he must venture deeper. After approximately half an hour, human footprints become scarce, replaced by an abundance of hoof prints. Sensing this change, Lin Mo places his left hand on the hilt of his knife. Scrutinizing his surroundings, holding his breath, his hearing sharpens, a benefit conferred by his enhanced physique. Suddenly, his left ear perks up. A muffled grunt emanates from the west. He moves stealthily in that direction. Amidst the thicket, he spots a robust wild boar, its muscular frame licking the wound on its abdomen, where a bloodied arrowhead protrudes. Drawing his standard long knife, Lin Mo charges forward. The wild boar reacts swiftly, charging towards him without flinching. Its sharp, crimson tusks glistening as the saying goes. 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. While one may not fear the claws of bears and tigers, the tusks of a wild boar are a different matter altogether. Come on, Lin Mo bellows, channeling his entire strength into a roll to the side, thrusting his long knife into the boar's flank. The wild boar lets out a deafening roar, the arrowhead lodged in its abdomen. Now aggravated by Lin Mo's strike, exacerbates its wound, causing blood to spurt forth. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo lunges once more, delivering a decisive blow to the boar's eye. Blinded and disoriented, the beast continues to charge towards Lin Mo. Without hesitation, the long knife pierces through its abdomen, emerging from its back, and the 300-pound wild boar collapses to the ground. Indeed, this wild boar was formidable. Had it not been for my mastery of the knife technique, it would have proven difficult to injure it. Lin Mo withdraws his long knife and rests beside the wild boar to recuperate. Checking his system panel, he notes, Diamond Body, Entry Level 3, Technique, Broken Edge Knife Technique, Entry Level 10. The battle with the wild boar has propelled his entry-level knife technique by a full 10. Indeed, practical experience is the finest teacher. With the foundation improved by the Diamond Body, Lin Mo's martial training is no longer shrouded in mystery, but follows a clear path. Advancing rapidly, he consumes a few bites of his provisions, drinks half a jug of water, and feels his strength returning, preparing to descend the mountain. However, he hears footsteps approaching and sees 2 figures emerge from the forest. One wields a spear, while the other carries a bow, the Liu brothers he encountered earlier. Liu Da, donning a wool hat, aims his bow directly at Lin Mo's heart, a grin spreading across his face. Lin Laochi, your luck is astonishing. You've stumbled upon an injured wild boar. He naturally does not believe that a 50-year-old man could slay a wild boar. Thinking instead that the blood on Lin Mo is merely a result of contact with the beast, Liu squints, inching closer while pointing his spear at Lin Mo. Old man, scram. Today, I feel generous enough to spare your life. Seeing the arrow in Liu Da's hand, Lin Mo feigns fear, staggering backward with his knife in hand. His strength has not fully returned, and should a battle ensue, he risks being injured. Dragging a wild boar down the mountain while encountering other hunters would be exceedingly difficult. Observing Lin Mo's prudent retreat, Liu strides confidently towards the wild boar, his smile widening. This beast weighs at least 300 pounds. It could match our earnings for half a year. Exactly. Liu agrees. Laughing heartily, Lin Mo has indeed struck it rich today, but the real spoils belong to us brothers. Without further ado, they hastily begin to carry the wild boar down the mountain. The Liu brothers carefully navigate the descent, choosing untraveled paths through the dense forest, wary of any unforeseen incidents. Though their pace is swift, the weight of the wild boar proves cumbersome, and before they can reach the base of the mountain, the sun begins to set in the west. The forest grows darker, visibility diminishing. Liu looks to his brother. Quicken your pace. Nightfall approaches. Liu nods hurriedly, hastening his steps, casting a glance back at the sun, now merely a dwindling glow. The brothers' hurried footsteps crunch upon the dry leaves, producing a series of sharp sounds. Suddenly, Liu stumbles over something and falls to the ground with a yelp. Damn it! Who placed these wooden spikes here? The wild boar crashes to the ground with a thud, prompting Liu to rush over to assess his brother's injury. Liu's foot has been impaled by several sharp wooden spikes. A trap set for hunting wild boars. What a stroke of bad luck. Liu curses, blood streaming from his foot. Liu, feeling helpless, puts his bow down and retrieves a bottle of healing ointment from his pack. Just as he squats down to treat Liu's wound, a rustling noise catches his attention. The sound of footsteps on dry leaves. He quickly stands, bow in hand. Who goes there? Liu scans the surroundings, but finds nothing amiss. While Liu, in pain, cries out, There's no one here. Just pull out the spikes. Luda nods, tightening his grip on the bough, kneeling to extract the spikes when suddenly he feels leaves falling from above. Looking up, he sees a figure descending from the tree branch, a long knife gleaming with a brilliant sheen in hand. Luda feels a chill at his neck, and before he knows it, his head rolls from his shoulders and lands upon the dry leaves. Lu Er, witnessing Lin Mo standing before him, stares in disbelief, unable to fathom that this frail old man has slain Luda. You. Before Lu Er can even grasp his spear, Lin Mo delivers a swift strike, severing his head. Although he had once served in the military kitchen, he had seen his fair share of violence and bore no psychological burden. Lin Mo rummages through their bags, discovering 2 coins of silver and a wild chicken along with 2 hairs that a smile spreads across his face. Indeed, killing and plundering is the path to wealth. Had it not been for these 2, carrying the boar down the mountain would have cost him considerable effort. The half-man-high pile of withered branches was gathered together, upon which the Lu brothers were tossed. Armed with a flint to ignite the dried leaves, Lin Mo turned around, shouldering the wild boar as he descended the mountain. Chapter 4. The fate of Yui's husband upon reaching the foot of the mountain. Darkness had completely enveloped the sky. Only the home of Lin Dahu was illuminated. The other households had long since retired for the night. This was due to a lack of entertainment among the farmers and the exorbitant cost of lamp oil. Lin Mo, bearing the wild boar, returned home and knocked on the door. A voice from within called out, "Seventh Master, is that you?" "It is I. Open the door," Lin Mo replied, and as his voice echoed inside, a flicker of candlelight appeared. Yue stepped out and opened the courtyard gate. The sight of the enormous wild boar on his back left her momentarily speechless, nearly causing her oil lamp to slip from her grasp. "Seventh Master, did you catch this wild boar? My goodness, it must weigh 200 pounds. Yui's voice trembled. While there were hunters in the village who had hunted wild boars, they were always small, solitary ones. This was her first encounter with such a large adult boar. Most astonishing was the fact that Lin Mo, at the age of 50, had managed to carry such a hefty beast back alone. It was hard to believe. "Come inside," she urged. Lin Mo stepped into the yard, setting the wild boar down. The ground trembled beneath its weight, hurriedly secured the courtyard gate, and, with candle in hand, examined the boar closely, her excitement surpassing that of the New Year celebrations. "Seventh Master, this wild boar must fetch a considerable sum. Little Yuyin will not have to worry about going hungry this time." Lin Mo chuckled. "You have worked hard taking care of the child these past few days. Would you prefer wild boar meat or the money? If you want meat, I can give you a hind leg. If it's money, I will exchange it for you tomorrow when I go to the city. I do not want that." Wei hastily waved her hand. "Seventh Master, you know that I have not borne children all these years. I simply adore the little one, so I do not need your money." Lin Mo nodded. "Has Erden not returned yet?" Hearing this, Wei's expression turned grave. "That I worry too. He usually returns every 10 days, but it has been half a month now, and he is still not home." Lin Mo nodded. "In these chaotic times, anything could happen." He took out his knife, severed a hind leg from the wild boar, and handed it to you. "It's getting late. You should return and rest." Wei initially hesitated, but seeing Lin Mo's solemn expression, she accepted the boar leg and returned home, securing the door behind her. The following day, at the break of dawn, Lin Mo rose to practice his swordsmanship. He opened the panel to check his data. Host, Lin Mo. Age, 51. Realm, unranked, 78. Root bone, inferior physique, diamond body, unranked 9. Technique, breaking edge sword technique, entry 30. Since he had entered the realm of swordsmanship, his training had progressed remarkably. In just a few days, his progress in the breaking edge sword technique had reached 30, and his diamond body was advancing rapidly at this rate. Within 6 months, he could master the diamond body and gain innate divine strength. Not even Lin Dao's family would be able to gain an advantage over him, let alone high-ranking cultivators at that moment. Wei's voice floated from within the house. "Seventh Master, breakfast is ready. I've made pancakes fried in lard. They smell delicious." Lin Mo responded affirmatively, sheathing his sword and entering the house, where he found Yue ladling porridge into a bowl for him. Since little Yuyin's birth, Yue had been tirelessly attending to her, and he had observed her efforts closely. After handing the porridge to Lin Mo, she went to warm some goat's milk for the child. Lin Mo took a bite of the pancake, its rich pork flavor bursting forth. And paired with the millet porridge, it was simply divine. In these troubled times, such a meal was a feast for the impoverished. After consuming 10 pancakes and 3 large bowls of porridge, Lin Mo felt his strength rejuvenated. The fatigue of the day's journey washed away, leaving him invigorated. After feeding little Yin goat's milk, the little one let out a contented sigh and fell asleep. That in her dreams, she seemed to encounter something amusing. Giggling softly, Lin Mo smiled. This was what he wished to protect. Meanwhile, in Yui's home, the lamp flickered as she sat on the kong, weeping. It was unclear whether she mourned for Erden's absence or for the bleak future ahead. Suddenly, there came a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Yui's heart raced. Who could be visiting at such an hour? Could it be Seventh Master? With a sense of suspicion, she cautiously opened the door, peering out and whispering, "Seventh Master, is that you?" The other party remained silent, and the knocking on the door grew louder. At that moment, outside the door, a gaunt man pressed his body against it, peering through the crack with eyes aglow. He was Wang Daden, the brother of Wang Erden, Wei's husband, who referred to himself as Wang Darren. With a face pockmarked and a penchant for laziness, he had never managed to find a wife. Spending most of his life as a bachelor, fortunately, he had survived by serving as a lackey to Wang Dalong. Earlier in the day, he had heard rumors that his brother might not return, and rather than feeling sorrowful, he felt a surge of excitement. With his brother gone, wouldn't he be left to guard an empty house? He had ventured into widows' homes on several occasions, and each time he had managed to succeed, albeit with some reluctance. The mere thought of Yue sent his heart racing. Her delicate figure was enchanting, her lips a luscious red, and her posterior was simply beyond compare, while daylight was not conducive to his pursuits. The cover of night beckoned him forth with a fervor. As soon as darkness fell, he appeared here with palpable eagerness. Wei, noticing the persistent knocking and the silence from the other side, grew suspicious. Gripping a rolling pin tightly, she cautiously approached the door. Upon seeing Wei emerge through the crack, Wang Darren's grin widened. For today he intended to savor the delights of his sister-in-law. Just then, he felt a sudden chill behind him. And as he turned sharply, he beheld a man standing not far away, adorned with a tiger-headed mask. The mask, originally intended to amuse children with its chubby ears and a reversed character for king, appeared oddly sinister at that moment, causing Wang Darren to shudder involuntarily. Who dares to play tricks like this? Get lost! Wang Darren barked, his voice rising to in the next moment. A flash of silver light darted past. Gleaming even brighter under the moonlight, he felt a cold sensation at his neck before losing consciousness. Within the courtyard, Wei heard Wang Darren's voice and immediately halted, paralyzed with fear and momentarily forgetting to breathe. After a moment, when she could no longer hold her breath, she cautiously exhaled, tiptoeing toward the main entrance, pressing her ear against the door to listen. Silence reigned. Only then did she release a breath of relief. Recalling Wang Darren's words, was he truly alone outside? Fear gripped her heart, and she called out to Lin Mo, who lived next door. Seventh Master, Seventh Master, from the adjacent house. Lin Mo's voice responded, "What are you doing awake at this hour?" Yue clutched her chest and replied, "Seventh Master, someone was just outside my door." "Wait." Lin Mo's voice was low but reassuring. As footsteps approached, the sound of a voice echoed from outside. "No1." Upon hearing this, Yue quickly opened the door, finding Lin Mo standing at the threshold with a knife at his waist. "Seventh Master, you finally made it," she exclaimed, stepping forward to grasp his hand in excitement. Lin Mo found it strange that a woman nearly the same age as his daughter-in-law was holding his hand so tightly. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Yue swiftly released Lin Mo's hand and said, "Seventh Master, I just heard Wang Darren's voice. He has ill intentions, and I dare not sleep alone. May I stay with you for the night?" Lin Mo did not refuse. Had he not intervened, Yue could have found herself in dire straits. If anything were to happen to her, he, as a man, would not be as attentive as a woman in looking after Yuyan. Seeing Lin Mo's acquiescence, Yue hurried home to gather her bedding, securely locked her door, and followed Lin Mo into his home. Inside, there was but one heated bed. Yuyan lay in the middle. Lin Mo positioned himself by the door, and Yue settled in the innermost part. Once everything was arranged, Lin Mo flicked the wick, plunging the room into dimness. Lin Mo, who preferred to sleep without clothing, took advantage of the darkness to undress and slip under the covers. All of which Yue observed. Initially anxious, she found herself no longer tense, her mind drifting towards various thoughts. With her shallow sleep, she could not fall asleep at all. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a tranquil stillness over the village. For someone suffering from insomnia, such a long, arduous night felt excruciating. Morning arrived before dawn, with the roosters yet to crow, as Lin Mo rose to practice his swordplay. He continued until Yue called him for breakfast. Host. Lin Mo age. 51 realm. Not yet at the first rank. 83. Constitution. Inferior physique. Diamond body. Not yet at the door. 9. Technique. Breaking edge sword technique. Entry. 30. Opening the panel, he noticed the progress in the realm section had reached 83. Within 5 days, he would surely step into the 9th rank. Once he entered the 9th rank, it would be time to reclaim his land deed. Lin Mo gazed toward the eastern edge of the village, where only the home of Linda who remained illuminated throughout the night. At the breakfast table, as Lin Mo enjoyed wild boar meat, he noticed Yue only sipping thin rice porridge and not touching the solid food. He offered her a bun. Eat up. You need your strength to care for Yu Yan. Yue looked at Lin Mo, her face expressing gratitude. 7th Master. Thank you. Lin Mo nodded. No need for thanks. Take good care of Yu Yan, and from now on, whatever I have to eat, you shall share. Yue nodded, taking a hearty bite of the bun. Delicious. Chapter 6. Visitors from the Yamen. In the city, within a grand estate, surrounded by towering walls, a garden lay in the midst where performers sang. Lin Dalong reclined on a chair, a beautiful concubine feeding him grapes. That moment, a middle-aged man clad in a long gown entered. With a subtle wave of his hand, the singing ceased. Zhang Guanjia, is there something you need? Lin Dalong expressed his displeasure with Zhang Guanjia, who, taking advantage of his position as his brother, meddled in all household affairs, even attempting to involve himself in the matters of the eldest son. Zhang Lin, the steward, clasped his hands and said, Young master, Wang Erden from the west side of the village has died, leaving only a woman behind. We could send someone to seize her land deed, and Lin Laoqi next door has his deed in our possession as well. Lin Dalong waved dismissively. Such trifles can be handled by anyone. Let Wang Darren take care of it. No need to inform me specifically. Zhang Lin hesitated before continuing. However, Lin Laoqi seems somewhat unusual. The other day, someone saw him carrying a large wild boar into the city to sell. Before Zhang Lin could finish, Lin Dalong, growing impatient, waved his hand again. What could a dead old man possibly do? Just take the deed and demand repayment. If he can't pay, let him die. Now leave me be. I wish to enjoy the music. Zhang Lin said no more and quietly withdrew. The following day, in the city. At the Wang residence, steward Zhang Lin looked at a man with straight brows and coldly asked, How could a perfectly fine person just disappear? Have you searched the house thoroughly? The man with straight brows was Zhang Lin's younger brother, Zhang Quang, who replied with a resigned smile. Brother, we've searched everywhere we could. There's simply no sign of Wang Darren. Is it possible he was taken by someone? Zhang Quang made a gesture across his throat. Are there any suspicious individuals? Our village is filled with our people, and there have been no outsiders lately. No outsiders. You should go to the Yamen and report it. Let them investigate, Zhang Lin said, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. You need to keep an eye on Lin Laoqi for a while. Lin Laoqi? Zhang Quang paused, then chuckled awkwardly. Brother, he's just an old man on the verge of death. What could he possibly stir up? Zhang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he rapped his fingers sharply against the table, causing Zhang Quang to straighten up. Brother, I will go at once. He promptly turned and exited respectfully. By midday, Lin Mo was taking a nap when he was suddenly awakened by the jarring sound of a gong outside. This gong was a standard signal from the Yamen, usually indicating that the constables were urgently calling the villagers to attention. Yue was also roused from her slumber, while little Yu Yan slept soundly, unaffected by the commotion. Don't go out. I will see what is happening, Lin Mo instructed Yue before stepping outside. Upon reaching the eastern edge of the village, a vast open space greeted him, where both significant and trivial village matters were typically addressed. This area also served as the village's information hub. Lin Mo strode with confidence, standing tall and moving with purpose, distinguishing himself from the other elderly villagers. Many elder women greeted him. 7th Master, you seem more spirited than ever. 7th Master, will you come to my home for a visit later? 7th Master, this evening I have arranged for the old man to stay at my son's house, leaving the door open for you. As for the withered old flowers, Lin Mo chose to ignore them completely, stepping into the clearing where two constables were inquiring about Wang Dabin's portrait. Standing before these constables was a bailiff, who surveyed the crowd and declared, "Listen closely. A murder has occurred in the village. Bring all your family members here at once for questioning. Should anyone be found concealing information, they shall receive 50 lashes." The crowd fell silent, hastily returning home to summon their kin for interrogation. Lin Mo felt quite familiar with the bailiff and approached him with a respectful gesture, inquiring, "May I ask, esteemed sir, do you know Officer Niu Chao?" The bailiff glanced at Lin Mo and nodded, saying, "Niu Chao is my father. And you are?" Lin Mo replied with a smile, "In the past, I was a close friend of brother Niu in the army. I hope he is in good health." Hearing this, the bailiff's expression softened slightly. "Ah, a friend of my father's. He is doing well." Lin Mo stepped closer, placing a half-tael of silver in the bailiff's hand while smiling. "Officer Niu, my granddaughter has just been born and must not catch a chill. My neighbor, Wei, is helping me take care of her." The bailiff nodded. Indeed, in this cold weather, it is unwise for a child to be out. He had only come to the village to stretch his legs and had no intention of solving a case, for there were countless unresolved cases in the city. Lin Mo clasped his hands together and smiled, positioning himself behind the crowd. At dinner, Wei, who had learned of Wang Dabin's death, appeared somewhat distracted, dropping her chopsticks multiple times. After all, Wang Dabin had been at her doorstep before his demise. If he had been murdered, could she be in danger? The recent string of events left her feeling somewhat disoriented. Lin Mo noticed her change in demeanor and gently said, "Why not stay here for the time being? Things should settle down soon." Wei nodded. She dared not stay alone in that courtyard any longer. "Seventh Master, how do you suppose Wang Dabin met his end?" Wei asked Lin Mo in a hushed tone, wary of attracting trouble with such discussions. "I would guess he must have run into a tree," Lin Mo replied nonchalantly while taking a bite of his meal. "Yesterday, after he had struck Wang Dabin down, he buried him beneath the plum tree in the corner of the yard." "Ran into a tree?" Wei nearly spat out the congee she had just swallowed, unable to believe that Wang Dabin could have died in such a manner. "Indeed, it was quite dark, and the path was treacherous. He might have collided with a tree," Lin Mo added, placing a piece of beef into his mouth. Wei nodded silently, pondering the absurdity of Seventh Master's serious yet nonsensical claims. After dinner, Wei played with a rattle and a small rain charm inside, while Lin Mo practiced his sword technique in the yard. The foundational moves of the Pafeng sword technique included powerful downward strikes, horizontal sweeps, autumn leaf cuts, and sweeping blows, with subsequent moves evolving from these 8 basic forms. That on the battlefield, the Pafeng technique was relentless, always facing the enemy. With each slash, the air resonated with a whooshing sound, leaving behind lingering shadows in the air. His strength grew with each practice session. Suddenly, Lin Mo sheathed his sword and glanced into the darkness, then coughed heavily several times. Cough, cough. "I suppose I am indeed getting old. Picking up the sword has reignited my old injuries that I fear my days are numbered." Coughing again, he hefted his sword and trudged back into the house. Chapter 7. Entering the 9th rank. In the darkness, Zhang Kuang watched Lin Mo enter the house and spat in disdain. "What a joke, an old man who can barely swing a sword without gasping for breath." With that, he turned and left, completely disregarding Zhang Lin's instructions. Inside the house, Lin Mo gazed into the distance with a cold expression. He had thought his actions were flawless, yet someone had still set their sights on him. In Linjia village, aside from the Lindao family, no one else could afford to hire thugs to keep watch over him. However, within 3 days, he would step directly into the 9th rank. By then, not just Lin Daolong, even his brother Lin Xiaolong would meet their demise. As the candlelight flickered out, Lin Mo burrowed under the covers, feeling the warmth envelop him. He turned to look at Wei resting on the other side, noticing a faint blush on her face as she turned towards the wall. It seemed she had warmed the bedding for him in advance. That night, Lin Mo slept soundly. In his dreams, his granddaughter Yin had grown up to become a celestial being traversing the heavens, while he stood upon a massive flying sword, gazing down at the world below, where people appeared as tiny ants. In the morning, Lin Mo indulged in an unusual lazy sleep, only to be awakened by Yui's gentle call. "Seventh Master, it's time for breakfast." Lin Mo sat up, squinting and stretching, revealing a perfectly sculpted physique. Yui's eyes widened at the sight. Lin Mo bore no excess flesh or signs of aging, radiating an aura of strength. Particularly striking was the impressive bulge beneath the covers, evoking a sense of awe-clang. The sound of metal hitting the ground echoed as Lin Mo turned to see Yui staring at him. Having dropped a spoon. Seventh Master, breakfast is ready. Yui's cheeks flushed as she picked up the spoon and gracefully exited. Lin Mo, observing Yui's retreating figure, suddenly felt invigorated and hastily got out of bed to dress. After breakfast, Lin Mo packed some provisions, slung his sword over his back, and ventured into the Great Green Mountain, partly because the meat at home was running low, and partly to see if anyone would follow him. In the mountains, Lin Mo walked for a considerable time without sensing anyone trailing him, his steps becoming lighter. Having witnessed the vastness of the world, he yearned to grow stronger, to measure the expanse beneath his feet. After circling the outskirts, he found only traces of hunters, with scarce signs of wild beasts. Without hesitation, he made his way deeper into the Great Green Mountain. As he ventured further, tracks of small animals increased, alongside a few signs of larger creatures. This time, however, luck did not favor him. After a lengthy search, he only spotted 2 wild chickens flying past. The chickens were plump, their broad wings lacking in strength. After a brief chase, he struck one down with a swift blade when they could no longer fly. Enjoying his meal by the mountain stream, savoring the provisions took on a unique flavor. Alas, his strength was still insufficient. Had he been powerful enough to roam the Great Green Mountain with ease, he would have certainly built a wooden cabin here, brewing wine from pine flowers and steeping tea with spring waters. What a beautiful life that would be. After resting for an hour, the sun began its slow descent to the west, prompting Lin Mo to prepare to descend the mountain. Just then, a sudden tiger's roar echoed behind him. Even with all his strength, the sound sent shivers down his spine, causing him to tremble. Lin Mo turned and drew his sword, only to see a large tiger, its body adorned with black stripes on a yellow coat, sprinting swiftly through the forest towards him. Its large eyes gleamed like lanterns, fixating on Lin Mo with a predatory gaze. "Come at me." Lin Mo summoned all his strength. Today marked the day he would practice his sword techniques against the ferocity of the tiger. In a mere instant, the tiger, previously at a distance, lunged within 5 meters of him. With its powerful hind legs propelling it forward, it soared through the air, its sharp claws poised to strike. This was one of the tiger's 3 deadly moves: pounce. It aimed to overpower its prey, claws ready to pierce through the skull. Lin Mo reacted just in time, executing a backward kick and rolling to the side, narrowly evading the tiger's assault. But that was not the end. The tiger, having missed, twisted its body and barreled towards him once more. Lin Mo roared, channeling all his strength into a powerful slash aimed at the tiger. The blade struck true, tearing through the tiger's skin and exposing deep bone beneath. He was also violently thrown aside by the tiger's charge, crashing into a nearby tree. Lin Mo stood up, a cold smirk on his face, locking eyes with the wounded tiger. Blood gushed from the tiger's side as it too fixed its gaze on Lin Mo, searching for the opportune moment to attack. The next moment, Lin Mo took the initiative, rushing at the tiger. Only through battle could he achieve a greater breakthrough. He swung his sword, but only managed to slice the tiger's tail. The tiger, undeterred, turned and lunged at him again. Lin Mo rolled out of the way, landing a blow on the tiger's eye. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The fierce tiger emitted a low growl, sensing a threat. Lin Mo charged forward once more, feeling his physique continually strengthen, an unmistakable sign that he was on the brink of entering the 9th rank. Death. He swung his blade wildly, though not every strike landed upon the tiger. Each blow created afterimages in the air. After evading a few slashes, the tiger was struck in the eye once more, blood gushing forth, blinding it to the world. It continued to hiss incessantly, its body moving restlessly, yet new wounds appeared with each passing moment. Ultimately, the mighty tiger succumbed. The wounds etched into its body outnumbered its dark stripes, a testament to the suffering it endured before its demise. Lin Mo stood amidst the pool of blood, only to hear a crack resound within him, a delightful and buoyant sound. Simultaneously, an abundance of strength surged through Lin Mo's body. The energy expended in killing the tiger was replenished in an instant, even exceeding his previous capacity several-fold. As he felt the boundless power coursing within him, an idea struck him. He reached for the heavy tiger, weighing over 1,000 pounds. With ease, he lifted the tiger as if it were a mere wild chicken. Indeed, upon entering the 9th rank, my strength has seen a remarkable increase. Lin Mo rejoiced. As his realm advanced, the capabilities of his diamond body became increasingly apparent. Although he had only just entered the 9th rank, the innate divine strength bestowed by the diamond body could surely contend with martial artists of higher tiers. If he were to encounter another tiger, a mere punch could bring it to its end. Lin Mo swung his fist towards a nearby tree, and with a resounding crack, the trunk, as thick as a bowl, shattered upon impact. The innate divine strength is truly extraordinary. Lin Mo opened his panel, observing that the progress of his diamond body had surged significantly with his ascension in rank. Host. Lin Mo age. 51 realm. 9th rank. 0. Bone quality. Lower grade physique. Diamond body. Entry 68. Martial art. Breaking edge blade technique. 7th rank blade technique. Entry 30. Remark. The diamond body is the protagonist's original physique, continually enhancing as the protagonist's strength and realm rise. Chapter 8. Skinning the tiger. It is a pity that this tiger hide will not fetch a good price. Lin Mo gazed at the tiger he had slain with a flurry of strikes, its body marred by more scars than its natural markings. With a resigned sigh, he hoisted the tiger onto his shoulder and leisurely made his way down the mountain. With his current strength, he had no fear of others attempting to steal his prey. In fact, he welcomed the possibility, as it might lead to an unexpected fortune. After a while, he encountered Lu Gui, a hunter from his village. Initially taken aback by the sight of the tiger, Lu Gui was further flabbergasted upon seeing the man carrying it, standing frozen in place. 7th Lord, Lu Gui exclaimed, rushing forward, his expression brimming with excitement. "Is that a tiger you have there? How did you manage to get it?" Lin Mo cast a cold, indifferent glance at Lu Gui, causing him to involuntarily take a step back. That gaze was as fearsome as a raging flood. "7th Lord, this tiger is heavy. Allow me to help you carry it," Lu Gui managed, forcing a smile as he stepped closer. "Is there something you need?" Lin Mo retorted, unceremoniously tossing the tiger to the ground, creating a thunderous sound that sent a cascade of fallen leaves and dust into the air. Lu Gui clasped his hands earnestly, saying, "7th Lord, I have but one request. May I accompany you on future hunts? I am willing to do anything. I only wish for my family to have enough to eat." Lin Mo recalled Lu Gui as a straightforward hunter, though lacking in hunting skills, often returning home to a hungry family of 2 children. "Very well," Lin Mo nodded, realizing he needed to cultivate informants. Handling minor matters alone was too cumbersome. Seeing Lin Mo's agreement, Lu Gui was overjoyed and hurried to lift the tiger. However, upon attempting to raise the tiger, he found it impossible, forcing an awkward smile before straining once more, nearly toppling over. "7th Lord, could you assist me?" Lin Mo shook his head in exasperation, lifting the tiger with one hand. Lu Gui's eyes widened. He felt as if he had lived his life in vain. Wasn't he the one who was 50 years old? As Lin Mo walked ahead, Lu Gui staggered behind, carrying the tiger, and the two descended the mountain beneath the setting sun. Upon returning to the village, just as night fell, they were greeted by a villager who rushed over in excitement. "Gui Gu, you killed a tiger. That's incredible. You must be rolling in wealth now. I'm envious." "Gui Gu." Lu Gui, panting heavily, was about to explain but noticed Lin Mo shaking his head slightly, and thus refrained from responding. Leading the way towards the western part of the village, the villager who had approached them spat in disdain, muttering, "What is so impressive about picking up a dead tiger?" "Bah." Back in the courtyard, Lu Gui laid the tiger down and sighed in relief, turning to Lin Mo with a smile. "7th Lord, I shall take my leave now. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call." Lin Mo observed the tiger, realizing that the hide would not fetch much. Instead, he decided it would be better to make a small quilt for Xiao Yuyin. But he glanced at Lu Gui, asking, "Can you skin it?" Lu Gui promptly replied, "Of course, I can." He then drew a skinning knife from his waist, saying, "7th Lord, while I may not excel at hunting, skinning is absolutely my forte. My father was a professional skinner." Lin Mo nodded. "You may handle it." With that, he retreated indoors to wash up, while Yu'er, curious, emerged to watch. Upon seeing Yu'er, Lu Gui was astonished but quickly remembered the prowess of the 7th Lord. And thus he smiled, "Sister Yu'er, please stand back. Be careful of the blood splattering." An hour later, Lu Gui set down his knife, having separated the tiger bones, meat, and hide, along with a large vat of tiger blood. 7th Lord, Every part of this tiger is valuable. The bones can treat injuries, especially the tiger whip. Consuming it is remarkable. Sister will be fortunate. Lin Mo displayed little reaction to this, but a subtle flush appeared on Yuer's face. Take a bucket of tiger blood and 5 pounds of tiger meat home with you, Lin Mo instructed Lu Gui calmly. Lu Gui, filled with excitement, understood he had made the right choice in aligning with Lin Mo. Hurriedly expressing, "Thank you, Seventh Lord. Thank you. Normally, I would have received some internal organs and scraps, but I never expected you to be so generous, Seventh Lord. Just call for me whenever you need something. I, Lu Gui, will always be at your service." During dinner, Yuer sought a dish of tiger meat, served with steaming buns, and placed a bowl of soup in front of Lin Mo upon closer inspection. Lin Mo was surprised to find a thick, long object floating in the soup. It was clearly a valuable piece from the tiger. Lin Mo chuckled awkwardly, sipping the soup, only to notice that Yuer's cheeks had inexplicably reddened. As they ate, Lin Mo picked up a bun, savoring it with the tiger meat. Yuer slightly nodded, perhaps in a good mood today. She also tried a piece of tiger meat. The meal concluded amidst a subtly charged atmosphere. After the meal, Lin Mo stood in the courtyard, reflecting on the martial artist rankings he had learned during his time in the military. In this world, martial artists are classified from the 1st to the 9th rank, with the 9th rank further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The lower 3 tiers encompass the 7th to 9th ranks, with the 9th rank representing the body refining realm. In this realm, physical strength vastly surpasses that of ordinary individuals who have not entered the ranks. With an unending supply of energy, yet little change in physique, entering the 9th rank allows for body tempering, leading to the 8th rank, known as the copper skin realm, while above the 8th rank lies the 7th, known as the iron bone realm. These constitute the lower 3 tiers. Now that he had just entered the 9th rank, with the innate divine strength of the diamond body, his physique was considerably stronger than that of an average 9th rank warrior. He should be able to contend with those in the 8th rank. However, the reality of combat often differs vastly from theory. Only through true engagement can one ascertain their capabilities at this moment. Yuer stepped out, presenting Lin Mo with a cloak. "Seventh Lord, it has grown chilly. Please put this on." Lin Mo donned the cloak and turned to Yuer, asking, as the weather cools, "What style of clothing do you prefer? I will sell the tiger meat in town tomorrow and buy you a new outfit." Yuer, flustered, quickly waved her hands, saying, "Seventh Lord, there is no need. Just give me money to buy food for you yen. I still have some warm clothes to wear." Lin Mo nodded in silence, and seeing this, Yui chose not to disturb him any further as she entered the house. As the night deepened, Lin Mo stepped inside only after the candlelight had extinguished. He settled onto the heated bed, having just removed his outer garment, preparing to burrow under the covers for sleep, when a head suddenly emerged from the bedding. In the pitch-black night, Yui's eyes seemed to emit a luminous glow, her gaze fixed ardently upon Lin Mo, her bosom slightly heaving. This was a vivid embodiment of raw passion, akin to dry tinder igniting into a roaring flame. Yui appeared as a conflagration poised to ignite Lin Mo at that moment. A phrase he had encountered on the internet flashed through Lin Mo's mind. A man should never test a woman with money, for it is always successful. Similarly, a woman should never test a man without clothing, as it is invariably accurate. He turned to Yui and, without hesitation, gathered her and the bedding into his arms. Heading for the side room. In the night, the moon hung high like a white jade plate. Amidst the undulating mountains, countless streams surged, suddenly swelling, converging towards the dam. Ultimately, the dam could no longer withstand the scalding onslaught. A torrent cascaded 1,000 miles, enveloping the world in silence, leaving only Lin Mo and Yui in existence to end this fierce clash. It was Lin Mo, invigorated by the elixir of the tiger, who emerged victorious. Chapter 9. Encountering robbers on the road. 1/ to end it. Morning arrived, and for once, Lin Mo did not rise early to practice his swordplay. Squinting, he gazed at the sun hanging high outside. At that moment, Yui entered the room. With dark circles under her eyes and a slight limp in her stride, she approached Lin Mo, her voice soft. "I have fed you yen. Do you wish to eat now? I can prepare something." Lin Mo smiled gently. "Come, rest for a moment." Yui's eyes widened as she hurriedly waved her hands. No, I mustn't sleep until dawn. I lack the strength for that." However, Lin Mo paid her words no heed. extending his powerful arm to assist Yu onto the heated bed. Trembling, she said, "Seventh Master, perhaps we should eat first. After breakfast, you still need to head into the city. Your face is flushed. Let me help you catch your breath before you go." Lin Mo's calloused fingers grazed Yu's reddened cheek, causing her to blush even deeper as she shyly remarked, "The child is still awake, that it matters not. She does not understand this." As midday approached, Lin Mo finally arose to partake in breakfast. Observing Yu playing with little Yen on the bed, he smiled softly. "Wait for my return." Yu waved her hand. "Return quickly." Little Yen also waved her chubby hand. Babbling a farewell, Lin Mo, with a smile on his face, instructed Lu Gui to carry the tiger meat out on the road. Many villagers, upon seeing the duo, approached with inquiries. "Gui Gu, you've struck it rich." "Haven to you, you've brought down a fierce tiger." "Gui Gu, you're amazing." The villagers disregarded Lin Mo, viewing him merely as Lu Gui's helper. Since Lin Mo had given prior instructions, Lu Gui did not deny it. Merely smiling without further elaboration, they exited the village. Passing through a narrow official road, they encountered a group of ragged refugees lying by the roadside, their eyes gleaming with hunger, some elderly, some young, and two burly men among them. Upon seeing the two approach, the refugees immediately sprang to their feet, advancing towards them. "Kind sir, please spare us some food." "Please, kind sir." Lu Gui, having never witnessed such a scene, quickened his pace, tightening his grip on the meat he carried. Noticing Lu Gui's hastened steps, the refugees surged forward, clawing at him, attempting to seize the bag of tiger meat from his back. "Get away!" Lu Gui bellowed, evading the desperate crowd resembling thugs. Just then, a burly man with a shaggy beard brandished a gray dagger, lunging towards Lu Gui from behind. Lin Mo's expression turned cold as he heard a whoosh. His long blade was drawn from its sheath, and with a flash, the man's hand holding the dagger was severed. Blood gushed forth. The burly man staggered back in pain, while the other refugees stood frozen, unsure whether to proceed or retreat. In that instant, Lin Mo swung his blade again, and the shaggy bearded man's head tumbled from his shoulders, landing amidst the grass by the roadside. The sight was profoundly shocking for the remaining refugees. They had organized to rob passers-by, yet their first robbery met with such a fate. Far from securing food, they had lost a life. "Run!" One of the remaining men finally reacted, turning and dashing into the tall grass by the roadside, disappearing from sight. Suddenly, the thought of foraging for grass roots and tree bark seemed far less daunting than facing death. The rest of the refugees fled in a frenzy, as if they had seen a ghost, their speed rivaling that of Bolt. Lin Mo mused that if these individuals were gathered for a game of football, the national team would surely triumph over even the smallest island nations, propelling them onto the world stage. Once the refugees had dispersed, Lu Gui, still shaken, set down the bag and exhaled deeply before kneeling to bow his head. "Thank you, Seventh Master, for saving my life," he expressed sincerely, acknowledging that without Lin Mo's intervention, he would have perished. Lin Mo nodded, gesturing for him to rise, pointing to the severed head by the roadside. "In chaotic times, if you are too merciful, you will inevitably meet a fate similar to his." Lu Gui gazed deeply at the head for a moment, then bowed once more to Lin Mo. Seeing his demeanor, Lin Mo nodded, and the two continued on their journey. Xiushui City, the back door of Zhe, Xianju. Manager Song was taken aback upon seeing the bag of tiger meat. "Well done, old Lin. You've taken down a tiger? Alas, tiger treasure and tiger skin are absent, so we can only sell the meat. Isn't it just good fortune to encounter an injured little tiger? Just look at its worth." Tiger meat combined with tiger bones typically commanded different prices, but since he was here to sell, they would be calculated together, yielding 51 per gene. Manager Song summoned his staff to weigh the meat, revealing a total of 420 gene, equating to 21 taels of silver. "Old Lin, remember to save the tiger skin next time you hunt a tiger. A complete skin is worth 50 taels of silver." Manager Song handed the silver to Lin Mo, who accepted it with a smile, saying, "I fear I may not be so fortunate next time." Exiting Zui Xianju, Lin Mo offered a tael of silver to Lu Gui. He quickly waved his hands. "Seventh Master, what I did hardly warrant such a reward. I cannot accept it. Consider it in advance." Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, "Let us meet here in 15 minutes to return to the village." Gripping the silver in his hand, Lu Gui felt a profound loyalty towards Lin Mo. Ready to face any danger without hesitation, Lin Mo first visited a shop specializing in children's goods, purchasing clothing and nutritional supplements for little Yu Yin, as well as a rattle for her. In this era, children truly lack entertaining toys, Lin Mo pondered, considering making a wooden horse for her when she grew older. Having secured items for his granddaughter, Lin Mo turned to a women's embroidery shop, where he procured cosmetics and several sets of clothing for Yui. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze fell upon a delicate purple belly band, light as gossamer. TSK, Lin Mo clicked his tongue, acknowledging that if it were not for his past hardships or lack of funds, he would have indulged. Is this still available? Wrap it up for me. At the blacksmith shop, a few burly men were sweatily hammering away at the forge. Lin Mo entered and called for the young assistant. Young lad, bring out your finest blades. The assistant, seeing potential business, cheerfully rushed out with several knives in hand. Sir, take a look. These are the finest blades in our shop. Crafted from high-quality steel, affordably priced. This one, the most expensive, is merely 5 taels of silver. Lin Mo examined the blades, weighing them lightly before shaking his head. Ultimately, he chose the heaviest steel long blade that he swung the blade, finding it significantly heavier than the standard military blade, yet still feeling somewhat unwieldy. With his current divine strength, wielding a military long sword felt akin to a strongman handling a mere apple peeler. Unable to unleash his full potential, you have no better blades. Lin Mo frowned. The assistant chuckled awkwardly, about to speak when a burly man clad in a vest emerged from the back. Of course we do. Seeing this, the assistant hurriedly said, Master. The burly man waved his hand, dismissing the assistant. Chapter 10. The blade named Dragon Sparrow. Lin Mo observed the newcomer, who appeared to be in his early 30s. Striding with an impressive vigor, his robust physique exuded a remarkable strength that surpassed that of an ordinary person. If his assumptions were correct, the shopkeeper, like him, was also a practitioner of martial arts at the entry level. The shopkeeper, Lin Mo greeted with a respectful gesture. The shopkeeper, acknowledging Lin Mo with a smile, said, Esteemed elder, please follow me to the inner hall. The items you seek await you there. Lin Mo nodded, realizing that the shopkeeper was aware of his martial prowess, and followed him into the inner hall. The decor of the inner hall was far more exquisite than that of the outer area. Wooden display racks lined both sides, showcasing a variety of weapons. Esteemed elder, do give this blade a try. The shopkeeper retrieved a finely crafted long knife, sheathed in an ornate scabbard from the left rack. Taking hold of the long knife, Lin Mo weighed it thoughtfully without drawing it from its sheath. Shopkeeper, I must confess, I seek a blade of greater heft. The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment, his ears twitching slightly, and then he cupped his hands, saying, Esteemed elder, please wait a moment. Lin Mo nodded, contemplating the shopkeeper's behavior. The twitch of his ears likely signaled a method of silent communication. After a brief interval, the shopkeeper returned, hands clasped in greeting. Esteemed elder, if it is a heavier blade you desire, I happen to possess one, though I fear it may serve merely as a decorative piece for you. Lin Mo responded with determination. Bring it forth. I desire a heavy blade. The heavier, the better. Please wait. The shopkeeper, evidently a man of prompt action, stepped out towards the back courtyard. Moments later, he re-entered, carrying a substantial wooden box with a heavy gate. Esteemed elder, this blade was a treasured find of my father during his travels in the Northern Territories. It weighs 280 pounds. Its blade is elegant as a swan's wing, forged from the renowned meteorite iron of the north. It is adorned with a dragon and sparrow motif. Hence, it is named Dragon Sparrow. As the shopkeeper introduced the blade, pride illuminated his features that he carefully opened the wooden box, revealing a scabbard shaped more like that of a sword, long and slender, with a lifelike dragon sparrow depicted on the hilt. Please, he gestured invitingly. Lin Mo nodded, retrieving the magnificent sword from the box, with one hand gripping the hilt and the other the scabbard. A melodious sound akin to the clash of metal resonated as he drew the sword, revealing a long knife reminiscent of the famed Tang Dynasty weapon. With the blade in hand, Lin Mo lightly swung it a few times, producing a crisp, rustling sound that was distinctly different from that of ordinary swords. An exquisite weapon, Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim, executing a few more swings with ease. While this sword might be a burden to other practitioners at the 9th tier, for him, it was an impeccable fit. A divine instrument crafted for his use. The shopkeeper, witnessing this display, clapped in admiration. Esteemed elder, your strength leaves me in awe. Lin Mo sheathed the sword and said, I am Lin Mo. May I inquire about your esteemed name? I am Shangguan Yun, the shopkeeper replied, bowing. What are your thoughts on this blade, esteemed elder? Lin Mo nodded. A truly unparalleled weapon. However, I find myself lacking the means to purchase it, and thus must part with it. Setting the blade down, Lin Mo offered a respectful bow. He was aware of his limitations, for such a treasure was surely worth a fortune beyond his means. Shangguan Yun smiled lightly. A magnificent blade deserves an exceptional hero. Since it resonates so well with you, what harm is there in gifting it? What might your conditions be? Lin Mo wasted no time, for he desired the blade, yet if the conditions were beyond his reach, there would be no merit in lingering. That I require you to assist me thrice in times of peril. Shangguan Yun regarded Lin Mo with keen eyes. That I assure you, these 3 instances will not be trivial sacrifices. Lin Mo could not ascertain Shangguan Yun's true identity, but he sensed it was far beyond that of a mere blacksmith shopkeeper. Nevertheless, with his path in martial arts expanding before him and possessing absolute strength, there was no need for hesitation. I accept, Lin Mo declared, swinging his hand with grandiosity as he secured the blade at his waist. Shangguan Yun laughed heartily. Bring forth the wine. I wish to share 3 bowls with my brother Lin. A maid approached, balancing 2 large blue and white bowls and a jar of fine wine. Shangguan Yun waved his hand, sending the maid away, and personally uncorked the jar, demonstrating his generous nature by drinking a bowl first to prove the wine's purity. Lin Mo, not one to linger, joined him in downing 3 bowls in quick succession. After the 3rd bowl, Lin Mo felt his blood surging, a warmth enveloping him. Brother Lin, this wine is brewed with the courage of a lion and infused with a century-old ginseng. It is a rarity that most would be hard-pressed to taste. Shangguan Yun exclaimed with mirth. Is that so? Lin Mo nodded, realizing the exceptional quality of the drink. That a fine wine indeed. Have someone prepare a jar for Brother Lin to take with him. Shangguan Yun commanded with a flourish. The maid returned, cradling a jar of fine wine and offering it to Lin Mo. Accepting the jar, Lin Mo bowed. Brother Shangguan, I have matters to attend to at home, so I shall not impose further. Should you require my aid, simply send word. Shangguan Yun nodded. It is a promise indeed. After Lin Mo departed, Shangguan Yun stepped out of the inner hall and into the garden. Making his way to a pavilion. A chessboard rested atop a table, and seated to the left was a woman clad in a simple yet elegant robe. Her figure was slender and alluring, her face partially concealed by a purple veil, exuding an air of untouchable grace. A single red dot of vermilion graced her brow, enhancing her playful charm. Master, he has taken the blade, Shangguan Yun remarked with a bow. Yet I am puzzled as to why we would bestow the dragon sparrow blade upon him. At merely 60 years of age, even if he is at the 9th tier, he hardly warrants such treatment. The woman, placing a black stone on the board, replied softly, his internal vitality is abundant, and he possesses formidable strength. Though he is a 9th tier practitioner, he rivals those at the 8th tier and is worth cultivating. Our current circumstances are precarious, with the southern front steadily retreating, and there are few capable individuals left. Shangguan Yun offered no further comment. Bowing in acknowledgement, Lin Mo exited the blacksmith shop and returned to the Zhe, Xianju. Lu Gui awaited him at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Mo approach, he hurried forward to assist. 7th Master, allow me to carry that for you. Lin Mo handed the jar of wine to Lu Gui. Noticing the grain sack slung over Lu Gui's shoulder, together, the two set off towards home, accompanied by the setting sun. Meanwhile, in another location, at Linda Hu's residence, Linda Long sat in a chair, gazing incredulously at Zhang Lin. Did Lin Laoqi truly defeat a tiger? Zhang Lin nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Moreover, I suspect he was also responsible for the death of Wang Dedan. Linda Long waved his hand dismissively. If that is the case, then tonight, let Zhang Kuang take a few capable hands to resolve matters at his home. Zhang Lin fell silent for a moment before continuing. Should we not call back the 2nd young master? With him present, our success is guaranteed. A frail old man cannot possibly turn the tides, Linda Long retorted, glaring at Zhang Lin. Can you accept the blame for delaying Long's martial training due to an old man's interference? Chastised, Zhang Lin fell silent, bowing respectfully before departing the main hall. Once in his own room, he summoned Zhang Kuang and instructed, tonight, eliminate Lin Laoqi. If anything feels amiss, retreat immediately. Though puzzled, Zhang Kuang nodded swiftly upon seeing Zhang Lin's serious demeanor. Brother, rest assured, I will see this task through. Zhang Lin waved him off, leaning back in his chair, Yet an inexplicable unease stirred within him, a sense that trouble loomed on the horizon. Chapter 11. The color purple is quite poetic. Lin Mo and Lu Gui strolled along the official road they had traversed earlier. The moonlight bathed the wilderness in a serene glow, a gentle breeze rustling the grass, rendering the surroundings peaceful and vast. Everything appeared exquisitely beautiful. If not for the events that had transpired there that morning, the figures of the afternoon's refugees had vanished, likely resting in some dilapidated temple or indulging in a hearty meal elsewhere. Rest assured, they dare not return to rob us again. At the very least, they won't dare to target us. Lin Mo reassured Lu Gui, who remained vigilant, scanning the area as they walked. Yet, despite his words, Lu Gui remained on high alert, trailing closely behind Lin Mo, wary of any lurking figures in the underbrush brandishing knives. After an hour's walk, the two finally arrived back in the village. Lu Gui let out a sigh of relief and bid farewell to Lin Mo, who waved him off before entering his home. Upon entering, Yue approached to greet him and assist with his belongings. Seventh Master, wash your hands and dine first. Lin Mo smiled gently, handing her a wrapped package. First, take a look at what I have procured. He then retrieved a rattle drum from another package intended for Xiao Yuyin, playfully teasing her. Xiao Yuyin, do you miss your grandfather? The little girl burst into giggles upon seeing the rattle drum. Reveling in her delight, on the other side, Yue unwrapped a parcel, her eyes lighting up at the sight of new clothes, her joy palpable in these trying times. How could she dare to wish for new garments? Being well-fed was already a significant blessing. Thank you, Seventh Master, Yue said sweetly. Lin Mo waved his hand. Quickly try it on and see if it fits. All right, Yue replied with a smile, taking the clothes into a side room to change. Before long, she emerged in her new attire, instantly captivating Lin Mo's attention. The adage clothes make the man prove true. Previously, Yue had been busy and her face often dirted, her old clothes doing little to showcase her beauty. But once clad in the new garments, she seemed transformed, her figure accentuated, and her beauty enhanced. Quite impressive, Lin Mo mused, feeling an inexplicable sense of accomplishment akin to nurturing a character in a game. Tending to his granddaughter while simultaneously caring for Yue. What about the other outfits? Try them on as well. I will change right away. Wei cheerfully agreed, taking the parcel to change again. Moments later, she returned to showcase another new outfit. Seventh Master, how do I look? Is it beautiful? Lin Mo admired her, thinking she now resembled a charming young wife. Indeed, indeed. By the way, didn't I buy you a belly band? Try it on for us. The belly band? Yue recalled the garment she had just held. Feeling a wave of shyness wash over her at the thought of wearing it, her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling an apple, as she softly replied, I will wear it tonight when we rest. There's no need to wear it now. Lin Mo understood, nodding with a smile, wash your hands and have dinner. We shall rest after. Yue's face grew even redder as she pretended not to hear Lin Mo's words, stepping outside to heat up his meal. After dinner, Yue dressed the little one, Yuyin, in the new clothes, and the child beamed with delight. Cooing happily, Lin Mo donned a tiger head mask and, holding the rattle drum, playfully shook it with the little one, who laughed joyfully. Suddenly, Lin Mo felt a warm dampness on his hand. Looking down, he realized the little girl had wet herself. Yue laughed as she took the child. She got so excited playing that she couldn't hold it anymore. Lin Mo nodded, stripping off his damp clothes to continue amusing her. Once they grew tired from play, Yue fed the little one warm goat's milk. After satisfying her hunger, like other children, she soon succumbed to sleep, drifting off peacefully to the sound of the rattle drum. Observing the little one sleeping soundly, Lin Mo turned to Yue and said, Yue, shouldn't we also take a rest? Upon hearing this, Yue's face flushed with shyness as she adjusted the candle flame. Dimming the room, Lin Mo sat on the Kong, watching Yue as she donned the purple dress he had purchased that day. Su's song was indeed right. A girl in purple has a certain charm. Lin Mo quietly exclaimed, truly beautiful. Yue smiled, lowering her head. She had never seen such a dress in her life. Feeling more bashful than being unclothed. As night fell, the room was dimly lit, only the silver moonlight spilling in, casting a silvery glow over the blankets. Lin Mo looked at Yue with earnestness. Yue, today I will teach you to recognize characters. What characters? Yue asked, her face filled with curiosity. The character Kuan. What is so special about this character? Yue inquired, puzzled. This character is profound and extensive. Once learned, you will comprehend its depth and breadth. Lin Mo, ever patient with eager learners, diligently guided Yue in her studies. Though the medicinal wine he had consumed in the afternoon had also played a role in his current state. In that moment, Lin Mo felt that the scene could best be described by a passage from Fan Zhongyan. As the long smoke dissipates, the bright moon stretches across the vastness, shimmering light dances upon the still water. As fishermen's songs echo in harmonious response, what joy is this? The battle eventually concluded. Wei, exhausted, succumbed to sleep, and during this time, little Yu Yin remained wonderfully cooperative, not waking at all. Just as Lin Mo prepared to rest, he heard barking from the village. He quickly got up, pressing his ear to the ground, faintly hearing the rustling of footsteps. Instantly alert, he drew out Long K and stepped outside a tea this moment. Zhang Kuang, accompanied by 7 or 8 skilled men raised by Lin Dalong, approached the fence of Yui's home under the moonlight. Brother Kuang, this is the home of Wang Dabin's younger brother, and only a woman remains inside. One man reported respectfully to Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang nodded. Perfect, we shall deal with her too. The land deed will be ours. He casually pointed to 2 men. You too. Go quickly and return swiftly. The 2 men nodded and prepared to scale the fence into the courtyard. Just then, a cold laugh echoed behind them. Did no one tell you that you should not wander out at night? An aged, hoarse voice sounded from behind the group. Zhang Kuang and the others jumped, quickly turning to see a man wearing a tiger head mask standing behind them, his long knife glinting ominously in the moonlight. Kill him, Zhang Kuang sneered, pretending to be a ghost. Today, even a real ghost wouldn't escape death. His subordinates, used to bullying others, felt emboldened with their large knives, charging directly at the masked man. The masked man moved with astonishing speed, sweeping his long knife in a single stroke, accompanied by a series of crisp clinks. A chilling scene unfolded before Zhang Kuang and his companions. They watched in horror as several of their number were cleanly decapitated, their heads and blades severed as easily as slicing through a ripe watermelon. Chapter 12. The Annihilation of the Lin Dehu Family. The moon hung bright and sparse. The pure white moonlight fell upon Zhang Kuang and his companions, rendering their faces even paler. At this moment, Zhang Kuang trembled, goosebumps rising involuntarily on his skin as he stared at the decapitated heads and severed blades on the ground, an icy dread coursing through him. A ghost. Don't kill me. The men behind him were so terrified that they could barely stand, collapsing to the ground. Just moments earlier, they had been discussing which woman from Gue Xiong Fang was the most alluring, and now, with heads flying several meters away, they couldn't even muster the courage to wet themselves. Zhang Kuang, possessing some awareness, realized that the person before him was undoubtedly a martial artist. He immediately knelt. Martial master, I had no intention to offend. Please spare my life. Saying this, he laid out all his possessions. Bowing fervently, my brother is Zhang Lin, the steward of the Lin family. He is wealthy. I can pay you to spare my life. The remaining men hurriedly pulled out their small silver coins, bowing and pleading for mercy. Lin Mo glanced at them, remaining silent. They had aided the oppressors and bullied the common folk. He was not a chivalrous person, yet he still held to his principles. With a swift motion, he severed their heads. Collecting the small silver coins from their bodies, Lin Mo proceeded to Lu Gui's home. Lu Gui was abruptly awakened, still groggy as he stepped outside, only to be jolted awake by the sight of 8 corpses under the plum tree outside the fence. Seventh master, what do you need me to do? Lu Gui stammered, slapping himself to suppress his fear, his voice trembling with urgency. Bury them, and keep Yue and Yu Yin safe. Lu Gui nodded vigorously, rest assured. 7th master, anyone who wishes to harm them must first step over my dead body. Lin Mo nodded and walked towards Linda, whose home in Lin family village, sparsely populated. Linda, whose residence sat at the highest elevation in the eastern part of the village. Typically, only Linda, whose family resided there. Lin Dalong generally lived in the city, while Lin Erlong trained at the martial arts school and seldom returned home. Upon arriving at Lin's residence, Lin Mo scaled the wall into the courtyard, swiftly dispatching 2 guards before sneaking into the backyard. In the backyard, only a main house was lit by candlelight, while the rest remained shadowed. Approaching the main house, Lin Mo overheard a conversation between a man and a woman. Father-in-law, be gentle. It hurts. You little vixen. Don't think I don't know you sneak into Erlong's room for an entire night. If Dalong finds out, he will surely kill you. Oh, father-in-law, I'm just trying to help the Lin family carry on the lineage. Carrying on the lineage. Having a child for me would suffice, but you already carry Dalong's child. Be gentle, Dalong. I think you mean Erlong. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Upon the utterance of those words, a hearty laughter erupted from the crowd. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, felt a sudden clarity. Realizing why these individuals bore such a striking resemblance to the internet-addicted youths of his past life. They all emerged from warm environments. The only difference lay in one being from an internet CAF and the other from a brothel. After finishing his spicy soup, as Lin Mo prepared to depart, a thick plume of smoke wafted through the air. Casting a glance towards the Lin family residence, he beheld dark smoke billowing skyward, the flames growing ever more ferocious. The proprietor sighed, "Such a massive fire. I fear the residence may be utterly consumed." Lin Mo nodded, aware that there were no firefighters who could arrive and extinguish the blaze within 10 minutes. After settling the bill, with the sun rising, Lin Mo exited the city and returned to the village. At his doorstep, Lu Gui was napping beneath the plum tree. Lin Mo approached and gently tapped his shoulder. Startled, Lu Gui sprang to his feet and, upon recognizing Lin Mo, exclaimed with excitement, "Seventh Master, you have returned." Lin Mo nodded with a faint smile. "Where are the others?" Lu Gui chuckled, stomping the earth beneath the plum tree. "They're all right here. Next year, the plum tree will surely flourish." "Well done. Now go back to sleep." Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, producing 2 taels of silver from his pocket and handing them to Lu Gui. Receiving the silver, Lu Gui's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Seventh Master." Lin Mo waved his hand, signaling him to return. Lu Gui tucked the 2 taels into his pocket and bid farewell with a bow. Following the door-opening method agreed upon with Yuer, Lin Mo imitated a few cat calls. Meow, 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 meow. At that moment, Yuer emerged from the house, her eyes resembling those of a panda as she hurried to open the door. "Seventh Master, you have finally returned," Yuer exclaimed with excitement. "I was so frightened last night that I didn't close my eyes for a moment." Lin Mo replied with a gentle smile. "And where is the little girl?" "She is still asleep." Yuer rubbed her eyes. Lin Mo wrapped his arms around Yuer's waist. "Come, let us catch our breath before we sleep." "Ah," Yuer froze for a moment, then hastily waved her hands. "No, I lack the strength that I can manage." "You simply lie down." Lin Mo pulled Yuer into the inner chamber, and a grand battle was about to commence. After the fierce encounter, Lin Mo held Yuer in his embrace as they peacefully slumbered. Awakening only when evening fell, as he opened his eyes, his stomach rumbled audibly. "You must be hungry. Get up and eat," Yuer said, entering while cradling the little girl. The young girl gently grasped Lin Mo's face, pouting her lips to plan a sweet kiss, causing Lin Mo's heart to nearly melt. Chapter 14. Holy Matron. In the city, a robust man with a scar running across his face stormed into the Lin residence. Accompanied by 2 servants, the once grand Lin home lay in ruins, charred and unrecognizable, with the roof caved in and blackened walls, debris scattered throughout the yard, coughing from the acrid scent of smoke and burnt materials. Lin Long stepped into the courtyard, his brows furrowed as he finally discovered 3 charred corpses emitting a meaty aroma within Lin Dehu's quarters. Though burned, he could discern one of the bodies was that of Lin De Long. Lin Long's gaze turned cold. He need not examine the bodies closely. Just a thought led him to surmise that it was impossible for the flames alone to have claimed Lin De Long's life. He must have been murdered beforehand. Regardless of the identity of the perpetrator, they must die by his hand. He harbored no affection for his elder brother, nor any deep-seated feelings for this family. They were merely incidental. However, in his pursuit of martial arts, he sought the unblemished truth of his heart. With his family annihilated, it was only natural he would seek vengeance to find peace within himself. The thrill of revenge was essential to his martial journey. If he could not even avenge his family, how could he hope to advance his martial prowess? Go to the magistrate's office and report this matter. You, check the village to see if my father has also fallen victim. Lin Long instructed the 2 men trailing him. He exited the Lin residence and mounted his grand black steed, making his way to the magistrate's office. At the magistrate's office, Chief Inspector Lung Feng shared a cup of tea with Lin Long. "Chief Long, I implore you to assist me in this matter." Lin Long produced a brocade pouch and placed it on the table, sliding it towards the chief. Maintaining his composure, Chief Lung took a sip of tea and discreetly tucked the pouch into his sleeve. "In the wake of such a massacre, I, as the chief, will certainly do everything in my power. Rest assured, I will mobilize personnel to investigate." Lin Long nodded. "Chief Lung, let us reconvene at this hour tomorrow. Any suspect should be handed over to me." Chief Ling agreed. "Rest easy. I shall relay the orders immediately. Should I receive any information, I will dispatch someone to inform you at the Lunghu Martial Arts School." Lin Long inclined his head. "I am most grateful to you, Chief Ling." It is merely my duty. Chief Long waved his hand, summoning Niu Xiaoqiao. You are to head out now with a team of swift officers to handle this matter. Niu Xiaoqiao promptly complied and hastened out. Lin Erlong, witnessing this, chose not to linger, offering a respectful bow before departing. Once he had left, Niu Xiaoqiao returned. Chief, Lin Erlong is so arrogant. He truly cannot discern east from west. He merely relies on the reputation of the Longhu Martial Arts School, yet he is but a 9th rank. Chief Lang chuckled softly. In these tumultuous times, the authority of the court wanes. And it is no surprise that the martial artists of the 3 schools exhibit such arrogance. Alas, I am too dull-witted to progress further. I remain confined to this insignificant Xiushui city. Niu Xiaoqiao bowed. Xiushui city remains secure with your presence. The 3 major martial schools dare not act recklessly. Chief Lung fell silent, offering no further words, and with a bow, Niu Xiaoqiao withdrew. Having followed Chief Lung for many years, he understood that the foremost martial artist of Xiushui city had once again fallen into a quagmire. His cultivation had long reached the peak of the 7th rank, far surpassing others of the same rank, even overshadowing the leaders of the 3 major martial schools and other 7th rank masters from various families. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not break through to the 6th rank. Martial cultivation is not akin to farming, where one merely sows in spring and harvests in autumn. When martial arts reach a bottleneck, without an opportunity, one cannot break through, leaving a lifetime of regret. In the southern part of the city, at the blacksmith shop in a pavilion, under a light drizzle, a petite tea table bore exquisite snacks and a pot of osmanthus tea. The teapot emitted steaming warmth, releasing a faint fragrance of osmanthus, and the air was filled with a subtle, sweet aroma. Nearby, a woman clad in a simple dress, adorned with a dot of purple cinnabar on her forehead, reclined in a rocking chair, her eyes half-dashed closed. At that moment, footsteps approached, and a young woman in a flowing purple gown gracefully approached. Yu'er, how has your training been of late? Upon hearing the voice, the woman in the simple dress quickly rose, smiling as she greeted. Aunt Yun, I have been diligently practicing. Aunt Yun shot her a disapproving glare. Though you possess extraordinary talent, the lower-tier martial arts demand physical conditioning. Lying about all day will not elevate your realm. Get up and practice. Yu'er approached Aunt Yun, tugging at her sleeve with her youthful hands, grinning. Aunt Yun, I have good news to share. Do tell. Aunt Yun replied. Well, I have found you a husband, Yu'er said, her eyes sparkling with a smile. You silly girl, do not make such rash statements. Aunt Yun rolled her eyes. Hurry and practice. Just hear me out. I will practice right after. Yu'er insisted earnestly. Then tell me, what kind of husband are you introducing? Aunt Yun replied, less than pleased. Well, it goes like this. Yu'er recounted her encounter with Lin Mo while purchasing a sword. Aunt Yun rolled her eyes repeatedly. A 60-year-old man. And you even gave him the dragon sparrow. You were truly navi. I must inform your father about this. Upon hearing this, Yu'er quickly waved her hands. I was wrong, Aunt Yun. I was wrong. Please do not tell my father. I will not introduce you to a husband. I will go practice right away. Aunt Yun huffed. You must break through to the 7th rank within a month. Otherwise, I will definitely inform your father. Fine. Yu'er pouted, dejectedly walking to the side to practice. Aunt Yun cast a glance, and then called out sternly to the front hall. Shangwan Yun, come here. Shangwan Yun hurriedly ran in. Cupping his hands in greeting, Shangwan Yun pays respects to the holy matron. Keep a close watch on that Lin Mo. Report any news immediately. Understood. Be gone. Yes. Dinner was quite delightful. The cold sliced tiger meat and the stir-fried pork with chili were utterly appetizing. And Lin Mo only regained his strength after consuming 5 bowls of rice. After the meal, Yu'er gently coaxed the little girl to sleep. Suddenly, she felt a warm hand wrap around her waist, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, and she murmured, It's still so fiery. Let's wait a bit longer. Lin Mo responded with a faint smile. I have a treasure to show you. Upon hearing this, Yu'er became even more bashful. Speechless in her embarrassment, she turned around to see Lin Mo holding a package in his hand. Why is your face so red? Lin Mo feigned ignorance, lightly brushing his fingers against Yu'er's cheek. Yu'er chose not to respond, her gaze fixed on the package. 7th Master, what treasure is contained within? Lin Mo unwrapped the package, revealing a gleaming pile of silver. What do you think? Do you like this treasure? Yu'er's mouth fell open in astonishment. In her entire life, she had never seen, let alone possessed, such an amount of silver. She picked up a silver ingot and gently bit it with her teeth, exclaiming, 7th Master, am I dreaming? This much silver is enough to buy a house in the city. Lin Mo nodded. reflecting that regardless of the era, the humble aspiration of the common people was indeed to own a home. In a few days, we shall move to the city. Lin Mo had already contemplated this idea, especially now that he had eradicated Linda Hu's family, leaving only Lin Erlong alive in the martial arts school. He knew that upon learning of this, Lin Erlong would undoubtedly investigate the matter, and it was highly likely that he would seek the authorities' involvement. If he were to suddenly move to the city at this time, it would be akin to self-detonation. Once he resolved the issue with Lin Erlong, moving to the city would draw no scrutiny. Should anyone delve too deeply, it would depend on whether he could withstand the consequences of his actions. Yuera beamed with happiness, tightly embracing Lin Mo. Seventh Master, our lives are getting better and better. Understanding her feelings, Lin Mo playfully said, it's time to rest. By the way, change into some clothes. Yuera shot him a glance. The last purple dress was torn by you. How could I have any clothes? Lin Mo chuckled, retrieving a bag from the package, which contained not only purple, but also black and red garments. The styles included not just undergarments, but also a string and intricately designed clothes. At the time of purchase, Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel at why the wealthy didn't indulge in mobile devices. Wasn't this far more entertaining? Of course, in this era, mobile devices did not exist. Chapter 15. The Tiger Hero. Morning. Before dawn, Lin Mo lit a lamp and examined the martial arts manual he had pilfered from Linda Long. The dragon subduing tiger capturing technique was a principal martial art of the Long Hu Martial Arts School, one of the three major schools in Xiaoshui City. Lin Erlong was a core disciple of this school, so it was only natural for him to pass down techniques to his elder brother. After thoroughly reviewing the manual, Lin Mo opened the system panel, and indeed, he saw the dragon subduing tiger capturing technique listed. Host: Lin Mo. Age: 51. Realm: 9th grade, 15. Physique: diamond body, 89 to entry. Martial arts: breaking edge blade technique, 7th grade blade technique, 70 to entry. Dragon subduing tiger capturing technique, 6th grade technique, 3 to entry. The breaking edge blade technique peaks at the 7th grade, categorizing it among the lower 3rd grade techniques, while the dragon subduing tiger capturing technique can cultivate up to the 6th grade. Though it falls just short of the 5th grade, it is classified as a middle 3rd grade technique. Lin Mo decided to start cultivating the dragon subduing tiger capturing technique from this moment on. To his delight, within a few days, his diamond body reached 89, and just a bit more would allow him to enter the next stage. Once he entered the diamond body stage, his body would truly become like diamond, unyielding and unstoppable. The enhancement of the diamond body also significantly boosted his cultivation level, raising it from 0 to 15. At this rate, he could break through to the 8th grade within a month. Now Lin Mo truly understood the distinction between a genius and an ordinary person. Previously, no matter how hard he practiced, he could not achieve entry. Now, however, he was advancing through the 9th grade in half a month and could reach the 8th grade within a month, as effortlessly as drinking water. It was time to begin cultivation. Lin Mo focused his mind and practiced the dragon subduing tiger capturing technique in the courtyard. The technique's movements were grand and expansive, requiring immense strength to support it. With his innate divine strength from the diamond body, Lin Mo practiced the technique with remarkable ease, each strike producing a sonic boom, as if he could genuinely dive into the sea to capture dragons and ascend mountains to subdue tigers. After sunrise, Yuera awoke and, seeing the little girl still asleep, began to prepare meat soup and fry tiger meat cakes. By the time she finished cooking, the little girl had also woken up, and she fed her goat's milk before calling Lin Mo to the table. At the dining table, Yuera looked at Lin Mo, who was devouring meat heartily, and said with a smile, "Seventh Master, you are becoming increasingly formidable." Lin Mo replied earnestly, "Of course, though my nickname is Seventh Master. I assure you, 7 times in one night is not my limit." Huh. Yuera was momentarily stunned, and upon seeing the expression on Lin Mo's face, she realized he was once again saying something embarrassing. "I meant your martial arts have improved significantly. That punch you threw this morning could probably kill a tiger with a single blow." Lin Mo nodded with a smile. "Naturally. Today, I shall head into the city. Make sure to lock the door, and I'll have Lu Gue keep watch outside." Yuera agreed, knowing that Lin Mo was involved in significant matters. Otherwise, he would not have been able to produce such a large sum of silver. Men of capability were always engaged in important affairs. After finishing their meal, Lin Mo played with the little girl for a while, packed the tiger mask into the bag, and then stepped outside. As he walked through the village, Lin Mo could distinctly sense a much lighter atmosphere. The elderly women chatted merrily in the streets, while children gathered to play, This was the true essence of village life. Just then, a frail voice called out to him, "Seventh Master." Lin Mo turned to see old Nyo being supported by Nyo Sa as he shakily emerged from his courtyard. Old Nyo? Seeing old Nyo standing was indeed a miracle. Lin Mo chuckled. Nyo Sa smiled broadly. Ever since Lin De passed away, everyone has been overjoyed, and my old Nyo has surprisingly pulled through and regained consciousness. Lin Mo nodded. Old Nyo, take good care of your health. Let us have a drink together in a few days. Old Nyo chuckled. I'll wait for you. On the road to Xiushui City, Lin Mo speculated that Lin Erlong must now be aware that the one who invaded and set fire was a person wearing a tiger mask. Yet he would not immediately deduce that it was Lin Mo. The Lin De family had terrorized the region, and many bore grudges against them. The crucial point was that the masked hero was incredibly strong and a martial artist, making it hard to connect him with the elderly Lin Mo. However, to eradicate the threat entirely, Lin Mo could not allow anyone to harm Xiaoyin. He resolved to act first. As he journeyed, Lin Mo encountered several groups of refugees, contemplating that after he eliminated Lin Erlong, he would indeed need to move into the city. The increasing number of refugees gathering together was bound to lead to trouble. And if it affected Xiaoyin, it would be disastrous. Upon entering the city, Lin Mo directly sought out a tea house near the Longhu Martial Arts School, ordered a pot of tea and a few snacks. From his window seat, he had a perfect view of the school's entrance. In the afternoon, the storyteller arrived at the tea house, drawing in a larger crowd, with a sharp clap on the wooden block. He commanded the audience's attention. Today, we will not speak of the Battle of Shanhaiguan. Upon hearing this, the patrons shook their heads in discontent. We came to hear about the Battle of Shanhaiguan. If you won't tell it, what shall we listen to? Indeed, if you don't tell it, we want to come back here again. Unperturbed by their protests, the storyteller addressed the crowd. Today, let us speak of the tiger-masked hero of Xiushui City. Oh, the tiger-masked hero. Do tell. What tiger-masked hero? I've never heard of him. You must be quite uninformed. I have indeed heard of him. A murmur spread among the crowd. The storyteller struck the wooden block again, his voice resonating powerfully as he began. As you all know, there was a great fire on South Street yesterday morning. I, too, have heard rumors that the family involved is surnamed Lin, hailing from Lin Family Village. Located 80 miles from Xiushui City, this family was known for their tyranny, committing all manner of misdeeds. The patriarch of that family even attempted to rob an elderly woman from the same village who was 10 years his senior. The storyteller embellished the tale, recounting the misdeeds of Lin Dahua's family in a manner that left Lin Mo utterly astonished. Indeed, the storyteller's knack for weaving fanciful narratives rivaled that of the netizens from his previous life. The audience, sipping tea, listened with rapt attention, applauding and clamoring for more. After taking a sip of tea to clear his throat, the storyteller continued. A valiant hero, renowned for his tiger-like ferocity, upon hearing of the Lin family's numerous transgressions, could no longer bear it. It is said that he was raised by a great tiger of the Dakingshan and regarded the beast as his mother, possessing immense strength and mastery of the tiger fist. He descended from the mountains to confront the Lin family, striking down the patriarch with a single blow. Ultimately, this heroic figure set the Lin estate ablaze before departing with a flourish. Chapter 16. The Yuan Family of Xiushui City. In the tea house, the listeners began to find the tale of the tiger hero amusing, but soon their interest waned. The stories of chivalrous heroes were mere fabrications intended for the impoverished masses. Yet, in this era, it was evident that common folk lacked the means to frequent tea houses for tales. Those who could afford such luxuries were unlikely to believe in the existence of selfless heroes. Noticing the audience shaking their heads, the storyteller swiftly struck the table with a wooden block. Now, let us continue from yesterday's tale and delve into the Battle of Shanhaiguan. Immediately, the patrons set down their teacups, turning their attention to him. Yesterday, we reached the brink of the Battle of Shanhaiguan, where our daxia faced threats from all sides, besieged by the demon tribe and the southern barbarians, with our million-strong army encircled. At this juncture, I would like to pose a question. If you were the commander of such a formidable army, how would you break the impasse against the combined forces of demons and barbarians? The storyteller, clearly adept at stirring the atmosphere, prompted a lively discussion among the tea drinkers. Surely, one must first strike at one's side. If we become entangled, our strength will be worn down. I disagree. Both the demons and the barbarians are fearfully strong. How could we disregard one side? Every inch of land is soaked in blood. If it were me, I truly wouldn't know what to do. The Battle of Shanhaiguan was a tale familiar to every daxia citizen. Yet the intricate details remained elusive. Even Lin Mo, hailing from a military background, could only piece together fragments from the accounts of seasoned veterans who themselves had heard tales secondhand, none having experienced it firsthand. What was known was that the battle had led to a significant expansion of Daxia's borders, instilling fear in both the north and south, and no one dared encroach upon a single inch of territory. Seeing that the discussion among the audience had reached a natural pause, the storyteller clapped the wooden block again, resuming, "In those days, the Buddhist kingdom of the western regions was at the height of its power. And they suddenly launched an attack on the demon tribe, coordinating with our Daxia to drive the demons into retreat." As Lin Mo listened to the unfolding narrative, his gaze wandered to the window. Suddenly, he spotted a constable entering the Longhu Martial Arts Hall. The constable was none other than the son of the constable he knew, Niu Xiaoqiao. That a chill ran down Lin Mo's spine. It was evident that Niu Xiaoqiao had come to seek out Lin Erlong. And the specifics of their discussion and its outcome were now of little consequence. With this thought, Lin Mo drained his cup of tea and exited the tea house. The Longhu Martial Arts Hall. Niu Xiaoqiao found himself in the core disciple area, where he met Lin Eru. The disciples of the martial arts hall were divided into two categories: those who had entered the ranks and the others. Those who had ascended to the ranks were regarded as core disciples, while the rest, regardless of their influence, were merely other disciples. Lin Erlong had joined the hall at 18, broken through to the 9th rank at 21. And now at 25 was at the pinnacle of the 9th rank, just a step away from the 8th rank, ranking 3rd among the core disciples, a fact that contributed to his family's audacity. "Niu Constable, how goes it?" Lin Erlong inquired. Niu Xiaoqiao clasped his hands. "To speak candidly, we constables conducted an investigation throughout the day and found no individuals of suspicion based on the scene. It appears that the assailant who targeted your elder brother was efficient and likely a martial artist. Yet your Lin family has not offended any martial artists recently." Lin Erlong speculated inwardly. Could it be an enemy from his past? What realm is Lin Mo in? Has he entered the ranks? Lin Erlong recalled a recent conversation with Zhang Lin, who had mentioned that Lin Mo had slain a wild boar and sold it in the city. He is merely a 70-year-old old man. There is nothing particularly special about him, Niu Xiaoqiao remarked dismissively. Lin Erlong scoffed. Often, it is the seemingly unremarkable who pose the greatest danger. Niu Xiaoqiao remained silent, bowed, and took his leave. That as night fell. At the Tsushui Xiaozhu, a unique establishment offering dining, relaxation, and entertainment, Lin Erlong sat in a private room on the 2nd floor with a delicate-featured man, both indulging in exquisite dishes while listening to melodious tunes. "Brother Lin, you seldom seek me out without cause. What assistance do you require?" The effeminate man elegantly folded and unfolded his fan, downing his cup of wine. "Brother Yuan, I am aware of your tracking skills. I wish for you to help me ascertain who is watching me and targeting my Lin family." Lin Erlong wasted no time, producing a silk pouch and placing it before the effeminate man. "This is merely a deposit. If you help me avenge the massacre of my family, I shall offer you a bear heart herb." Upon hearing bear heart herb, the man's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Bear heart herb? Such a treasure for fortifying one's physique. You truly possess this." Lin Erlong replied in a low voice. "I owe my position as the 3rd core disciple of the Longhu Martial Arts Hall to this herb. Alas, only one remains. Were it not for the vendetta, I would never part with it." "Excellent." The effeminate man raised his wine cup with a smile. "I accept this task, with our combined efforts, unless you have offended a 7th rank expert." "The bear heart herb shall be mine." Lin Erlong nodded. "If I had truly offended a 7th rank expert, I would not have survived to this day. Now, let us drink. Cheers." The effeminate man lifted his cup. Being a scion of the Yuan family, one of the 3 great families of Xiushui City, and having enjoyed scant resources, he readily agreed upon hearing of the bear heart herb. As the autumn chill deepened, the chrysanthemums began to fade to yellow. By night, the moonlight glistened on the dew-like pearls, with stars twinkling in the sky. Previously, Xiushui City had a curfew, but as the authority of the officials waned, it was abolished. With a few autumn breezes, the air turned cold, and the streets were devoid of pedestrians. Tsushui Xiaozhu, Lin Erlong, and the effeminate man parted ways at the entrance, heading in opposite directions. Lin Erlong, dressed lightly, felt little of the chill that would affect a martial artist. As he walked, an urgent need compelled him to turn into a narrow alley. Just as he unfastened his belt to relieve himself, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. Chapter 17. Double kill. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Lin Erlong's heart raced. The sound was unmistakably that of straw sandals on the ground. He spun around abruptly to find a robust figure standing behind him. The man wore straw sandals, a tiger mask, and sported 2 round ears atop his head, with 3 painted whiskers on either side of his face and a backward king character on his forehead. He appeared somewhat comical, yet in this moment, it sent a chill down Lin Erlong's spine, though he had mentally prepared himself, knowing that the one responsible for his family's demise wore a tiger mask. The reality of encountering him was a different sensation altogether. "Who are you?" Lin Erlong, a martial artist, regained his composure, fixing his gaze on the masked man. "That I have never wronged you. Why resort to such ruthless measures?" The masked man's voice was hoarse, his tone chillingly indifferent. "Your entire family deserves to die." Lin Erlong's expression darkened, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "No matter who you are, your death shall reveal all." "Brother Yuan, reveal yourself." As Lin Erlong's words fell, the effeminate man's voice emerged from the alley's entrance. He gently waved, his fan unfolding as he spoke in a soft tone. "Brother Lin, your family truly has garnered much hatred. To be targeted in this manner." Lin Erlong rolled his eyes. "Enough of your chatter. Let us engage." Having spoken, Lin Erlong's hands suddenly transformed into formidable claws, and with a powerful push of his legs against the adjacent wall, he lunged towards the man wearing the tiger mask. This was a technique from the art of subduing dragons and tigers, aptly named the descent of the mountain tiger. Behind him, another person swung a fan with such force that it sliced through the air like a blade, producing a sonic boom as it struck towards the tiger-masked individual. Observing their fierce approach, Lin Mo let out a cold smirk. His rapid exposure was merely due to his inadequacy in the art of tracking. Better to resolve matters directly. As he noted the two's aggressive advance, Lin Mo observed a hint of brass on their arms. It seemed both individuals had reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank, the 8th rank, known as the bronze skin realm. Marked those whose skin exhibited a bronzed hue. Yet, the color on these two was faint, indicating they had yet to break through. Lin Mo wasted no time, his own hands coalescing into lethal claws. Reaching out towards Lin Erlong, the claws clashed, and Lin Erlong felt an overwhelming force emanating from the tiger-masked man, rendering his own techniques utterly futile, immediately shattered. Such immense strength. Lin Erlong squinted, watching as the effeminate man, Yuan Bing, had his fan violently ripped from his grasp by the tiger-masked individual. "How astonishing!" Yuan Bing exclaimed in disbelief. The strength of the tiger-masked figure was indeed outrageous. Together, Lin Erlong charged once more. While Yuan Bing dashed towards Lin Mo's flank, Lin Mo sneered, unleashing the full extent of his power, delivering a punch accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom straight towards the oncoming Lin Erlong. Simultaneously, he executed a swift kick to evade Yuan Bing. Yuan Bing, astonished by this person's agility, suddenly heard a sharp crack echoing in his ears, the sound of bones shattering. He glanced forward, only to see Lin Erlong's arms dangling limply, resembling noodles hanging from his shoulders. Blood trickled from his lips, and a look of terror crossed his face. "Who on earth are you?" "This is the art of subduing dragons and tigers." Yet, the tiger-masked man offered no reply, charging forward with a fist aimed squarely at Lin Erlong's head. Upon impact, Lin Erlong's features contorted grotesquely as his body was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into the wall. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Bing could no longer maintain his composure. His face twitched involuntarily. He was merely a hired aide. If he could assist, he would. If not, he would flee. He turned and sprinted towards the street. Just then, he heard a whistling sound, his martial instincts alerting him to an object being hurled in his direction, prompting him to roll aside. In that fleeting moment, a massive stone millstone flew past him, crashing onto the bluestone street with a thunderous roar, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. Yuan Bing felt as if he had just escaped death. Not only he, but even a formidable 8th-rank warrior would surely suffer grievous injury if struck. Overwhelmed by fear, Yuan Bing's singular thought was to run for his life. He sprinted ahead, the tiger-masked man in pursuit. Yet, he could not afford a glance back, fearing that the terrifying visage of the tiger would appear behind him. After traversing several streets, Yuan Bing's eyes lit up at the sight of a mansion ahead, the estate of the Yuan family, one of the 3 great clans. If he could reach there, he would be safe. He quickened his pace, the distance to the Crimson Gate shrinking to mere half a street. Elation surged within him. He knew he was safe. No one dared act recklessly at the entrance of the Yuan family, whose patriarch was a peak 7th-rank expert. Just then, he heard a sound that made his ears perk up, the unmistakable whoosh of arrows slicing through the air. With a reflexive instinct, he attempted to evade to the sides. But a chilling thought struck him. Had he not just dodged an attack by rolling aside? Would his pursuer not anticipate this? Thus, he refrained from rolling, and continued running straight ahead, in the next instant. He felt a sharp object pierce effortlessly into his back. A tremendous force propelled him towards the Yuan family's grand entrance. Boom. He finally reached the gate, yet could not move an inch. "Who are you?" he muttered, glancing down at the long blade embedded in his chest, uttering his final question. Yuan Bing's breath faded, his fan clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. Within the Yuan estate, the guards were dozing against the door. Suddenly, the entrance trembled violently as if struck by a massive force, emitting a resonant thud. "Who goes there?" The guard awoke with a start. Who would dare to assault the Yuan family's door in Xiushui City? Clenching his long knife, he was about to step outside when a sudden thought struck him, and he shouted toward the courtyard. "Someone, come quickly." In a short while, several guards awoke and cautiously opened the door. There, they beheld a lifeless body sprawled on the ground, its face ashen, a clear knife wound gushing blood from the chest. One guard recognized the deceased, young Master Yuan Bing. The guards were taken aback, casting wary glances around. Once they verified no one was in sight, they collectively exhaled in relief, particularly the guard stationed at the entrance, who felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. If even a martial artist like Yuan Bing had fallen, he dared not imagine what fate would have awaited him had he opened the door to face the killer. He patted his chest vigorously, muttering, "Who was so bold as to murder at the gates of the Yuan estate?" Chapter 18. The Map of Dakingshan. At an inn, Lin Mo settled into a room near Guixiangfang. It was now deep into the night, and only these inns close to the bustling areas would have a back door, providing convenience for patrons who had finished their business and needed a place to stay. Sitting at the table, Lin Mo emptied his sleeve, revealing a trove of items acquired from Lin Erlong and Yuan Bing. A total of 32 taels of silver, a manual on the technique of chasing smoke steps, a cloth map, a fan, 2 dried herbs, and a woman's bodice. After pocketing the silver, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the chasing smoke steps. The 3 great clans of Xiushui City were the Yuan, Sun, and Zhu families. Among them, the Yuan family excelled in tracking techniques, relying on this very chasing smoke steps. After perusing the manual, Lin Mo opened the system panel. Host: Lin Mo. Age: 51. Realm: 9th rank, 20. Physique: Vajra body, 91 to entry. Techniques: Breaking Edge Sword Art, 9th rank Sword Art, 90 to entry. Subduing Dragon and Tiger Art, 6th rank technique, 35 to entry. Chasing Smoke Steps, 6th rank technique, 0 to entry. With the Vajra body nearing entry, once he achieves it, he would be formidable enough to rival a 7th rank expert. Through his battle with Lin Erlong, Lin Mo had gained a rough understanding of his own strength. Currently, he was merely at the initial stage of the 9th rank. Thanks to the innate power of the Vajra body, he could easily defeat 2 peak 9th rank warriors. Should the Vajra body reach entry, its physical strength would be on par with the 7th rank Iron Bone realm, and combined with his innate might, his power would rival that of 7th rank warriors without question. Having acquired the Vajra body, Lin Mo increasingly recognized the terrifying nature of his talent. He hardly needed to cultivate, as his vitality surged vigorously, his physique continuously strengthening, and his strength transforming daily. Truly monstrous. At an age nearing 70, he was experiencing the sensation of a genius. How wondrous. Lin Mo set aside the chasing smoke steps, directing his attention to the cloth map, holding the map in his hands. He noted its impressive texture. Extracting a golden thread, he burned it slightly over the candle flame, only to be astonished. The golden thread not only remained intact, but also shone even brighter under the flame. Lin Mo's joy was palpable. It seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure without effort. No wonder Lin Erlong had tucked this map into his waistband. It was crafted from golden thread, just as Lin Mo reveled in his fortune. A series of muffled sounds emerged from nearby. Lin Mo sighed. The back door led directly to Guixiangfang. If there had not been a battle there, why was there such a commotion outside? Plugging his ears with cotton, Lin Mo focused on the patterns depicted on the map. The strokes were hasty, appearing to be hastily drawn, marked with several points representing grass, fish, deer, and fruit. Upon careful examination, Lin Mo noticed a circle in the upper right corner, inscribed with the character Shio. If this point were designated as the center, the remaining patterns seemed to elucidate the map's purpose. Lin Mo summoned the waiter to bring him the necessary brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and began to sketch on a sheet of white paper. Centered around the picturesque Xiushui city, many places in the southwestern direction were abundant with fruits, grass, and fish. Yet, only one location possessed all these elements along with the presence of deer, that being the majestic Dakingshan mountain. If this indeed represented Dakingshan, then the simple, Directionless map would be far easier for Lin Mo to interpret. Having grown up in Dakingshan, he was exceedingly familiar with it. The map illustrated various locations within the mountain. The fish, fruits, and grass depicted on the golden silk map were certainly not ordinary items. Lin Mo resolved to return and seek treasure in Dakingshan. After putting away the map and toying with the fan for a moment, he stowed it as well. The delicate man he had encountered possessed both the grace of a shadow and considerable strength. He seemed to be a member of the Yuan family, one of the three prominent families of Xiushui City. Lin Mo's mind began to retrace the events, although he had slain the delicate man with a knife. The latter bore marks of having been clawed by the tiger capture technique, coupled with the fact that Lin Erlong had perished by the same technique, and the two had been drinking together that evening. It was evident that one individual was responsible for the murder. Now, it became intriguing. Who, trained in the tiger capture technique, could have killed Lin Eru? Lin Mo chuckled softly, having resolved his inner turmoil, and his spirits lifted as he picked up 2 strands of dried grass. What kind of grass was this? When placed alongside the golden silk map, it must be beneficial for cultivation. Though Lin Mo was older, he was largely uninformed about matters pertaining to martial arts training. Thus, he could not identify the 2 dried grasses. It seemed a visit to the blacksmith shop to inquire with Shangguan about the effects of this grass was in order. Lin Mo was aware that the individuals behind the blacksmith shop were surely not simple folk. They could be rebels or something else entirely, but to him, it mattered little. As long as he possessed strength, he believed no one could coerce him into actions he wished to avoid. Lastly, regarding the pink belly band. Lin Mo meticulously inspected it from left to right, from top to bottom, and from inside to outside, ultimately discovering only a single curled hair, which he tossed aside. He had thought it to be something special, but it seemed merely a peculiar preference of the delicate man. Lin Mo scoffed and tidied his belongings before lying down, preparing to rest. Yet, a second later, he sat up abruptly. Such a loud noise? What on earth? What is happening next door? Lin Mo snorted coldly and stepped out of his room, rapping sharply on the adjacent door. From within, a man's voice inquired, "WH? Who is it?" Upon hearing the voice, Lin Mo discerned a tone of nervousness from the man inside. It appeared that this pair of illicit lovers was either engaged in an affair or something equally scandalous. "If you two make another sound, I shall throw you both out of the window," Lin Mo rasped, adopting a hoarse, deep timbre. As expected, upon hearing this, the couple inside fell silent, the room enveloped in stillness. Returning to his chamber, Lin Mo secured the door and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The Yuan family, aglow with light throughout the night. In the conference hall, the family head and various power brokers wore grave expressions, seated in the first chair to the left of the family head. A middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor spoke coldly. "We must not show any leniency at this moment. We must uncover who is responsible. Today, they dared to kill a member of the Yuan family. Tomorrow, they shall dare to urinate on the heads of everyone present." Upon uttering these words, the other power brokers nodded in agreement. Although Yuan Bing was not of the direct lineage, he was a martial artist and a standout among the younger generation of the Yuan family. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. At that moment, an elderly man with a gray complexion snorted disdainfully. "I just examined Yuan Bing's wounds, although he was killed by a knife. His garments were shredded in several places by the tiger capture technique. Does the Longhu Martial Arts School wish to oppose the Yuan family?" Though the martial arts school boasted its own 7th-tier experts, the family had been passed down through generations, possessing a depth far greater than the martial arts school. Generally, martial arts schools were reluctant to confront the 3 great families at this juncture. The head of the Yuan family spoke. "Tomorrow, we shall send someone to the Longhu Martial Arts School to inquire and clarify the situation. If it is indeed the work of those from the Longhu Martial Arts School, the Yuan family would not hesitate to reduce the 3 martial arts schools to 2. The assembly nodded, feeling the head's aura deepen, akin to an abyss or a vast ocean, as if he was on the verge of entering the 6th tier of the refining spirit realm. Chapter 19. The Arrival of Yue's Sister. In the early morning, a fine drizzle fell upon Xiushui City, the sky shrouded in a gray veil, as if draped with a delicate gossamer. At the Longhu Martial Arts School, the disciples practiced diligently. Some stood in meditation, others practiced their punches, while pairs engaged in sparring. The adage of training in summer's heat and winter's chill was a rule of the martial arts school, regardless of wind or rain, or the biting cold or sweltering heat. Morning practice was indispensable. In the midst of the disciples, a burly man, bare-chested with a bushy beard and a bald head, wielded a whip, striking any disciple who faltered in their training. Training in martial arts is akin to rowing against the current. If you do not advance, you shall regress. The burly man's voice resonated like a thunderclap in the ears of the disciples. Just then, a disciple approached with cupped hands. Master Tang, the elder of the Yuan family has arrived. The burly man waved his hand. Show him in. Moments later, the elder of the Yuan family entered and cupped his hands. Master Tang, what brings the elder to my school? The elder of the Yuan family chuckled awkwardly. Master Tang, you are a straightforward person, so I shall speak candidly. One of our disciples, Yuan Bing, fell victim to the tiger capture technique. I implore you to provide an explanation. Bring the body forward. The Yuan family disciples carried Yuan Bing's corpse into the hall. The burly man furrowed his brow and stepped forward to inspect the body, discovering several wounds indeed inflicted by the tiger capture technique. Not only that, but the assailant's mastery of the technique was formidable, rivaling that of his core disciples. The burly man found himself at a loss for words. Turning to the elder, this matter requires further investigation. Tang Shan, the elder barked, do not attempt to deceive me. Your reputation is already tarnished. If you do not provide an explanation today, the Yuan family shall bring experts from the three great families to demand an answer. The Longhu Martial Arts School's head, Tang Shan, retorted coldly, the world does not consist solely of my Longhu Martial Arts School practicing the tiger capture technique. Let us go to the government office to clarify the truth. Very well. Trying to evade responsibility, are we? The elder of the Yuan family, equally hot-tempered, prepared to take action. Just then, a voice interrupted. What a lively scene. I too have come to join the festivities. Turning, the assembly beheld Chief Constable Longfeng entering with a throng of constables. The elder greeted him with a respectful nod. Tang Shan also cupped his hands. What brings the Chief Constable to my establishment? Longfeng waved his hand toward the two. You two continue. Pretend I am not here. I delight in watching the excitement. The previously tense atmosphere diffused with Longfeng's arrival, and the elder of the Yuan family lost any inclination to engage further. Noticing their silence, Longfeng waved his hand. Since you are finished, I shall bring forth a matter of my own. Two constables stepped forward, bearing a corpse. As the crowd looked on, they noted the deceased's face contorted, as if struck by tremendous force, with arms dangling at odd angles, resembling a marionette, the entire figure appearing as if molded by a hand. Third senior brother, a nearby disciple, recognized the deceased as Lin Erlong, the core third disciple of the Longhu Martial Arts School. Erlong. Tang Shan immediately recognized the body as that of his beloved disciple, Lin Erlong. Chief Constable Lang, what is the meaning of this? Tang Shan was taken aback. His disciple had been so brutally beaten, it was a slap in the face to him as a teacher. He was slain by the tiger capture technique. Longfeng wore a sardonic smile. Surveying the crowd, he then gestured. Let us proceed. The group of constables departed from the Longhu Martial Arts Hall in his wake. Tang Shan meticulously examined Lin Erlong's injuries, his expression growing increasingly grave. The phrase subduing the dragon and capturing the tiger echoed through the hall, causing the disciples present to erupt in whispers. Their voices hushed as they exchanged wary glances, many fixating on the second senior brother at the forefront of the crowd. Noticing their stares, the second senior brother felt a bitter pang within. Throughout the entirety of Shoshue City, the only individuals capable of employing the subduing the dragon and capturing the tiger technique to slay Lin Eru, aside from the hall master, were himself and the eldest senior sister. However, the eldest senior sister was recently with child, rumored to be carrying the hall master's offspring, thus making it improbable for her to take action against Lin Erlong. Consequently, the suspicion now fell heavily upon him. The elder of the Yuan family, witnessing that Lin Eru had also succumbed to the subduing the dragon and capturing the tiger technique, furrowed his brow and inquired, what on earth is happening here? Judging by the condition of the two bodies, they must have died last night. Tang Shan, equally perplexed, instinctively glanced back at his second disciple. Coincidentally, the second senior brother met Tang Shan's gaze. Feeling an overwhelming urge to weep, it was not his doing, so why was everyone looking at him? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Shan clasped his hands and addressed the elder. Esteemed elder, there is something amiss here. Few in all of Shoshue City possess the skill to employ the subduing the dragon and capturing the tiger to kill these two. Yet this seems overtly conspicuous, and it is highly likely that it is a frame-up. Humph. The elder of the Yuan family also sensed the complexity of the situation. Tang Zhang, regardless of the circumstances, my kin have fallen victim to this subduing the dragon and capturing the tiger. You must take responsibility for this matter. In 3 days, I shall return for an explanation. With that, he waved his hand, instructing others to carry Yuan Bing's body out of the Longhu Martial Arts Hall. Within the martial arts hall's grand hall, Tang Zheng occupied the prominent seat, with the disciples arrayed below him. The foremost being the second senior brother, he surveyed the assembly, his mind rife with doubts. He had already ascertained the second senior brother's whereabouts from the previous night. He had remained within the hall, drinking with fellow disciples, thus possessing an alibi, but who could have committed such an act? Among the three core disciples, the eldest senior sister had rested alongside him. The second senior brother had been drinking, and the third senior brother lay dead. Tang Zheng rubbed his temples in frustration. At that moment, a disciple entered and announced loudly, "Hall Master Shower states that the second senior brother drank with Yuan Bing last night and left the tavern together afterward." Tang Zheng nodded. It appeared that the murders of Lin Erlong and Yuan Bing were the work of a single perpetrator. Yet the pressing question remained, who was responsible for the deaths of the two? With a swift gallop, Lin Mo returned to Linjia village. He knocked on the door, only to find not Yue waiting for him, but a plump young woman. She appeared to be in her early 20s. Her features bearing a resemblance to Yue's, with a pleasing figure, but most notably, an exquisite beauty. Upon seeing Lin Mo, the woman respectfully said, "Seventh Master, I am Yue's younger sister. My name is Yu Rong." Lin Mo smiled and replied, "Ah, Sister Rong, come, let us converse indoors." Yu Rong paused for a moment, then followed Lin Mo into the house. Chapter 20. Once more into the Great Qing Mountain. Upon entering the house, Lin Mo glanced around and noticed Wei was preparing a meal while the little girl was napping. He set down the bundle on his shoulder and approached Wei, inquiring, "What delicious dish are you making?" Wei looked up, her face radiant with a smile, "Braised potatoes with wild boar trotters." After saying this, she set aside the ingredients and took Lin Mo's hand, leading him out of the courtyard. "Seventh Master, I have something to ask of you." Wei looked at Lin Mo, her hand gently grasping his as she spoke softly. "Is that all right?" Lin Mo chuckled. "Are you asking if your sister can stay with us?" Yue's cheeks flushed, and she appeared somewhat bashful. "I feel quite embarrassed. My sister has just given birth to a baby girl and has been cast out by her in-laws. She has nowhere else to turn but to seek me." Lin Mo nodded, fully aware of the hardships faced by impoverished families in raising children in this world. If a woman could not bear a son, being cast out by her in-laws was a fortunate outcome compared to others who might resort to selling their wives to places like Gui Xiangfang. Little Yu Yin had never tasted mother's milk. It would be good for her to have some. Lin Mo agreed, knowing that accommodating another woman was not a problem for him, and having two women to care for the little girl would be beneficial. "Let Yu Rong stay." With Lin Mo's consent, joy illuminated Yue's face as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Seventh Master." Lin Mo playfully patted Yue on the rear. "We shall discuss this further tonight." Yue's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly scurried into the house to share her excitement with Yu Rong. The lunch was quite satisfying. Lin Mo had brought back a variety of dishes from the city: stir-fried vegetables, braised potatoes with wild boar trotters, sliced tiger meat, and scallion pancakes as the staple. Yu Rong appeared somewhat shy, taking small bites of her staple food and avoiding the dishes. Lin Mo laughed. "Eat some vegetables. Won't you choke if you only eat the staple?" Yu Rong hurriedly shook her head. "Seventh Master, the staple is already delicious. I was accustomed to porridge at my in-laws and could never enjoy such delightful staples. Once we go to the city, won't you be able to feast to your heart's content?" Lin Mo encouraged. "Indeed, eat up. The more meat you consume, the more milk you will have to nourish little Yu Yin." He added. Yue added meat to Yu Rong's bowl, saying, "That's right, eat the meat quickly. If you have milk, little Yu Yin can be well fed." Upon hearing this, Yu Rong felt no more shyness and took a piece of tiger meat. "This meat is truly delicious." Yue laughed. "You must not have had it before. This is tiger meat, hunted by Seventh Master from the mountains." Yu Rong's eyes widened in astonishment. Her mouth agape as the familiar words suddenly felt surreal. Tiger meat, hunted in the mountains? She gazed at Lin Mo with admiration and reverence, exclaiming, "Seventh Master, I have heard that only those lofty martial artists can hunt tigers. Are you also a martial artist?" Lin Mo nodded slightly. "You are quite perceptive. Now it all makes sense." Yu Rong regarded Lin Mo with even greater respect. In this world, martial artists enjoyed all privileges and were revered by the populace for their formidable strength. After the meal, Yu Rong tidied the dishes and washed the pots, while Lin Mo took Wei into the side room. Yue's face was flushed with shyness as she exhaled a deep breath. Yu Rong is still over there, yet she could not resist Lin Mo's insistence and knelt down, looking up at him. An hour later, Yue took a sip of water to steady herself as she sat on the Kong. Having exhausted herself, Lin Mo gently brushed her hair, smiling. "Tomorrow, I will take you into the city." "What are we going to do in the city?" Yue asked. her tone a mix of curiosity and anticipation. The city was bustling and vibrant. She had scarcely ventured there more than a few times. To buy a house, Lin Mo replied with a light smile. Recently, the number of refugees has increased. It is safer to be in the city. Buy a house? Yue felt as though she had misheard, repeating the phrase while casting a skeptical look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded with a smile. You heard correctly. We are buying a house in the city. Yue was momentarily speechless, her mouth gradually opening, her pupils widening in astonishment as she gazed at Lin Mo, whispering, in the city, buying a house. Had she not known Lin Mo well enough to dismiss such a jest? She would have thought he was joking. Those who had lived outside the city for generations would never dare to dream of buying a house in the city. That a good harvest for the year merely meant that the entire family could have enough to eat. They would never entertain an extravagant dream like purchasing a house in the city. Really? Yue's eyes sparkled with delight as she leaned against Lin Mo's embrace, exclaiming, Are we going to move into the city to live? But she quickly added, But houses in the city must require a lot of silver. Can we afford it? She was aware that city houses were expensive but had no knowledge of how much silver was needed to purchase one. Lin Mo had some understanding of the housing market in the city. Generally, the price for a courtyard in the southern part of the city ranged from 100 to 200 taels of silver. And while there were more expensive options, it was still within Lin Mo's financial reach. After the fire at Lin Dalong's house, he had acquired approximately 1,000 taels of silver, plus what he had saved previously, totaling 1,460 taels. Of course, this did not account for the golden thread map. If he were to sell the golden threads within the map, he could likely obtain another 1,000 taels. Rest assured, we are financially secure now. Not only can we buy a house, but we can also purchase a spacious estate with a pond and garden. Lin Mo smiled. At that time, the two of us will happily roam around our grand estate. Upon hearing these words, the originally pale-faced Wei felt a sudden rush of crimson to her ears. What are you saying? Yue murmured softly. The following morning, Lin Mo had breakfast and set off for the Great Green Mountain with provisions in hand. This time, his purpose was clear, to follow the map and retrieve the desired herb, making his way toward the nearest patch of grass as indicated on the golden threaded map. The location of the grass was deep within the Great Green Mountain, and Lin Mo traversed the outskirts, entering an area frequented by wild beasts. Various animal tracks littered the ground, including those of large predators. Should he encounter a fierce tiger again, he would resolve it within 3 moves. This time, Lin Mo chose not to take the main path, but deliberately ventured down the shadowy, beast-track trails. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. After wandering for quite some time, he had yet to spot any large beasts. Occasionally, a few wild chickens would flit by, but Lin Mo paid them no mind. As the sun rose higher in the sky, Lin Mo arrived at a stream, where he washed his face and took a refreshing sip of the cool water, instantly feeling invigorated. Just then, several figures emerged from the dense forest. At the forefront was a young girl clad in a fiery red dress, holding a whip, her voice cold as she commanded, Uncle Han, clear the area. I want to wash my hands. Chapter 21. More money. With the delicate voice of the young girl echoing, a middle-aged man in a dark robe stepped out beside her. His meticulously groomed beard framed a pair of piercing eyes, and he stood with one hand resting behind his back. With a gentle wave of his hand, a man in black attire emerged from behind, casting a glance at Lin Mo. Old man, finish your water and scram. Our young lady needs to wash her hands. Lin Mo disregarded the black-clad man and observed the middle-aged figure in the dark robe. The man had pronounced temples and an imposing aura, indicating he was a martial artist. I am leaving, Lin Mo replied, attaching the water-filled flask to himself and sidestepping the group as he headed in another direction. After taking a few steps, he heard the middle-aged man's voice. Now, gentle sir, are you a hunter from the nearby village? It was no surprise the man asked this, as Lin Mo had not only carried a dragon sparrow but also bore a bow for hunting wild chickens and hares. Lin Mo paused, nodding slightly. From Linjia village. I see. The man smiled as he approached Lin Mo. This is the inner perimeter of the Great Green Mountain. Ordinary hunters cannot venture here. Lin Mo remained indifferent. There are no game outside. To support my family, I must rely on luck. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. Sir, here are 5 taels of silver. Will you guide us? He casually produced 5 pieces of silver from his sleeve and handed them to Lin Mo. Where to? Lin Mo took the silver, weighing it in his hand, and looked at the middle-aged man. This amount is acceptable for the vicinity, but if we venture further, what about it? The man raised an eyebrow, his hand subtly shifting behind his back while his eyes narrowed. Some of the men behind him drew their blades, the sound of swords being unsheathed slicing through the air. More money. Lin Mo replied coldly. I've heard there are numerous beasts and various specters deeper within. If we go further, I require more compensation. The middle-aged man ceased his hand's movement, his left hand flipping to reveal some silver, which he presented to Lin Mo. Is this sufficient? Lin Mo counted the pieces, totaling 30. That will do. Where are you headed? I will guide you. Very well. The middle-aged man nodded, and one of the men produced a crudely drawn map, pointing out a specific location for Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at it, his heart racing. The spot indicated was indeed where the grass on the golden threaded map was located. I haven't been there, but I can guide you based on the map. Excellent, the middle-aged man affirmed, signaling one of the black-clad men to stay beside Lin Mo. He then approached the stream, casting his gaze upon the young girl in the red dress who was washing her hands and playing in the water. As he walked past, the attention of all the men followed suit, fixating on the girl's alluring figure. The young girl, with her finely shaped oval face, exuded an innocence that belied the grandeur she bore at her age. Complemented by her slender waist and curvaceous form, a perfect blend of purity and allure that made the black-clad men swallow hard in silence. Miss, shall we rest here or continue on our journey? Let us take a break. The young girl unabashedly stretched, revealing her captivating physique. Uncle Han, do we have any food? The middle-aged man waved his hand, and one of the men reverently presented a box of pastries retrieved from their pack. Miss, these pastries were prepared this morning from Yashin's shop. Please enjoy. The young girl nodded, taking the pastries and sitting on a large stone by the stream to eat. The remaining black-clad guards also began to consume their provisions. Lin Mo observed this scene, his expression indifferent as he glanced at the stone where the young girl sat, internally debating whether he should warn her that he had just relieved himself there. After resting for an hour, the blazing sun slowly moved westward. The young girl rose, and the black-clad man walked to the stream to refill the water flasks. Once everyone was ready, they followed Lin Mo as he led them toward the location of the grass. Lin Mo took the lead, followed closely by the middle-aged man in the dark robe, the young girl next, and the 8 black-clad men bringing up the rear. The deeper they ventured, the taller the trees grew, reaching heights of several dozen meters, their canopies intertwining to block out the sun, while dense underbrush thrived, and remnants of wild beast droppings littered the grass. Gone were the paths once trodden by hunters. Even footprints were a rarity. The 8 black-clad men, who had previously been sweltering and parched, now felt a chill creeping along their spines. Why is it getting colder? One whispered. This place is eerie. Could there be ghosts? Don't be ridiculous. Elder Han is here. No specter would dare approach, the men murmured quietly as they walked behind, while Lin Mo gradually slowed his pace. Cautiously scanning the grass, he glanced at the map and noted that they should soon arrive at the spot marked for the grass. The middle-aged man in the dark robe urged the black-clad men behind him. Everyone, stay alert. We are nearly there. Upon hearing this, the group drew their swords, scanning their surroundings as they advanced cautiously. After a while, a cave appeared ahead. The area around the cave was devoid of trees and underbrush, revealing a patch of crimson grass akin to blood, which Lin Mo estimated to number in the hundreds. At that moment, the middle-aged man's voice trembled with excitement. Bear heart grass. This entire area is filled with bear heart grass. The young girl turned to Uncle Han, inquiring, with so much bear heart grass, won't our Zhu family be able to produce dozens of entry-level powerhouses? The middle-aged man's face lit up with barely contained excitement. Miss, this time our Zhu family will prosper. Old man, hurry and gather it. The girl, addressed as Miss by the middle-aged man, snapped at Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded, surveying the area and noting the absence of any beastly signs. He cautiously stepped closer to the patch of crimson grass. As he neared, a strong metallic scent filled the air, prompting Lin Mo to instinctively pinch his nose. He took a few more steps and arrived at a bear heart grass plant. Gather the grass. The dark-robed man commanded as he saw Lin Mo unharmed, waving his hand to signal the others to advance and collect the herbs. The black-clad men surged forward, with one snatching the bear heart grass from Lin Mo's hands. Lin Mo shot him a cold glance but chose not to speak, stepping aside. In no time, a large quantity of bear heart grass had been harvested. The dark-robed man grinned widely with this abundance of bear heart grass. The Yuan family and the Sun family will be beneath our feet, the young girl chimed in. We should return. Oh, and the silver is still in his hands. Her gaze fell upon Lin Mo. Chapter 22. Ambush on the official road. As the young girl's voice echoed, every gaze, including that of the middle-aged man in the dark robe, turned towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at the young girl, sneering, you look good, but it's a pity your heart is wicked. The young girl met Lin Mo's cold gaze. Not everyone's money is fair game. Kill him. as soon as the words escaped his lips. 3 men clad in black swiftly approached, brandishing their swords. Lin Mo shook his head slightly, remarking, "Your blades are far too dazzling." In the blink of an eye, a dragon spear appeared in his hand. With a single stroke, he cleaved the swords of the 2 men before him into 2. With another swift motion, the heads of the 3 men flew from their bodies, their severed weapons and lifeless forms collapsing to the ground. The scene unfolded with such rapidity that the girl in the red dress barely had time to react. It was only when she beheld the lifeless bodies on the ground that she instinctively recoiled in terror. "Ah!" With her frightened exclamation, the middle-aged man in the dark robe finally reacted, barking an order. "You lot, advance." The remaining 5 men in black, caught off guard by the command, hesitated. Did he expect them to march to their doom? The previous 3 had perished before even laying a finger on Lin Mo. What difference would it make for them? They would merely be 2 more casualties. Seeing them remain motionless, the middle-aged man in the dark robe snorted coldly. "Advance, I command you." With that, his right hand, which had been concealed behind him, was finally revealed. To be precise, he possessed no hand, only a right arm, where his palm had been replaced by a claw resembling a wolf's fangs. With a swift motion, he lashed out, striking the back of one of the black-clad men's heads. The man collapsed, a claw embedded in his skull. "Anyone who dares to flee shall perish." The remaining 4 men in black were paralyzed by fear. They realized that death was inevitable, so they might as well fight desperately. Each of them unsheathed their blades, baring their teeth as they charged at Lin Mo. That moment, behind them, the middle-aged man in the dark robe, carrying a bundle containing bare heart grass, sprinted down the mountain, leaving the girl in the red dress in shock. "Uncle Han, you..." The girl jumped in frustration. Who would have thought that her steadfast Uncle Han, who had always cared for her, would abandon her in such a moment? Meanwhile, the remaining 4 black-clad men were swiftly dispatched by Lin Mo. Although these men were robust and possessed considerable strength, they were ultimately no match for a warrior. Dealing with them was akin to hunting rabbits, a mere stroke of the blade. As Lin Mo effortlessly severed the heads of the 4 black-clad men, the girl in the red dress could no longer contain her fear. Without a moment's hesitation, she fled in the direction that the middle-aged man had taken. Lin Mo chuckled coldly and quickened his pace in pursuit. Thanks to the diamond body technique, his physical prowess had been restored to that of an 18-year-old, making it trivial to chase down a panicked girl. In the dense forest, the girl in the red dress ran frantically, her mind consumed by a singular thought: survival. As the eldest daughter of the Zhu family, she had been doted upon and spoiled since childhood. Initially, Uncle Han had not intended to bring her up the mountain, but she had sneaked out to follow him, and, through her relentless pestering, had convinced him to take her to the Great Qing Mountain. Yet, who could have anticipated that in such a dire moment, her esteemed Uncle Han would abandon her? After an indeterminate amount of time, panting heavily, she regretted not having trained harder in martial arts. She lamented her reckless attitude that had led her to kill the old guide. At that moment, she felt a rush of air whistling past her. Suddenly, a horrifying scene unfolded before her eyes. An arrow zipped by her ear and struck a massive tree, only to continue its trajectory, piercing through 2 more trees before finally vanishing into the distance. Panic surged within her. What kind of strength was this? Who was that old man? Just then, a flurry of arrows whizzed past her, creating explosive sounds that shattered the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. She was utterly frantic, drenched in cold sweat, her fear reaching its zenith. Just then, she felt a tremendous force strike her back. Instinctively, she looked down to see an arrow piercing through her chest, embedding itself in a distant tree. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the last remnants of twilight lingered on the road from the Great Qing Mountain back to Xiushui City. A gaunt old horse galloped desperately, its rider, a man in a dark robe, striking it with a whip as if racing the setting sun. The man's robe bore several tiers, revealing crimson streaks of blood beneath. After descending the mountain, he had purchased a horse from a village, not daring to pause as he sped toward the city gates. Once within the city, the influence of the Zhu family would surely ensure his safety. Just then, he heard a rush of wind behind him. Startled, he turned to see a massive boulder hurtling towards him. The enormous stone resembled a small mountain. Dread filled the man's heart as he could scarcely believe it was a stone that could be lifted by a human. But the reality was undeniable. Seated upon his horse, he suddenly leveraged himself, pushing off the saddle with all his might, flipping sideways to evade the impending doom. At that moment, the massive boulder crashed down upon the old horse. Awooh! The horse was sent flying several meters, twisting and turning in midair before finally landing with a thud. It whimpered, foaming at the mouth, and lowered its head, lifeless. The man in the dark robe forced a bitter smile as he beheld the faint outline of Xiushui City's walls in the distance. He knew he would not reach the city walls in time to seek help. He could only prepare for a desperate fight. Not far away, Lin Mo emerged from the dense forest beside the road. Donning a tiger mask, observing that the man in the dark robe had ceased his flight, he scoffed, "You really run fast. I almost couldn't catch up to you." The man in the dark robe felt a sweetness rise in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. In a low voice, he replied, "I should have realized it. How could an old man dare to venture deep into the great Qing mountain alone? Yet I never expected your strength to be so formidable." The masked man replied coldly, "I had no intention of killing you, but you refused to pay me for being your guide." The man in the dark robe roared, gathering all his strength to swing his clawed hand at the masked figure. A flash of blade met him, and the man's head rolled onto the road, his eyes still wide open, as if he were trapped in a surreal dream. Chapter 23, The True Power of the Diamond Body. Upon returning home that night, Lin Mo was having dinner when Yu unwrapped a bundle filled with over 100 vibrant red herbs. Curiously, she asked, "Seventh Master, what are the properties of this herb? Why is it red?" "It strengthens the body," Lin Mo replied casually, sipping on a bowl of mushroom and wild chicken soup. Yu's cheeks flushed, her voice barely a whisper. "You went out all day just for this?" Lin Mo noticed something amiss in her tone and looked up to find her face flushed, her eyes filled with emotion. She seemed to think that strengthening the body was for the sake of a happy life. Lin Mo chuckled. "If I'm well, then you must be well too." At that moment, Yu Rong, who was amusing herself with Xiao Yu, burst into laughter, prompting a glare from Yu. After dinner, Lin Mo counted the spoils of the day. The silver amassed from the group, including the man in the dark robe, totaled 200 taels, neither too much nor too little. From the man in the dark robe, he retrieved a token identifying him as the elder of the Zhu family. Hanfeng.it appeared that this group belonged to the Zhu family, and since the man had addressed the girl in the red dress as Miss, she must be the Zhu family's precious daughter. The girl had little of value on her, save for a well-crafted whip of considerable quality. The dark-robed man wore a jade ring that seemed to be worth a few taels of silver. Beyond that, there were no other treasures to be found. However, the greatest gain this time was the bag of bare heart grass, based on the conversation between the girl and the dark-robed man. It could be inferred that this bare heart grass could aid one's entrance into the 9th tier. Achieving the 9th tier required tempering the body, so the efficacy of the bare heart grass was evident. Lin Mo took out 2 dried bare heart grass he had previously acquired from Lin Erlong. Finding them nearly indistinguishable from the fresh ones, resolutely he decided to try one. With determination, Lin Mo placed a piece of dried bare heart grass into his mouth and began to chew. At first, a strong metallic taste flooded his senses, akin to drinking blood, but soon after, the herb dissolved in his stomach, releasing waves of warmth that coursed through his body. Lin Mo felt as though he were being burned alive, as if he were sitting in a furnace, with his bones, skin, and even blood battling against the flames. This bare heart grass was indeed extraordinary. Lin Mo murmured softly, quietly sensing the transformation within his body. After approximately an hour, that sensation faded away, prompting Lin Mo to open his panel to examine his changes. Host, Lin Mo age, 51 realm, 9th rank 50, physique, diamond body, 97 to entry, martial arts. Breaking edge sword technique, 7th rank sword technique, 90 to entry. Capturing dragon and subduing tiger technique, 6th rank martial art, 50 to entry. Pursuing smoke step, 6th rank martial art, 3 to entry. Indeed, it was a remarkable boon, allowing my diamond body to increase by 5 points directly. A wave of elation surged within Lin Mo. The threshold to entry for the diamond body was now in sight. With this thought in mind, disregarding any lingering effects of the medicine, Lin Mo seized another dried bare heart grass and promptly stuffed it into his mouth. Chewing it several times before swallowing, the familiar sensation washed over him once more. He felt as though his body was being roasted like a pill in a furnace, although the experience was arduous. This time he could distinctly sense his body elevating. Opening the panel, he observed the proficiency of his diamond body steadily increasing, 97-98-99 finally. The value transitioned from 99 to 100. Simultaneously, the diamond body on the panel underwent a transformation. Host, Lin Mo age, 51 realm, 9th rank, 80, physique, diamond body, 0 to entry. In the next moment, a glimmer of golden light suddenly ignited at Lin Mo's brow, then spread across his forehead, cascading downwards to his arms, chest, thighs, and finally to the tops of his feet. Yu Yin, cradling her daughter to sleep, was wandering about when she inadvertently caught sight of Lin Mo's current state. Exclaiming in astonishment, "Sister!" Yu, hearing the commotion, hurried over, equally stunned. Following their gazes, they beheld Lin Mo, resembling a golden statue of a Buddha, radiating brilliance as if to illuminate the moonlit night. He sat there majestically. Akin to the true Buddha descending, his presence overwhelming, evoking a deep sense of reverence that compelled onlookers to kneel and worship. Little Yu Yin, cradled in Yu Rong's arms, noticed this spectacle, her tiny hands grasping and playfully pinching her thumb and index finger together, producing delightful sounds as if to say, "Isn't this something? Grasp it." A quarter of an hour later, as the most radiant glimmer of gold at Lin Mo's brow gradually dissipated, the golden glow enveloping him vanished as well. He slowly opened his eyes, reflecting on the extraordinary state he had just experienced, which could be likened to the legendary divine powers. In battle, while others might wield formidable weapons, he could simply transform. Who would not be intimidated by such a sight? This was the true essence of the diamond body. A sense of invincibility surged within Lin Mo, as if he possessed divine abilities to conquer the world. Before the mastery of the diamond body, he merely had innate strength. During combat, he was only slightly more powerful. Now, he truly felt the unparalleled might of the diamond body. Should he encounter a 7th rank expert now, he believed he could contend with them. Yet, he had yet to meet one and was curious about the differences between the 7th rank iron bone realm and his diamond body. However, one thing was certain. The diamond body was far more imposing than the iron bone realm. Lin Mo was immensely gratified. With his current strength, he could stroll confidently through Shoshui City. Yet, the path of martial arts is boundless. He had only just stepped onto it in his later years, and the future remained uncertain. Returning to the side room, Yu was already nestled in the warm blankets, awaiting him. Lin Mo slipped into the cozy bedding, and Yu snuggled closer. "7th Master, what martial art are you practicing? You look as formidable as a statue in a temple," she remarked. Lin Mo gently caressed Yu's small hand, and replied with a smile, "It is not a martial art, but a physique known as the diamond body." "Physique?" Yu queried, evidently unfamiliar with the term. It is akin to a natural endowment. For instance, some are born with 6 fingers, while others may be born with deficiencies. The diamond body is similar. It cannot be cultivated by others. Lin Mo patiently elucidated. "I see. 7th Master, you are truly remarkable." Yu beamed, leaning against Lin Mo's chest, her fingers delicately tracing his arm. "You little rascal. Has your sister been blocking the door these past few days?" Lin Mo chuckled, observing Yu's reaction. "Today, I will show you something even more impressive." Yu squealed in delight, hastily pulling the blankets up. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Yu, hearing her sister's voice from the side room, felt her cheeks flush. The sounds fluctuated between high and low, stirring her heart in a tumultuous dance. She had been married off at the tender age of 14 to her previous husband's household, giving birth to her first child, a daughter. Her husband had ignored her for 3 consecutive months, and after giving birth to a second daughter, he sought companionship elsewhere, ultimately resulting in her expulsion from the home after the birth of a third daughter. Seeking refuge with her sister Yu, she had managed to survive in these chaotic times. However, with her basic needs met, she found herself yearning for more. Hearing her sister and the 7th Master's voices stirred her insomnia. Lying on the bed, she recalled Lin Mo's valor, especially the sight of him radiating golden light at night, which deepened her admiration and respect for him. Closing her eyes, Yu envisioned what it would be like if Lin Mo, glowing in gold, were to discuss the nuances of the character Kuan with her. How wondrous that would be. Chapter 24. Entering the city to purchase a house, the sky, initially tranquil, was suddenly pierced by a drop of rain, accompanied by an inexplicable wind that began to moisten the grass. As more raindrops fell, the sky darkened with heavy clouds, transforming the once serene meadow into a small stream. After an indeterminate period, the gentle rain morphed into a torrential downpour, rushing into the stream and merging with its waters, flowing further away. The sky was no longer shrouded in darkness. The stream had vanished, leaving only the tranquil meadow glistening with dew. In the deep of night, the Zhu family's main hall was ablaze with light. Zhu Quan, the head of the Zhu family, hastily entered, spotting a corpse wrapped in white cloth on the ground. Alongside a severed head, Han Feng, Zhu Quan's brows furrowed as he coldly inquired, where did he meet his end? Reporting to the head of the family, a guard discovered the body and head on the main road while returning to the city. A middle-aged man clad in brocade replied, clasping his hands, "I just examined the injuries of the granddaughter. He bore no wounds, as his head was severed in one strike. Elder Han was at the peak of the 8th rank. The assailant must be at least 7th rank." Zhu Quan's furrowed brows deepened further. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he surveyed the surroundings, urgently asking, "Where is the eldest daughter?" Upon hearing this, The crowd shook their heads in unison. Zhu Quan barked, "Go find the eldest daughter." Moments later, the eldest daughter's maid was brought forth. Upon seeing the multitude in the main hall, she timidly stepped in. "Where is the eldest daughter?" Zhu Quan glared at her coldly. The maid quickly knelt. "Master, the eldest daughter left with the grand elder this morning and instructed me not to tell anyone." At these words, the faces of those present turned pale. She had gone out with Han Feng. And now Han Feng was dead. What of the eldest daughter? Zhu Quan had 3 sons and only one daughter, Zhu Ling, whom he cherished dearly, which had fostered her pampered disposition. Upon hearing the maid's words, Zhu Quan felt as if the world was spinning, momentarily losing his balance and needing to steady himself against the armrest of a chair. "Find her." Zhu Quan's voice dropped to a near whisper as he sat down. Gesturing to a nearby person, the brocade-clad middle-aged man's expression remained cold as he seized the maid and dragged her outside. Moments later, a harrowing scream pierced the air. Morning arrived, and Lin Mo indulged in a leisurely slumber. While Yu remained asleep, both were awakened by Yu Rong's call. "Seventh Master, sister, it's time to get up for breakfast." Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, glancing at Yu Rong, squinting before rubbing them. Finally expressing his confusion. "What happened to you? Your eye circles are as dark as a panda." Asked upon hearing this, Yu Rong quickly rubbed her eyes and curiously asked, "Seventh Master, what is a panda?" It's not a cat. It's a bear that eats bamboo." "Oh, sister, you two hurry and get up for breakfast. I'll head out first." Yu Rong nodded gently and understandingly stepped outside. Listening to the fading sound of her footsteps, Yui finally emerged from Lin Mo's warm embrace. She lightly nudged Lin Mo at the waist, teasingly asking, "Are you planning to come again?" Lin Mo chuckled. "Of course," as he rolled over and pulled the blanket down. After an hour of playful banter, the two finally rose to have their meal. At the dining table, Lin Mo turned to Yu Rong, saying, "Today, you will stay home alone while Yu and I head into the city for some errands." Yu Rong nodded, assuring him, "Don't worry, I can take good care of Xiao Yuyan." Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Confident that the experienced Yu Rong, having raised several children, would have no trouble with the well-behaved Xiao Yuyan. After breakfast, Lin Mo borrowed a horse and set off with Yui into the city. On the road to the city, the autumn breeze whispered softly, and the official path was strewn with leaves of every hue, golden, crimson, and a riot of colors, creating a picturesque scene. The sound of hooves clopped leisurely. Yui leaned against Lin Mo, her excitement evident as she exclaimed, "Seventh Master, I'm feeling quite thrilled now." Lin Mo smiled, recalling his own exhilaration when he had used his parents' retirement money to make a down payment. For the wealthy, a house might merely be a shelter, but for the impoverished who had toiled all their lives, it represented a home, a sanctuary for both spirit and body. After an hour's journey, they arrived in the city. At the real estate office, where transactions for houses were conducted, they found the proprietor dozing. A gentle knock on the window roused him, and he lazily pointed to the adjacent area. "For selling houses, go over there," Lin Mo replied with a mild smile. "We are here to buy a house." Upon hearing this, the proprietor perked up. "You young lad mustn't jest with this old man." "Who buys houses these days?" Yui inquired, puzzled. "Why can't we buy a house in these times?" The proprietor patiently explained, "Word has it that there is war in the north, and the south is facing incursions. Who knows when the conflict may reach here? Most people are selling their houses. No one is buying." Lin Mo chuckled softly as he produced a 2-tael silver ingot and handed it to the proprietor, declaring, "I wish to buy a house." The proprietor accepted the silver, and a warm smile spread across his face like a spring breeze. "My dear sir and madam, what are your requirements?" After a moment's thought, Lin Mo articulated his desires. "We seek a courtyard house with a garden, situated in a pleasant environment and somewhat secluded." The proprietor nodded enthusiastically. "Rest assured, sir, I'm well acquainted with the properties in Shoshui City. Please, take a seat and enjoy some tea while I retrieve the deed and keys." As Lin Mo and Yui settled in, sipping the tea brewed by the proprietor and nibbling on pastries. Yui turned to Lin Mo, asking, "Seventh Master, will our funds suffice for a courtyard house with a garden?" Lin Mo took her hand and smiled reassuringly. "It is more than enough." With that, Yui nodded. Her spirits lifted as she relished the pastries. Before long, the proprietor returned, clutching a stack of property deeds and several keys. "Sir, madam, shall we go view the house?" "Absolutely." Under the proprietor's guidance, Lin Mo and Yui boarded a carriage specially prepared for property viewings. During the ride, Yui curiously touched and observed everything around her, clearly enchanted. After a while, they arrived at a residence on South 3rd Street. Chapter 25. Another loss. Xiaoshui City's overall layout is reminiscent of a perfectly circular design, harmoniously structured with 10 horizontal and 12 vertical streets dividing it into 4 quadrants. Noble families reside in the east, the 4 prominent clans in the north, merchants in the west, and commoners in the south. South 3rd Street lies centrally within the southern district, and the courtyard house brought to Lin Mo and Yui's attention is situated near the western edge. With a beaming smile, the proprietor introduced. This location is close to the western market, making it convenient for the madam to shop. Yui nodded with a smile. The location is indeed excellent. However, Lin Mo shook his head. Being too close to the western market is too noisy and may disturb our rest. The proprietor quickly interjected, "Sir, madam, shall we first take a look inside?" Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by a pond adorned with autumn leaves, where tiny fish occasionally surfaced to take a breath. Beyond the pond stood the main hall, impressive in stature with well-appointed furnishings. At the rear were 3 main rooms, 2 side rooms, and 2 small rooms, leading through to the garden, though the garden was modest. It was complete with a rockery, a pavilion, blooming flowers, and an ancient pine tree standing beside the pavilion. Yui was naturally overjoyed, yet she noticed Lin Mo's less than pleased expression and refrained from speaking too much. Quietly following him, after their exploration, the trio returned to the main hall. The proprietor bowed respectfully and inquired, "Sir, madam, having seen the house, what do you think? This courtyard only requires 300 taels of silver." "What do you say?" Just as Yui was about to respond, she caught sight of Lin Mo's indifferent demeanor and chose to remain silent. The proprietor, noticing Yui's silence and Lin Mo's expression, quickly added, "Sir, this property is my top recommendation. It is the most reasonably priced among those currently for sale and boasts the finest scenery. Should you be sincerely interested, I can offer it for 290 taels." Lin Mo's voice remained calm as he replied, "It's too close to the western market. It will disturb our rest." Upon hearing this, the proprietor chuckled. "Then I, an old man, shall personally deduct 10 taels? How about 280 taels? That disrupts my midday rest." Lin Mo continued. "270 taels?" The proprietor looked at Lin Mo with eager anticipation. "This is already a price at a loss. I truly cannot sell for any lower." "Then let us look at another property." Lin Mo's expression remained unperturbed. Just as his left foot stepped outside the door, the proprietor's frantic voice called after him, 260 taels. "This is my final offer." Lin Mo glanced back at him, 24 taels. Upon hearing this, the proprietor retrieved a contract from within his robes. "Deal." Lin Mo mused to himself, realizing he had perhaps been too kind, although he had previously familiarized himself with what constituted a fair price. Meanwhile, Yui stood wide-eyed, clutching Lin Mo's arm and exclaiming in excitement, "Seventh Master, we saved 60 taels. You are truly remarkable." Lin Mo, observing her enthusiasm, couldn't help but let out a sigh. He reflected that he should have employed the negotiation tactics he had used while shopping in grand markets. Start by having the price before entering discussions. Returning to the real estate office by carriage, they quickly finalized the contract. Once the proprietor received the silver, he beamed as he bid farewell to Lin Mo and Yui. "Sir, madam, do keep the land deed and keys safe. I shall take my leave now." Lin Mo nodded and returned the gesture of farewell. Yui, holding the keys, approached the door with bubbling excitement. "Seventh Master, this shall be our home from now on. Let us open the door together." "Very well." With keys in hand, the two turned the lock with a satisfying click. Yui jumped with glee, carefully pushing the door open and pulling Lin Mo inside. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Mo's heart had long been refined to remain undisturbed by external matters. Yet, as he opened the door to the home he had purchased, an unfamiliar sentiment washed over him. He pondered, perhaps this was the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. Yui eagerly led Lin Mo around their new abode, and as the sun began to set, they reluctantly secured the door behind them. Lin Mo remarked, "Let us find a carriage to rent. Tomorrow, we move." Upon reaching the western market, Lin Mo discovered that renting a carriage for a day cost 1 tael of silver, while purchasing a carriage was merely 10 taels. Without hesitation, he produced 10 taels and bought a spacious carriage. Lin Mo took the reins while Yui settled inside, and together they exited the city. As they returned home, the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving a half-moon suspended in the sky. Lin Mo secured the carriage and gazed at the moon, noting, "In a few days, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival." Yui replied with a bright smile, "This Mid-Autumn Festival, we shall celebrate in the city. It will surely feel different from here." "How can the same moon appear different?" Lin Mo inquired. Yui answered with a laugh, "Though it is the same moon." The place and the people around us alter the experience of gazing at it. When did you acquire such profound wisdom? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, pulling Yui into his embrace. Spending all day with you. Surely I must undergo some transformation. Lin Mo entered the house with a smile, embracing Yui. Then I shall take the opportunity to educate you well tonight. Upon seeing Lin Mo's expression, Yui immediately understood the true meaning behind his words. She pinched Lin Mo's waist playfully. It cannot be too late today. We must rise early tomorrow to move, in the deep of night. Within the main house, Xiao Yuyin had finished her milk and fallen asleep, while Yu Rong had extinguished the candle and laid down early. Yet, as soon as she reclined, sounds similar to those of the previous night drifted from the adjoining room. For a woman who had just given birth, and one who had not been with a man for over a year, these sounds were more alluring than any other. Yu Rong felt a slight heaviness in her chest. Unable to resist, she opened her eyes. The drowsiness completely evaporated. A long, torturous night had even lulled the moon to sleep, yet she remained wide awake. The next morning, before dawn, Yui roused Lin Mo with a call. Seventh Master. It's time to rise. Lu Gui is already waiting at the door. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. Invite him in for breakfast. After we eat, we shall move the items together. Yui nodded and stepped outside. Lin Mo dressed and rose, noticing Yu Rong busy cooking, his gaze settling on her dark, purplish under-eye circles. Are you unwell? Lin Mo reached out to touch Yu Rong's forehead. She quickly dodged. Seventh Master. I am perfectly fine. Her delicate face flushed as she exited the side room. Chapter 26. Yu Rong felt shy. After breakfast, everyone joined together to load the family's belongings onto the cart and set off. Moving in the morning meant welcoming the rising sun. As the sun began to ascend, its golden rays spread across the official road like a pathway of gold. Lu Gui drove the horse cart ahead. Lin Mo rode on horseback, while Yu Rong held the baby and sat with Yui in the cart, their faces radiant with joy. For any farmer, moving from the village to the city would elicit boundless excitement. Lu Gui, guiding the horse cart, exclaimed, Seventh Master, this is my first time driving a cart. It feels truly wonderful. Lin Mo nodded. Practice more. If your skills do not improve, I may have to find someone else. Upon hearing this, Lu Gui grew animated. I will certainly practice diligently. I want rest tonight until I excel. Lin Mo replied. Tomorrow, you shall bring your entire family to the city as well. My house is spacious, and you can stay in the side room. Lu Gui, hearing this, slapped himself in disbelief. Seventh Master, I must have misheard. You want me to move to the city as well? You heard correctly, Lin Mo replied with a smile. Are you unwilling to guard my home and courtyard? I would be delighted. Lu Gui exclaimed, almost kneeling on the spot. I shall forever remember the great kindness of Seventh Master. Guard the home, protect the courtyard, and drive the cart well. Should you fail in any of these, I may have to find someone else. Lin Mo observed him closely. If I fail in any way, I shall crash into a tree and end my life. Lu Gui declared passionately. Inside the cart, Yui and Yu Rong chuckled upon hearing Lu Gui's words. Outside the cart, Lin Mo and Lu Gui continued their conversation. While inside, Yui sat alongside Yu Rong. Yu Rong, why are your under-eye circles so dark? Yui inquired. Are you unwell? She placed her hand on Yu Rong's forehead. You are not feverish. What ails you? Yu Rong shook her head. I am fine. It's just that I cannot sleep. Upon hearing this, Yui scrutinized Yu Rong from head to toe and whispered in her ear. You little one. Are you perhaps yearning for a man? Sister. Yu Rong's face flushed crimson. What are you saying? I am not. Seeing her sister's reaction, Yui instantly perceived the situation. You little one. Do you think I do not know you? Yu Rong's face turned even redder as she lowered her head, concealing her visage. Yui grasped Yu Rong's hand and whispered, Sister, tell me, what do you think of Seventh Master? What do you mean? Yu Rong raised an eyebrow, murmuring softly, Are you still pretending? Your gaze towards Seventh Master has not been the same these past few days. I have already noticed your little thoughts. Yui teased, lightly tapping Yu Rong's hand. If you think he is suitable, let us both serve him together. Though Yu Rong had anticipated her sister's proposition, she still felt her ears burn and her ankles grow warm. While she had heard of sisters serving the same man before, the prospect left her feeling shy. Sister, Yu Rong hesitated to speak, feeling embarrassed. What is it you wish to say? Yui, knowing her sister well, smiled brightly. It settled then. Yu Rong did not refute, but her face grew even redder, akin to wildflowers blooming vibrantly outside. Upon entering the city and arriving at the residence, Lu Gui secured the horse cart, while Lin Mo opened the door. Everyone, brimming with excitement, stepped inside the house. Although Yui had visited the day before, today she was just as thrilled to show Yu Rong around. Lu Gui, gazing at the spacious and bright side room, couldn't he help but leap with joy, bowing deeply to Lin Mo. Thank you, seventh master. Lin Mo waved his hand. Let us move the items. Certainly. Lu Gui wiped away tears of excitement as he exited to fetch furniture. Lin Mo held Xiao Yin, who giggled at the new surroundings, playfully pinching his thumb, as if to say, "Grandfather, you've done well." There were 3 main rooms. The middle one served as the main hall. The left side was for the 2 of them, and the right side was designated for Yu Rong and her baby. Lin Mo arranged the living quarters. Yui nodded with a smile. Everything is arranged splendidly. Yu Rong could not hide her joy. This was her first time living in the city, and her first time residing in such a large courtyard. Thank you, seventh master. She bowed respectfully to Lin Mo. Her fair skin catching his no need for such formality. Lin Mo gestured dismissively. Everyone, hurry and tidy up. Once everything is in order, I shall treat you all to a meal at Zui Xianju. Zui Xianju. Lu Gui's eyes widened in surprise. Is that the place where we sell tiger meat? Lin Mo nodded. The food there is quite good. It's one of the best in Xiushui City. But that must cost a fortune. Yui looked at Lin Mo. We could simply eat at home. I can go to the West Market to buy ingredients. Exactly. Zui Xianju sounds quite expensive. Yu Rong echoed. It is precisely because it is costly that we should indulge. Lin Mo chuckled. It is a celebration of our new abode. Upon hearing this, everyone ceased their objections and hurried to tidy up. Zui Xianju, located on the most central street of Xiushui City, was a 5-story building with a unique view and fragrant aromas wafting for miles, bustling with patrons. This place not only served as a venue for the affluent to enjoy drinks and revelry, but also as a gathering spot for many chivalrous figures from the martial world. A horse cart halted at the entrance of Zui Xianju, and as everyone disembarked, 2 cheerful attendants approached. One respectfully took the cart to park, while the other guided everyone upstairs. The first floor of Zui Xianju was a grand hall where guests did not sit. A high platform in the center often hosted performances. This place is magnificent, Lu Gui exclaimed. It's wonderful to have money. That he articulated a sentiment that resonated with the common man. Lin Mo nodded. Indeed. Wealth is advantageous. Just then, a familiar voice echoed. Old Lin. Lin Mo turned to see Manager Song waving with a smile, one hand holding a palm-sized abacus. Manager Song. Lin Mo clasped his hands in greeting. Manager Song approached with a broad grin. Old Lin, it truly is you. Come in. Let us enjoy a few drinks and reminisce. Previously, when Manager Song had seen Lin Mo selling tiger meat, he had sensed Lin Mo's extraordinary status. And today's visit to Zui Xianju confirmed his suspicions. Attendant, open the bamboo grove on the 3rd floor. Bring up 3 jars of fine wine first. Chapter 27, A Familiar Face. In response to the goodwill of Manager Song, Lin Mo did not decline. With Manager Song leading the way, Lin Mo and his companions ascended to the 3rd floor. The 2nd floor featured scattered tables, while the 3rd to 5th floors contained private compartments, separated by curtains that could be drawn aside to reveal the performances on the 1st floor. Old Lin, please take a seat, Manager Song said as he lifted the curtain, inviting Lin Mo to sit in the honored position. Lin Mo cupped his hands in gratitude, replying, There's no need for such courtesy, Old Song. Old Lin, since it's your first visit to the drunken immortal pavilion, how can I not welcome you as the manager? Manager Song waved his hand, saying, Please take a look at the menu. Today's meal is on me. I will attend to other guests and return shortly for drinks. After Manager Song left, Yui turned to Lin Mo and asked, Seventh Master, are you quite familiar with Manager Song? Lin Mo shook his head, replying, Not very well. Then why is he being so polite? Yui questioned in confusion. Dining here costs several taels of silver, yet he insists on treating us. Lin Mo smiled lightly. Perhaps he is simply affluent, though he said no more, and along with Yu Rong, began perusing the menu. However, after a considerable time, they still had not ordered. Observing their expressions, Lin Mo realized they found the dishes too expensive. As there seemed to be no affordable options after flipping through the menu numerous times. Order whatever you desire. After all, it is Manager Song who will be footing the bill. Upon hearing this, the 2 women exchanged glances and began to place their orders. I would like a song wa duck. I want braised pork with pig's trotters. Before long, the table was laden with a bountiful feast, featuring an array of meats and vegetables, each dish a delight to the senses. Lin Mo picked up his chopsticks first, prompting Yui and the others to join in, after savoring a piece of braised pork. which was rich yet not greasy and melted in his mouth. Lin Mo felt a pang of homesickness. Having crossed from Blue Star to this world over 50 years ago, he had dreamt countless times of home. Yet alas, he could never return. At that moment, Manager Song reappeared, accompanied by 2 attendants who bore 3 jars of wine, lifting the curtain as they entered. "Old Lin, come, let me pour you a drink." Manager Song beamed as he filled the cups. "Thank you, Manager Song." Lin Mo cupped his hands and raised his cup, sharing 3 rounds with Manager Song. After the 3rd round, Manager Song did not linger, simply stating that the meal had already been paid for before departing. Lu Gui exclaimed excitedly, "7th Master, this meal must have cost at least 5 taels of silver, and he is treating us to 3 jars of fine wine without charge." Lin Mo took a bite of food and, meeting Lu Gui's envious gaze, replied nonchalantly, "If you were to become a martial artist, others would show you the same respect." Lu Gui immediately wilted, despite his efforts to practice the sword techniques Lin Mo had shared. He had made no progress. Seeing him look like a wilted vegetable, Lin Mo chuckled. "Eat more?" After a while, the diners were captivated by the melodious sound of string instruments wafting in from outside. Lu Gui lifted the curtain to peek out, exclaiming excitedly, "7th Master, there are courtesans playing music." Lin Mo, along with Yue and Yu Rong, cradling Yu Yin, rose to see what was happening. They beheld 2 women in plain attire, one playing the guqin while the other strummed the pipa. As the patrons in the private compartments stepped out to watch, a gracefully adorned lady glided onto the stage. At that moment, someone called out, "It's Miss Qinglian, how splendid! To witness Miss Qinglian dance is worth dying for. Miss Qinglian, please accept my knees." Amidst the crowd's fervent calls, the lady on stage gently moved her bare feet, commencing her dance. Like a colorful butterfly, she fluttered across the stage in time with the music, at times exuding an alluring charm that left onlookers breathless, and at other moments embodying a pure elegance that inspired a desire not to taint her beauty. The audience was entranced, yearning to rush forward and touch Miss Qinglian's delicate feet. However, none dared to act recklessly, for everyone in Shoshui City knew that the drunken immortal pavilion was the property of the Sun family. Anyone who dared to cause trouble there would be opposing them. Lin Mo watched the enchanting performance on stage, unable to suppress a remark. "Indeed, she is a rare beauty." At that moment, he felt a gaze upon him. Looking towards the 4th floor, he noticed 3 individuals observing him from a private compartment. One was a graceful young woman with a veil, a dot of cinnabar at her brow, whose figure alone revealed her as an unparalleled beauty. Beside her stood a poised and elegant middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 30s, her expression cool and seemingly more commanding than the veiled woman. Behind them stood the blacksmith shop's manager, Shangguan Yun, who noticed Lin Mo's gaze and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The veiled woman exchanged a few glances with Lin Mo, but made no further movement, while the middle-aged woman remained expressionless. Not wishing to linger, Lin Mo turned and returned to his private room. At that moment, on the 4th floor, Shangguan Yun stepped forward and whispered to the middle-aged woman, "Yun Gu, that is Lin Mo, the one with the dragon sparrow in his possession." The veiled young woman giggled. "Yun Gu, what do you think of him? Although he's over 50, he seems to be in his 40s, from the aura he exudes. It appears he is close to reaching the 8th rank. What of it?" The middle-aged woman raised an eyebrow sideways. "To make him your husband." The veiled young woman replied with a smile, "How ridiculous." The middle-aged woman shot her a glare. The young woman suddenly became serious. "Yun Gu, if it comes to it, let him marry into your family. That way you wouldn't be at a disadvantage, you little wretch." The middle-aged woman pulled the girl inside the curtain, and sounds of playful scolding ensued. "Yun Gu, I was wrong. I want to speak carelessly again. Please stop. My bottom is already red." Outside the curtain, Shangguan Yun shook his head in resignation and glanced once more at the private room on the 3rd floor. Pondering in confusion, his concern was not about Lin Mo dining at the drunken immortal pavilion, as any martial artist would find a way to earn silver. Rather, he was puzzled by Lin Mo's seemingly youthful appearance. The veiled young woman and the middle-aged woman must be the influential figures behind Shangguan Yun, the ones providing him with his blades. Lin Mo sipped his tea, dismissing further thoughts, with the presence of his granddaughter. It seemed that all problems paled in comparison, that if there were any, he would simply cleave them in twain. The meal concluded only at the hour of the pig, and the group returned home by carriage. The dietary customs of this era were largely similar to those before his crossing, typically involving light drinking at noon and more substantial feasting in the evening. Chapter 28. The Osmanthus Fragrance Workshop. The afternoon was leisurely. The sun streamed down upon the garden. Lin Mo reclined in a rocking chair, cradling his precious granddaughter. Little Yu Yin appeared to relish her time nestled in his embrace. Soon closing her big, watery eyes and drifting off to sleep, Lin Mo gazed at the adorable child in his arms, her long eyelashes brushing against her fair skin, her round face plump and cherubic, prompting him to gently plant a kiss on her cheek. Even her cheek carries a milky scent. How delightful, with such a granddaughter. He felt he had reached the pinnacle of life. Yue and Yu Rong had tidied the house and were now pruning the flowers in the garden. Their cheerful chatter made Lin Mo feel a bit drowsy himself. In the evening, having indulged in a heavy feast at noon, Yu Rong and Yue opted for a light porridge, while Lin Mo continued with a plate of tiger meat and 3 large steamed buns. Martial artists require substantial nourishment, and their energy depletes quickly. After a meal, a set of punches would leave them feeling nearly satiated. After dinner, Lin Mo stood in the courtyard, examining his attribute panel. Host. Lin Mo age, 51 realm, 9th rank, 98, physique, diamond body, entry 5, martial arts, breaking edge blade technique, 7th rank blade technique, entry 90. Capturing dragon and subduing tiger technique, 6th rank technique, uninitiated 89. Pursuing smoke step, 6th rank technique, uninitiated 3. Since entering the diamond body, his realm had been steadily advancing, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th rank of copper skin. Both the capturing dragon and subduing tiger technique and breaking edge blade technique had seen improvements, yet the progress of pursuing smoke step remained stagnant, which troubled him somewhat. It seems I cannot become a nimble diamond. Lin Mo thought to himself, practicing the capturing dragon and subduing tiger technique for a while before deciding to head out. At the blacksmith shop, although night had fallen, several craftsmen were still hammering away industriously. As Lin Mo approached, one of the craftsmen cupped his hands and said, "Esteemed guest, we are closing for the night. I am here to find Shangguan Yun." Lin Mo calmly replied, "Please wait a moment." The master pushed open the door and entered. Shortly after, Shangguan Yun emerged, his elegant attire marred by dust, a tear evident at the elbow. Upon recognizing Lin Mo, he hastily clasped his hands in greeting, exclaiming, "I wondered who would arrive at such a late hour. It turns out to be you, Brother Lin. Please, come inside." Lin Mo appraised Shangguan Yun and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What has happened to you, Brother Shangguan? Do you require assistance?" "I'm fine." Shangguan Yun forced a smile. "I simply had a fall." Lin Mo, disinterested in further questioning, entered the inner hall with him. As Shangguan Yun brewed tea, he curiously asked, "What brings you here at this hour?" "Brother Lin, I wish for you to examine this herb and enlighten me on its properties and method of consumption." Lin Mo, not one to dawdle, retrieved a dried xiong xin chow from his bosom and offered it to Shangguan Yun. "What is this?" Shangguan Yun's hands trembled slightly, his voice filled with excitement. "Xiong xin chow. Brother Lin, how did you come by such a precious medicinal herb?" "I stumbled upon it in Daqing Mountain." "What benefits does this herb provide?" Lin Mo's expression remained composed. Daqing Mountain. No wonder. This xiong xin chow thrives in an exceptionally harsh environment, requiring the heart's blood of an adult bear to flourish. Yet, it only grows in the wild, making cultivation impossible, thus rendering it exceedingly rare. 1 stalk of xiong xin chow is valued between 300 to 500 taels of silver, as its scarcity results in an exorbitant price, typically exceeding 500 taels. Shangguan Yun handled the xiong xin chow with utmost care. Lin Mo took a sip of tea, silently lamenting, "Only 500 taels for a single stalk. I thought I hadn't reached my peak in strength. Yet here I am, achieving financial independence first. What is the function of this xiong xin chow?" Seemingly reading Lin Mo's thoughts, Shangguan Yun elaborated, "Xiong xin chow can enhance one's physique, augment internal qi and blood. Consuming it before entering the ranks can significantly increase the likelihood of advancement. While those already within the ranks will find their strength bolstered, it serves as a hard currency for improving one's capabilities. Though its efficacy is limited to below the 7th rank, which, despite its rarity, caps its price. I see." Lin Mo nodded. By the way, Brother Lin, this xiong xin chow should not be consumed directly. It is best taken combined with yellow rice wine to dilute its potency. Otherwise, the body may feel as if it's being scorched by fire. Shangguan Yun added. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had unwittingly consumed 2 stalks without any accompaniment. What a lesson learned. "May I inquire, Brother Lin, how many stalks of xiong xin chow do you possess?" "I can offer 600 taels for each." Shangguan Yun looked at Lin Mo, clasping his hands respectfully. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, for he had not disclosed how many stalks he owned. "Do not misunderstand, Brother Lin." Shangguan Yun interjected, Clasping his hands again, Xiong Xian Chao does not grow in isolation. It typically clusters, with a minimum of 5 or 6 stalks, and often exceeding 10. Hence, my inquiry. Lin Mo nodded. I see that I happen to have several stalks remaining. I shall bring them to you tomorrow. I thank you in advance, Brother Lin. Shang Yun expressed his gratitude with a bow. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Please wait a moment, Brother Lin. I will return shortly. Lin Mo nodded and lifted his teacup. Before long, Shang Yun returned, extending a small booklet towards Lin Mo. I believe you may have suspected, but I am not affiliated with the court. This is a compendium of rare materials I compiled, a gift for you. Lin Mo accepted the booklet and flipped through its pages, noting not only written records, but also illustrations, with clear indications of where rare materials could be found. This is nothing short of an encyclopedia. Thank you very much, Brother Shangwan. Lin Mo bowed his head in appreciation. Do not mention it. Brother Lin. I shall await your arrival at the blacksmith's shop tomorrow. Shangwan Yun smiled and returned the gesture. Lin Mo also clasped his hands in farewell. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Lin Mo strolled along the desolate, broad street. The hour had crept into the time of the pig. And in this era devoid of mobile phones, those occupied with serious matters had begun their endeavors, while those unengaged had long since extinguished their candles and retired for the night. Today, not only had he acquired information on Xiong Xian Chao from Shangwan Yun, but he had also fortuitously received a compendium of rare materials, leaving him quite pleased. As Lin Mo hummed a tune and passed by a street, he noticed a brightly lit 3-story establishment. Vibrant with song and dance, perfumed with the fragrance of cosmetics, the sign above read, Gui Xiang Fong. It turned out this was the largest brothel in Shoshui City. An older matron outside was beckoning for patrons and immediately approached Lin Mo. Good sir, it has been a while since you last visited. Please, do come in. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, then realized it was merely a sales tactic. He playfully swatted the matron's backside and replied, Today, I have matters to attend to. I shall return another day. Do remember to come next time. The matron, unfazed by the playful slap, reluctantly turned her ample waist to welcome other guests. Chapter 29. Becoming Wealthy. Upon returning home, Lin Mo approached the left main room. He pushed open the door to find the candle extinguished. Yui must have already gone to sleep. He seated himself on the bed, shedding his clothes and burrowing into the blankets. Noticing that Yui lay turned away, he too closed his eyes. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, a faint scent of milk wafted into his nostrils. Upon inhaling this scent, Lin Mo, who had been drifting off, suddenly awoke. This aroma was reminiscent of the fragrance on the little girl's face. Something was amiss. 100,000 things felt wrong. Lin Mo turned to investigate, only to feel warmth enveloping him beneath the covers. A soft voice whispered, Seventh Master. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Mo instantly realized it was not Yui. Just as he prepared to act, he felt a surge of heat rush to his head, rendering him momentarily speechless. Seventh Master, I find myself homeless. You are my only refuge, came the gentle, plaintive voice of Yurong. Lin Mo nodded slightly, tacitly acquiescing to the situation. Morning. Once again, Lin Mo failed to rise early to practice his skills. He silently vowed, from tomorrow onward, I shall rise early to train. No matter the circumstances, none shall impede my quest for strength. At that moment, Yurong's voice drifted from beside him. Seventh Master, why not sleep a little longer? It is still early, and I am utterly exhausted. Seeing the dark circles under Yurong's eyes deepening, he nodded. You may continue resting. I will go practice. Yurong said nothing, responding with warmth instead. As Lin Mo felt the pliable warmth of Yurong beside him, he thought to himself, apart from this beauty, no one shall hinder his pursuit of strength. They slept until the afternoon. The two finally emerged from the room. Yui was amusing little Yu Yan with a wind chime, the child giggling joyfully. Upon seeing them, Yui smiled. Quickly, go eat. Lu Gui's wife has made some delicious braised pork. They have moved in? Lin Mo inquired, referring to Lu Gui's family. They've already arrived and are unpacking in the side room. Yui replied. Lin Mo nodded, assisting Yurong as they made their way to the kitchen. The kitchen housed not only the cooking stove but also a partitioned area with a dining table and chairs. Seeing Lin Mo and Yurong enter, Lu Gui's wife busily bowed. Seventh Master. Madam, the food has been kept warm in the pot. Please, take a seat. I will bring the dishes shortly. Upon hearing Lu Gui's wife address them, Lin Mo was unconcerned, but Yurong's face flushed slightly. She wished to speak up in defense but found herself at a loss for words. Lin Mo, noticing her embarrassment, smiled gently. We can have everyone gather together for introductions later. Yurong nodded at this. a smile breaking through her earlier discomfort. After the meal, Lin Mo instructed Lu Gui to gather his entire family. All sat together in the main hall. Lu Gui, we still do not know the names of your wife and children. Please introduce them to us. Upon hearing this, Lu Gui's wife took the initiative to bow. Seventh Master, my name is Wang Demei. You may simply call me Demei. Lu Gui's daughter, 5 years old and lively, imitated her mother and bowed. Seventh Master, my name is Lu Xiaobei. You may call me Xiaobei. Their son, 8 years old, appeared somewhat timid, avoiding eye contact and hiding behind Lu Gui. Lu Gui quickly pulled him forward. Smiling, Seventh Master, this is my son Lu Debao. He became somewhat shy after catching a chill in his youth. Please do not hold it against him. Having spoken, Lu Gui pulled his son Lu Debao. Lin Mo nodded. It is of no consequence. The child will grow up well enough. From now on, you may address me as Master, without the need to call me Seventh Master, and refer to Wei as Madam. Yu Rong as Second Madam, and Yu Yin as Miss. Lin Mo established these rules. The entire Lu family promptly bowed in acknowledgement. Beside them, the sisters Wei and Yu Rong held hands, their faces beaming with joy. Little Yu Yin seemed to understand Lin Mo's words as well. She flapped her small hands and babbled, as if to say, Grandfather is right. From now on, Lu Gui shall be responsible for driving and guarding the house, while the Mei will handle cooking and tidying up. Your sustenance and living expenses shall be my responsibility, and I will additionally provide you with half a tael of silver each month. Lin Mo turned his gaze towards Lu Gui. Lu Gui and Wang Demei exchanged glances and bowed with the children in unison. Thank you, Master, without even mentioning how much a tael of silver could purchase for a peasant household. The expenses for their family of 4 in the city constituted a considerable sum. Previously, Lu Gui survived by hunting. It was not just a matter of having good food and shelter, but even their children often went hungry. Now, following Lin Mo, they had moved into a large house in the city, enjoyed plenty of food, and had silver to spare. How could they not feel grateful? Lin Mo nodded. If you perform well, there will be rewards during the festivals. The Lu family bowed even more fervently. In the blacksmith's workshop, in the backyard, a young girl with a light veil and a small red mole on her forehead was practicing her skills. A curvaceous and graceful woman stood nearby, supervising. You are not exerting enough effort, nor are you quick enough. If you continue to be so negligent, even someone of a lower rank could sever your head with a single strike. Shangguan Yunjing stood trembling in a corner, too afraid to breathe. Despite the beauty of this woman, her fearsome reputation was equally renowned. She had once single-handedly battled 3 7th-rank masters and killed one. Her fame spreading throughout the martial world. At that moment, a blacksmith entered and addressed Shangguan Yun. Madam, Mr. Lin has arrived. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yun let out a sigh of relief and turned to the beautiful woman. Aunt Yun. Lin Mo is here. May I go out? The beautiful woman waved her hand, and Shangguan Yun respectfully bowed before hurrying outside, fearing that lingering a moment longer might invite calamity. In the main hall, Lin Mo sipped tea as he heard Shangguan Yun's cheerful laughter. Ha, Brother Lin, have you been waiting long? Shangguan Yun emerged from the side hall. That I've just arrived. Lin Mo produced a package, laying out a number of bare heart herbs on the table. Upon seeing the herbs covering the entire table, Shangguan Yun's hand trembled slightly, and his mouth parted in astonishment as he counted the herbs with a quivering voice. 1, 2, 5, 18, 19, 20. My heavens, this is too many. Lin Mo nodded. I am in need of money. Shangguan Yun quickly agreed. 20 herbs at 600 taels each. Totals 12,000 taels. Brother Lin, please wait. I will fetch the silver. With that, he hurried off. In the backyard, Shangguan Yun switched from a brisk walk to hurried little steps. Aunt Yun. Lin Mo brought 20 bare heart herbs. The beautiful woman, who had been instructing the girl, paused in surprise and turned to Lin Mo. Did you say how many? 20. Even the usually expressionless woman displayed a hint of astonishment. Yes. Shangguan Yun nodded silently. They are all purchased. The woman waved her hand, regaining her composure. Very well. Shangguan Yun bowed and exited. Aunt Yun, how is it that Lin Mo is so formidable? Able to procure 20 bare heart herbs? The veiled girl approached the beautiful woman with a bright smile. Formidable? It's merely luck. The veiled girl chimed. Did you not say before that luck is also a form of strength? You cheeky child, you deserve a reprimand. The beautiful woman raised an eyebrow and extended her hand. The veiled girl quickly dodged, revealing a playful smile. Oh dear, Aunt Yun, in the main hall. Lin Mo merrily walked out of the blacksmith's workshop with the 12,000 taels of silver that Shangguan Yun had given him. Now I am a man of wealth. With such a sum, in Shoshui City, I could purchase dozens of houses. Lin Mo felt jubilant within, humming a little tune. If one day I become very rich. To be rich, I will become rich, and then sincerely declare that money is not everything. As the dew falls white tonight, the moon shines brighter in my hometown. After the white dew, the Mid-Autumn Festival quickly approached. On that day, early in the morning, the streets resonated with the sounds of children playing and vendors calling out, "Round cakes for sale, big and round cakes." Lin Mo was practicing his sword in the courtyard when he heard this and finished his practice. Stepping out of the house to stop the vendor. "Vendor, I would like to buy 10 round cakes." The vendor clasped his hands. "Esteemed sir, I sell round cakes, not moon cakes." Lin Mo suddenly realized that in this era, round cakes had not yet been called moon cakes. People crafted round cakes to resemble the moon and only consumed them during the Mid-Autumn Festival, hence the name. "Then give me 10 round cakes." Lin Mo smiled. The vendor handed him 10 round cakes wrapped in oil paper. Lin Mo took a bite of one, its buttery flavor reminding him of a poem. Little cakes are like chewing the moon, with flaky and sweet fillings within. He vaguely remembered that before his transmigration, he did not enjoy mooncakes, finding them too rich. Now, craving a bite of a mooncake that once seemed overly sweet felt like a distant dream, leaving him to wistfully gaze at the moon. Chapter 30. The Peculiar Black Stone. Chapter 30. The Odd Black Jade. Returning home with the round cakes, Yue smiled upon seeing them. "Yesterday, Yurong and I went to the West Market and bought 30 round cakes." "You bought more?" Lin Mo chuckled. "Our purchases are not the same." "What is different?" Yue took a bite of the round cake Lin Mo had bought. "The taste is clearly the same." "You bought them to satisfy your hunger. I bought them to express my sentiments." Lin Mo laughed as he wrapped his arms around Yue's waist. "You are a cultured person. I shall not engage you in such discussions." Yue looked at Lin Mo. "How about we prepare 10 dishes for dinner tonight, to achieve perfection?" Lin Mo nodded. "Very well, let it be 10 dishes. Then we shall make 8 dishes for lunch." Yue quickly agreed. Lin Mo nodded. Life had improved, and he was now someone who could afford to eat 8 dishes in one meal. "Today, the West Market is surely bustling. Let us go out and buy some clothing." Lin Mo looked to Yue. "Shall we go in the morning or the afternoon?" "In the morning," Wei beamed. "We need to prepare dinner in the afternoon. Then we shall go shopping after lunch." After breakfast, the family took a carriage to the West Market. Their first stop was naturally the section selling children's goods. Lin Mo waved his hand generously, arranging for everything available in the shop's food, drink, clothing, necessities, and even toys for little Yu Yin. The little girl, still dazed, refused to open her eyes, merely fluttering her eyelids in Yurong's embrace before closing them again. Yurong chuckled. "Our little lady is not interested in these." Yue then turned to Lin Mo. "I heard from our neighbor that children born in the city are often given gold and silver jewelry." Lin Mo realized he had no experience in such matters from his past life, having come from a farming family where such customs were unheard of. "Let us go to the jewelry shop and take a look." The group proceeded directly to the largest jewelry store in the city. The 3-story shop was elegantly decorated, with a young lady at the entrance welcoming them. Upon seeing Lin Mo and his party approach, the girl in a dress immediately came forward. "Esteemed guests, please step inside. May I ask whom you wish to purchase jewelry for?" Lin Mo turned his gaze towards the little girl. "For our little lady." The young girl respectfully introduced. "Please, follow me inside. The second floor has jewelry suitable for children." As they followed the girl's slightly swaying skirt, Lin Mo and his party ascended to the second floor. "Master, we have gold and silver locks, gold and silver bracelets, and jade bracelets suitable for the little lady, among others," the young girl gently introduced. Lin Mo turned to Yue and Yurong. "You two, please take a look and see which style is more appealing." The two women carefully began to select for Xiao Yuye and At this moment. The little girl opened her eyes. Her small gaze passed over the gold and silver jewelry, seemingly disinterested. After a blink, she turned her attention to the jade jewelry on the other side, her eyes sparkling with delight, as if she was quite taken with it. Lin Mo glanced at the little girl and, following her gaze, noticed some broken jade pieces. "How are those priced?" Lin Mo inquired, pointing to the fragmented jade displayed in the corner. The young girl replied respectfully, "Sir, those are remnants from carved jade bracelets or unshaped shards. You may have them for free if you purchase gold or silver." Lin Mo nodded, choosing to remain silent. Yue and Yurong finished selecting a gold lock, a pair of gold bracelets, and gold earrings. Observing their choices, Lin Mo turned and selected a collection of jade bracelets and earrings, saying to the young girl, "Pack all of these for me." Upon hearing this, the young girl excitedly nodded. Such a bulk purchase was indeed a considerable endeavor. Lin Mo then looked at the broken jade pieces. "Can I have all of these as well?" Without hesitation, The young girl replied, "Of course. I will pack them for you right away." Moments later, she placed the purchased gold items along with the jade bracelets and earrings into a delicate box, while also gathering all the broken jade into a cloth bag and handed it to Lin Mo. He waved the cloth bag in front of Xiao Yuyin, who reached out her tiny hand to grab it, making delightful sounds. Witnessing this, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, "I'll bring this back for you to play with." The group then exited the jewelry store and made their way to a nearby clothing shop. The main streets of the West Market were distinctly laid out. One street featured taverns and tea houses, while another sold daily necessities, and the one they were strolling down offered clothing, various ornaments, and household items, reminiscent of the commercial streets from Lin Mo's previous life. After browsing, Lin Mo purchased autumn garments for Yu Yi and Yu Rong, and also decided to buy them a few belly wraps, including a newly released sheer, hollowed red pair adorned with mandarin ducks. Consequently, as they exited the clothing store and boarded the carriage, both Yu Rong and Yu Yi's faces were flushed with embarrassment. Lu Gui also bought winter clothing for Lu Debao and Lu Xiaobei, cheerfully driving the carriage with a beaming smile on his face. "Seventh Master, this is only the second time I've purchased new clothes for the two children." He reminisced. "The first time was when they were born, when I bought each of them a new outfit. Since then, they've only worn old clothes, which I would alter as they grew." Observing the man's joyful recount, Lin Mo responded with a smile, "Practice your martial arts diligently. If you can achieve a rank, life will be even better in the future." Lu Gui nodded earnestly. Upon returning home, Wang Demei had already prepared a simple meal with 8 dishes. After finishing dinner, Lin Mo entered Yu Rong's room with the cloth bag. Yu Rong was currently feeding Xiao Yuyin. Upon seeing Lin Mo enter, her little face flushed red as she turned away, saying, "Could you come back later? Wait until Xiao Yuyin falls asleep." Instead of leaving, Lin Mo sat beside Yu Rong and took out the bag containing the broken jade pieces, ignoring Yu Rong's apple-red cheeks. He waved a piece of jade in front of Xiao Yuyin, only to find that the little girl did not even blink. Continuing to nurse, he tossed that piece aside and pulled out a jade piece shaped like a small sword. Waving it before the infant, she still showed no reaction. Yu Rong looked at Lin Mo in confusion. "Seventh Master, what are you doing? Are you finding toys for Xiao Yuyin? Children can easily put jade in their mouths." Lin Mo pondered for a moment before replying, "I'm looking for a small trinket for myself." Finally, when Lin Mo presented a seemingly unremarkable, egg-sized piece of irregular black jade, Xiao Yuyin abruptly stopped nursing, her tiny hands reaching out to grab it. Emitting delighted sounds as she opened her mouth, the milk she had just consumed spilled out, trickling down onto her chubby hands. Lin Mo glanced at the black jade in his hand. It was merely a worthless stone that no one would bother picking up from the street, exhibiting no remarkable qualities apart from its smooth texture. "Here, take this." Lin Mo placed the black jade into Xiao Yuyan's small, plump hand, instantly eliciting a smile from the little girl, who joyfully shook the stone up and down in her excitement. Yu Rong chuckled at the sight. "Why choose that ugly piece when there are so many beautiful stones?" Children always seem to favor the most peculiar things. Lin Mo packed the remaining stones back into the cloth bag and looked at Yu Rong. "Make sure to take a good afternoon rest. I'll return in the evening." Yu Rong softly replied, "All right." Chapter 31, Lantern Viewing. The Mid-Autumn Festival is inextricably linked to the bright moon. After dusk, a luminous moon hung above the treetops, while a table was set in the main hall adorned with various fruits, round pastries, and assorted foods. This was an offering to the moon, as people, whether in the past or present, have always entrusted their beautiful thoughts to the moon in the sky, whether longing for family or wishing for a bright future. The moon on this special day carries the hopes and dreams of many. During dinner, everyone gathered together, and Yu Yi called Lu Gui's family to join them at the dining table. Lu Gui's family felt a sense of trepidation. Had this been in the village, sharing a meal would not have carried such a psychological burden. However, the dynamics between the two families had shifted, and the clear master-servant relationship made their dining experience feel constrained. After the meal, Lin Mo quietly suggested to Yu Yi, "In the future, let us eat separately." Yu Yi nodded in agreement, realizing that her good intentions had inadvertently led to an awkward situation. As the moonlight rose higher, fireworks began to illuminate the West Market. While the fireworks of this era were not as splendid as those from Lin Mo's previous life, the intermingling of colors still created a beautiful spectacle. Lu Xiaobei playfully pleaded with Lu Gui, "Father, I want to see the lanterns and solve riddles." Lu Debao, usually reserved, also displayed a look of yearning. Lu Gui, being straightforward, approached Lin Mo in the main hall to inquire. Lin Mo smiled and said, "There's no need to watch over the house tonight. Let us all go out together to enjoy the lanterns. Lu Gui quickly nodded, respectfully bowing. The group tidied up briefly before stepping outside. On this mid-autumn night, there was no curfew, and the streets were bustling, so they did not take the carriage. After a short walk, they arrived at the West Market, where shops were festooned with lights, and people flowed through the streets. Continuing on, they reached the main thoroughfare of Xiushui City. A river flowed through the city, and vibrant fireworks exploded above Xiushui Bridge, with colorful lanterns adorning both sides. Games of lantern riddles were being played on the bridge, and the atmosphere was lively and bustling. The group approached the lanterns on either side, unable to squeeze onto the bridge to engage in the riddle games. Lin Mo purchased a small rabbit lantern for Xiao Yuyin, waving it in front of her. Unfortunately, the little girl seemed disinterested in toys. She merely glanced at it before pushing it away, tightly clutching the black jade in her hand as if afraid someone would take it from her. Observing this, Lin Mo became increasingly convinced that this black jade held some special significance. Yurong, holding Xiao Yuyin, smiled and said, "The little lady even used this black stone as a pillow while sleeping this afternoon." Lin Mo chuckled, "I'll make her a small pouch to carry the black jade in when we return." Xiao Yuyin appeared to understand Lin Mo's words. Her eyes lit up, and her long eyelashes fluttered as she emitted delighted sounds. Yui took Xiao Yuyan's little hand and laughed. "We'll sew one for you when we get back. A beautiful little pouch for your black jade." Xiao Yuyan instantly beamed with a charming smile as the group flowed with the crowd. They finally managed to reach Xiushui Bridge. Due to the throngs of people, Lin Mo held Xiao Yuyan himself, with Yurong and Yui following closely behind. They were pushed to a riddle stand where a crowd had gathered. Captivated by the challenging riddles, a young scholar, holding a fan, gently swayed his head, seemingly deep in thought. An elderly gentleman, dressed in a long gown and exuding scholarly demeanor, also shook his head, gesturing towards the sky. The crowd, curious, gathered to see what riddle was so difficult to solve. The lantern couplet read, "Returning from the flowers, butterflies circle the knees, guess a medicinal name." Lin Mo glanced at it and immediately gave up. He was unfamiliar with herbal medicine and could not deduce the answer. Just then, a clear voice emerged. "The flower is fragrant, and the butterfly circling the knees signifies attachment. Thus the answer is Xiang Fu." As the crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, they beheld a strikingly beautiful woman. Her features were delicately refined, her contours sharply defined, yet her expression bore a chilling aloofness that conveyed an air of unapproachability. Nonetheless, her exquisite figure incited a flurry of fanciful imaginings. Beside her stood a young girl of remarkable stature, her form exquisitely curvaceous, her face partially obscured by a purple veil. The most captivating detail was a small vermilion beauty spot at her brow, evoking an irresistible desire to unveil her visage. Behind them were figures Lin Mo recognized all too well. Shangguan Yun, the proprietor of the blacksmith's shop, accompanied by several towering blacksmiths resembling iron sentinels. A small merchant before the lantern riddle presented a resplendent multicolored lantern to the beautiful woman, exclaiming, "Congratulations on solving the riddle." The crowd, upon hearing this, intensified their scrutiny of the group, their gazes predominantly fixed on the girl and the striking woman. A young scholar, with an air of sycophantic admiration, snapped his folding fan shut and grinned like a lovesick puppy, inquiring, "Fair lady, your knowledge must stem from a lineage of traditional medicine. May I ask your name?" An elderly Confucian scholar, disdain etched across his face, shot a scornful glance at the young man. "What an embarrassment," he scoffed, waving his sleeve as he attempted to extricate himself from the throng, only to find the crowd too dense to navigate, compelling him to turn back. The onlookers chuckled at the scene, yet their gazes remained irresistibly drawn to the two ethereal figures, albeit with a sense of trepidation, lest they provoke the wrath of Shangguan Yun, whose fierce demeanor suggested he might strike them down with a single blow. Lin Mo glanced at the pair, catching the violet-veiled girl's eyes, which seemed to twinkle with mirth, although she remained silent. The beautiful woman maintained her impassive facade, not deigning to acknowledge him, while Shangguan Yun offered a slight nod, a tacit greeting. Lin Mo, adopting a demeanor of serene indifference, continued to move forward with the throng. As they were jostled to another riddle booth, they found themselves amidst yet another gathering of spectators. Some appeared deep in contemplation, yet the majority were simply there for the spectacle, with a few even sneering at the endeavor. In this era, where martial prowess was revered above all else, the pursuit of scholarly knowledge had become a lowly endeavor, especially in a small town like Xiushui City, where the common scholar found no avenues for advancement and might as well take to a life of banditry for the sake of freedom. Though Lin Mo had received 9 years of compulsory education and attended university prior to his transmigration, he had long since relinquished his studies, and the game of deciphering riddles still posed a challenge for him. Yu and Yu Rong had hardly any formal education and were merely there to enjoy the commotion. After a brief period of watching, they found the affair tedious and decided to follow the crowd off the bridge. At that moment, Lin Mo suddenly felt a sharp tap on his shoulder. He turned abruptly to find a figure clad in a white ghost mask standing to his left. Before he could react, the mouth of the mask split open, releasing a cloud of white powder towards him. Lime, the thought struck Lin Mo instantly, and he quickly bent down to shield Xia Yuyin in his embrace. He then felt a tremendous force grip his arm, a strength that felt akin to a 9th-tier warrior. However, it did not pull him. With his formidable physique and divine strength, he was not easily moved. Lin Mo swiftly turned but did not resist, instinctively choosing to protect the child. The force tugged at his wrist again but failed to budge him. Damn it. Lin Mo realized he was unable to counteract the situation, compelled only to hold the child tightly. Just then, Yu's voice broke through the chaos. "Seventh Master, what is the matter with you?" Hearing her voice, Lin Mo sprang up, first checking on the little girl. He saw Yu Yin looking composed, clutching a piece of black jade as if nothing had transpired, the child unharmed. He breathed a sigh of relief, noticing Yu and Yu Rong standing beside him, gazing at him with peculiar expressions. "What just happened?" Lin Mo asked Yu Rong. Yu Rong explained, "There was a person wearing a white ghost mask entertaining the children in the crowd, and then we saw you suddenly bending down to embrace the child. We called out to you before you stood up. There he is." Yu pointed toward the bridge's edge, where a dark figure, diminutive in stature and adorned with a white ghost mask, stood. The masked figure abruptly turned, locking eyes with Lin Mo, a glint of provocation in his gaze. The mouth of the mask opened slightly before he spun around and melted back into the crowd. Lin Mo's expression turned icy. He possessed nothing of value that would attract envy, save for his granddaughter, Yu Yin. Just then, Shangguan Yun and his companions approached. Regarding Lin Mo, the individual just now was a martial artist. His movements were peculiar. By the time I noticed him near you, he had already reached the other side of the bridge. Lin Mo nodded. The situation had unfolded too rapidly for even a martial artist to respond in time. At that moment, a cool, detached voice interjected. That person was employing the fishing step. Lin Mo turned towards the beautiful woman, cupping his hands in respect. "May I inquire, fair lady, to which faction or sect does this fishing step belong?" Initially intending to address her as aunt, he reconsidered, realizing he was likely her elder, and thus opted for lady. The beautiful woman's expression remained unchanged as she glanced at him, continuing, "This step is common in the martial world. It is not unique to any particular sect." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo furrowed his brow, extending his hand to reveal a pinch of the white powder he had instinctively collected. "Then what is this powder?" The woman glanced at it nonchalantly and replied, "It is a commonplace powder that induces sweating." Lin Mo nodded, recognizing that anyone bold enough to act in a bustling market would not fear being identified. At that moment, the violet-veiled girl spoke softly. That individual acted out of concern for the child. Lin Mo's heart clenched at her words as he turned to Shangguan Yun. What faction possesses the capability to utilize children to enhance their strength, or for other nefarious purposes? Shangguan Yun quickly responded, "The spirit infant cult." Lin Mo's expression shifted to one of confusion. He had never encountered various sects and factions before, and thus had never heard of the spirit infant cult. Noticing Lin Mo's bewilderment, Shangguan Yun elaborated, "The spirit infant cult wields immense power, yet their wicked deeds have made them targets of the martial community, which is why their movements are shrouded in mystery. They seek out infants they deem to possess spiritual energy. Some are used to bolster the power of their elite, while others are raised within their ranks. However, most children who fall into their hands meet grim fates." Horror gripped Lin Mo's heart. Infants imbued with spiritual energy, everything suddenly made sense. Undeniably, his granddaughter Yu Yin was such an infant. The thought of what might befall her in the hands of such a cult sent shivers down his spine. No matter how powerful they may be, should they harbor thoughts of harming my granddaughter, they shall face death. Lin Mo turned to Shangguan Yun, cupping his hands once more. "Do you have any further information regarding the spirit infant cult?" Shangguan Yun shook his head. "The spirit infant cult is elusive, akin to a dragon that is seldom seen, and in a small town like Xiushui City, they generally do not deploy warriors above the 7th tier. Lin Mo nodded, reassured that their lack of 7th tier warriors made the situation manageable. He could eliminate them one by one. "Lin brother, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out at the blacksmith's shop." Shangguan Yun clasped his hands in farewell. Lin Mo reciprocated, And Yu Rong quickly bowed in respect. As Shang Wenyun and his party departed, Lin Mo found himself disinterested in the festivities. Waving his hand dismissively, "Let us return." Upon arriving home, after finishing her milk, little Yu Yin let out a soft burp and fell asleep. Yu Rong and Yu sat in the room, gazing out the window. Lin Mo was practicing martial arts, his movements powerful and forceful, each strike resonating with explosive sound. "Sister, perhaps we should call the seventh master back for a rest. He has been training for 2 hours." Yu Rong suggested, looking at Yu Er. Yu Er observed the man in the courtyard, shaking her head. "We must tend to our own responsibilities and care for Yu Yin. The seventh master has his own plans." Yu Rong nodded, falling silent. As women of little strength, they could not alleviate Lin Mo's burdens, but could only manage what was within their capacity. "Sister, why not come sleep in this room tonight?" Yu Rong proposed. Glancing at Yu Er paused for a moment, then rolled her eyes at Yu Rong. "You silly girl." In the courtyard, Lin Mo's figure surged forth like a tiger descending from the mountain, his paw slicing through the air with explosive force, seemingly intent on shattering the very atmosphere, before suddenly contorting his body at an impossible angle to deliver a powerful kick. Crash! With a powerful kick, Lin Mo steadied himself, feeling a surge of invigorating energy coursing through his body, making the techniques of subduing dragons and tigers increasingly effortless. Possessing the indomitable physique of a Vajra body, any methods aimed at honing physical strength were exceedingly simple for him, akin to a seasoned teacher guiding high school seniors through examination questions. Even if he encountered unfamiliar problems, he would assuredly solve them with flawless accuracy, for the principles of martial arts are invariably consistent. The technique of subduing dragons and tigers was derived from a simplified version of the dragon-slaying art, which, according to legend, was created by a formidable master who had genuinely slain dragons. The creator of the subduing dragons and tigers technique based it on the principles of subduing tigers while integrating the essence of the dragon-slaying art, embodying both the stance of a dragon and the prowess of a tiger. The kick Lin Mo executed earlier was indeed a manifestation of the subduing dragons technique, signifying his initiation into the art. Open the panel. With a mere thought, the system interface materialized before him. Host: Lin Mo. Age: 51. Realm: 9th rank, 99. Physique: Vajra body. Entry: 10. Techniques: Breaking Edge Blade Technique, 7th rank Blade Technique. Entry: 90. Subduing Dragons and Tigers Technique, 6th rank Technique. Entry: 1. Pursuing Smoke Step, 6th rank Technique, not yet initiated. 3. With his entry into the Subduing Dragons and Tigers Technique, the threshold to the 8th rank Copper Skin Realm lay tantalizingly close. Lin Mo felt a clarity in his heart, knowing that only through formidable strength could he safeguard his granddaughter and protect all that he held dear. Whoever dared to disrupt their current bliss would surely meet their demise. Chapter 33. Farewell to the Tiger Head Mask. In Shui City, within the county magistrate's residence, a woman clad in red sat at a tea table, while a portly elder stood beside her, serving tea with utmost reverence. From his vantage point, he could glimpse the woman's curvaceous silhouette, yet he dared not gaze too freely. Lowering his eyes to the cup in his hands, Taoist Hongxia, you have been in Shui City for a while now and have captured quite a number of children. Could you possibly provide me with the antidote first? The elder's hair was streaked with gray, his voice dripping with respect as he cautiously inquired. The woman in red, her nails painted a deep black, delicately lifted the teacup to her lips and took a sip. Patience, dear magistrate. You hardly resemble the fierce figure you were in bed. A playful glint danced in her eyes. I rather preferred that version of you. Upon hearing this, the corpulent magistrate felt a chill run down his spine. Half a month prior, he had spotted the enchanting woman on the street and had her forcibly brought to his residence. What should have been a night of passion turned into a harrowing encounter, as she pretended to succumb to his advances. Before he could even remove his clothing, a gleaming blade glinted at his abdomen, the cold edge slicing through flesh, leaving him mere millimeters from his demise. The memory of that near escape still haunted him, leaving him shaken. Moreover, he had unwittingly ingested the poison from her lips. I dare not. At that moment, a short figure entered the room, revealing a young man with a pale face, cracked lips. He clasped his hands in respect towards the woman in red, his raspy voice ringing out. Elder Honglian, I have made a remarkable discovery. The woman in red traced her long nails across the table, producing a sharp, grating sound. What did you find? My subordinate has discovered a rare spiritual child. But alas, the child's family is comprised of an 8th rank warrior, making it impossible for us to seize them. A rare spiritual child. The woman's eyes sparkled with excitement. A single exceptional spiritual child could rival 1,000 ordinary ones. Indeed, Xiaoshui City proved to be a treasure trove for this elder. Her voice dripped with seduction as she laughed. 5th rank. At last, I shall break through to the 5th rank. Congratulations, Elder Hongxia. May your strength reach new heights. The pale young man offered his congratulations with utmost respect. Send Cold Feng and his men to respectfully retrieve the spiritual child. Not a single finger should be missing, the woman in red commanded. Glancing at the magistrate quickly nodded in agreement. I shall summon Cold Feng at once. With a wave of her hand, the portly magistrate bowed respectfully and exited the room. Upon entering, Lin Mo found Yu Rong and Yu Yi seated at the table. 7th Master, the tea is perfectly brewed. Yui approached to assist Lin Mo in removing his outer garment, while Yu Rong presented him with a warm cup of tea. After sipping the hot tea, Lin Mo felt a pleasant warmth enveloping him. Fear not, my dear ladies, no one shall disrupt our present happiness. He gazed at the two sisters. Yui nodded confidently. I knew it. 7th Master is undoubtedly the most formidable. Yu Rong also eagerly agreed, having experienced a life-altering transformation since joining the Lin family, a reality she had never dared to imagine before, all due to the remarkable man before her. Let us not dwell on that. Lin Mo set down his cup and turned to the two women. Did you not purchase new clothes this morning? Let me see. Yui chuckled. I have already changed. Yu Rong blushed and remained silent. Gently unfastening her outer garment to reveal a delicate lace bodysuit beneath, Lin Mo smiled, taking a carving knife to gently touch the candle on the table, plunging the room into dimness. Yet, the bright moonlight streamed in, illuminating the space. After a while, a poem emerged in Lin Mo's mind. A slanting sun lays its golden hue upon the water, half the river shimmering emerald, half a river glowing crimson. Alas, on the 3rd night of September, dew resembles pearls, and the moon resembles a bow. Morning dawned at the blacksmith's workshop. In the back garden, a beautiful woman observed a girl practicing her stances with a slight nod of approval. In recent days, you have exhibited some martial prowess, unlike your previous lethargy. Hearing the praise, the girl with an exquisite oval face beamed with joy. Of course, it is thanks to Aunt Yun's guidance and the bare heart grass that I have stepped into the copper skin realm. The beautiful woman shot the girl a stern look, her tone icy. You were simply too lazy before. With your talent, you should have broken through long ag. It is shameful to rely on bare heart grass. The girl's smile diminished, and she playfully stuck out her tongue. I will strive to train harder from now on. Aunt Yun, has Lin Mo already reached the 8th rank? The beautiful woman recalled the man from the previous day and replied solemnly. He remains a 9th rank warrior, but his strength has reached the pinnacle of the 8th rank, or perhaps even beyond. Ah, the girl was momentarily taken aback. Could it be due to the bare heart grass? How could he possess such formidable power? The beautiful woman fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Bare heart grass can only refine the physical body and assist lower-tier warriors in advancing. If he continuously relies on it for training, why has his cultivation not progressed? The disparities among lower-tier warriors are minimal. Only upon reaching the 6th rank does one truly embark on the path of martial arts. 6th rank warriors possess sharp instincts and can foresee danger. In my foresight, his strength is considerable. The girl was both astonished and overjoyed, shocked by Lin Mo's seemingly unremarkable appearance concealing such immense strength. She was delighted by the prospect of furthering their relationship due to the benefits Lin Mo had previously bestowed upon them. Thus, it seemed that Lin Mo indeed possessed the potential to be a match for Aunt Yun. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman raised an eyebrow, her cold demeanor shifting as she commanded, Practice your stances for another hour. Must we? The girl protested, waving her hands in protest. 2 hours. The girl sighed in resignation. Lowering her head, practice well. No meals until you complete your training. The beautiful woman settled into a nearby pavilion, delicately sipping her tea. After the mid-autumn festival, the autumn breeze carried a hint of chill, rustling the trees and occasionally dislodging leaves, creating a soft sound. 2 shadowy figures, one plump and one slender, appeared by the rear wall of the Lin residence. Did I say, this is unnecessary if we wish to capture someone. We should simply do so without such convoluted methods, grumbled the portly man clad in dark attire. I have a date with the fragrant autumn blossom from Gui Xiangfang. The lean man waved his hand dismissively. Let us proceed. With a 9th rank warrior, we shall swiftly resolve this and take the child. The plump man nodded, agile despite his stature, leaping effortlessly onto the wall. He glanced at the lean man, who hesitated to jump, and urged, come on, hurry up. Yet the lean man stood frozen in place, as if confronted by something terrifying, pointing behind the plump man. The plump man whipped around to find a towering figure standing not far from him. A tiger head mask obscuring their face. Chapter 34. The 6 Grades of Buddhism. The tiger head mask. This playful mask, typically used to amuse children, now sent a shiver down the spine of the rotund figure clad in dark attire. A fortnight prior, the second disciple of the Longhu martial arts school and a core disciple of the Yuan family were brutally slain. Although the Longhu martial arts school and the Yuan family had yet to uncover the identity of the murderer, whispers circulated that it was the valiant figure behind the tiger head mask who had taken the lives of the two. The tiger mask hero, the rotund man, spoke with an icy tone. You must be Lin Mo? The one responsible for the death of Lin Eru from the Longhu martial arts school. A raspy voice emerged from the masked figure. You will find out when you are dead. Just try it and see. With a cold glare, the rotund man flicked his wrist, revealing a small black dagger that was surprisingly incongruous with his bulk. He pushed off with his feet, propelling his stout form towards the masked figure like a cannonball. The tiger head mask figure stood resolute, hands poised like claws, descending upon the rotund man, as if a fierce tiger were pouncing down a mountain. Simultaneously, a lean figure in dark attire leapt onto a high wall. Drawing a disproportionately large tiger head saber from his back, his gaze fixed coldly on the masked figure. A series of clashing sounds echoed, as Lin Mo and the rotund man quickly distanced themselves. Standing on either side of the high wall, the lean figure observed that the rotund man's garment had been torn, revealing a black claw mark upon his chest. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's sleeve bore a gash, exposing his pale golden arm. At that moment, an overwhelming shock surged through the rotund and lean figures. They gazed at Lin Mo's golden arm, their mouths agape, pupils constricting, and facial muscles tensing. This is, the lean figure stammered, the golden body of Buddhism? Upon hearing those 4 words, the rotund man let out a bitter laugh, nodding slightly as he murmured, the boss has sent us to our doom. The 8th grade copper skin realm manifests a body of an ancient bronze hue, with strength comparable to steel, yet the golden body of Buddhism differs from other practitioners. While both involve a transformation in physical strength, the Buddhist path gradually shifts towards a radiant gold, the higher the grade, the more resplendent the gold. It is said that upon reaching the 6th grade, the copper skin and iron bones begin their transition to gold. Thus the rotund man's voice trembled as he regarded Lin Mo with the trepidation one might reserve for a colossal abyssal beast. The lean figure also trembled, gripping his tiger head saber tightly. Since you are a man of the Buddhist order, why partake in worldly matters? Today's events were our folly. We implore you, Master, spare us. Observing their demeanor, Lin Mo paused momentarily before understanding that they had mistaken him for a Buddhist due to the sight of his Vajra body. Having acted, there was no turning back. Lin Mo let out a cold laugh and charged toward them. The rotund and lean figures exchanged glances, rushing in opposite directions. Faced with a Buddhist master of at least the 6th grade, any thought of resistance evaporated from their minds. Witnessing their retreat, Lin Mo sneered, lunging towards the nearest rotund man with the ferocity of a tiger descending upon its prey. This time, he did not hold back. A glimmer of gold flickered at his brow, dark golden light enveloping his form as he leapt forward in a tiger-like pounce, claws outstretched, directly targeting the rotund man. With a heavy grunt, the rotund man found himself ensnared by Lin Mo's claws. As if struck by a small mountain, he heard a crack from within his body, followed by being propelled like an arrow. His final sensation was the impact of his body crashing into a wall. On the other side, the lean figure in dark attire swiftly navigated the streets of Xiushui City, darting towards the county office like a rat in flight. His mind was consumed with a singular thought: survival. Having witnessed the might of a 6th grade master, he understood that as a peak 8th grade practitioner, he stood no chance against one who had cultivated the golden body of Buddhism and could only flee. Time slipped away, and as he felt his energy waning, his pace began to falter. Glancing back, he saw no one in pursuit. Exhaling in relief, concluding that the rotund man had met his fate. Rotund man, from this day forth, I shall ensure that the boss offers you several incense sticks in remembrance. Thus, the lean figure, noticing the absence of any presence around him, tugged at his dark attire, revealing an inner garment beneath. Spitting in disdain, he carelessly tossed the dark attire into a nearby refuse bucket. Just then, he abruptly spotted a figure ahead. The figure was not terrifying, but what struck fear into his heart was the tiger head mask it wore. That commonly seen mask now loomed over him like a nightmare, twisting his expression into one of despair. Without a second thought, he dropped to his knees. Master, I was compelled to disturb you. I beg for your mercy. Grant me a chance. I implore you. As he spoke, He bowed repeatedly, his forehead hitting the ground fervently. In the face of death, bowing felt a trivial matter. Who compelled you? Lin Mo's raspy voice echoed. Speak the truth. If I detect a lie, your head will roll. The lean figure hastily replied. I will tell you. It was all orchestrated by Captain Lung Feng. We are both under his command. Yesterday, he instructed us to eliminate Lin Mo and seize the infant from the Lin family. Lung Feng. Lin Mo mused, surprised by the formidable reach of the Lingying sect, realizing that even the captain was one of their own. Yet, it made sense. In these chaotic times, the royal family's grip on the provinces had weakened. Leaving small towns like Xiushui City vulnerable, those below would do anything for profit. Is it only Lung Feng? Lin Mo inquired, fixing his gaze on the lean figure. Master, I suspect this matter involves the county magistrate as well. For it was he who assigned the task to Captain Lung Feng, the lean man quickly asserted, bowing deeply. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind approach. Looking up, he saw the figure adorned with the tiger head mask charging at him. Claws outstretched. In a moment of crisis, the lean man instinctively began to crawl backward. Even using hands and feet, he could not match Lin Mo's speed. He felt a tremendous force strike the crown of his head. And then darkness enveloped him. Until his last breath, he could not comprehend why a master who had cultivated the golden body of Buddhism would revel in slaughter. Was it not said that the Buddhist order embodies compassion? Chapter 35. The dread of the golden body. The night deepened. Within the county office, the sky was cloaked with clouds, obscuring the moon, leaving only a few flickering candles. Lung Feng sat in the main hall, using a carving knife to adjust the candle flames on the tea table, bringing back to life a candle that was about to extinguish. Lifting his teacup, he prepared to take a sip, only to discover that the tea had long since cooled. With a sigh, Lung Feng recalled the hurried visit from the county magistrate earlier that evening, who spoke of an opportunity to help him ascend to the 6th grade. But only if he abided by his commands. The 6th grade. Lung Feng took a sip of the bitter tea, its astringency filling his lungs. While the prospect of the 6th grade was enticing, it was also somewhat difficult to swallow. He knew the current magistrate well, lecherous and cowardly. Though he claimed to possess a method for achieving the 6th grade, Lung Feng had his doubts. Yet, even with slim hopes, he was willing to try. He had been trapped at the 7th grade for far too long, attempting numerous methods to break through, which only deepened his despair. However, with even the faintest glimmer of hope, he was determined to strive for it. It was late. They should have returned by now. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. Lung Feng set down his now cold teacup, but the next moment, his expression froze in shock. The footsteps were heavy, unmistakably belonging to a martial artist, and there was only one person. Who goes there? Lung Feng called out as the footsteps abruptly ceased. Just then, a lion leapt through the door. This. Lung Feng stood rooted in disbelief, struggling to accept what his eyes beheld. A stone lion. It had flown in. Was this the 5,000-pound stone lion from outside the county office? A profound and life-threatening crisis suddenly engulfed him. With a swift movement, Lung Feng darted to the side, colliding with a nearby bookshelf, shattering the exquisite sandalwood structure. In that instant, a deafening crash reverberated through the air, and a thick cloud of dust enveloped the entire room. Covering his mouth and nose, Lung Feng staggered to his feet, casting his gaze towards the area struck by the stone lion. He abruptly ceased breathing, his eyes widening in terror as fear surged from the depths of his being, overwhelming him completely, causing his back to become drenched with sweat. The wall had caved in, and the stone lion, perched above, had utterly crushed the lion's head upon impact. Such formidable force, were I to be struck, I would surely be reduced to a mere pulp. Although at the 7th rank one possesses iron bones, Lung Feng felt no illusion that his mortal frame could withstand a direct confrontation with a 5,000-pound stone lion. He dared not venture outside, his eyes fixated on the scene beyond. The strength of his adversary remained uncertain, yet one thing was clear. It was at least at the 7th rank, exhibiting an extraordinary level of power. Damn it! With a swift motion, Lung Feng drew a golden serpent-soft sword from his waist, cursing under his breath. What kind of monster has that pig led me to provoke? Wasn't he at the 9th rank? Before engaging, Lung Feng had gathered information regarding Lin Mo's strength, which his subordinate, the constable Niu Xiao, had described as merely an old man, with a maximum capability of the 9th rank, likely unranked. Just then, a voice echoed from the courtyard. Who are you? What are you doing here wearing a tiger mask? Stop with your theatrics. Recognizing the voice of the guard, old Zhang, who was the sole protector of the county office due to the regular presence of constables. Lung Feng's heart raced. A tiger mask? A chill ran down his spine. Was he that the same disguise worn when he had slain the third disciple of the Longhu martial arts hall in the Yuan family? Before he could ponder further, a muffled grunt from old Zhang punctuated the air. Clearly, he had met his demise. What should I do now? At this moment, fear gripped the heart of this peak 7th rank warrior. As the unknown figure behind the tiger mask tightened every muscle in his body, his grip on the golden serpent sword becoming vice-like as he stared intently outside. Come out and face me, and I shall spare your life. A raspy, aged voice called from beyond the hall. Lung Feng's mind raced with thoughts, contemplating whether he could defeat the masked figure outside. The voice rang out once more. I shall count to 3. If I enter, I will show no mercy. 1, 2. As the last number loomed, the primal instinct for survival surged within Lang Feng, leaving him with but one thought: to emerge alive. Finally, he stepped outside, confronting the man who instilled such dread in his heart. The figure before him wore simple linen garments, was tall and imposing, and donned a nondescript tiger mask that a pair of deep black eyes scrutinized him intently. Lung Feng clasped his hands respectfully. What would you like to inquire, my lord? Only by easing the other's vigilance could he hope to survive. He reassured himself internally. The masked man replied coldly. Who sent you to the Lin Mo residence? The county magistrate. Lung Feng responded, but I am unaware of the identity of his backer. What conditions did he offer you? An ascension to the Qi cultivation stage. Where is his backer? I do not know. Suddenly, the masked figure fell silent, and Lung Feng felt every hair on his body stand on end. I met him at the county magistrate's office. Kill the magistrate, and our enmity will be resolved, the raspy voice declared. What? Lung Feng glared at the masked figure, his voice trembling with rage. You want me to kill the magistrate? I am the chief constable. Yet you are also a victim, the masked man replied nonchalantly. Had he not sent you to the Lin Mo residence, you would not have provoked me. As the words fell, a glimmer of gold appeared at the center of the masked man's forehead, rapidly spreading across his entire body, transforming his otherwise ordinary hands into a dark golden hue. Witnessing this transformation, Lang Feng could no longer suppress his rising panic, his features contorted with fury. Wishing to rend the magistrate into 1,000 pieces. A 6th-rank practitioner from the Buddhist sect, that fat man led him to provoke a 6th-rank powerhouse. This was akin to lighting a fire in a toilet, inviting disaster. With resolve, Lang Feng decided that since the fat man had caused his plight, he would drag him down with him, even in death. Master, I shall go and kill the magistrate. Lang Feng sheathed the tightly gripped golden serpent sword at his waist, declaring, he is currently at the magistrate's office. Please follow me. Chapter 36. The Celestial Fairy of Red Haze. The magistrate's office was but 2 streets away from the county office. In the streets, Lin Mo and Lang Feng traversed not far apart. Swiftly arriving at the magistrate's office, just as Lang Feng prepared to kick open the main door, Lin Mo called out, climb over the wall. Without a moment's hesitation, Lang Feng followed Lin Mo as they leaped over the wall. They traversed the front garden and approached the main hall, where the dim light revealed a single main room flickering with candlelight. The two stealthily positioned themselves beneath the window. Little vixen, have you missed me lately? Of course, I have. The master has sent anyone to fetch me. I cannot sleep at night. Ha. I shall teach you a lesson now. Lang Feng, who had not returned home, lingered all day at the office, leaving the beautiful maiden behind. Such a waste of heavenly beauty. Thankfully, I often tend to her needs. Upon hearing the voices within, Lin Mo glanced at Lang Feng, who stood beside him, his face contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. Spare him a breath. I have questions to ask. Lang Feng remained silent, and before he knew it, the golden serpent's sword was in hand as he lunged towards the window. With a resounding crash, the window shattered, and Lang Feng entered the room. Lin Mo stood outside with keen interest. Inside, the two individuals entwined within the room promptly separated, the magistrate's face paling in shock as he exclaimed, Lang Feng, what do you intend to do? The woman beside him, upon seeing Lang Feng, hastily exclaimed, Lang Feng, I was wrong. She scrambled off the bed, prostrating before him, pleading, I was wrong, spare me. Humph. The magistrate, unfazed and clad in nothing but his shame, maintained a demeanor of a licentious beast. With a cold chuckle, Lang Feng declared, Lang Feng, if you leave now, this matter will be forgotten. I will give you 1,000 taels of silver, enough to marry several wives. Observing the two, Lang Feng scoffed, drawing his sword and thrusting it forward. The golden serpent sword pierced through one of the magistrate's eyes, crimson blood gushing from the socket. The magistrate roared, curse Lang Feng. You dare to kill this official. Someone. The woman continued to kneel. Spare me, brother Feng. With another thrust, Lang Feng pierced the magistrate's remaining eye. Help, Taoist, save me. the magistrate's agonized screams echoed. And in that moment, he revealed the very information Lin Mo sought. It seemed the Linging sect had taken residence within the magistrate's office. Lung Feng scoffed. Taoist, it appears the one orchestrating your actions is that Taoist. Bring him forth, and I shall spare your life. Help, Taoist. Despite his blindness, the magistrate's will to survive remained strong, shouting, Taoist, save me. I can help you find the spirit child. As his words echoed, a sultry voice drifted down from the rooftop. TSK, TSK, TSK. Without you, we still have the esteemed Chief Constable Lung Feng. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He had been utterly unaware of the presence on the roof, as the figure leapt down from the eaves. Lin Mo beheld a stunning woman clad in a vibrant red dress. Her figure was voluptuous, her curves enchanting, and beneath the flowing hem of her skirt, hints of black tantalized the senses. Her luscious lips were painted a deep crimson. And she sat gracefully atop the roof, her shapely legs dangling, her embroidered shoes precariously perched on her toes, as if they might fall off at any moment. Lin Mo regarded the alluring woman with a detached gaze, an unprecedented sense of danger blooming within him. She was at the 6th rank. Although the 6th rank realm is merely a step below the 7th, the disparity in power is immense. The 6th rank, known as the refining spirit stage, signifies that once a martial artist enters this realm, they cease to hone their physical form and instead cultivate their spiritual strength to enhance themselves. At this moment, Lung Feng emerged from the courtyard and beheld a captivating woman, the Red Cloud Fairy of the Linging sect. The name slipped from his lips. As the chief of the court's enforcers, Lung Feng was well acquainted with various factions, including the Linging sect. Fairy? Lin Mo cast a glance at Lung Feng. Noticing Lin Mo's gaze, Lung Feng solemnly remarked, she claims to be a fairy, but in the martial world, she is known as the Red Cloud Sorceress. Ah! Lin Mo let out an awkward chuckle, his tone indifferent. The Red Cloud Fairy is indeed beautiful, yet her heart is unkind. That tiger-headed mask of yours is quite irksome. The Red Cloud Fairy gently swayed her feet, her voice a sultry whisper. So, you are the grandfather of that exceptional spiritual child. Lin Mo remained silent, the tiger-headed mask subtly twisting as a hoarse voice emerged. You shall pay for your insolence. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on my granddaughter deserves to die. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Lung Feng involuntarily shivered. He could sense the murderous aura emanating from the man behind the mask, coalescing into a palpable force, akin to an arrow drawn taut on a bowstring, poised to be released. The pinnacle of the 7th rank, the Red Cloud Fairy scrutinized the masked figure, her voice enchanting. Yet you exude a terrifying presence, quite intriguing. I must see how you protect your exceptional spiritual child. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Lin Mo, wielding a black dagger aimed straight for Lin Mo's neck. By the time Lin Mo reacted, the dagger was already upon him, leaving no time for evasion. Witnessing this scene, the Red Cloud Fairy smiled widely, knowing she need not intervene. Lung Feng, seeing the unfolding events, retreated cautiously, wary of a similar ambush from behind. In the next instant, a metallic clang resonated as the dagger intended for Lin Mo was unexpectedly deflected away. At this moment, Lin Mo's entire being shimmered with a dark golden hue. Resembling a statue of a Buddha within a temple, the tiger-headed mask seemingly out of place, the diminutive figure standing behind Lin Mo was momentarily stunned, gazing at the golden radiance before him, his heart racing with terror as he stammered, the golden body of the Buddha. In the following moment, he abruptly turned to flee, only to feel a chill at his neck. He witnessed his body running a few steps ahead. Yet with no head, it collapsed to the ground. Lin Mo, grasping the dragon sparrow, sneered, what wretched cur dares to harm your grandfather? Very well, very well. Unbeknownst to him, the woman in the red dress, who had been perched on the eaves, stood up, her gaze as lethal as a viper, fixated on Lin Mo, the golden body of the Buddha. You are neither a monk nor of the 6th rank. How can you possess such a form? What secrets do you harbor? Chapter 37. The power of the 6th rank. At this moment, the most bewildered was Lung Feng. He beheld the man in the tiger-headed mask, his face a canvas of shock. Is it truly possible for one who is not a monk to cultivate the golden body of the Buddha? Has he even broken through to the 8th rank? These puzzling questions clouded Lung Feng's mind. The world had become surreal. When did the golden body of the Buddha become so easily attainable? After years in the 7th rank Iron Bone realm, Lung Feng had tried every method to break through to the 6th rank. He had previously possessed profound knowledge of the golden body of the Buddha, knowing that disciples with great affinity for the Buddha would venture to the Western Buddhist lands to cultivate it. Yet those who succeeded were exceedingly rare, a mere 1 in 10,000. It could be said that those who cultivated the golden body of the Buddha were formidable and scarce, the backbone of the Buddhist order. But what could explain the existence of this man in the tiger-headed mask? I am not a monk. The masked figure sneered. Then why not give it a try? With that, he propelled himself from the ground, his feet launching him skyward like a cannonball. The moment the red cloud fairy saw him ascend the rooftop, she swiftly turned, elegantly landing on another rooftop. Lin Mo's gaze turned increasingly frigid. In the sixth rank refining spirit realm, one's physical form became immensely powerful, and as one began to cultivate their spirit, they could utilize the energy within to traverse rooftops with unmatched speed, something he could not currently rival. You are quite impatient, the red cloud fairy murmured, her laughter like the tinkling of silver bells. The long night stretches ahead. Why rush, wretched harlot? Lin Mo scoffed, propelling himself once more towards the red cloud fairy. This time, however, she did not evade. From her waist, she drew forth a red ribbon resembling a belt. With a swift flick, the red ribbon shot forth like a blade aimed at Lin Mo with a resounding clang. Lin Mo deflected the ribbon with the dragon sparrow, sending it back into the red cloud fairy's grasp. Wretched or not, one only knows in bed. The red cloud fairy chuckled coldly, gently waving the ribbon, which surged toward Lin Mo like a lance. Lin Mo, unleashing his energy, disregarded the ribbon's assault and swung his blade towards the red cloud fairy. Not good. Sensing impending danger, the red cloud fairy retreated to the rooftop of the ear room. Lin Mo, realizing his attack on the red cloud fairy had failed, swung his blade at the ribbon. The sound of snapping echoed as the ribbon was severed, revealing silver threads within. The red cloud fairy, witnessing her weapon being cleaved in two, her gaze turned icier. Once I capture your granddaughter, I shall cleanse her marrow and extract her bones, drinking her blood drop by drop to nourish my spirit. Lin Mo remained silent, his energy surging once more as he charged at the red cloud fairy, delivering another powerful strike. The horrifying force reverberated through the air, creating a buzzing sound that even the six-rank powerhouse, the red cloud fairy, dared not confront head-on, forcing her to evade yet again. She observed Lin Mo's continuous and ceaseless aura, showing no signs of abating, a look of confusion creeping onto her alluring visage. This tiger-headed masked man was truly peculiar. His realm was merely the pinnacle of the seventh rank, not even having broken through to the eighth, yet the power he demonstrated rivaled, if not surpassed, that of seventh-rank martial artists. Meanwhile, the astonished Lung Feng below could hardly comprehend. Was the red cloud fairy a six-rank powerhouse? Why was she being pursued and assaulted by the man in the tiger-headed mask? It said he was neither a monk nor a six-rank powerhouse. Something was amiss. 99 out of 100 things were wrong. What is your true strength? At this moment, even the red cloud fairy harbored doubts, questioning her earlier judgment. You will know once you are dead, Lin Mo coldly retorted, propelling himself once more like a cannonball toward the red cloud fairy. So troublesome, the red cloud fairy cried out, her internal energy erupting as she concentrated it in her palm to strike Lin Mo. Lin Mo, witnessing this, threw a punch at the red cloud fairy. Their palms and fists collided, producing a cracking sound as the red cloud fairy was sent flying, her toes barely touching the eaves several times before she managed to dissipate the tremendous force surging through her arm. Blood trickled from her lips as she gazed at her limp arm. Lin Mo's punch had shattered her bones, rendering her combat ineffective. At this moment, she was filled with utmost dread, looking at the man in the tiger-headed mask as if he were a monster. How could a lower-tier martial artist possess such overwhelming strength? It was utterly terrifying. Lin Mo, observing the red cloud fairy's condition, chuckled coldly. Those six-rank martial artists could foresee danger and risk should they ever be touched by him. Their fate would undoubtedly be dire. Lin Mo crushed another tile beneath his feet, charging toward the red cloud fairy once again. The effects of the diamond body were fully revealed at this moment. Boundless energy rendered him unfazed by any exhaustion, and coupled with his innate strength, anyone engaging him in melee would only invite disaster. Seeing Lin Mo turn to flee, the red cloud fairy's instincts as a six-rank martial artist urged her to run, to flee for her life. The two figures engaged in a chase across the streets of Shoshui City. Observing this, Long Feng dashed into the house, drawing his golden snake soft sword, and plunged it into the throat of the corpulent magistrate, who instantly met his demise. Witnessing the magistrate's blood-soaked end, a woman crawled to Lung Feng's side, pleading, Feng Ge, spare my life. I promise to live well in the future, please, just this once. Lung Feng scoffed, remember to be a good person in your next life. With that, he turned, his soft sword slicing through the woman's throat, silencing her cries. After completing these actions, Lung Feng hurriedly leaped onto the eaves. Pursuing the two, such a battle was a rare opportunity for him. Perhaps he could grasp something to break through the 6th rank. Xiushui City, neither overwhelmingly vast nor insignificantly small, became the stage for a captivating pursuit between two formidable warriors along the main thoroughfare. Drawing the attention of numerous onlookers, including the 3 major martial arts schools and the 3 prominent families. At the Longhu Martial Arts School, the headmaster was engaged in a heartfelt conversation with his newly accepted disciple when the sounds of conflict from outside startled him. He abruptly raised his head to glance at the youth lying before him and declared, "I shall step outside for a moment." The enchanting young disciple, with a playful glimmer in her eyes, retorted, "What is there to see? You scarcely last a quarter of an hour. Henceforth, do not enter my chamber again. You rush in with urgency, yet leave in such a daze. It's quite unseemly." Hearing this, Tang Zhang, the headmaster of Longhu Martial Arts School, donned his clothing with a sheepish grin and replied, "I shall take a brief respite, and then I will return." With that, he pushed open the door and leapt onto the roof. Chapter 38. All eyes are upon the Zhu family. Study. Ever since the demise of the Zhu family's little princess, they had been relentlessly searching for clues, yet no leads had surfaced. Zhu Jie, the patriarch of the Zhu family, found himself unable to sleep at night, retreating to his study where he burned incense and perused books. Amidst this, he naturally heard the commotion of the battle unfolding in the city. He ventured out of his study and ascended to the roof, where he beheld 2 figures engaged in a chase through the streets, intermittently clashing and separating. Not far behind the two, another figure followed closely. Observing this, Zhu Jie hastily pursued and called out to Long Feng, "Captain Lung." Zhu Jie clasped his hands in greeting. Noticing the blood staining Lung Feng's attire and the crimson droplets dripping from the golden serpent's soft sword at his waist, "What has happened to you?" Lung Feng halted, following Zhu Jie's gaze to find his own clothing saturated in blood. "It's nothing. I just dispatched 2 curs, and those 2, Zhu Jie gestured towards the distant figures. "They are not to be trifled with." Lung Feng waved his hand dismissively. "I wish to witness the fight." With that, he surged ahead. Zhu Jie contemplated for a moment before following suit. Along the way, he encountered Tang Zhang from Longhu Martial Arts School, Sun Fugue, the head of the Sun family, the patriarch of the Yuan family, as well as the leaders of Qishan Martial Arts School and Jianyuan Martial Arts School. In an instant, all the 7th-tier masters of Xiushui City converged, pursuing the direction of the 2 combatants. In the southern district, on one of the streets, the enchanting Hongxia fairy wiped the fragrant sweat from her brow and glanced back at the relentless Lin Mo. Having traversed from the eastern district to the southern district, she could feel her internal energy rapidly depleting. A fleeting glance at the pursuing figure clad in a tiger mask prompted her icy voice. "Still not stopping? How much energy do you have left to expend? Enough to kill you?" Lin Mo's gaze was cold and resolute. Today, he must eliminate the followers of the Lingying sect. Unable to discern the expression of the man behind the tiger mask, she could only gauge his remaining strength from his movements, which, to her surprise, showed no signs of waning. "Let us see how much longer you can sustain this." Hongxia Fairy sighed in resignation, her one incapacitated arm rendering her at a disadvantage, forcing her to rely on her 6th-tier prowess to evade the relentless pursuit of the masked figure. At this moment, atop the 2nd-floor loft of a blacksmith shop, 3 figures observed the chase unfolding in the distance. Aunt Yun, who was that old woman in red? Surely she is at least a 6th-tier master. The girl, adorned with a purple veil and a vermilion birthmark on her forehead, inquired curiously of the elegant woman beside her. "Hongxia, an old crone from the Lingying sect." The beautiful woman replied coldly, "I wonder which noble hero is bravely eliminating such scoundrels." The veiled girl suggested with a smile, "Aunt Yun, should we lend our assistance in dispatching the Lingying sect?" The beautiful woman nodded. "Of course we should assist, but as the 2 are not currently engaged in combat, our approach would be unwise. 6th-tier masters possess the foresight to sense danger. They would undoubtedly detect our presence if we drew near." At that moment, the dignified Shangguan Yun, standing behind them, widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Doesn't that man pursuing Hongxia resemble Lin Mo?" Upon hearing this, the girl echoed, "I felt the same just now." The beautiful woman, hearing their remarks, remained silent, lightly gesturing, "Let us pursue and observe." With that, she nimbly leapt to another rooftop, prompting the girl and Shangguan Yun to exchange glances before reluctantly channeling their energy to follow suit. A quarter of an hour later, The woman in red and the tiger-masked figure had traversed from the southern district to the western district. Though it was already late at night, the western district remained aglow with light. The brightest being the Gui Xiangfang. Upon seeing the bustling activity at Gui Xiangfang, Hongxia felt her energy surge, her form darting towards it with the grace of a swallow. Lin Mo, noticing this, quickly pursued. Should she blend into the crowd, finding her would prove exceedingly difficult. As he passed a half-constructed building, Lin Mo seized a beam resting atop the roof and hurled it forcefully towards the red-clad woman. Whoosh! Just as Hongxia Fairy was about to soar towards Gui Xiangfang, a sense of impending danger enveloped her, accompanied by the sound of air being violently displaced. She turned to see a massive wooden pillar hurtling towards her. Cursed be it! Realizing the tremendous force behind the projectile, Hongxia deftly pivoted, altering her course to evade the oncoming threat. She had no doubt that a collision with the pillar would result in her bones being shattered. In the next instant, a thunderous crash echoed as the colossal wooden pillar struck a darkened two-story loft, causing it to collapse violently. Help! The earth dragon is overturning. Oh no, don't tear my undergarments. What am I to wear? The earth dragon is overturning. Xiaoshui City is doomed. Just grab any bed sheet and flee. Hurry outside. I must escape. Just give me a moment. I'll be right there. The violent tremors instantly reverberated through the brightly lit Gui Xiangfang nearby. Numerous patrons and women began to panic, while some learned scholars, thinking it was an earthquake, hastily donned their garments and fled. Some had not even fired their weapons before collapsing, while others dashed outside without a care for their attire. And some even emerged in women's clothing onto the streets. Upon exiting, they were met with the sight of the two-story loft in ruins, while everything else remained unscathed. At that moment, Lung Feng and his companions arrived, their hearts racing at the sight before them. Tang Zheng gasped. What terrifying, destructive power! No wonder they are sixth-tier masters. The others nodded in agreement, realizing that a blow from that wooden pillar would likely have caused them to vomit blood and perish. A fiery determination ignited in Lung Feng's eyes. Such power was formidable. If he could attain the sixth tier, would he not also possess such combat prowess? They are over there. Let us continue the pursuit. Zhu Jie pointed towards the other side, where two figures were still in hot pursuit. The seventh-tier masters of Xiaoshui City hastened after them. They, unlike the sixth-tier masters, could not glide gracefully across rooftops. They were forced to expend great energy in their chase, yet witnessing a battle between sixth-tier masters was a worthy endeavor. Chapter 39. Without entering the sixth tier, all are but ants, in Xiaoshui City. Atop a rooftop in the western district, Hongxia Fairy glared back at the man in the tiger mask who was hot on her heels, her frustration boiling over. Curse be it, does he possess an endless reserve of energy? Why has he not yet exhausted his strength after all this time? Within the city, she could traverse the rooftops with ease, theoretically granting her a distinct advantage, yet even so, her internal energy was rapidly depleting. What astonished her was that the man pursuing her, despite being merely at the pinnacle of the seventh tier, should have been left behind long ago, yet he continued to close in, his stamina seemingly boundless. Vile wretch, prepare to meet your end. At that moment, a whistling sound echoed behind her. Hongxia Fairy deftly leapt to another rooftop, narrowly avoiding a collision as a massive stone lion plummeted where she had stood, shattering a chimney and exposing its flue. Lin Mo roared as he charged towards Hongxia Fairy, hurling the other stone lion that matched the first. You fiend! Hongxia Fairy effortlessly evaded the attack, declaring, I no longer desire a top-grade spiritual child. If that is what you seek, continue this way, and you will find yourself unable to touch me in the slightest. Or, shall we negotiate our terms in a more intimate setting? Lin Mo's gaze turned cold upon hearing those words, his voice hoarse as he replied, once you are dead, naturally, no one will covet the exquisite spirit child. Lin Mo was acutely aware that this wretched woman was exhausting her strength. If he continued to wear her down, he would inevitably slay her. As long as she lived, the existence of his granddaughter, Yu Yin, as an exquisite spirit child would remain a ticking time bomb. Do you wish to kill me? The voice of the red mist fairy was laced with seduction. Catch me first. With that, she took flight toward another direction. At that moment, a beautiful woman with a serene countenance stood on the eaves of the direction she intended to go. This striking woman possessed an alluring figure. Yet she wielded a long black spear, her expression devoid of any emotion, radiating an icy indifference. Red Mist, today marks your day of reckoning. The beautiful woman, holding the spear, directed her cold voice at the red mist fairy. Years ago, you murdered my second brother. Today, I come to avenge him. Xiao Yun, the red mist fairy's eyes widened in disbelief. revealing an expression of incredulity. "You are still alive. You didn't perish in that inferno." "Of course, I survived." The beautiful woman brandished her spear, her figure already lunging toward the red mist fairy to thrust the weapon. Grade 6. The red mist fairy narrowly evaded the thrust, her complexion turning ashen. One masked man was already causing her a headache. Now, with the arrival of another grade 6 expert, she truly found herself in a dire predicament. "You will die." Behind her, the masked man wielded a long blade, striking down with intent. "Red mist, today you are doomed." Seeing this, the beautiful woman, Xiao Yun, lightly tapped her toes and charged toward the red mist fairy, the black spear leading her assault. As the two closed in on her, the red mist fairy twisted her delicate hand, casting forth a red silk ribbon to ensnare the black spear and deflect it toward the long blade. With a nimble step, she darted once more toward the south. Lin Mo gave a slight flick of his dragon sparrow, and with a resounding bang, the red silk ribbon shattered inch by inch. "Dragon sparrow." A voice of shock arose as the usually impassive and cold-faced beautiful woman displayed an expression of astonishment. Her mouth agape as she gazed at the masked Lin Mo. "You are Lin Mo." The masked Lin Mo nodded slightly, looking at the astonished beauty with a gentle smile. "We shall reminisce later. Let us first eliminate her." With that, Lin Mo unleashed his energy, and with the sound of breaking tiles, his body propelled forward like a cannonball. The beautiful woman, Xiao Yun, felt a tumultuous wave of emotions surging within her, leaving her utterly unsettled. She found it incomprehensible that a peak grade 7, not even reaching grade 8, would dare pursue a long-established grade 6 expert in combat. Who would believe such a tale? When Shangguan Yun had remarked that the one pursuing the red mist was like Lin Mo, Xiao Yun had been utterly skeptical. Now, she was left in a state of bewilderment, just as the beautiful woman grappled with her confusion. A few figures appeared, panting as they pursued. These individuals were none other than Long Feng, the head of the Xiaoshui City Martial Arts Academy, along with the leaders of the three major families. Long Feng bowed to the beautiful woman, Xiao Yun, and inquired, "May I ask, madam, where has the red mist fairy gone?" Lacking the inexhaustible stamina of the masked man, they were not grade 6 warriors, and following the trail of the two's battle to this location was indeed a rare feat. "Begone." Xiao Yun cast a glance at Long Feng, then lightly tapped her toes, her figure drifting toward another direction. In the astonished gazes of the grade 7 warriors, the beautiful woman moved like smoke, her feet barely touching the ridge of the roof before she vanished from sight. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was filled with shock. Yet another grade 7. The one who spoke was Sun Fuguei, the head of the Sun family. With his white beard and hair, despite being merely 60, his mind was not consumed by martial pursuits. The Sun family primarily focused on commerce in Xiaoshui City. Long Feng nodded, having been scolded by the beautiful woman earlier. He had been prepared to retaliate, but now he fell silent. With his grade 7 strength, how could he dare to rebuke a grade 6? That would be courting death. It's been ages since Xiaoshui City has been this lively. Long Feng's voice echoed, as Xiaoshui City was merely a small border town under the jurisdiction of Fenglei City in the Jiangnan province, lacking natural resources and proximity to the sea, surrounded by mountains. And its economic underdevelopment meant no forces or strong practitioners would venture here. Tang Zhong, the head of the Longhu Martial Arts Academy, chuckled bitterly. Even a single grade 6 expert would send Xiaoshui City into a frenzy. The crowd fell into a contemplative silence. Though they were prominent figures in Xiaoshui City, in the grand scheme of things, they were no more than cannon fodder elsewhere. There exists a saying among martial artists: those who do not reach grade 6 are but ants. Grade 3 practitioners hone their physiques, enhancing their physical strength, yet ultimately they possess only physical prowess. It is only upon reaching grade 6 and beyond that one truly steps onto the path of martial arts. Grade 6 practitioners refine their spirits, gaining keen intuition and exceptional senses, allowing them to foresee crises, their bodies becoming as light as a swallow. Grade 5 practitioners, through the cultivation of qi, can commune with the spiritual energies of the world, enhancing their physical forms and extending their lifespans. As for grade 4 experts, they attain a level of disregard for certain natural laws, such as inertia, gravity, and imbalance, granting them complete control over their own power, ensuring every strike is executed with precision. Long Feng surveyed the individuals around him. Noticing their contemplative expressions, he smiled. The path of martial arts is boundless, and so too are we, as long as I do not perish. I shall certainly advance further. With that, he let out a long cry, his energy surging beneath his feet as he crushed a tile and pursued the direction the beautiful woman had taken. Seeing his resolve, the others lifted their spirits. They were already considered gifted compared to ordinary individuals, and in the face of stronger foes, they should strive to pursue with determination. "I'm coming," the head of the Lunghu Martial Arts Academy shouted. Also charging forward, the rest were not willing to fall behind. With the sound of shattering tiles echoing, they quickly gathered their energies and pursued. Chapter 40. The Blushing Beauty. The moonlight was dim, yet, for martial artists, even in the pitch-black night, they could keenly sense any lurking danger. Especially for grade 6 practitioners with their heightened senses, darkness felt no different than broad daylight. "Accept your demise." Lin Mo swung his blade toward the red mist fairy. While simultaneously, Xiaoyun's voice had yet to reach her, but the spear was already upon her. The long spear, entirely black, with a glimmering silver tip, shot forth like thunder, aimed at the red mist fairy's head. The red mist fairy twisted her body, narrowly evading both attacks, but Xiaoyun's spear had swiftly reversed and tore through the red mist fairy's arm. A crimson stain immediately seeped from the wound. And with a deft step, she avoided Lin Mo's strike at the cost of her injury. There was no choice. Compared to Lin Mo's blade, Xiaoyun's spear was the lesser of two evils. The masked man's monstrous strength was utterly terrifying, and the red mist fairy had no doubt that a single strike from him would sever her entire arm. "You all shall perish." Feeling the tendons in her arm severed, the red mist fairy's face turned ashen, her figure retreating violently. She could entertain no thoughts of retaliation. It was not that she did not wish to fight back, but rather that she had no opportunity to do so. Previously, she had battled the masked man for an extended period in Xiaoshui City, and now, with her strength nearly depleted, facing even a single grade 6 expert was overwhelming. Surviving was already a blessing. Red Mist, did you ever consider that one day you would face this reckoning for annihilating my Xiao family? Xiaoyun relentlessly thrust her black spear, the silver tip darting and weaving. Each strike a potential fatal blow. Lin Mo too sought an opportunity to strike at the red mist fairy, yet he found himself exasperated as she preferred to meet Xiaoyun's spear rather than evade his blade. The heightened senses of a grade 6 expert were akin to possessing a cheat code in battle. Lin Mo muttered in frustration, compelled to continuously strike, forcing the red mist fairy to evade and expose further vulnerabilities, allowing Xiaoyun's spear to find its mark with greater accuracy. Fortunately, Xiaoyun did not disappoint. The spear rained down with increasing intensity, leaving the red mist fairy with no time to evade. With a piercing cry, the red mist fairy's left hand was pierced, the spearhead puncturing her arm, mere inches from her heart. Die? The beautiful woman, Xiaoyun, displayed a look of pleasure on her cold face. Her eyes blazed like fire as she unleashed her strength, thrusting the spear forward. Simultaneously, Lin Mo fiercely brandished his long knife, channeling all his power into a single strike aimed at the heart of the red haze fairy. With a resolute expression, the red haze fairy reacted instinctively, but it was far too late. Though she gripped the spear with both hands, she failed to hold on as it pierced deeply into her body. While Lin Mo's knife entered her heart from behind, blood gushed from the corners of the red haze fairy's mouth as she turned to Lin Mo, attempting to speak but ultimately unable to form the words. Her head tilted, and in the instant the spear and knife were withdrawn, she collapsed. A sixth-tier powerhouse fell upon the eaves. Meanwhile, not far away, the hurriedly approaching Ling Feng halted in shock at the sight. He had just witnessed a sixth-tier martial artist being slain, leaving him horrified. The sixth-tier realm was something he had long aspired to. How could it be that such a formidable figure perished so easily? Ling Feng felt a wave of turmoil in his heart, his blood surging as his mind went blank, rooted in place. With the fall of the red haze fairy, a heavy burden finally lifted from Lin Mo's heart. He exhaled, knowing that no one could harm his granddaughter, not even a sixth-tier powerhouse. No matter the sect, be it spirit infant or any other, they would all be eradicated. At that moment, he noticed his skin had taken on a dark bronze hue, a clear sign of having reached the 8th tier's copper skin state. What a double blessing. That strike had propelled me to the 8th tier. To kill a renowned 6th tier powerhouse with 8th tier strength. Lin Mo, you are unparalleled. A chilling voice echoed in his ear. Not so. Just moments ago, you were at the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Lin Mo clasped his hands and turned to the beautiful woman. Xiaoyun, Xiao Miss. Lin Mo, you have concealed yourself well. After vanquishing the red haze fairy, Xiaoyun's expression returned to its icy demeanor as she regarded Lin Mo. The tiger hero is truly formidable, capable of slaying even a 6th tier warrior. Hearing a hint of reproach in her tone, Lin Mo chuckled softly and promptly removed his tiger-headed mask. In tumultuous times, drawing attention can be perilous. It's better to remain concealed. Xiao Yun regarded the man before her, noting the traces of time etched on his brow, his gaze deep and tranquil, his physique robust, exuding a unique charm. Locking eyes with him, her heart inexplicably raced. Lin Mo observed the lovely woman and suddenly noticed a rosy blush had crept onto her cheeks. "Miss Xiao, are you unwell?" Upon hearing his words, Xiao Yun felt her face flush with heat and abruptly turned away. "Of course I'm fine." Lin Mo nodded. "By the way, Miss Xiao, there's something I wish to ask." "What is it?" Xiao Yun turned slightly, avoiding his gaze, her voice regaining its frosty tone. "Do you wish to take the remnants of this vile woman?" Xiao Yun paused, about to respond, but turned to find Lin Mo already kneeling beside the red haze fairy, beginning to remove her garments. "Shameless," Xiao Yun muttered under her breath. She could hardly bear to watch such an overt act of undressing a young woman. Even if she was merely a corpse, for her skin remained fair and delicate. Lin Mo seemed oblivious to Xiao Yun's criticisms and, in a remarkably swift manner, turned the red haze fairy over. Then flipped her once more before properly wrapping her body. "Miss Xiao, do you wish to take these items?" Lin Mo presented a handful of belongings before her. Xiao Yun glanced over, her gaze fixating on a red belly band. And she was momentarily taken aback. Pointing at the garment, she exclaimed, "Lin Mo, you?" Lin Mo, embarrassed, looked at the red clothing and quickly pinched it between two fingers, tossing it aside. Misunderstanding. Xiao Yun wore a look of disdain. "I want nothing belonging to that woman." "What a scent!" Lin Mo, hearing her words, brought the fingers that had held the garment to his nose and murmured, "It has no scent." He raised his gaze to the beautiful woman, who remained silent, her expression conveying a message that he was as loathsome as that woman. That moment, several figures rushed towards them from a distance. Lin Mo glanced at them and promptly donned his tiger-headed mask once more. "Since Miss Xiao does not want it, I shall take it." Stuffing the items he had acquired from the red haze fairy into his clothes, Lin Mo clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you." Miss Xiao, the beautiful woman, Xiao Yun, did not respond, her demeanor cold as she let out a huff in acknowledgement. She turned to the nearby Ling Feng and the others, waved her hand, slinging the spear onto her back, and with a light push of her toes, soared away in another direction. Watching the disappearing figure of the beautiful woman, Lin Mo couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. He then waved at Ling Feng, who stood observing from a distance. Seeing this, Ling Feng felt a pang of anxiety and, steeling himself, approached Lin Mo, clasping his hands in greeting. "I pay my respects to the tiger-headed hero. Whatever you wish to do, I shall comply." Chapter 41. A New Trouble. Observing the timid head of the Xiaoshui City Constabulary, Lin Mo pondered deeply. He had heard of Ling Feng's reputation for eradicating evil and his fair treatment of the common folk, making him a rarity among officials. Should he kill him now, along with the county magistrate, Xiaoshui City would surely descend into chaos without leadership. "Do you aspire to reach the 6th tier?" Lin Mo's voice returned to its raspy, cold tone. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng, who had been prepared for death, froze momentarily, instinctively nodding. "It is my greatest desire." Yet another thought crossed his mind. "But you have yet to reach the 8th tier. How can you aid me in attaining the 6th? Lin Mo nodded. "I shall assist you in reaching the 6th tier. Are you willing to obey my commands?" Feeling the chill in Lin Mo's words, Ling Feng understood the implication. Disobedience would mean death. "I am willing to obey." After declaring his loyalty, Ling Feng knelt, clasping his hands in submission. "Do not reveal my identity," Lin Mo instructed. "The county magistrate has amassed considerable wealth over the years. Sell it all and convert it into silver to deliver to my residence. You know where that is." "With respect," Ling Feng replied. "As you command." Lin Mo nodded, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the tiles beneath his feet as he took off like a cannonball. Watching Lin Mo's retreating figure, Ling Feng felt a fire igniting within him. He had clearly seen the dark bronze hue appear on Lin Mo's arm, a unique mark of an 8th-tier copper-skinned martial artist. From this, he deduced that the Red Haze Fairy's claims were not unfounded. Lin Mo truly was only at the 8th tier. To pursue and slay a peak 6th-tier powerhouse with 8th-tier strength was something he had never dared to dream. Yet it had unfolded before his very eyes. Even if Lin Mo could not help him reach the 6th tier, he had at least secured an invaluable ally, coming from a poor background. With no sect or faction, he had stumbled upon a chance to learn martial arts and entered the path of cultivation. After years of grueling effort, he finally reached the Iron Bone realm. But luck had not been on his side. After decades at the 7th tier, he still had not crossed the threshold into the 6th. The bitterness and hardship of his journey were known only to him. And if given the chance to step into the 6th tier, he would pay any price. After Lin Mo departed, Tang Zheng and the others gathered around Lung Feng. Brother Long, what on earth transpired? Tang Zheng, who shared a close friendship with Lung Feng, inquired about the events that had unfolded. Lung Feng glanced at the crowd and pointed toward the lifeless body ahead. That is the 6th tier warrior. The Red Haze Fairy of the Spirit Infant Sect. She was slain by 2 6th tier powerhouses. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with expressions of shock. Although they had anticipated such news, it still sent a tremor through them. A 6th tier powerhouse was among the elite in Shoshui City, and their death would have a significant impact on everyone present. Captain Lang, what do you think the intentions of those 2 powerhouses are? Sun Fugui, the head of the Sun family, stroked his beard and asked with a gentle demeanor. If 6th tier powerhouses appeared in Shoshui City, it would be better if they remained unaware, if they did know. Wouldn't that make them targets? While they might not remember who had sent gifts, they would certainly remember those who had not. After pondering, Lung Feng clasped his hands and addressed the crowd. Everyone, come to the Yamen tomorrow at noon. Everyone nodded in understanding, realizing that Lung Feng intended to probe the intentions of the 6th tier powerhouses first to avoid any missteps in delivering tributes. Thank you, Captain Ling. Thank you, Brother Feng. The blacksmith shop. A beautiful woman sits at the forefront, sipping steaming tea. Behind her stands a girl in a flowing skirt, adorned with a purple veil and a small red birthmark on her brow. Gently massaging her shoulders, Aunt Yun, congratulations on avenging your great grievance. The man, Shang Wanyun, hastily bows his hands in respect, adding, congratulations, Aunt Yun. The beautiful woman, Xiao Yun, places her teacup down. Her expression gentle, a faint smile gracing her lips. Today, I owe it all to Lin Mo. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanyun is immediately taken aback, his mouth agape, eyes wide with astonishment. His mind races with questions. Aunt Yun, are you implying that the one pursuing Hongxia is Lin Mo? The girl, who had been massaging her shoulders, also halts, her face a mask of shock. Is it true? That old man is so formidable. No wonder I have my eye on him. The beautiful woman snorts. You have an interest in Lin Mo? Then I might as well marry you off to him, saving me the trouble. Oh dear, the girl jumps in alarm at this remark, hastily retorting, I am merely concerned about Aunt Yun's marriage prospects. Lin Mo is increasingly meeting the criteria. You little imp, do you seek a beating? The beautiful woman raises her hand, feigning to strike. The girl quickly waves her hands, exclaiming, I was wrong. Aunt Yun, no more talk of it. The beautiful woman chuckles softly. Consider this. Lin Mo has 2 women, and upon inspection, they are sisters. If I were to marry Lin Mo, how would he treat me? Am I to be a shared consort with other women? Hearing this, the veiled girl pauses, then responds with a resigned tone. What Aunt Yun says makes sense. Even if you wish to share a husband with other women, I would never agree. Seeing her words resonate. The beautiful woman smiles. You understand. Good. Let us not broach this subject again. The girl sticks her tongue out, nodding with a grin. I understand. However, Lin Mo is indeed impressive. Has he perhaps broken through to the 6th rank? Otherwise, how could he pursue the fairy Hongxia so tirelessly? Shang Wanyun turns his gaze to Aunt Yun, as he is the one most eager for the answer, when he had entrusted Long K to Lin Mo. He was merely a 9th rank warrior who could scarcely afford a weapon. Now, in less than 3 months, he is transformed into a fearsome 6th rank hero. This world is truly fantastical, more so than the tales he had previously read. Where the spurned youth discovers an old man within a ring seems far more believable than Lin Mo's saga. Observing the anticipatory expressions of both, the beautiful woman, Xiao Yun, remained silent for a moment before slowly stating, though I find it hard to believe. He has indeed just broken through to the 8th rank. To be precise, his strength was only at the peak of the 7th rank when he chased after Hongxia. Upon hearing Aunt Yun confirm this, Shang Wanyun's mind buzzes, momentarily rendering him speechless, unsure of what to say. The beautiful woman suddenly recalls something, murmuring, Lin Mo must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity, but I suspect it is significantly related to the Buddhist sect. During today's battle, his raw power and the dark golden hue enveloping him seem reminiscent of the Buddhist manifestation of the golden body. If it truly is the Buddhist golden body, then he is in grave trouble. Chapter 42. The Great Spirit Infant Law. The Great Xia is weak, surrounded by other nations eyeing it covetously, such as the Great Martial Empire in the east, the Buddhist Kingdom in the west, the Northern Demon Kingdom, and various other factions. Currently, The entire Great Xia is infiltrated by these forces, particularly the Buddhist sect, which has penetrated the deepest. They have established temples in every city and infiltrated the martial world. The Buddhist golden body can only be cultivated by those with great fortune, and people have merely heard legends of powerful Buddhists exhibiting the golden body, radiating with a golden glow. Now, having witnessed Lin Mo's golden arm, the beautiful woman, Xiao Yun, naturally associates it with the Buddhist golden-bodied, martial arts of any sect are allowed to be disseminated. Even though the Buddhist sect preaches compassion, they would not be so magnanimous as to allow their superior martial arts to circulate outside. Should the Buddhist sect discover that Lin Mo has mastered the golden body, there are only two fates awaiting him. First, he would be converted, and second, he would be transcended to the Western paradise. In simpler terms, refusing to enter the Buddhist sect means a path to death. After hearing Xiao Yun's explanation, both Shangguan Yun and the veiled girl display expressions of concern. If the Buddhist sect truly comes looking for him, should we intervene? Shangguan Yun inquires, glancing at the girl and the beautiful woman. The girl contemplates before responding earnestly. Of course we should help. After all, Lin Mo is one of us, observing the seriousness of their discussion. The beautiful woman shakes her head in resignation. If the Buddhist sect truly arrives, we would only have the option to flee. Upon hearing this, the girl's head droops in dismay. Shangguan Yun falls silent as well. Quietly sipping the now lukewarm tea from the table, leaping into the courtyard, Lin Mo gazes at the pale light of dawn. Entering the house, he hears the voice of Yue, seventh master. You have returned, Lin Mo responds. I'm back. Yue, feeling her way through the darkness, approaches the table to light a candle, pouring a cup of hot tea for Lin Mo. Are you hungry? I'll prepare some noodles for you. Lin Mo sips the hot tea, his stomach grumbling in response. Just one bowl will suffice. Put on your clothes before you head out. All right. Yue dons her clothes and steps out to the woodshed to prepare noodles for Lin Mo. Taking advantage of the candlelight, Lin Mo retrieves the spoils from slaying the fairy Hongxia. He finds a martial arts manual, a jade box, a stack of silver notes, and a red belly band. Lin Mo stares at the red belly band for a moment, puzzled, as he thought he had discarded it. Remembering this, he casually tosses the red belly band into the waste bin and begins to examine the martial arts manual. The cover reads 4 large characters: The Great Spirit Infant Law. TSK, Lin Mo's heart jolts. This is indeed the sinister technique of the Spirit Infant sect. Continuing to read, he discovers that the first step to practicing the Great Spirit Infant Law is to first cultivate a technique called the Spirit Infant Formula. The sole purpose of this technique is to discern which child is a spirit infant and to assess the level of the spirit infant. Spirit infants are categorized into 4 grades: exceptional, upper, middle, and lower. The higher the grade, the more beneficial it is for cultivating the spirit infant formula. One exceptional spirit infant is equivalent to 10 lower-grade spirit infants. Xiao Yuyan is a rare exceptional spirit child. No wonder Hongxia is so obsessed. One granddaughter is worth 1,000 lower-grade spirit children. Lin Mo internally scoffs, thinking that Hongxia, that flirtatious woman, is indeed fortunate to encounter an exceptional spirit child in such a small town as Xiushui. Of course, those who are overly fortunate rarely meet a good end. After mastering the spirit infant formula, one can seek out spirit infants, and upon finding one, drinking its heart's blood can enhance one's strength. To advance to the 9th rank requires 10 lower-grade spirit infants. To the 8th rank requires 100. To the 7th rank requires 1,000, and so forth. Lin Mo abruptly closes the Great Spirit Infant Law. Realizing that if this is the case, that flirtatious woman must have consumed the heart's blood of at least tens of thousands of spirit infants to ascend to the 6th rank. However, this is merely speculative. The vast land of the Great Xia, while exceptional spirit infants are hard to come by, middle and upper grade spirit infants are still relatively easy to find. Damn the spirit infant sect. Lin Mo resolves that anyone from the spirit infant sect he encounters in the future shall experience the taste of being crushed by a stone lion. After sipping some hot tea to calm his mood, Lin Mo takes out the jade box, carefully opening it to reveal a soft, jade-like, translucent pill inside. What kind of elixir is this? Lin Mo murmurs, gazing at the small pill. Elixirs are benefits reserved for powerful factions or the offspring of noble families, used to enhance strength. Although he has heard of elixirs before, this is his first encounter with one. I'll ask Xiao Yun tomorrow what this elixir does. The remaining item is the silver notes. Lin Mo counts and finds there are approximately 7,000 taels. With that, The amount of silver notes in his possession skyrockets to over 20,000. Truly, killing and looting brings wealth. 7th Master, the noodles are ready. Just then, Yu enters, carrying a steaming bowl of noodles. 7th Master, the noodles I made are ready. Hurry and eat. Lin Mo nods, taking a bite of the noodles prepared by Yu. The flavor is quite good. Though a bit salty, it could use a touch of vinegar. How does it taste? Yu inquires, looking at Lin Mo. Not bad. Lin Mo nods, sipping the broth, which has a slightly fishy and salty taste. Reminiscent of seafood. If you like it, you should finish the broth too. Yue gazed earnestly at Lin Mo, the candlelight casting a captivating glow upon her visage. All right. Lin Mo lifted the bowl and drank the entire bowl of noodle soup that Yue had prepared. Though it had a fishy undertone, it was undeniably fragrant. A night passed in silence. The following day, Lin Mo indulged in a leisurely slumber, not awakening until the sun had risen high in the sky. Despite his boundless energy from the previous day's battle, his body inevitably bore some aches, particularly in his ankle, having crushed countless tiles the night before. Indeed, he had overexerted himself. At that moment, Yue entered, carrying a bowl of meat soup and 3 pastries. 7th Master, it is time for breakfast. Lin Mo rose and drank the meat soup, opting not to touch the pastries. By the way, there is a constable waiting outside the main gate. I let him in. But he said he would only enter once you were awake. Lin Mo nodded. Glancing at the sun outside, he inquired, how long has he been waiting? Zui quickly replied, Lu Gue said he arrived at dawn. So it has been an hour. Lin Mo nodded lightly, stating, get up. Upon hearing this, Yue hurriedly approached to assist Lin Mo in dressing. After donning his clothes, Lin Mo stumbled out of the house, entering the courtyard. There, he spotted Lu Gue sweeping the yard. Upon seeing Lin Mo emerge, Lu Gue immediately exclaimed, Good day, my lord. What has happened to you? Noticing Lin Mo's unsteady gait, Lu Gue's expression turned anxious as he rushed to offer support. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. I twisted my ankle while getting up to use the restroom last night. Attend to your duties. With that, he approached the door and saw the imposing figure of the chief constable, Lung Feng, standing outside. Chapter 43. The Power of the Taoist Sect. At the entrance of the Lin residence, a defiant figure stood at the gate. Clad in official garb, the autumn breeze rustled his attire, attracting the attention of the surrounding neighbors. What is someone from the magistrate's office doing at the door of the newly arrived Lin brother? Has Lin brother gotten himself into trouble? Something feels amiss. If Lin brother had committed an offense, why wouldn't he enter? This man's attire seems different from that of ordinary constables, embellished with gold trim. I see now. This man is an impostor posing as a constable. Let us report him to the authorities and have him apprehended. Just as Lin Mo stepped outside, he overheard this conversation and nearly collapsed in disbelief. Report to the authorities to capture Lung Feng? He feared he might be the one confined for a few days instead. Everyone, please disperse. This is my friend. No need to report anything. Lin Mo waved to the neighbors, the young man selling pancakes next door. Surnamed Wu clasped his hands together, saying, I see, Lin brother, I was just about to go to the magistrate to file a report. Lin Mo glanced at Wu and smiled. Thank you for your concern. He then turned to Long Feng. Let us go. Long Feng cupped his hands in greeting and, without further ado, cautiously followed Lin Mo into the courtyard. Lu Gue, who was sweeping, noticed Long Feng trailing behind Lin Mo and quickly moved aside to continue his work, not daring to interrupt Lin Mo's affairs. Upon entering the main hall, Lin Mo took his seat at the head and looked at Lung Feng. How have matters progressed? Lung Feng promptly cupped his hands. The calligraphy and paintings from the county magistrate's residence have been appraised and converted into silver, totaling 53,700 taels. The valuation of the properties is still underway, so we can only sell them gradually. Upon finishing, Long Feng produced a stack of silver notes from within his robes and handed them to Lin Mo. Lin Mo accepted them, tucking them into his sleeve, and nodded slightly. There is no rush regarding the properties. Lung Feng continued, cupping his hands. The 3 major martial arts schools and 3 prominent families in the city have expressed great admiration for you after witnessing yesterday's battle and wish to pay you a visit. Ah, it seems that becoming a formidable warrior has its perks. No wonder those powerful martial artists never lack for money when people are eager to offer it. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. His wealth had surged to 80,000 taels. So finances were not a concern. Are there any spiritual herbs beneficial for cultivation? Lung Feng pondered briefly before replying. Such spiritual herbs are indeed rare, but the 3 major schools and families have been entrenched in Xiushui City for many years. They must have some stock that I shall return to inform them. Lin Mo nodded, looking at Lung Feng. What cultivation method do you practice? Upon hearing this, Lung Feng momentarily froze, a subtle yet unmistakable joy flickering across his face. He quickly knelt and cupped his hands. My lord, the method I practice is called the Eternal Green Sword Technique, a sword technique of the Taoist sect. However, as I am not part of the sect and lack guidance from a Taoist master, I have been stuck at the 7th rank for a long time without a breakthrough. In this world, while both the Taoist and Buddhist sects are formidable powers, they adhere to different philosophies. The Taoist sect has always been non-confrontational, yet no one dares to underestimate this sect. Since embarking on the martial path, Lin Mo increasingly feels that the martial way is evolving towards the path of immortality. For instance, a 6th-rank warrior can move with the grace of a swallow, traversing rooftops with extraordinary senses. This is a clear sign of evolution. It is said that the Taoist sect boasts masters of the 1st rank and even beyond. Such powerful individuals have likely transcended the limits of the human body, pursuing longevity and immortality, which is the true foundation of the Taoist sect's enduring presence. The Taoist sect is elusive and ethereal, even for me to touch upon. If you bestow the Eternal Green Sword Technique upon me, I shall contemplate it for a few days and provide you with a response. Lung Feng quickly cupped his hands. I understand, my lord. In the martial world, prowess takes precedence. Although Lin Mo's rank may only be 8th, the combat strength he has displayed certainly qualifies him to be addressed as a senior by Lung Feng. With that, he presented the Eternal Green Sword Technique, which he carried with him, to Lin Mo with both hands. Accepting the technique, Lin Mo nodded without further comment. Seeing this, Lung Feng cupped his hands. Lin Sr. I shall take my leave now. After Lung Feng departed, Lin Mo took out the Eternal Green Sword Technique to peruse. The Eternal Green Sword Technique was simplified from the Supreme Sword Technique of the Taoist sect. The Qingjing Sword Technique, many years ago by a disciple of the Taoist sect, focusing heavily on offensive capabilities, practicing Taoist methods emphasizes a tranquil mind and detachment from worldly distractions, which explains Lin Feng's often cold demeanor. Lin Mo chuckled at this thought that he opened his interface and saw the Eternal Green Sword Technique prominently displayed. Host: Lin Mo. Age: 51. Rank: 8th, 12th. Constitution: Diamond Body. Entry: 21. Techniques: Breakthrough Blade Technique, 7th Rank Blade Technique. Entry: 97. Dragon Subduing Tiger Capturing Technique, 6th Rank Technique. Entry: 1. Smoke Chasing Steps, 6th Rank Technique. Not yet entered 3. Eternal Green Sword Technique, 4th Rank Technique. Not yet entered 1. Spirit Infant Decision, 3rd Rank Technique. Not yet entered 0. Although my rank has broken through to the 8th, the increase in my own strength is minimal, merely a slight enhancement in physical strength when not utilizing the Diamond Divine Art. It is not that the 8th rank is insufficiently powerful, but rather that the Diamond Body is exceedingly formidable. Lin Mo couldn't help but grumble. After closing the system interface, he went to check on his adorable granddaughter, who had just finished nursing and was now peacefully asleep. Yurong quietly remarked, last night, the little one wouldn't sleep at all, yet she seemed untroubled, her big eyes fixed on the ceiling, as if pondering something. Lin Mo chuckled. Perhaps she has some worries. What concerns could she possibly have at such a young age? Yurong laughed. Could it be a milk-induced daze? Lin Mo glanced at Yurong, noticing that since she began nursing Xiao Yuyan, her figure had grown increasingly impressive. Yurong, catching Lin Mo's gaze, felt her cheeks flush and softly said, I sewed a dress myself. Will you come to see it tonight? A dress? Lin Mo looked at Yurong, only to see her face redden further. She murmured like a mosquito, will you come to see it later? Of course. Lin Mo laughed, giving her a playful pat on the backside as he left. Yurong's face turned crimson from the playful gesture, her cherry lips involuntarily curling upward, in the blacksmith shop. In the back garden, a beautiful woman sat in a gazebo, sipping freshly brewed hot tea, watching a diligent young girl practice earnestly while nodding in satisfaction. This morning, the young girl had taken the initiative to rise early to train. Continuing until now, a rare sight indeed, a once-in-a-lifetime event. Ting Ting, what has come over you today? You seem like a different person. The beautiful woman, Xiao Yun, inquired of the girl. The young girl, with a serious expression, replied, Aunt Yun, I have made my decision. From now on, Lin Mo will be my goal. Lin Mo, the beautiful woman, Xiao Yun, glanced at the girl, instinctively wanting to question what made him a worthy goal, but then recalled the events of the previous night. Very well, then I shall supervise your training daily from now on. The young girl solemnly nodded and declared, I will certainly strive to practice martial arts. Chapter 44. The Transformation of the Beautiful Woman. Lin Mo rode a magnificent tall white horse to the blacksmith shop. Shang Guanyun was instructing several blacksmiths on how to strike the iron. Upon hearing the sound of the horse's hooves, he turned and spotted Lin Mo perched upon his steed. Lin, Senior Lin. He initially intended to address him by his name directly, but, after a moment's consideration, opted for a more respectful title. Lin Mo dismounted and staggered over to Shang Guanyun. Patting him on the shoulder, "There's no need for such formality, Brother Shang Guan." Shang Guanyun took the reins from Lin Mo and handed them to a blacksmith at his side, smiling as he gestured. "Brother Lin, please, come inside." Together, Lin Mo and Shang Guanyun entered the inner hall. "Brother Lin, what brings you here this time?" Shang Guanyun poured tea for Lin Mo and inquired directly. Lin Mo smiled at Shang Guanyun. "Where is Miss Xiao? I have come to find her. I see." Shang Guanyun nodded and gestured invitingly. "Yungu is in the back garden." They traversed the expansive courtyard until they arrived at the back garden. There, they beheld a young girl clad in a purple dress, her face partially obscured by a purple veil, a small vermilion birthmark adorning her brow as she stood in a martial stance. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman, Xiaoyun, was seated, sipping tea. Shang Guanyun bowed respectfully to the beautiful woman. "Yungu, Brother Lin has arrived." The beautiful woman inclined her head slightly, her voice cool and detached. "Let him come, however," the young girl exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, you've come." Lin Mo waved his hand and approached, smiling. "Miss Tingting, I trust you are well." The young girl's name, gleaned from Shang Guanyun, was Jiang Tingting. "Are you here today to seek out Aunt Yun?" Jiang Tingting inquired, her voice lively as she looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded. "I have brought something I wish to show Miss Xiao." "What is it?" "Let me see." Jiang Tingting responded eagerly. Lin Mo produced a jade box from his bosom and presented it to the young girl. Upon opening the box and taking a glance inside, she gasped in astonishment. "This is a pill." She carefully extracted the pill, inhaling its fragrance delicately, her voice brimming with excitement. "This appears to be a spirit awakening pill." Hearing this, the beautiful woman in the pavilion could no longer remain composed. In a flash, she was before the young girl, taking the crystal clear pill from her hands. The beautiful woman scrutinized it closely and inhaled its scent, her expression revealing surprise. "This indeed is the spirit awakening pill," Shang Guanyun exclaimed with fervor. "With this pill, Yungu, won't you be able to advance to the 5th rank of Qi refinement?" Observing the expressions of the three, Lin Mo began to understand the significance of the pill. It could assist a 6th rank martial artist in ascending to the 5th rank. "Where did you acquire this pill?" the beautiful woman inquired. Turning her gaze to Lin Mo smiled awkwardly. "I obtained it yesterday." At this remark, the beautiful woman recalled the distasteful events of the previous day, a wave of nausea washing over her. Yet, who could have anticipated that amidst the unpleasantness lay a coveted spirit awakening pill sought after by 6th rank martial artists? Shang Guanyun clasped his hands in excitement. "Brother Lin, the purpose of this spirit awakening pill is to aid 6th rank masters in sensing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth." Lin Mo appeared perplexed, clearly unaware of the intricacies of the 3rd rank realm, puzzled by Shang Guanyun's explanation. Patiently, Shang Guanyun elaborated, "You must already be aware that the 6th rank pertains to the spirit refinement realm. The abilities of a 6th rank master include enhanced senses and acute intuition. To progress to the 5th rank, a 6th rank martial artist must draw the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth into their body, thus merging their internal energy with this spiritual essence to form a new power we refer to as spiritual power. Hence, the 5th rank is known as the Qi refinement realm." With this clarification, Lin Mo comprehended that the pill could indeed assist 6th rank martial artists in perceiving the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, making it exceedingly rare. "I understand now." Lin Mo inclined his head towards the beautiful woman. "Miss Xiao, you currently stand at the pinnacle of the 6th rank?" The beautiful woman replied coolly. "Indeed. Then this pill would be advantageous for you." Lin Mo pondered for a moment. Previously, he owed Shang Guanyun 3 favors due to the matter of the dragon sparrow. "I shall exchange this pill for the dragon sparrow." Upon hearing this, Shang Guanyun and the others were momentarily taken aback. The beautiful woman regarded Lin Mo, her gaze now softened, no longer frigid. Although the dragon sparrow was precious, it paled in comparison to the value of the spirit awakening pill. While she was entitled to a share of this pill, having previously declined it, it seemed she had inadvertently gained from the situation. This man was not so disagreeable after all, albeit a tad distasteful. Shang Guanyun and Jiang Tingting could only stare in disbelief. their mouths agape and eyes widening as they fixed their gaze on Lin Mo. Suddenly, Jiang Tingting seemed to have an epiphany, turning to look at the beautiful woman Xiao Yun, then back at Lin Mo, her mind conjuring images akin to those in romantic novels, where the male protagonist braves peril to obtain treasures for the female lead. Shangguan Yun gazed at Lin Mo, unable to contain his admiration. "Brother Lin, you truly embody chivalry, an exemplar for us all." "Thank you, Brother Lin. Thank you, Brother Lin." The beautiful woman Xiao Yun saluted Lin Mo respectfully. Unsure of how to address him appropriately, she followed Shangguan Yun's lead in calling him Brother Lin. "Thank you, Uncle Lin." Jiang Tingting playfully bowed. Observing the three of them, Lin Mo suddenly grasped the motivations behind the actions of those heroes in martial arts novels. They were not devoid of desires, but rather sought the admiration of beautiful maidens and the bonds of brotherhood. Brotherhood may not hold great significance, but the affection of a beauty is indeed rare. Matters of the martial world remain within the martial world. The feelings of its inhabitants are entangled therein, and no need for such courtesy. Lin Mo bowed slightly. The spoils from the vanquished Hongxia immortal rightfully belong to Xiao Yun. The beautiful woman, Xiao Yun, replied. "Brother Lin, should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." With this single pill, she felt a tremendous assurance in advancing to the 5th rank. A significant opportunity. Shangguan Yun and Jiang Tingting also quickly bowed in agreement. "Rest assured, should the need arise, I shall not hesitate." Lin Mo turned to the beautiful woman Xiao Yun and remarked, "Miss Xiao, you truly look more lovely when you smile." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yun silently gave a thumbs up. It was the first time in many years that anyone had spoken such words to this icy figure. Truly, he was not afraid of being impaled. Jiang Tingting glanced at the beautiful woman Xiao Yun. Witnessing a smile gracing her face, as warm as the winter sun, capable of melting even the coldest of icy in her memory, the beautiful woman had never displayed such a youthful, tender expression. Jiang Tingting felt a surge of excitement. Though she maintained her composure, her heart danced and spun in a whirlwind of joy. Noticing the gazes of Shangguan Yun and Jiang Tingting, the beautiful woman eventually regained her composure, her expression returning to its usual cool demeanor as she cast a glare at the two. Observing this, Lin Mo politely stated, "I shall take my leave now. Allow me to escort you, Brother Lin." Shangguan Yun promptly volunteered, leading the way as he accompanied Lin Mo out. Chapter 45. Expressions of intent from various parties. As the two exited the blacksmith shop, Shangguan Yun could no longer contain himself and praised Lin Mo with a thumbs up. "Brother Lin, you are truly remarkable, a paragon for our generation." Ahem. Lin Mo chuckled awkwardly. "As men, we cherish not only power but also beauty." Shangguan Yun thumped his thigh. "Brother Lin, you are worthy of being my mentor. I am but a legend." Lin Mo inwardly scoffed as he rode his grand white horse along the streets of Xiushui City. Observing the shops around him, Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim, "The total wealth of this street's shops does not even amount to 1/10 of my fortune." This recollection reminded him of a statement made by a man surnamed Ma before his journey through time. "I am not interested in money." Now, he too could assert that he had no interest in these shops, for he could afford them. At the county office, in the main hall, all the 7th-rank powerhouses of Xiushui City were seated on either side. Gazing at the cold and imposing figure of Long Feng at the head of the table, Tang Jing, the head of the Longhu Martial Arts School, took a sip of tea, only to spit it out in disgust. Placing the cup down, "Brother Feng, what did that esteemed individual say?" Long Feng scanned the room, noting the presence of the heads of the 3 major martial arts schools and the patriarchs of the 3 prominent families. "That esteemed individual's intention is to forego monetary compensation." Upon hearing these words, the crowd exchanged glances, and the head of the Sun family clasped his hands in inquiry. "Does this imply that all treasures beneficial for cultivation are acceptable?" Long Feng's tone was devoid of warmth. This remark, the 3 heads of the martial arts schools and the 3 family heads began to ponder. If the esteemed individual desired wealth, they could negotiate to present an equal amount of valuables, thus offending no one. However, if what was sought were rare treasures, careful consideration was imperative. Should one present ordinary treasures while another offered extraordinary ones? Would they not attract the attention of the 6th-grade powerhouse? Tang Jing boisterously declared, "My Longhu Martial Arts School possesses merely a millennium-old ginseng." With that, he resumed sipping his tea, casting glances at the other heads of martial schools. Seeking not to surpass the treasures of the 3 families, but at the very least to ensure his offerings were not inferior, the head of the Black Blade Martial Arts School, coldly stated. I possess only an 800-year-old Ganoderma. This. Tang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. The difference between an 800-year-old Ganoderma and a millennium-old ginseng was negligible. The head of the Lingyi Martial Arts School, with a resonant voice and a chuckle, proclaimed, I am left with a dragon's blood grass measuring a foot in length. Upon hearing this, both Tang Zheng of the Longhu Martial Arts School and the head of the Black Blade Martial Arts School fixed him with sharp gazes. The value of a foot-long dragon's blood grass was equivalent to the treasures offered by others. Song Qing, is this action of yours not excessive? Tang Jing slammed his teacup onto the table, directing an accusatory gaze at Song Qing, the head of the Lingyi Martial Arts School. But the head of the Black Blade Martial Arts School remained silent. His eyes grew increasingly frigid, observing the two. Song Qing of the Lingyi Martial Arts School chuckled awkwardly but responded unperturbed. I sincerely apologize. My Lingyi Martial Arts School is left with only this one treasure. Humph, in that case, my Longhu Martial Arts School shall present another 800-year-old Ganoderma. Tang Zheng retorted coldly, his gaze toward Song Qing tinged with bitterness. The head of the Black Blade Martial Arts School echoed, I too shall present another treasure. Witnessing this, the three family heads fell into a contemplative silence. The most dreaded scenario had materialized. If they were to engage in a contest of offerings, there would be no limit to what could be presented at this juncture. The head of the Zhu family turned to the silver-haired Sun family head. Sun Fugue, what do you think? Sun family head, how much should we three families contribute? The head of the Yuan family also looked towards Sun Fugue, who was known for his sagacity and extensive experience. Sun Fugue took a gentle sip from his teacup. The foundation of the three families surpasses that of the martial schools, yet not by an overwhelming margin. My Sun family shall also offer two 700-year-old Ganoderma. Upon hearing this, the head of the Yuan family nodded. My Yuan family coincidentally has two 700-year-old Ganoderma as well. The head of the Zhu family concurred. My Zhu family lacks Ganoderma, but possesses an ancient tea imbued with spiritual energy. This, Longfeng could not help but curse the family heads as cunning old foxes, though it was a rare sight to see the three families willing to part with their treasures. Since all have made their decisions, please prepare your offerings and send them to my county office. I shall personally deliver them to the esteemed one's doorstep. By the way, there will be 2 sets. Longfeng addressed the assembly. 2 sets. Tang Zheng questioned with skepticism. Sun Fugue turned to Tang Zheng. Has Tang Pavilion Master forgotten how many 6th-grade powerhouses were present that day? Tang Zheng immediately nodded. Recalling the presence of 2 6th-grade powerhouses on that occasion, Longfeng surveyed the crowd, remaining silent as he waved his hand lightly. The assembly then bowed and excused themselves to prepare their gifts. That evening, Longfeng arrived alone at the Lin residence, driving a cart. The doorman, Lu Gue, upon spotting Lingfeng, clasped his hands and said, Please wait a moment, my lord. I shall inform the master. Longfeng returned the gesture. I appreciate your trouble. Lu Gue nodded, recalling the conversation he had with the street vendor selling pancakes earlier that afternoon. The vendor had claimed that this person donned counterfeit official garb and was an imposter. Lu Gue had initially been skeptical, challenging the vendor to a wager, but the vendor insisted that the man would eventually be apprehended and imprisoned, asserting that he only dared to come to the Lin residence in the early morning or late at night, lest he be caught by the real officials during the day. Just when Lu Gue thought he would forget the matter, the man indeed appeared that night. Entering the main hall, Lu Gue announced, Master, that man has returned, and he has brought a cart. Lin Mo nodded slightly. Let us go and move the items. Lu Gue nodded, hesitating as if he had more to say. Speak freely, Lin Mo encouraged with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Gue clasped his hands and inquired, May I ask, Master, is that man an official of the Yamen? Lin Mo shook his head. No, Lu Gue's disappointment was evident. He had wagered 100 coins with the pancake vendor. Lin Mo, walking ahead, remained oblivious to Lu Gue's expression. Upon reaching the entrance, Longfeng stood by the cart, still exuding an air of defiance. Lin Mo could not help but remark to himself how adept this fellow was at feigning demeanor. Reminiscent of a character from a novel he once read, a man who always presented himself with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon Lin Mo's emergence, Longfeng clasped his hands. Senior, the cart contained 2 identical treasures. A token of goodwill from the 3 prominent families and 3 martial schools, intended for you and that esteemed 6th-grade powerhouse. Lin Mo nodded, gesturing for Lu Gue to assist in unloading the items. Hearing this, Lu Gue's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend his ears. His master was merely an ordinary martial artist. What were the 3 prominent families and 3 martial schools. They represented the pinnacle of power in Xiushui City. How could they possibly send gifts to his master? Chapter 46. Another cup. Lu Gui moved all the boxes from the cart into the house. One portion remained on the cart, which Lin Mo led into the courtyard. After completing the task, Lin Mo turned to Long Feng. I shall await your arrival the day after tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Long Feng clasped his hands with excitement. The junior understands. Lin Mo nodded. Relieved that Long Feng did not inquire why he could not come the following day. Otherwise, he would have had quite the explanation to concoct. He certainly could not say, I shall go and seek guidance from Miss Xiao on how to break through to the 6th grade before coming to instruct you. Having driven the cart here, Long Feng departed on foot, his silhouette appearing somewhat solitary against the wind. Lin Mo returned to the main hall, gazing at the 6 boxes arranged upon the table. The boxes were crafted from 2 materials, one from jade and the other from fine wood. Each box bore distinct inscriptions indicative of their respective families, allowing one to deduce the origin of each gift. For example, the jade box from the Longhu Martial Arts School was inscribed plainly with the words Longhu Martial Arts School on its side. Lin Mo opened the 6 boxes to inspect their contents. A satisfied expression gracing his face. These were rare ginseng or ganoderma that were hard to come by in the marketplace, and one peculiar tea leaf even eluded his recognition. He resolved to consult Xiao Yun the next day on how to utilize them. Content with securing the 6 boxes, he placed them alongside the bare heart grass he had previously gathered and cheerfully entered the room of Yu Rong. Gently pushing the door open, he found a candle flickering on the table. Yu Rong, propped up on her bed, rose gently upon seeing Lin Mo enter and softly remarked, Xiao Yin has gone to sleep with her sister. Lin Mo nodded, seated himself by the tea table, and took a sip of still warm tea. Yu Rong approached to assist Lin Mo in removing his outer garment. The moonlight streamed into the room, and their gazes locked, creating a subtly charged atmosphere. Where is the dress you sewed? Lin Mo inquired, looking at Yu Rong. Here. Yu Rong lifted the exquisite quilt to reveal the garment beneath. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. The dress resembled a similar style to one he had worn before his transmigration. The craftsmanship was commendable. Yu Rong nodded, glancing at Lin Mo. You should extinguish the candle. Lin Mo picked up a carving knife and gently snuffed it out, plunging the room into dimness. The next morning, Lin Mo drove his cart to the blacksmith shop that a subordinate of Sheng Yun. The blacksmith recognized Lin Mo's arrival and promptly took the reins from him, preparing to lead the cart to the backyard. Lin Mo instructed, bring the items from the cart inside. Right away, Lin Yi, the blacksmith chuckled, calling over 2 other blacksmiths to assist in moving the 6 boxes into the inner hall. Shang Yun arrived upon hearing the commotion, and upon seeing Lin Mo, clasped his hands. Brother Lin, what brings you here? These are gifts from several prominent families of Xiushui City for Miss Xiao. I am here to deliver them on their behalf. Oh. Shang Yun's interest was piqued as he opened one of the wooden boxes to reveal the ginseng inside, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What a fine treasure. This ginseng is over a millennium old. A marvelous tonic that replenishes one's vitality. Upon finishing his words, he opened several more boxes, a broader smile illuminating his face. It seems that the major factions in Xiushui City have indeed put forth considerable effort. Brother Lin, Yu Gui is overseeing the young ladies' martial training in the back garden. Allow me to escort you there. Excellent. Lin Mo nodded, noticing that Shang Yun was appraising him from head to toe. Have I done something wrong today? Lin Mo inquired, voicing his inner confusion. But I was merely pondering how it is that you, not particularly handsome, managed to attract so many young ladies. Shang Yun touched his own face and sighed. How is it that I, Shang Yun, so dashing and ethereal, have yet to find anyone who favors me? Lin Mo glanced at Shang Yun, who was clad in a long robe of vibrant red, adorned with several seemingly expensive jade pendants at his waist, creating an incongruous contrast with his robust physique. To top it off, he wore a felt hat that accentuated his peculiar appearance. Does this attire have any connection to handsomeness? Lin Mo felt exasperated and patted Shang Yun on the shoulder. Where did you acquire such a unique fashion sense? Shang Yun produced a book titled The Battle of the Celestial Gods and Demon Gods from his pocket and handed it to Lin Mo. It's all right here. The most handsome demon god in the tale is attired similarly. However, he wears a crown. While I can only settle for this felt hat as a substitute, this Lin Mo pondered for a moment before earnestly addressing Shang Yun. Brother Shang Wan, handsomeness is a feeling. It cannot simply be attained through imitation of attire. Shang Yun, perplexed, contemplated Lin Mo's words intently. As the two arrived at the back garden, they found no sign of Jiang Tingting. but instead encountered a beautiful lady in a delicate lavender gown seated in a pavilion. Her features exuded a cold elegance, with brows as gentle as distant mountains and a hint of red upon her lips that animated her countenance. The lavender dress draped around her made her resemble a celestial being descended from the heavens, poised and graceful. With an unforgettable presence, she held a teapot, brewing tea. The fragrance of jasmine wafted through the air, imparting a sweet aroma. Shang Guanyun paused, observing Lin Mo's expression, and noticed a lack of reaction. A strange look crossed his face. Could it be that this man is so unfazed? This is the first time Yu Gui has adorned her brows, and he remains unmoved? What a detached man! As Lin Mo approached the pavilion, Xiaoyun noticed his footsteps and looked up, their gazes intersecting. Upon their eye contact, a blush unexpectedly graced the lady's cheeks, enhancing her beauty. Lin Mo softly remarked, "The tea brewed by Miss Xiao is quite fragrant." The lady smiled charmingly. "Please, have a seat, Brother Lin." Lin Mo sat down, and she poured him a cup of tea, gesturing for him to enjoy. Lin Mo nodded and lifted the cup, taking a gentle sip before downing the entire contents in one go, followed by a soft sigh. "Why do you drink tea in such a manner, Brother Lin?" the lady, Xiaoyun, inquired with a gentle tone. Lin Mo set down the cup, a wistful expression crossing his face. "When I first grasped the teacup, I intended to savor it slowly, but upon tasting it, I found myself irresistibly immersed. Alas, I am not well versed in the art of tea. I can only lament, for it would be a pity to miss such a splendid moment with a lovely lady." Xiaoyun gazed at Lin Mo, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she poured him another cup of tea. "There is still ample time. Please, have another cup." In a secluded corner of the back garden, Shang Guanyun observed the two engaging in lively conversation. Lost in thought. "After all these years, this is the first time I've seen the aloof Yungui so joyfully conversing with a man. It is even the first time she has sat down with a man for such an extended chat." After the destruction of the Xiao family, Yugui had dedicated herself to martial training, devoid of any social engagement. This was utterly beyond reason, shattering his perceptions. He could only sigh quietly. Who would have thought that Lin Mo was also well read at that moment? A veiled maiden softly murmured as she approached him. "What were you sighing about, sir?" Shang Guanyun inquired, perplexed. Jiang Tingting glanced at Shang Guanyun, shook her head, and abandoned her intention to explain. "You'll understand when you find your own wife." Shang Guanyun, in the pavilion. After enjoying tea for a while, Lin Mo posed his question to the beautiful lady. "If I may ask, Miss Xiao, how does one break through to the 6th rank?" The lady, Xiaoyun, nodded slightly, organizing her thoughts before responding. "I presume Brother Lin is inquiring on behalf of Lung Feng regarding the method of breakthrough." Lin Mo acknowledged. "It seems I cannot hide anything from Miss Xiao. I promised to assist him in advancing. Yet I am merely at the 8th rank and have no experience in this matter." Xiaoyun smiled gracefully. "The 6th rank, known as the refining spirit realm, cannot be attained if he solely pursues physical strength. Refining spirit, as the name implies, refers to the cultivation of spiritual intent. By refining the spirit according to his cultivation method, he may step into the 6th rank." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo nodded slightly. The concept of refining the spirit was indeed understandable. For instance, while practicing the dragon seizing and tiger subduing technique, one observes the posture of a fierce tiger and integrates their understanding into their own movements. This is the simplest form of spirit refinement. "I see now, Miss Xiao, your insight is invaluable, and you may very well be my teacher." Lin Mo echoed Shang Guanyun's earlier remark. Xiaoyun smiled. "You possess extraordinary insight and great fortune. Thus, breaking through to new realms shall be effortless for you. However, you must be cautious of the Buddhist sect. They are quite domineering, and should they learn of your situation, they will undoubtedly come to investigate." Lin Mo nodded, having not previously considered that aspect, given that his indestructible body bore striking similarities to the Buddha's diamond technique. It was inevitable that the Buddhist sect would covet it. It appears that in future, he must refrain from revealing his indestructible body, and should he ever do so, he must ensure that no witnesses remain. "I appreciate Miss Xiao's warning," Lin Mo said, clasping his hands in gratitude. By the way, the gifts from the various factions in Xiushui City have also arrived." Xiaoyun nodded, looking at Lin Mo. "Will you stay for lunch?" Lin Mo agreed. Of course, the lunch was filled with merriment, with the young girl Jiang Tingting incessantly asking Lin Mo questions, his humorous and witty responses eliciting peals of laughter from her. After the meal, Lin Mo took his leave, while the girl and the beautiful lady remained in the pavilion, engaged in conversation. "Aunt Yugui, how is it that Lin Mo knows so much?" He is simply too interesting. The girl, brimming with curiosity, turned to the lady. Xiao Yun nodded. Lin Mo is able to view things from different perspectives, which I find quite intriguing as well. Observing the lady's approval, the girl playfully shook her arm. Giggling, "Ain't you Gue, you find Lin Mo interesting too, don't you? Perhaps we can reconsider. Let us discuss this later." The lady's tone remained cool, yet her response brightened the girl's smile even further. As Lin Mo drove the horse-drawn carriage out of the blacksmith shop, he stumbled upon a newly opened store selling children's supplies. With a grand gesture, he declared, "I'll take one of everything of good quality." The shopkeeper was overjoyed, serving tea and massaging Lin Mo's shoulders, nearly bowing in reverence, allowing Lin Mo to experience the perks of wealth to the fullest. Several attendants loaded the purchased items onto the carriage, totaling 30 taels of silver, filling it to the brim, and Lin Mo returned home with a beaming smile. Upon entering the house, he spotted Xiao Yuyan playing with her black stone. Her eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Mo, and she waved her small hand as if to greet him. Lin Mo approached, holding out a wooden duck he had brought from behind his back, shaking it before her. "Yuyan, do you like this little duck?" The little girl glanced at the wooden duck, vigorously shaking her head, then resumed playing with her black jade. Witnessing this, Yurong chuckled. The young lady is unlike other children. She has an affinity for this black jade and wouldn't trade it for anything else. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, calculating the days. In just 5 days, it would mark the 100th day since the little girl's birth. He realized he had yet to decide on a suitable birthday gift for her. He resolved to visit the jade shop in the coming days to see what treasures he might find. As morning broke, the onset of late autumn had delayed the dawn significantly compared to the summer days. After a few crowing roosters, Lin Mo stepped outside, observing the first light of day. Lu Gue approached as Lin Mo exited the house, saying, "Sir, that person has returned." "When did he arrive?" Lin Mo stretched lazily. He stood outside the main gate since the first crow of the rooster invited him in to wait, but he remained silent, just standing there. Lu Gue sighed in exasperation. This man truly is peculiar. Lin Mo chuckled lightly and waved his hand. "Let him in and inform him that I am awake." Lu Gue took a broom and stepped outside to call for Lang Feng. Before long, the man, as swift as the wind, entered the garden. Lin Mo and Lang Feng stood facing each other, and Lin Mo spoke with calm detachment, having been at the 7th rank for many years. "Have you grasped the profound essence of the evergreen sword technique?" Lang Feng shook his head, having attempted to comprehend it, but found that the evergreen sword technique belonged to the Taoist lineage. Beyond the guidance of other 6th rank practitioners, you have long sought to break through to the 6th rank using the evergreen sword technique, yet find yourself trapped. Why not pursue other methods for your advancement? Lin Mo gestured towards a nearby blade of grass, dew dripping from its leaves to is not all of nature, in its essence, a manifestation of divine intent. Following Lin Mo's indication, Lang Feng observed a droplet of dew falling from a leaf, producing a faint sound as it struck the ground. The Taoist path seeks longevity. Since the simplified evergreen sword technique carries the same intent, clinging too tightly to it may hinder your progress to the 6th rank. Why not explore alternative paths? Though Lin Mo's voice was soft, his words stirred a tempest within Lang Feng's heart, causing his mind to buzz. "So, I have indeed been trapped in a rut." Lang Feng managed a bitter smile. Realizing that it was not a lack of talent, but rather an overly ambitious pursuit that had held him back, T.O. grasped a single intent could allow entry to the 6th rank. Yet he had fixated on the most elusive goal of longevity. Lin Mo nodded. "Now you understand how to ascend to the 6th rank." Lang Feng, filled with excitement, nodded vigorously. After years at the 7th rank, he had not only honed his physique to an astonishing state but had also made significant strides in swordsmanship, making it feasible for him to comprehend another intent. "Thank you, Senior," he exclaimed, bowing deeply in gratitude. His previously stern visage now radiant with joy. Lin Mo waved dismissively, signaling him to rise. "You may go now." Upon hearing this, Lang Feng stood, clasped his hands in salute once more, and instead of departing through the front gate, he suddenly propelled himself against the wall, vanishing from sight in a few agile leaps. Watching Lang Feng's retreating figure, Lin Mo couldn't help but muse, "Am I truly a genius? It seems that even a casual remark of mine can enlighten him." After Lang Feng left, Lin Mo opened his status panel to review his attributes. Host, Lin Mo age, 51 realm, 8th rank, 20, physique, diamond body, entry 23, techniques, breaking edge blade technique, 7th rank blade technique, entry 99, dragon seizing tiger subduing skill, 6th rank technique, entry 5, smoke chasing steps, 6th rank technique, not yet entered 10, Evergreen Sword Technique, 4th Rank Technique, not yet entered 1. Spirit Infant Technique, 3rd Rank Technique, not yet entered 0. After entering the Diamond Body, my realm continues to rise at this rate. I shall break through to the 7th rank Iron Bone realm within a month. Lin Mo pondered, considering what intent he should pursue to attain the 6th rank. For the strength of one's intent directly correlates to one's combat prowess. If others were to learn of Lin Mo's troubles, they might faint from disbelief, having cultivated for less than 100 days. He had ascended from a rankless practitioner to the 8th rank. Such talent would surely leave even the most gifted in AWE.in recent days. The Lin family had been enveloped in a flurry of activity, all in preparation for the celebration of little Yu Yin's 100th day of life, which would occur in 3 days. Lu Gui had procured large red lanterns to hang at the entrance, while the courtyard was adorned festively. Wang Demei had gathered an array of delicacies and fine wines, preparing for the celebratory feast. Lin Mo took the little girl to the city's gold and jade shops, where he, this time, did not encounter the previous incident that he selected the finest jade pendant for her as a gift. The sisters Yurong and Yu had also purchased the finest fabrics to make clothing for the little girl. And everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. 3 days swiftly passed out. On the morning of the celebration, Lu Gui rose early to set off a string of firecrackers. The cacophony echoed through the entire street, waking Lin Mo from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that Yurong and Yu had already risen and were tidying up, dressed and ready. Lin Mo stepped outside, only to be called by Lu Gui. "Sir, that strange man has returned." Lin Mo nodded. Following Lu Gui out of the courtyard, there stood Lung Feng, as defiant as ever in the chill of late autumn, with a horse-drawn carriage behind him. "Does he think he looks impressive like this?" Lin Mo quipped, but regardless of his thoughts, he welcomed gift-bringers. "Good morning," Lung Feng greeted with a bow. "I have come today to present a gift for your granddaughter." With that, he lifted the carriage's curtain to reveal a trove of gifts. Lin Mo returned the gesture. "You are too kind." He turned to Lu Gui, who immediately understood his intent. Lu Gui took the reins from Lung Feng, leading the carriage, horse, and gifts through the side gate into the courtyard. "It is still early, so I shall not keep you for a meal," Lin Mo said, glancing at Lung Feng. Lung Feng bowed again. "I shall return to disturb you, senior, once I break through to the 6th rank." With that, he departed like a gust of wind. Watching his figure fade, Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim, "What a remarkable individual." Chapter 48. The Heart of 7 Apertures. In the main room, Lin Mo pushed open the slightly ajar door and entered. A wave of warmth enveloped him upon entering. Following the mid-autumn festival, the house had grown increasingly chilly with the passing days, prompting Lin Mo to set up a stove in the main room where the little girl and Yurong were sleeping. The warmth he felt was from the stove. "7th Master," Yurong called. "Little Yu Yin is playing with us. Today, she is wearing the new festive red outfit, and there's a lovely red dot on her forehead. Her little arms and legs are so fair, making her look utterly adorable." As Lin Mo approached, the little girl reached out her hands, babbling excitedly. Yurong smiled and handed Yu Yin to Lin Mo. Embracing the little girl, Lin Mo said, "Yu Yin, today marks your 100th day in this world. Grandpa wishes you joy and happiness." It seemed that little Yu Yin understood Lin Mo's words, for she beamed back at him, reaching out to tug at his beard with her tiny hands, her soft voice calling out, "Grandpa." Upon hearing this, Yurong's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "7th Master, Yu Yin just called you Grandpa." Lin Mo smiled and nodded. Yu Yin is truly clever and adorable. At that moment, a voice, ancient and resonant as if echoing from the depths of time, reverberated in Lin Mo's mind. "After 100 days of mutual understanding, your granddaughter has come to see you as a reliable grandfather. On this 100th day, her first words are to call you Grandpa. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Heart of 7 Apertures, aiding you in your ascent to the pinnacle of martial arts." Heart of 7 Apertures, clear as a mirror. The Heart of 7 Apertures allows one to see through the essence of things, unveiling the truth without being deceived by external appearances. It strengthens one's resolve, enabling unwavering progress. It sharpens the senses, allowing one to perceive imminent dangers. Note, the Heart of Linglong has 3 apertures, 5 apertures, and 7 apertures. As one's realm increases, the Heart of Linglong automatically upgrades to the 7 apertures without the need for cultivation. In the next moment, the system panel automatically popped up. Host, Lin Mo, age, 51, realm, 8th rank, 20, root bone, superior, physique, diamond body, entry 23. 3 apertures, Linglong heart, 1. Martial Arts. Breaking Edge Blade Technique. 7th Rank Blade Technique. Entry 99. Dragon Seizing Tiger Subduing Skill. 6th Rank Martial Art. Entry 5. Chasing Smoke Step. 6th Rank Martial Art. Uninitiated 10. Evergreen Sword Art. 4th Rank Martial Art. Uninitiated 1. Spirit Infant Technique. 3rd Rank Martial Art. Uninitiated 0. Lin Mo felt an immense joy in his heart. His precious granddaughter Yu Yin was indeed his fortuitous blessing. With the 3 apertures Ling Long heart, his root bone had unexpectedly transformed from inferior to superior. After acquiring the diamond body, he had advanced to the 8th rank warrior without any change in his root bone. Yet now it had directly become superior, showcasing the terrifying power of the 3 apertures Ling Long heart. Remarkable! Lin Mo gazed affectionately at his adorable little granddaughter, smiling as he gently tugged at her small hand, cautiously caressing her chubby little face. With such a granddaughter, what concern did Lin Mo have about not reaching the pinnacle of martial arts? Little Yu Yin seemed to sense Lin Mo's joy, giggling with glee, as if to say, "Grandpa, do your best. The plan for me to relax depends entirely on you." In this era, even during festivals, feasts were typically held in the evening, with simple meals served at noon. However, today the Lin family prepared an extravagant banquet at midday. Lin Mo sat at the head of the table, looking at the 2 sisters, Yu Rong and Yui. He lifted his wine cup and said with a smile, "Today marks the 100th day of our little girl, and I am filled with happiness. We have journeyed from the village to the city, facing numerous villains along the way, yet we have triumphed over them all." The eyes of the 2 sisters glistened with tears. From Lin family village to Xiushui city, their lives had dramatically improved. Yet Lin Mo's daily early departures and late returns, often stained with blood, attested to the hardships endured. Observing the sisters' emotions, Lin Mo chuckled. "If you wish to cry, then let it out. Women are inherently delicate, and shedding tears can be quite relieving." Yui wiped a tear and looked at Lin Mo. "What about men? Are they not allowed to cry?" Naturally, Lin Mo downed his drink in one go. "Men are born warriors, wrapped in horsehide, fighting until death." Upon hearing this, the sisters exchanged glances, their admiration for Lin Mo deepening further. After lunch, Lin Mo took the rare opportunity to indulge in a midday nap, awakening to a sensation of complete relaxation. Particularly, in his mind, he had inexplicably gained some insights into his martial arts training, especially regarding the breaking edge blade technique. Previously, he had been stuck at the entry level without any breakthrough. Now, upon awakening, his mind was filled with newfound understanding of the technique. Drawing out the dragon sparrow, Lin Mo gripped the long blade as a vision appeared in his mind. It was a battlefield, the sounds of combat echoing around him. With a general seated atop a horse, gazing at the thousands of troops charging towards him, he remained composed and calm, suddenly drawing his long blade and executing a swift strike, with the sound of the blade's resonance. The world fell silent, and a terrifying blade aura emanated from the blade, slicing through the approaching enemy forces. The enemy fell like wheat before the wind, none daring to approach within 3 paces of him. In that moment, Lin Mo embodied that great general. The dragon sparrow in his hand transformed into the long blade wielded by the general, and instinctively, Lin Mo swung the dragon sparrow in response to the oncoming enemy troops. With a hum, the blade resonated, and a blade aura, measuring a full yard in length, erupted, cleaving through the surrounding space. With a crack, a poplar tree in the courtyard was severed by the blade aura, its upper crown crashing to the ground, leaves cascading down in a flurry. Lin Mo marveled at the damage caused by his strike, realizing that he had indeed progressed to a minor mastery of the breaking edge blade technique. The 3 apertures Ling Long heart was truly formidable, allowing him to directly enter such a profound state. Lin Mo murmured, "According to fantasy novels, this should be a state of enlightenment." Sheathing the dragon sparrow, Lin Mo gazed at the severed poplar tree, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed he would need to find a secluded place for practice in the future, lest he cause too much destruction. "Lu Gui, tidy up," Lin Mo called out. "Coming, my lord." Lu Gui, having heard the sound of the tree falling, had arrived in the garden, yet he did not dare to interrupt Lin Mo, opting to wait quietly at the side. Lin Mo nodded and turned to Lu Gui's daughter, Lu Xiaobei, who was peeking curiously from behind him. Lu Gui noticed and promptly admonished, "Go back inside and study." To his surprise, Lu Xiaobei shook her head and said, "Father, I don't want to study. I want to watch the Lord practice martial arts." Chapter 49. Rapid Advancement in Strength. "Come here." Lin Mo waved to Lu Xiaobei, beckoning her over. Lu Xiaobei glanced at Lu Gui. and seeing he had no objections, she scampered over to Lin Mo, respectfully clasping her hands. "Greetings, my lord." Lin Mo nodded at Lu Xiaobei. "Why do you not wish to learn?" Lu Xiaobei promptly replied, "My lord, I can't comprehend a single word from the book. I fall asleep after a short while, and when I do, my mother scolds me. I want to practice martial arts with you." Lin Mo chuckled. This girl reminded him of his own experiences in math class before his transmigration, falling asleep during lectures, but wide awake once class ended. It seemed that learning struggles were a universal trait across worlds. "If you wish to practice martial arts, I can provide you with a martial arts manual, but how can you train without knowing how to read?" Lin Mo looked at Lu Xiaobei. Practicing martial arts without literacy would be aimless. It would be better not to train at all. Hearing this, Lu Xiaobei's face lit up with realization as she looked earnestly at Lin Mo. "My lord, if I learn to read, will you teach me martial arts?" "Of course," Lin Mo smiled gently. "If you can learn new characters every day, I will agree to teach you martial arts." Lu Xiaobei jumped up in excitement. "All right. Shall we make a promise?" Lin Mo nodded, extending his pinky finger to seal the pact with Lu Xiaobei. "My lord. Father, I'm going back to learn to read." Lu Xiaobei's cheeks flushed. And after bidding farewell to Lin Mo, she dashed back into the house. Lu Gui clasped his hands and remarked, "The Lord is truly impressive. With just a few words, you have persuaded the young lady to return." Lin Mo smiled. Children must be coaxed gently. In a secluded forest in the southern part of the city, where human presence was scarce, Lin Mo wielded his blade, practicing the breaking edge blade technique. Within a tinjong radius, the trees lay felled, and not a blade of grass remained. With the minor mastery of the breaking edge blade technique, coupled with my dragon sparrow, should I encounter a formidable opponent like Fairy Hongxia again, as long as I get close, I could easily pierce through their ironclad defenses and slay them with a few strikes. A joyful expression crept across Lin Mo's face as he sheathed the dragon sparrow. His mind now drifting to the chasing smoke step. This was a tracking technique he had acquired from the slain members of the Yuan family. Previously, he had been at a loss on how to cultivate it. But now, with the 3 apertures Ling Long Heart enhancing his capabilities, he found the chasing smoke step surprisingly easy to practice. I had once been uncertain of how to cultivate it, yet now I effortlessly discerned the essence of the chasing smoke step. Lin Mo increasingly recognized the terrifying nature of the 3 apertures Ling Long Heart, which allowed him to directly perceive the essence of martial arts. How could he not succeed in his training? Focusing his energy into his legs, he propelled himself forward, his legs moving swiftly. Realizing the key to practicing the chasing smoke step, Lin Mo immediately put it into action, weaving through the dense forest. Unbeknownst to him, the sun had begun its descent, painting the horizon in hues of pink. The figure dancing through the forest finally came to a halt as Lin Mo gazed at the setting sun. Suddenly slapping his forehead, realizing that everyone was likely waiting for his return. Opening the panel, Lin Mo reviewed his training achievements for the day. Host, Lin Mo age, 51 realm, 8th rank, 35. Root bone, superior, physique, diamond body, entry 30. 3 apertures Ling Long Heart, 5. Martial arts, breaking edge blade technique, 7th rank blade technique, minor mastery 61. Dragon seizing tiger subduing skill, 6th rank martial art, entry 10. Chasing smoke step, 6th rank martial art, uninitiated 89. Evergreen sword art, 4th rank martial art, uninitiated 1. Spirit infant technique, 3rd rank martial art, uninitiated 0. In just one afternoon, he had advanced the chasing smoke step from 1 to 89. A speed that brought a satisfied smile to Lin Mo's face. His delight. The breaking edge blade technique had not only broken through to minor mastery, but had also increased by 60. A remarkable rate of progress. It should be a qualitative transformation brought about by enlightenment. Lin Mo murmured to himself. One must admit, this 7 apertures Ling Long Heart is indeed remarkable, a true artifact for cultivation. Humming a little tune, Lin Mo's figure vanished into the dense forest, the leaves he stepped on making no sound, as if caressed gently by the wind. Upon returning home, as he stepped through the door, Lu Gui approached him. "Master, just now a man arrived in a horse-drawn carriage bearing gifts, claiming to be Shangwan Yun." Lin Mo nodded and inquired, "Has he left?" "Yes, he departed in his carriage," Lu Gui replied earnestly. "I was hoping we could acquire a fine horse and another carriage." Lin Mo chuckled softly. "Next time he comes, have him leave the carriage." Upon hearing this, Lu Gui nodded thoughtfully. Entering the main hall, he beheld Yu Rong and Yui accompanying Xiao Yin in play. "The master has returned," Yui exclaimed upon seeing Lin Mo, quickly calling out, Demei, prepare the meal. From the kitchen came Demei's voice. Certainly. Yu helped Lin Mo change out of his training attire into a comfortable robe. Lin Mo asked, are the preparations for the centenarian ready? Yu nodded eagerly. All is prepared. We were merely waiting for your return. Then let us begin, Lin Mo affirmed, walking towards a large table that had long been set, adorned with eggs, basins, bracelets, combs, and 2 jars of fine wine. Xiao Yuyan sat at the center of the table. And Lin Mo gently rolled a boiled egg before her, his voice warm, wishing Xiao Yuyan health and wisdom. May misfortune roll away. Xiao Yuyan seemed to hear his words, her chubby little hands clapping together, evoking smiles from everyone present. Next, Yurong washed Xiao Yuyan's hands and adorned her with the prepared golden bracelet, uttering auspicious words. May Xiao Yuyan wash away impurities, have her wishes fulfilled, and find all things favorable. Yui styled Xiao Yuyan's hair, saying, wishing Xiao Yuyan a lifetime of peace and joy. Xiao Yuyan beamed a sweet smile, melting the hearts of all around her with her adorableness. Lin Mo sealed the 2 jars of fine wine, and the family gathered at the table to dine together. After the meal, Lin Mo sat in the courtyard, sipping the tea brewed by Yu, gazing at the moon above, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. Having traversed the bittersweet trials of life, he finally savored the sweetness of the present. The journey had been fraught with hardships, known only to him. Now, as he embarked on the martial path, the sufferings of the past faded, while the future might present even more perilous challenges. Yet, he was resolutely prepared, determined to grow stronger to protect his granddaughter and safeguard the beauty of their lives. Chapter 50. Longevity. In the dense forest, Lin Mo, clad in black attire, weaved through the trees, his toes lightly touching the leaves, which had turned brittle and yellow without being crushed, though the chasing smoke step was not the pinnacle of techniques. It proved effective in practical application, making it a fine choice for tracking or escaping. A clear, cold voice of a beautiful woman broke the silence. Lin Mo halted, turning to see the enchanting Xiaoyan perched on a nearby branch. Miss Xiao, when did you reach the 5th rank? He inquired. In a long span of 6 months or a short one of merely a month, she replied coolly. To comprehend the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth requires an opportunity. I intend to wait until I fully grasp it before consuming any elixirs, ensuring absolute certainty. Lin Mo nodded, aware that breaking through from the 6th to the 5th rank necessitated drawing upon the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. Yet the most challenging step was to truly perceive this essence. Miss Xiao, may I request a test of the results of my recent practice of the chasing smoke step? Lin Mo asked. Bowing slightly. Of course, Xiao Yun responded coolly, lightly tapping a nearby tree, causing a branch to appear in her hand. You run, and I shall chase you. Lin Mo nodded, concentrating his energy in his legs. With a sudden burst of power, he shot forth like a bolt of black lightning. Xiao Yun lightly propelled herself into the air, gracefully pursuing Lin Mo. The pair danced through the forest, one fleeing, the other in pursuit, the scene a beautiful spectacle. Watching from the sidelines, the young girl Jiang Tingting wore a smile, mesmerized by the duo. Aunt Yun and Lin Mo are simply perfect together. Their offspring would surely be adorable. What should we name them? If it's a boy, Lin Yun. If a girl, Lin Yun. How clever of me. Shengwan Yun, noticing Jiang Tingting's dreamy smile, furrowed his brow and asked seriously, Miss, what brings you such joy? What has happened? Jiang Tingting, lost in her fantasies of playing with the offspring of the beautiful Xiao Yun, was abruptly interrupted by Shangwan Yun's inquiry. What a head-scratcher! The veiled beauty retorted sharply. Shangwan Yun, bewildered, touched his head, utterly confused. Miss, what is wrong with my head? Jiang Tingting replied, You have a large bump on your head. After finishing dinner with the beautiful woman at the blacksmith shop, Lin Mo strolled back home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he spotted a solitary figure standing resolutely in the cold wind. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. Had this fellow always been so pretentious? Hearing footsteps, Lung Feng turned to Lin Mo and clasped his hands in greeting. Senior, come inside to speak. Lin Mo gestured. Lung Feng nodded and followed Lin Mo into the courtyard. Lu Gui approached, clasping his hands in respect. Master, you have returned. Lin Mo nodded. Prepare 2 pots of good wine, slice some beef, and bring out a dish of peanuts. Certainly, Lu Gui replied respectfully as he headed to the kitchen. Lin Mo and Long Feng entered the courtyard, taking their seats in the pavilion. Have you not yet broken through to the 6th rank? Lin Mo questioned. Long Feng nodded. I intended to break through, but ultimately decided against it. Lin Mo regarded him silently. Long Feng met Lin Mo's gaze and continued, I wish to persist. If I were to enter the sixth rank through other divine intentions, it would mean I am no longer cultivating the evergreen sword technique. Quite right. Lin Mo did not dispute him. In the martial journey, maintaining one's original intent and steadfastness would indeed lead one further. If one were to waver, the muddled path of cultivation might lead to confusion, unsure of which direction to take. Human energy is always limited. One cannot attend to all matters, which is why martial practitioners often choose to pursue a singular path. However, for someone like Lung Feng, who set his sights so high, it might take a lifetime to comprehend the divine intent within the evergreen sword technique and step into the sixth rank. At that moment, Lu Gui approached with the wine and dishes, setting them down respectfully before departing. Lin Mo poured a cup from the wine jug for Lung Feng. The osmanthus wine from Nan Street is best served warm. Lung Feng nodded, raising his cup to clink with Lin Mo's as they drank together. With the warm wine coursing through him, Lin Mo felt a comforting warmth envelop him, even as the autumn winds blew. Feeling as gentle as a spring breeze, the evergreen sword technique embodies the essence of longevity. But who in this world can truly attain it? Like the pines and cypresses, which remain verdant after a century. They may seem long-lived compared to the ants beneath them, yet even they will eventually wither. Like the blue stones beneath our feet, they may appear eternal, but in the passage of time, they too shall turn to sand. Thus, they are not truly everlasting. Lin Mo glanced at Lung Feng, who was currently ensnared by the pursuit of longevity's divine intent, pondering what truly can be eternal in this world. Perhaps only the immortals. Or perhaps the heavens and earth themselves hold the secret to true longevity. Hearing Lin Mo's musings, Lung Feng slowly nodded, pouring half a jug of wine into himself, his cold visage now flushed. Lin Mo chuckled. "Cold, Captain? You do not drink?" Lung Feng shook his head. "I have never drunk before." Quite the intriguing individual, Lin Mo smiled, refilling Ling Feng's cup. "Wine should be savored slowly. Should you ever come to understand it, perhaps you will uncover the true essence of longevity. Life in this world is as fleeting as a grain of sand in the vast sea. If one clings too desperately to pursuit, they might miss the beautiful scenery along the way." Lung Feng nodded dizzily, downing his cup in one go, then consuming the remaining half jug of wine. Unsteadily, he rose and clasped his hands toward Lin Mo. "I apologize for the intrusion. No need for formality. Come by for a drink whenever you wish." Lin Mo smiled and waved his hand. Lung Feng nodded, saying, "I'll return tomorrow." With that, he sprang up from the ground, his figure appearing atop the eaves, transforming into a dark shadow that vanished into the night sky. Once he departed, Lu Gui approached. "My lord, that man is truly peculiar, a wandering hero insisting on donning the attire of the government office. Does he not fear being captured and having his legs broken by the officials?" Lin Mo paused for a moment. "Who told you he is a wandering hero?" Lu Gui replied earnestly. "The young man surnamed who's selling cakes on the street said that his uncle is one of the officials, and his clothing is different from that strange man." Lin Mo chuckled and advised, "In the future, do not mention this in his presence, lest he fly into a rage." Lu Gui nodded solemnly. Chapter 51. Shangguan Yun is injured. Fenglai City, Government Office, in the main hall. A middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe sat in a grand chair, gazing at the young man in splendid attire seated to his left. "Tower, this time you will investigate the reason behind Honsha's murder in Shoshui City. Perhaps there will be unexpected surprises. It is indeed shocking that a sixth rank was killed in a small town." "Rest assured, father," replied the young man, handsome and dressed in fine clothing, as he clasped his hands, "that I wonder if there are any spirit infants left in Shoshui City. We must ensure that the foolish woman Honsha hasn't absorbed them all." The middle-aged man nodded slightly. "How is your black infant refined? It should be more than sufficient to deal with those below the fifth rank." The young man smiled. "This time, if I can capture Jiang Tingting in Shoshui City, Fenglai City will gain the support of Tianlai City, and at that time, the first seat in Jiangnan province will belong to you." The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. "Remember, capturing that young girl from the Jiang family is the key. Everything else is of little importance." "Of course," the young man chuckled lightly, displaying an air of confidence. "That girl from the Jiang family had a very good impression of me when she was little. She cannot escape my grasp." "Very well, I will send number 3 to accompany you to Shoshui City." The middle-aged man waved his hand gently, and a towering figure resembling an iron tower entered. Kneeling and clasping his hands toward the middle-aged man, "City Lord." He then turned to the young man. "Young Lord, another night." Lin Mo and Lung Feng were drinking together, after half a flask of wine. Long Feng's face remained rosy as he looked at Lin Mo. "I remember when I was young, my father loved to drink too. but he was killed by the officials. Lin Mo refilled Lung Feng's cup and nodded at him. What happened? Long Feng downed his drink in one gulp, seemingly recalling something, pausing briefly before continuing. At that time, our family relied on my father delivering fresh vegetables to wealthy families in the city. Once, a family claimed that their dog died after eating the vegetables my father delivered and demanded compensation. 50 taels of silver. His tone grew cold. For a mere dog, they demanded 50 taels of silver from my father. We simply could not afford it, and that family threatened to send my father to the officials. Later, I found my father's body in the filthy ditch outside the government office. Lin Mo nodded slightly. Reflecting on the stark reality, the wealthy, in their eyes, valued human lives far less than that of a dog that wags its tail. How did you embark on the path of martial arts afterward? Lung Feng's emotions gradually stabilized. With the pillar of our family gone, my mother took my sister and left, and I became a beggar. One night, while sleeping in a dilapidated temple outside the city, I encountered an old Taoist who saw my potential for martial arts and taught me. I reached the 9th rank within a month and never saw that old man again. Lin Mo listened to Lung Feng's words. Internally critiquing, goodness, Lung Feng's life seems like a protagonist script, only lacking a golden finger, relegating him to a supporting role. Did you join the government to seek revenge? Lung Feng nodded. Naturally, after breaking through the 9th rank. I killed those officials who harmed my father, and later, I joined the government as a constable. In your years as a constable, you have never committed any wrongdoings, Lin Mo continued. Lung Feng nodded. Though I haven't done much good for the common folk. At least I have never allowed officials to oppress them. Drink. Lin Mo refilled Lung Feng's cup. The two clinked their glasses, sharing a smile. In chaotic times, no one can become a savior. Holding steadfast to one's heart and doing what one can is already enough. Lin Mo had also consumed a fair amount of wine that day, humming a tune he often heard before crossing over. I stand in the fierce wind, wishing to sweep away the lingering heartache, gazing at the heavens, clouds shifting in all directions, sword in hand, asking who in the world is the hero. Days passed, and Lin Mo lived a carefree life, practicing diligently each morning and marveling at his rapid progress in martial arts. In the afternoons, he sought the company of beautiful women for tea, and the evenings were spent drinking with Lung Feng. One day, Lin Mo arrived at the blacksmith shop with freshly purchased sugar-coated hawthorn. Outside, the blacksmiths were running inside with their hammers in hand. What has happened? Lin Mo stopped one of the familiar blacksmiths to inquire. The burly man with the heavy hammer, seeing Lin Mo's formidable strength, quickly pulled him along inside. Lin Qianbei, something has happened. A group of people has come to take the young lady away and injured the shopkeeper. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's expression turned cold. To take Jiang Tingding away, to injure Shang Guanyun? Are you blacksmiths not here to deliver vegetables? Calm down, let me see what's going on first. Lin Mo admonished the blacksmiths, who, filled with righteous indignation, brandished their heavy hammers. Their imposing demeanor somewhat intimidating, but to a martial artist, it was merely a matter of claiming another head. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the group regained some composure, and the blacksmith who had spoken to Lin Mo waved his hand. Everyone, don't act rashly. We will follow Lin Qianbei. The blacksmiths nodded in agreement, parting to clear a path for Lin Mo. Lin Qianbei, the shopkeeper, and the others are in the back garden. Lin Mo nodded and led the blacksmiths through the front hall, past the main house, and into the back garden. The first sight that met their eyes was Shang Guanyun lying on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, his face swollen and bruised like a pig's head. The next sight was the four individuals confronting one another in front of the pavilion. The beautiful woman Xiaoyun was facing off against a burly man resembling a giant, with Jiang Tingting, a girl draped in purple veils, and a young man in a brocade robe adorned with several exquisite jade pieces standing behind them. Lin Xiong, Shang Guanyun, seeing Lin Mo enter, forced a smile and said, "We cannot let them take the young lady." Lin Mo chuckled lightly, pointing at Shang Guanyun's face and asking, "Who hit you?" Shang Guanyun pointed at the burly man, who was bald with fierce eyes and a muscular physique. The towering man cast a scornful glance, his gaze settling on Lin Mo. 8th rank. Lin Mo scoffed. An 8th rank can still defeat you. The burly man did not respond, instead looking to the young man behind him, who spoke coldly. Go ahead. Let him experience the power of a 6th rank. As the words fell, the towering man suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing right in front of Lin Mo. His fist, as large as a grinding millstone, was raised high, aimed directly at Lin Mo's head. Chapter 52. The young lady's identity. 6th rank pinnacle. Lin Mo regarded the hulking figure before him, narrowing his eyes, clenching his fists and unleashing all his strength to strike at the man. Observing this scene, the giant let out a cold laugh, channeling his energy to meet Lin Mo's punch. Eye in his eyes, crushing an 8th rank was as simple as squashing an ant. The young man in the brocade robe looked at Lin Mo with mockery in his eyes. Envisioning the outcome of Lin Mo's inevitable defeat, that a confrontation between an 8th rank and a 6th rank, was this not courting death? The veiled maiden, Jiang Tingting, wore a look of concern, though she was aware of Lin Mo's formidable prowess. The imposing figure before her exuded an aura of invincibility. Shang Huanyun was equally troubled, having just been knocked to the ground by the burly man, acutely aware of his terrifying strength. Only the elegant matron, Xiao Yun, cast a glance of pity at the brute, her countenance soon transforming into one of eager anticipation as she gazed at Lin Mo. The onlookers were transfixed, their eyes locked on the imminent clash of fists. A resounding crack echoed through the air, the sound of shattering bones reverberating. To the astonishment of the crowd, the 6th-rank giant was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing violently into a distant rockery. Before anyone could react, the rockery began to splinter, fissures appearing across its surface. In the next moment, Lin Mo approached the rockery, swinging his arm with great force, delivering a resounding slap to the brute's face. Let this serve as a lesson. With that strike, the giant's visage contorted, the tremendous force causing his body to sink into the rockery. The fissures widened, seemingly unable to withstand such an overwhelming force. And with a thunderous crash, it shattered into pieces. The unfortunate giant, akin to a fallen iron tower, had already lost consciousness, buried beneath the debris. By heavens, Senior Lin is truly remarkable. Senior Lin is invincible. That punch could have knocked the very life out of him. The blacksmiths behind him erupted into cheers, their spirits lifted as the tension within them dissipated, their elation palpable. Shang Huanyun, trembling with excitement, rose to his feet, shouting, "Brother Lin is unbeatable," although Jiang Tingting did not display such fervor. Her heart was already soaring with joy, almost leaping from her chest. Huzzah! This is the epitome of manhood. Splendid indeed. Lady Yun should seek such a man. The beautiful matron, Xiao Yun, smiled, her eyes sparkling as she regarded Lin Mo. Damn it, a young man, clad in exquisite garments and adorned with jade, glared at Lin Mo, his eyes blazing with fury. If looks could kill, Lin Mo would have perished countless times by now. Tingting, I didn't realize you had such a formidable ally. The handsome youth disregarded the unconscious giant, turning instead to the veiled maiden, his face breaking into a radiant smile. Tingting, I have just assumed the position of governor of Shoshui City. As a newcomer, I am unfamiliar with many things that I must take my leave now, but I shall return to disturb you another day. With a wave of his hand, several attendants rushed to the rockery to retrieve the dazed giant. He then gestured to Jiang Tingting, who coldly replied, Prince Qin, do take care. The handsome youth's expression remained unchanged, flashing a brilliant smile as he departed with his entourage from the blacksmith shop. Once the crowd had dispersed, the blacksmiths wielding heavy hammers erupted into cheers. Senior Lin is incredible. That punch was simply magnificent. It nearly crushed that wretched fellow. Those who dare to strike our master deserve a sound thrashing. Shang Huanyun surveyed the jubilant crowd, raising his hand to proclaim, Tell the brothers, we shall feast on stew for lunch today. Absolutely. The blacksmiths cheered with unrestrained joy, their faces beaming as they exited with their hammers in hand. After their departure, the veiled maiden could no longer contain her excitement, exclaiming to Lin Mo, Uncle Lin, you were simply amazing. That slap was utterly satisfying. Shang Huanyun hastily added, Thank you, Brother Lin, for standing up for me. Lin Mo bowed slightly in acknowledgement. I simply cannot abide such pretentiousness. The beautiful matron, Xiao Yun, inclined her head slightly. Would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first? Lin Mo leaned closer. What is it? Have you come to consider being my woman? Xiao Yun, caught off guard by Lin Mo's jest, struggled to maintain her composure, unable to suppress her retort. Do you wish to hear the good news or the bad news first? Lin Mo replied with a faint smile. I prefer to endure hardship before savoring sweetness, to face difficulties before experiencing ease, to encounter bitterness before relishing smoothness. Of course, the last sentiment was a thought he kept to himself. The bad news is that you have offended a formidable entity. That young man is the young lord of Fenglei City, so you must tread carefully in the future. Xiao Yun addressed Lin Mo earnestly. Lin Mo remained unfazed. Having a 6th-rank powerhouse as a protector indicated the youth's noble status, a fact that did not surprise him. And what is the good news? The matron raised an eyebrow. A subtle smile gracing her lips. Now, You and we are in the same boat. Is that truly the good news? Lin Mo queried, his mind awash with confusion. What distinguishes that from the bad news? Indeed, Xiao Yun observed Lin Mo's bewilderment, her smile widening. Very well. Accepting her demeanor, Lin Mo acquiesced. Shangguan Yun had assisted him greatly, and he could not stand idly by. Offending the young lord of Fenglei City was unavoidable. Yet, for him at present, Fenglei City was but a minor concern. Now, can you reveal your identities to me? Lin Mo inquired, this time directing his gaze toward the veiled maiden. The maiden met Lin Mo's gaze and slowly articulated. My father is the lord of Tianlei City. Tianlei City? Lin Mo paused, feeling somewhat ignorant, as he had never heard of it. How embarrassing. Noticing his confusion, Xiao Yun explained, Fenglei City, Tianlei City, and Dishan City are the three major cities under the jurisdiction of Jiangnan Province. The reason Qintao Satingting is due to the significant administrative upheaval in Jiangnan. For the lord of Fenglei City to ascend to the highest position, he must secure the support of Tianlei City. Lin Mo understood. It appeared to be a matter between two cities that had inadvertently drawn him into the fray. Why are you here? Lin Mo probed, perplexed. Because, the seven-colored deer. The matron's gaze fixed on Lin Mo as she uttered those three words. Chapter 53. A five-rank powerhouse? The seven-colored deer, another unfamiliar term, though the combination of seven colors and deer seemed peculiar. Yet, Lin Mo had grown accustomed to such oddities, much like the unexpected occurrences in his journey through the martial realm. The world had revealed many wonders since he embarked on his path of cultivation. According to legend, a first-rank powerhouse could move mountains and seas. Thus, the emergence of otherworldly beings was hardly astonishing. The beautiful matron, Xiao Yun, spoke with an air of detached elegance, her voice cool and refined. It is a mutated deer that thrives on poisonous grasses. It has been seen in the Dakingshan Mountains. Capable of neutralizing all toxins, particularly its antlers, which are potent healing remedies. This is why we have lingered in the Dakingshan. Dakingshan. Lin Mo seemed to recall something. The golden thread map he had obtained after vanquishing Lin Erlong appeared to depict deer antlers. Who requires the deer antlers? The matron refrained from answering immediately, instead turning to the veiled maiden. Jiang Tingting cast a glance at Lin Mo, her tone somber. It is for my father. He was poisoned in a battle and requires the seven-colored deer to cure him. Lin Mo nodded, choosing to remain silent on this topic. In the presence of true treasures, all relationships were fragile. The young lord of Fenglei City specifically came to seek you out? Lin Mo looked to Jiang Tingting. The veiled maiden nodded, speaking earnestly, since you have been drawn into this, you are now one of us. I shall ensure you are well compensated. Allow me to consider what benefits I can offer you. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue before she suddenly exclaimed, I have an idea. If you marry Aunt Yun, wouldn't that suffice? The moment those words left her lips, a chilling voice interrupted. Tingting, is there nothing more to say? The speaker was none other than the beautiful matron. Xiao Yun, a flush of crimson crept onto her cheeks as she uttered such words before Lin Mo. She was genuinely flustered. Jiang Tingting stuck her tongue out playfully at Xiao Yun before retreating to the side. Lin Mo chuckled, shaking his head in bemusement. Should the need arise, I will seek you out. At the county office, a handsome young man clad in splendid robes sat in the position of the magistrate. His gaze apathetic as he regarded the cold foam below him and the two groups of officials behind him. I am the newly appointed magistrate, he declared, and I entrust you with a case. Investigate the murder of the Fairy of Red Clouds in Shoshui City. As he uttered these words, his eyes swept across Cold Fang's face, and he continued coldly, if you fail to uncover the identity of the one who killed the Fairy of Red Clouds, then you shall no longer serve as officials. You will collectively face imprisonment. With that, the young man waved his hand, dismissing the crowd. Cold Captain, remain. The officials dispersed, leaving only Cold Fong standing in the hall. The young man looked at Cold Fong. Cold Captain, I have heard that you have been trapped at the 7th rank for many years. If you assist me in eliminating Lin Mo, I shall provide you with a method to break through. Eliminate Lin Mo? Cold Fong replied calmly. Why does the magistrate wish to kill Lin Mo? The handsome young man smirked. Must I spell it out for you? It is because he killed the Fairy of Red Clouds. Cold Captain, you are an intelligent man. Since I possess the ability to know all of this, I naturally have the power to control it as well. You may choose. Break through to the 6th rank or face death. As he gazed at the handsome young man before him, Cold Fong felt as if his innermost thoughts were being laid bare. He sensed the pressure, an intangible weight that belonged to a 6th rank expert. The young man before him was indeed a 6th rank, A chill ran through Cold Fang's heart as he beheld the young man's aggressive gaze, ultimately leading him to bow his head in silence. That evening, a gust of autumn wind swept through, causing leaves to fall quietly. Lin Mo sat in the courtyard, 2 pots of warm wine resting on the table beside him. He poured himself a cup and popped a peanut into his mouth. At that moment, a figure entered. It was none other than Cold Fang. "You have arrived," Lin Mo said as he filled Cold Fang's cup with warm osmanthus wine. 26 ranks. Cold Fang raised his cup and downed the wine in one gulp, coughing a few times. Indeed, Lin Mo nodded slightly, having sensed the young man's considerable strength earlier that day. He too was a 6th rank. "Have they sent you to capture me?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow at Cold Fang. Cold Fang nodded. "Yes." He then finished his cup of osmanthus wine, exclaiming, "This wine is truly delightful." With that, he stood to take his leave. Lin Mo nodded, also draining his cup of fine wine, watching Cold Fang stride out of the courtyard. "Take care," he called. Cold Fang made no response, nor did he utter a word. After exiting the Lin residence, Cold Fang hurried towards the county office. As he passed by an alley, he suddenly halted, whirling around. He glanced back only to find no one there. Though he had yet to break through to the 6th rank, his instincts were growing increasingly acute. He swiftly drew his golden serpent soft sword, scanning his surroundings with calm vigilance. Just as he swept past an empty corner, a hoarse, piercing voice emerged from the shadows. "Not yet at the 6th rank, yet your senses are quite keen." Cold Fang spun around to see an elderly woman. Her form stooped as she leaned on a cane. Her hair was white as snow, suggesting she was nearly a century old, yet her gaze was sharp and cold as she regarded Cold Fang. Their eyes met, and Cold Fang felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, involuntarily shivering. "Who are you?" Cold Fang demanded, feeling no trace of goodwill from this woman. Her dramatic entrance could only mean she intended to silence him. "I am the 6th elder of the Spirit Infant sect," the old woman replied coldly. Anger surged within Cold Fang at the mention of the Spirit Infant sect, which had caused chaos in Xiaoshui City since their arrival. Shadows of their wicked cult lurked everywhere, unsettling the populace. "The Spirit Infant sect must be eradicated," he declared, gripping his soft sword tightly, his voice frigid. "The court's influence wanes, and various factions are on the rise. The emergence of the Spirit Infant sect is an inevitable trend. How can a mere 7th rank warrior like you hope to tarnish it?" The old woman waved her dragon-headed cane lightly, and a visible gray force suddenly manifested, approaching Cold Fang with an inescapable speed. "What is this? Spiritual energy?" Cold Fang's eyes widened in horror. This was a technique belonging to a 5th rank expert. What could the Spirit Infant sect possibly want with Xiaoshui City? It could not simply be to kill Lin Mo. A 5th rank powerhouse could command respect throughout the entire Jiangnan province. What were their intentions? But his mind could not dwell on such questions any longer as he watched in disbelief as his lower body separated from his upper half, plunging him into darkness, merely an ant. After slaying Cold Fang, the old woman scoffed and vanished into the darkness. Chapter 54. 6th 7th ranks gather. The night had deepened. For some reason, the autumn wind felt particularly biting tonight, sending leaves tumbling to the ground with a rustle. Lin Mo stretched lazily in the courtyard, glancing towards a corner of the western wall with an air of exasperation. "Enough hiding. Come out already. And be mindful not to damage my bricks." As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure leapt from the corner, clad in official garb, and landed abruptly in the courtyard. "Is it just you?" Lin Mo regarded him with a cold demeanor. "There are more." The official hastily pointed to the wall, where another figure leapt onto the top. 2. "Is that all? 3 more?" 3 officials pointed at the wall, sounding resigned. Soon, 2 more officials jumped over the wall. Lin Mo surveyed the 5 officials before him. "Do you all dare to cause trouble at my residence? We are ordered to apprehend the murderer of Cold Captain. Resistance will not be tolerated." One official brandished an official token from his waist. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's heart sank as he turned to the speaker. "What did you just say?" His icy gaze bore down on the official, who involuntarily took a few steps back. By order of the magistrate, you are identified as the murderer of Cold Captain, and we are here to apprehend you. Cold Fang is dead." Lin Mo was momentarily lost in thought, staring at the untouched wine cups beside him. Just 2 hours prior, he had been drinking with the man, and now he was gone. No one in Xiaoshui City possessed the strength to kill him, except for Xiao Yun and the newly appointed magistrate. The culprit was undoubtedly one of them, but he had died too swiftly, without even breaking through to the 6th rank. Was this merely a show of power? The officials exchanged glances, a chill creeping into their hearts. To confront someone capable of killing cold captain was akin to seeking death. Let us see what methods you possess. Lin Mo's voice was devoid of warmth. The officials looked at one another, hesitant to speak. None of them had even reached the 9th rank. What means could they possibly have to contend with Lin Mo? Just then, 3 figures appeared on the eaves. The eastern wall and the western wall, all clad in black and their faces obscured by dark cloth. The trio launched themselves at Lin Mo simultaneously. One struck like a descending tiger, brandishing a sharp ring as he lunged at Lin Mo, while another danced atop the roof tiles, wielding a long spear in search of an opening. The last one wielded a gleaming silver sword, its blade reflecting the moonlight as it shot towards Lin Mo. Observing the 3 attackers, Lin Mo felt a sense of inevitability. The moment they made their move, their backgrounds became clear. Yet, he did not draw his blade. Instead, he leapt forward, his body charging like a tiger descending the mountain towards the first assailant. The opponent, caught off guard by his sudden advance, was thrown back, tumbling several times before coming to a halt, blood spilling from his mouth as he gasped in shock. The tiger descends from the mountain. A true tiger descends from the mountain. Such terrifying strength. Who are you? Meanwhile, the spear lunged at Lin Mo from behind. With a surge of power, Lin Mo's form twisted like a specter, appearing beside the spear. And with a swift motion, he pushed against it with his palm. The spear bent unexpectedly, the immense force causing the spear-wielding assailant to stagger back several steps. At this moment, the gleaming silver longsword behind Lin Mo was merely a foot away from him. Suddenly, a point of gold paint shimmered at Lin Mo's brow, and golden light instantly enveloped his entire being. A powerful strike, infused with the full might of a 7th-tier master, was thrust fiercely into Lin Mo's body, tearing through his clothing and revealing his resplendent golden physique beneath. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed, yet the shining silver sword failed to penetrate Lin Mo's flesh. In a swift motion, Lin Mo spun around, his dark golden hand lunging to seize the silver sword, transforming into a tiger's claw aimed at its wielder. The cloaked figure was sent hurtling back against the eastern wall by a single palm strike. In the blink of an eye, the battle had concluded, and all 3 cloaked figures lay defeated. Observing this scene, the 5 constables felt their heads buzzing. What was the point of fighting? Although Lin Mo's strike might not kill them all, a few more would surely suffice, and they only had this one life. What worth was their meager salary of silver in the face of such peril? On the battlefield, the 3 cloaked men exchanged fearful glances. Recognizing the techniques Lin Mo had employed, the dragon capturing and tiger subduing technique, the smoke-chasing step, and that terrifying golden form, the black-clad man wielding a spear looked at the one who had executed the fierce tiger descending move and exclaimed, "He is the one who killed your 2nd disciple and my family, Yuan Bing." By showcasing these 2 martial arts today, he seeks no survivors. Cursed be this fate. I shall no longer pretend. The black-clad figure ripped away the cloth obscuring his face, revealing Tang Zheng, the master of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. His complexion was ashen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly injured from the earlier confrontation with Lin Mo. "You killed my disciple and employed the techniques of my academy. Today, I shall stake my life on this." Lin Mo glanced at Tang Zheng, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Indeed, it was I who ended your disciple's life. You are a man of courage to reveal your true identity." Hearing this, Tang Zheng turned to the remaining 2 cloaked figures and scoffed. "Yuan family head, Wang master, do you still wish to hide?" Upon hearing this, the other 2 cloaked figures simultaneously tore away the cloth from their faces. Their complexions were not much better, yet their gazes toward Tang Zheng were filled with malice. They had wished to keep their identities concealed, for they still had families and influence behind them. "You too, do you still have other thoughts? Focus on saving your own lives first," Tang Zheng coldly retorted. "If we cannot escape today, even if he does not destroy us, other forces will. You 3, why do you not reveal yourselves?" The head of the Yuan family bellowed, "If we cannot subdue him today, none of us shall fare well." As soon as these words left his mouth, 3 more black-clad figures appeared atop the eaves. The sight left the 5 constables dumbfounded. The 3 standing before them were the pinnacle of martial prowess in Shoshui City. If even they could not subdue Lin Mo, how terrifying must he truly be? And who were these 3? There was no need to guess. They were undoubtedly the heads of the Sun family, the Zhu family, and Master Yin. Good heavens, 6 7th-tier masters joining forces against Lin Mo. What a spectacle. Did this mean we might survive? With 6 7th-tier masters attacking together, even 6th-tier experts would gain little. The 5 constables seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope for survival. After all, this was the pinnacle of combat power in Shoshui City. If they could not prevail, it would truly be the end. Chapter 55. The Annihilation of Seventh-Tier Masters. As the hours passed, the autumn winds grew fiercer, and the courtyard was strewn with fallen leaves. Lin Mo surveyed the 6 individuals surrounding him, his voice calm. The 3 major families and the 3 great martial arts academies. It appears the title of Deputy Lord of Fenglei City has truly intimidated you. Upon hearing this, a rather short and slender black-clad figure spoke up. What do you mean by this, sir? Lin Mo did not respond to the question, instead asking, I shall pose but one inquiry. Who killed Lung Feng? Alternatively, whoever can tell me who killed Ling Feng, I shall spare their family. The 6 7th-tier figures clad in black exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts, yet all shook their heads in silence. Lin Mo observed their reactions and discerned that none knew who had taken Lang Feng's life. Since no one can answer my question, do not blame me for exterminating you all afterward. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he unsheathed the dragon sparrow from his waist. Upon seeing the blade, one black-clad figure suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, You are the tiger hero. At this revelation, images of a figure donned in a tiger-headed mask flashed through their minds, merging with the Lin Mo before them. Tang Jing's heart raced with dread, his legs turning to jelly as he spat a mouthful of blood. Trembling as he uttered, Can we truly kill such a formidable being? If we cannot kill him, we shall not survive either. Let us not forget, our families are still in his grasp. One individual tore away the cloth from his face, revealing a head of grizzled hair. It was the head of the Sun family, nearing 70, yet none of his children had surpassed the 7th tier to inherit his position. The remaining 2 also removed their disguises, revealing the faces of the other 2 martial arts masters. Since the martial arts academies have flourished, my strength has not improved a single step. Perhaps it is time for a decisive battle. If death is to come, at least let it be in the service of a strong master. Charge. With the Sun family head's command, the group surged toward Lin Mo. All were 7th-tier Iron Bone Realm fighters, their bodies radiating a bronze hue, eyes sharp and fierce. Aside from Tang Zheng of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy, the rest wielded weapons as they charged forward. Come at me. Lin Mo's eyes glinted fiercely, a point of gold shimmering at his brow, spreading throughout his being in an instant. As he swung the dragon sparrow toward the nearest foe, the closest was Master Wang, who thrust his gleaming silver longsword at Lin Mo. Yet before his blade could reach, a flash of the knife severed his head from his shoulders. In that moment, Lin Mo heard the sound of clangs behind him. It was the weapons of other masters striking against him. But they could not breach his indestructible body, merely tickling him. Unmoved, Lin Mo flung the dragon sparrow forward. The blade sliced through the air, heading straight for the grizzled head of the Sun family. Armed with a short sword, he attempted to block the incoming strike, yet the dragon sparrow, seemingly infused with the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, shattered his short sword and pierced through to his chest. Another 7th-tier master had fallen. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's form twisted impossibly as he kicked the charging head of the Zhu family. The blow landed squarely, and the Zhu family head felt a wave of warmth drain away, followed by an overwhelming pain that rendered him unconscious. In an instant, only 3 of the 6 7th-tier masters retained their fighting capability. Witnessing this, the 5 constables were terrified to the point of wetting themselves. With all 7th-tier masters dead, were they not mere cannon fodder? One burly man with a beard prodded his companion. We should flee. His companion, snapping out of his stupor, quickly nodded, shifting his body and glancing at the puddle beneath him with a bitter smile. Just give me a minute. The bearded man surveyed the remaining 3 companions, all trembling in fear. One trembled so violently, it resembled a fly's wings, nearly sending chills through his nearby ally. He then turned back to the battlefield, where the head of the Yuan family, having executed the smoke-chasing step, leapt to the rooftop in a bid to escape, only to find Lin Mo faster, delivering a palm strike directly to his forehead. The Yuan family head skull burst like a ripe watermelon, blood and brains splattering everywhere. Thus, the heads of the Yuan, Sun, and Zhu families in Xiushui City were all slain. Only the 2 masters of the martial arts academies remained, and they charged at Lin Mo in unison. Lin Mo retaliated by simultaneously striking both of their heads with his fists. They flew back, crashing into the wall, their heads slumping as life ebbed away. Henceforth, not a single 7th-tier master remained alive in Xiushui City. Now it is my turn. At that moment, a constable, witnessing the demise of the 6 black-clad masters, was overcome with terror, letting out a scream as he collapsed to the ground. The bearded man rushed to check his companion's breath, discovering he had passed away from fright. You lot, Lin Mo, wiping his dragon sparrow clean with a piece of fabric torn from the deceased Tang Zheng. Turned to the 5 constables. Hearing Lin Mo call out, 4 of the remaining 5 immediately knelt, bowing their heads in fervent supplication. Please spare me, great hero. Have mercy on me. I have an elderly mother of 80 and a 3-year-old child, please. I beg you, grant me a single chance, noble hero, and I shall repay you. Lin Mo gazed at the group, gesturing toward a particular constable. Your mother is 80. Did she bear you at 50? The constable momentarily froze. Just as he was about to respond, only to be struck down by a stone Lin Mo had casually picked up, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the remaining 3 men fell silent, not daring to utter a word. You, who just declared your intention to repay me, how do you intend to do so? Lin Mo pointed at the shortest constable among them. The constable hastily bowed his head. I can do anything for you. Even my wife can serve you. Not interested. A single leaf struck him on the temple, and he crumpled to the ground, breathless. The remaining 2 constables, witnessing this spectacle, felt their terror escalate to unprecedented heights. Bowing their heads in desperate supplication, Lin Mo regarded them with indifference. You 2 must clean this courtyard thoroughly and transport their bodies back to the yamen if you wish to survive. The 2 men quickly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, noble hero, for sparing our lives. Thank you. Chapter 56. Shangwan Lei. After an hour of frantic activity, the 2 constables finally cleared the courtyard, erasing not just the bloodstains but also the leaves scattered about. Observing their work, Lin Mo nodded. Take these bodies to the entrance of the yamen. The 2 constables, relieved at the prospect of survival, hurriedly complied, pulling the cart swiftly away from Lin Mo's residence. The blacksmith shop. Illuminated by bright lamps, the hour was late, and the blacksmiths had long begun their work. Lin Mo rode in swiftly, halting his horse before the shop. A man recognized him and promptly clasped his hands. Lin, esteemed elder, the shopkeeper is waiting for you inside. Lin Mo nodded, handing the reins to the man as he entered the blacksmith's workshop. In the main hall, the assembly sat upright, rising to greet Lin Mo as he entered. He nodded in acknowledgement, turning his gaze to Yu Rong, who cradled a child. She quickly stood, saying, Yu Yin slept soundly last night and wasn't he disturbed? Lin Mo nodded, glancing at the little girl, who was peacefully slumbering, her soft snores barely audible. Yui approached Lin Mo, her eyes reddening at the sight of the blood on his clothing. Noticing her distress, Lin Mo gently patted her back. It's nothing to worry about. Yui nodded, standing beside Lin Mo while subtly directing her gaze toward the beautiful woman seated at the head of the table. For reasons unknown, perhaps it was the nature of women, she felt a sense of aversion toward the beautiful woman, especially one of similar age. The stunning woman, Xiaoyun, seemed to notice Yui's scrutinizing gaze but maintained her composure, her voice cold. Our time is limited. We must venture into the mountains to seek the 7-colored deer. The Qin family will not be easily deceived. They surely realize our purpose for coming here. Our advantage has been lost, and we can only hope to find the 7-colored deer in the Daqing Mountains quickly. The usually cheerful girl adorned in a purple veil now wore a worried expression, her brows furrowed in seriousness. Lin Mo turned to the beautiful woman. Xiaoyun, how should I arrange for my family? Xiaoyun replied, it is safe here. Qin Tao will not come looking for them. However, Miss is a concern. Lin Mo nodded. Are you suggesting that I also enter Daqing Mountain? The veiled girl, Jiang Tingting, nodded earnestly. Lin Mo, your strength is comparable to a 6th-grade warrior, and you could play a significant role in battle. Should you assist me in acquiring the 7-colored deer, I will surely reward you handsomely. Xiaoyun also looked at Lin Mo, observing his reaction. Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged as he slowly nodded. I have but one request. My family must not suffer any harm. Jiang Tingting repeatedly assured him. Rest assured, my letters have already been sent to Tianlei City, and reinforcements will arrive. Additionally, Qin Tao will not openly confront me. When shall we depart? Lin Mo inquired of Xiao Yun. At dawn, Xiaoyun replied. Lin Mo chose not to speak further, unwilling to question the rationale behind such arrangements. With dawn approaching in half an hour, Yu Rong and Yui kept vigil by Lin Mo's side. Unable to find sleep, Lin Mo reassured them, do you still not trust me? I will return alive. After this, we shall move to a different city to live. Yui's eyes grew misty again as she grasped Lin Mo's hand. Her voice choked with emotion. Yu Rong mirrored her concern, her gaze filled with worry for Lin. You two must stay here and care for little Yu Yan. I will return for the sake of the child. Lin Mo insisted earnestly. Ultimately, women are frail creatures. Though they refrained from tears, their eyes remained red. The group sat in the hall until hurried footsteps echoed from afar. The footsteps grew closer, and soon a middle-aged man appeared at the threshold. He was of average appearance, lean and dressed like a farmer. Upon seeing him, Shang Yuan promptly rose and clasped her hands. "Brother," the middle-aged man nodded to Shang Yuan, disregarding Lin Mo and the others, and turned his attention to Jiang Dingding and Xiao Yun. "Dingding, I have arrived. Aunt Yun, how have you been?" Xiao Yun's icy voice cut through the air. "We have been waiting for you." Jiang Dingding stood, nodding. "Uncle Lei, allow me to introduce you to Lin Mo, a formidable ally accompanying us into Daqing Mountain." The gaunt middle-aged man scrutinized Lin Mo, who returned the gaze. "Lin Mo," the man spoke, "I am Shangguan Lei, a 6th-grade warrior under the command of the Lord of Tianlei City. Ting, he is merely an 8th-grade warrior. It would be unwise for him to enter the mountains lest he be devoured by a more formidable beast." Silence. Xiao Yun shot to her feet. "Shangguan Lei, this operation is under my command. Do not disrespect Lin Mo." As Shangguan Lei opened his mouth to retort, he met Xiao Yun's increasingly frigid gaze and wisely fell silent. Offering a forced smile, "Aunt Yun, I shall not engage in a war of words with you." Xiao Yun's voice remained icy. "We depart in 15 minutes. Everyone must prepare immediately." Observing this exchange, Lin Mo maintained an expression of indifference, sensing that Shangguan Lei harbored feelings for Xiao Yun. Yet alas, the affection was unrequited pity that moment. Xiao Yun suddenly turned to meet Lin Mo's gaze, only to quickly avert her eyes again. Lin Mo chuckled softly. Sipping the warm tea on the table. 15 minutes later, a group of dozens readied themselves for departure, led by the beautiful woman Xiao Yun, followed by Shangguan Lei, an 8th-grade warrior, 3 7th-grade warriors, and 5 robust blacksmiths. With Lin Mo trailing at the end of the procession, "Let us depart," Xiao Yun commanded, mounting her horse as the group followed, riding toward the rising sun as they exited the city. On the city wall, 3 figures observed Xiao Yun's party leaving the city. The handsome youth at the forefront turned to the towering man and the elderly woman with a cane behind him. "You two may proceed. Even if we cannot obtain the 7-colored deer, we must not allow them to exit Daqing Mountain." The burly man nodded, his voice a low rumble. "I will ensure I twist off his head." The old woman cackled. "A mere few 6th-grade warriors. We are more than capable of handling them." The handsome youth nodded. "I have received word that the elder brother of the Jiang family, Jiang Yuning, is coming to Xiushui City. I cannot move against Jiang Tingting for now. I must tread carefully and see how this unfolds. You two must complete this mission. It is imperative that they do not return with the 7-colored deer." Chapter 57. Re-entering Daqing Mountain. With rapid hoofbeats, the group arrived at the foot of Daqing Mountain within an hour. Gazing at the sprawling mountain range, Lin Mo felt a deep sense of familiarity. Having grown up at the mountain's base, he held an intrinsic bond with the land. Lin Mo turned to Xiao Yun. "The horses cannot ascend the mountain. We need to find a household to look after them." Xiao Yun nodded. "Take those 5 with you to handle this matter. The rest will remain here to rest." Lin Mo nodded as he led 5 blacksmiths, each guiding dozens of horses, into the village. They sought out a household, offered a silver ingot, and requested assistance in caring for the horses. During this interval, Lin Mo retrieved the intricately woven golden thread map from a pocket sewn into his waist. He committed the map to memory before stowing it away once more. With the endowment of the 7 apertures Linglong heart, it had become exceedingly simple for Lin Mo to recall various details. Even some previously forgotten experiences began to resurface in his mind, prompting him to silently commend the remarkable abilities of the 7 apertures Linglong heart, which seemingly possessed a rewind function, upon returning to the foot of the mountain. The group conducted a final check of their supplies before ascending the Great Qing Mountain. Their party possessed the unique capability to traverse the mountain's periphery without the need for detours. Directly cutting through the outer regions of the Great Qing Mountain, as they ventured deeper, they encountered the excrement of large wild beasts and traps set by hunters. The formation of their group had shifted. Now, it was not Xiao Yun at the forefront, but rather Shangguan Lei, a 6th-tier powerhouse. Beside him was the elderly figure he had brought along, an 8th-tier Copper Skin Realm expert, followed by 3 of his trusted 7th-tier Iron Bone Realm men. Xiao Yun walked in the middle, with Lin Mo trailing behind her, and at the rear were the 5 blacksmiths, burdened with provisions and water. As time passed and the sun reached its zenith, Shangguan Lei glanced at the sun and waved his hand, signaling the group to halt. "Let us take a moment to rest before continuing our journey." The members of the party promptly found places to sit and produced their prepared rations and water to replenish themselves. Warriors, too, are human. Nourishment is essential for maintaining optimal conditions to confront future dangers. Lin Mo also pulled out a rich, scallion-flavored beef pie that he had purchased from a stall earlier that morning. The others were consuming dry biscuits, and upon seeing Lin Mo's meat pie, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Lin Mo ignored their envious gazes, relishing his pie and sipping on a flask of osmanthus wine, thoroughly enjoying himself. Meanwhile, Shangwan Lei retrieved an exquisite small wooden box from his pack and opened it carefully to reveal several delicately crafted pastries. With a smile, he approached the beautiful woman, Xiao Yun, and said, "Yungu, I specially brought these pastries from Tianlei City. You used to love them. Do taste them and see if they still hold the same flavor." Xiao Yun glanced at the pastries in the box, shook her head, and coldly replied, "I no longer have a taste for pastries." Shangwan Lei was momentarily taken aback, awkwardly chuckling. "If you don't wish to indulge, how about some water?" He then set the pastries down and offered her his water flask, only to see Xiao Yun produce her own from her side. "I brought my own." Shangwan Lei, "I will drink my own." With a resigned nod, Shangwan Lei sat down beside her. Lin Mo, having finished his meat pie, found amusement in the scene. This trip had indeed been worthwhile, providing him with entertainment akin to a clown's performance. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group resumed their journey, with the 8th-tier elder leading the way deeper into the Great Qing Mountain. Lin Mo observed the direction in which they proceeded, feeling a thrill in his heart, for it aligned precisely with the route detailed on the map. Could this 8th-tier elder possess the instincts of a hound, capable of tracking the 7-colored deer by scent? Lin Mo internally scoffed, following the crowd at a leisurely pace. After walking for a while, cries for help suddenly echoed from ahead. "Help? Is anyone there? Please, save me." Upon hearing this, the party halted. Shangwan Lei pointed to one of the 7th-tier warriors behind him, instructing, "Go check what is happening." The 7th-tier warrior nodded, drawing his twin blades from his waist, and strode toward the source of the voice. The presence of an elder trapped in the forest was already peculiar, especially as the elder's voice seemed robust. As the 7th-tier warrior advanced, the group fixed their gazes ahead as he approached without detecting anything unusual and turned back to Shangwan Lei, reporting, "Brother Lei, there is no elder here." Just then, the nearby trees began to tremble violently, and a black tiger sprang from a branch, launching itself toward the 7th-tier warrior from behind, its claws sharp as blades, aiming directly for the warrior's head. "Be careful," shouted the 8th-tier elder. Witnessing this, Shangwan Lei swiftly drew a silver-white staff from behind and hurled it at the ferocious tiger. The 7th-tier warrior had no time to react. He merely glimpsed a silver flash whizzing past his ear, followed by a horrific scream behind him. Damn it! The 7th-tier warrior spun around, only to see a black tiger not far off, its claws razor-sharp, and its tail severed halfway. What horrified him was the fact that the tiger bore an old man's face, filled with resentment, its eyes rimmed with blood. What kind of monster is this? The 7th-tier warrior gripped his blades tightly, but dared not advance. It was utterly beyond his comprehension. At that moment, the 8th-tier warrior beside Shangwan Lei interjected, "Its strength is not great. It's at most 8th tier." Upon hearing this, the 7th-tier warrior, his body taking on a bronze hue, charged at the black tiger, which had already been injured by Shangwan Lei's staff. The tiger, startled, attempted to flee, but the 7th-tier warrior was relentless, leaping onto it, driving one blade into its side and the other into its throat. With a chilling scream, the tiger with a human face fell lifeless. The 7th-tier warrior withdrew his blades, and 2 streams of black blood gushed forth. He exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to the 8th-tier elder, asking, "Ningbo, why does this creature have a human face? It's truly terrifying." "This is a jiangshi," the elder replied gravely. After being consumed by the tiger, the malevolent thoughts of the old man lingered, and as it devoured more souls, it manifested a human face, allowing it to emit human-like cries to lure others. The 8th-tier elder continued, "It appears we have entered the inner perimeter of the Great Qing Mountain. Such creatures would not exist in the outer regions. Will such monsters not appear in the outer areas of the Great Qing Mountain?" Lin Mo inquired, directing his question at the elder with graying temples. The elder regarded Lin Mo and replied gently, "The inner perimeter of the Great Qing Mountain is infused with spiritual energy, which gives rise to these monsters. Warriors below the 6th tier cannot perceive this energy, yet it is undeniably present." Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman Xiao Yun and Shangwan Lei both concentrated, confirming that they indeed felt a distinction between this area and the outer regions. Shang Wanlei nodded. Once one reaches the 6th tier, the closer one approaches the 5th tier, the more one can sense the spiritual energy, the 8th tier elder affirmed. The great Qing mountain stretches for thousands of miles. The deeper one ventures, the denser the spiritual energy becomes, and the more treasures one may encounter. Correspondingly, the dangers also increase. The group, having absorbed this information, heightened their vigilance. Having barely entered the inner perimeter, they had already encountered such a perilous situation. Who could predict what further dangers awaited them? Ningbo, shall we continue forward? Shang Wanlei asked the elder. The elder stood still, his ears twitching slightly, before pointing in a direction. This way. Shang Wanlei nodded. Then we shall proceed this way. I will lead the way. 6th tier warriors possess the ability to foresee danger, which can mitigate unnecessary casualties. Lin Mo, seizing the opportunity, voiced a question that many harbored. Ningbo, do you rely on sound to discern positions? I wouldn't say I discern positions purely by sound. I simply have keen hearing. After spending considerable time in the mountains, one naturally begins to pick up on clues from the sounds of footsteps and scents. The elder chuckled, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Lin Mo nodded and returned the gesture. Let us depart. At that moment, Shang Wanlei interjected with a huff. There's no need to explain so much to him. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman, Xiaoyun, furrowed her brow, preparing to speak, but upon noticing Lin Mo's calm demeanor, she refrained from saying anything further. The group cautiously continued their advance in the direction indicated by Ningbo. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew increasingly dense, devoid of any paths, compelling them to weave their way through the trees. At this moment, within a cave, although it was referred to as a cave, it was furnished with various everyday items, including tables and chairs, all crafted from stone. Deeper inside, there was a stone platform adorned with several tiger skins, upon which a bear, roughly the size of a small mountain, lay sleeping. At that moment, a towering black bear, standing 2 meters tall, entered the cave, glanced at the sleeping bear, and then exited. After walking for a while, he arrived at another cavern, where he slapped the entrance with a paw the size of a grinding wheel. Old Gray, come out. Before long, a wolf emerged from the cave, its body a shade of gray, save for its white eyebrows and the tip of its nose. It spoke in human language. Big Black. What are you slapping for? You nearly collapsed my den. Eh? Old Gray, I've noticed a group of people have entered our territory. Are you interested in a feast? The 2-meter-tall black bear chuckled, salivating at the mention of humans. The wolf named Old Gray waved his paw in exasperation, dispersing the foul odor in the air. What is their strength? I have no desire to meet my demise, from what I can see. There are only 2 at the 6th rank. We can handle 1 each. The black bear laughed heartily. It's been ages since I feasted on human flesh. Eating rabbits every day has left me yearning for something more substantial. This time, they are delivering themselves right to our door. Indeed, it has been quite a while since I've had human meat. Old Gray licked his tongue. Let us go take a look. We mustn't act rashly. All right. The black bear patted his chest, causing a tremor that sent a cloud of dust swirling in Old Gray's cave. Old Gray sighed in resignation, muttering to himself, if it weren't for your formidable mother, I would have taught you a lesson long ago. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, a figure resembling a towering iron tower was weaving through the trees. Despite standing nearly 8 feet tall, with a body full of muscle and a face so round that his eyes were nearly shut, he moved with surprising lightness. As he raced through the thicket, he didn't crush a single leaf, producing almost no sound. Above him, an elderly woman wielding a cane moved swiftly along a tree branch, her speed seemingly enhanced by her use of the cane. The 2 of them paused intermittently, following Lin Mo and his companions deeper into the great Qing mountain. As darkness descended, the group had yet to encounter any monstrous beasts. With the setting sun, the last vestiges of light vanished beneath the forest's canopy, plunging the area into impenetrable darkness, devoid of stars or moonlight. Whoosh! Lin Mo struck a fire starter, igniting the dry wood collected by the blacksmith earlier. The flames promptly illuminated the faces of the gathered individuals. Night falls too quickly. There is no moon. We must camp here, Su Guanglei remarked, glancing at the elder beside him. Ningbo, how shall we rest tonight? In this dense forest, none dared to sleep soundly, fearing they might never awaken. At that moment, the beautiful woman, Xiaoyun, approached. Among us, only the 2 of us are at the 6th rank. You take the first half of the night, and I'll take the second. As for the others, split into 3 groups and keep watch until dawn. Upon hearing this, Su Guanglei nodded in agreement, recognizing it as the most prudent course of action. The group dispersed, Setting up camp, Lin Mo leaned against a tree, sitting with several burly blacksmiths. They gathered around the fire, chewing on their dry rations, when Lin Mo produced a wild chicken from his pack. "Lin, Senior, when did you catch this chicken?" one familiar blacksmith exclaimed, his eyes widening. "How come we didn't see it?" With a faint smile, Lin Mo replied, "If you had seen it, wouldn't you be just as skilled as I am?" He deftly plucked the chicken and skewered it with a dragon spear before placing it over the fire. Before long, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, reaching Su Guanglei's nostrils. Glancing at his hardened bean bun, he couldn't help but curse. "Had I known, I would have brought a chicken too." An eighth-rank elder chuckled beside him. "That's not something he brought. He caught it." "Huh?" Su Guanglei was taken aback. Their group had been traveling together without anyone straying. How had he managed to catch a wild chicken? "While we rested by a small stream earlier, he went off to hunt." Ningbo explained, seemingly reading Su Guanglei's thoughts. A stream, Su Guanglei realized, recalling their brief pause by a brook. The time spent there was hardly a minute. Having heard that Lin Mo, despite being an 8th rank, possessed strength surpassing that of a 7th rank, it was surprising he could catch a chicken. It was just unfortunate that night had fallen, making it impossible to seek out any trace of wildfowl. Su Guanglei discreetly cast a glance at the beautiful woman, Xiaoyun. She appeared oblivious to his musings, casually nibbling on her bean. As time passed, the chilly autumn wind began to howl through the dense forest, and the group gathered around the fire, enduring both the biting cold and the persistent growling of their stomachs. They had not gone without food. The cold bean buns paired with warm water sufficed. Yet the irresistible aroma of Lin Mo's chicken lingered in the air. Large, plump, and succulent, with golden brown skin, it was impossible not to crave a bite. One blacksmith, overcome with temptation, leaned closer to Lin Mo and grinned. "Lin, Senior, how does the chicken taste?" Lin Mo glanced at him, stuffing a juicy chicken leg into his mouth, nodding in approval. "Quite delectable, tender and juicy. Alas, it's too small, not enough for me alone." Upon hearing this, the eager blacksmith fell silent, a forced smile gracing his lips as he returned to his original position, only able to watch Lin Mo with envy as he savored the dripping meat. Naturally, the commotion at Lin Mo's side drew Su Guanglei's attention, prompting him to scoff. "What is so special about catching a chicken?" The others remained quiet, while they wished to agree with Su Guanglei. The drool pooling in their mouths made it difficult to utter falsehoods. The beautiful woman observing from the fire's side shook her head in resignation, thinking to herself that Lin Mo was simply a source of irritation. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the hungry crowd, Lin Mo finished the entire chicken. Finally done. One blacksmith sighed to his companion. "My mouth is watering like a river," the man replied with a wry smile. "Hey, what is Lin, Senior, doing now?" another asked, pointing at Lin Mo. All eyes turned to Lin Mo, who once more pulled a small creature from his pack. Upon closer inspection, it was a plump gray rabbit with large ears. Seeing the astonished expressions around him, Lin Mo grinned mischievously. "I'm still not full." At this sight, the others turned away, refusing to look at Lin Mo any longer. Meanwhile, two imposing figures lurked in the shadows. "Old Gray, when shall we strike? That roasted chicken smells too good. I'm famished." The large black bear patted its round belly. The standing gray wolf glanced at its companion, replying with a hint of resignation. "Now is not the time to act. This group is formidable. They must have a purpose for entering the mountains. Why not wait until they find what they seek? At that point, we can strike, securing both treasure and a feast." Upon hearing this, the black bear pondered for a moment, then agreed. "What you say makes sense. I can hold off a little longer." On another side, beneath a great tree, the elderly woman leaned on her cane, handing half a bean cake to a burly man holding a candle. "Make do with this. We rushed out without provisions. Let us share the cake between us." The burly man gazed at the bean cake, which was barely the size of half his palm, and nodded earnestly before swallowing it whole. Choked in the process. "There's a stream over there. Let us go quench our thirst, and tomorrow morning we can roast some wild chicken," the old woman said with a resigned expression. Before long, the sizzling rabbit was ready, and the group positioned themselves at a distance, too intimidated to approach the fire. Lin Mo, noticing this, chuckled. "Such a cute bunny. You shouldn't eat it." With that, he began to gnaw on the roasted rabbit meat. The others fell silent, resolutely deciding to hunt for a wild chicken or rabbit at dawn. An hour later, Lin Mo finally finished the rabbit, leaned against a tree trunk, patted his stomach, and drifted into a tranquil slumber. In the latter half of the night, Lin Mo awoke with a start, opened his eyes, and saw two blacksmiths sitting by the campfire. Although they were on night watch, their eyelids were soon growing heavy. "You two should rest," I'll keep watch here, Lin Mo instructed. The 5 blacksmiths, who had to carry loads and travel during the day, found it particularly taxing since they were not martial artists. Upon hearing this, the 2 men hurriedly clasped their hands and leaned against a tree to sleep. Lin Mo rose to add more firewood, and then moved to another campfire, where 3 individuals were seated. The beautiful woman Xiao Yun, the 8th-tier Ningbo, and a 7th-tier warrior wielding twin blades. Seeing Lin Mo approach, the beautiful woman Xiao Yun shifted slightly to make room for him. Lin Mo sat beside her. Ningbo turned to Lin Mo and smiled, inquiring, "How old are you now?" "Brother Lin," Lin Mo replied, 51.0. Ningbo appraised Lin Mo from head to toe, exclaiming in astonishment, "Yet I would say you appear no older than 30-5.at this." The 7th-tier warrior nodded in agreement. "You certainly do look young." Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, reflecting that perhaps his body's gradual restoration towards its peak condition due to his diamond body made him appear younger. The positive mindset and a hearty appetite naturally contribute to a youthful appearance. After a moment's thought, Lin Mo responded scientifically. If one is perpetually troubled, furrowing their brow, they could look aged even at 20. Hearing this, Ningbo nodded with a smile. "That is indeed true. My elder at home is nearly 200 years old, indulging in meat and wine daily, living quite comfortably." Lin Mo inquired, "May I ask, what family does Ningbo hail from?" Ningbo himself did not answer, but the beautiful woman beside him interjected, "The Ning family from Jiangbei, renowned for their expertise in feng shui and treasure-seeking, quite famous in the martial world. It was specifically Su Guanlei who sought out Ningbo's assistance." Ningbo humbly clasped his hands. "Such praises from the martial community are undeserved, truly undeserved." Lin Mo clasped his hands in return. "So it is the Ning family. I must admit my ignorance. It seems I shall have to diligently study the various factions henceforth, so as not to be ridiculed when traversing the martial world. No matter." Ningbo slightly nodded, a smile curving his lips. "What is the purpose of traversing the martial world?" "It is for the sake of reputation." Upon hearing that someone was from the Ning family of Jiangbei, everyone clasped their hands in greeting. For that was reputation. The martial world is not merely about fighting and killing. It is about human relationships and social intricacies. Lin Mo, however, remained oblivious to the subtle expression on Ningbo's face, occasionally glancing into the distance, sensing a danger there that he could not afford to offend. Yet the other party seemed unaware of their presence. Chapter 60. The fog has arrived. Throughout the latter half of the night, Lin Mo morphed into a parched sponge, eagerly inquiring of the well-informed Ningbo about the intricacies of the martial world. Men, regardless of age, often relish the role of teacher, particularly those like Ningbo, hailing from renowned families within the martial realm, who are eager to impart their knowledge to the younger generation. Lin Mo's humility and eagerness to learn greatly pleased him, coupled with appropriate flattery. The elder radiated with vitality, freely sharing his wealth of knowledge. Had Lin Mo been a tad younger, he might have taken him as his disciple. Their conversation continued until dawn broke. The sunlight graced their faces. Everyone stirred from their slumber. Su Guanlei awoke and noticed the beautiful woman Xiao Yun and Lin Mo seated together, a wave of jealousy washing over him, prompting him to approach hastily. "Yin Gu, are you hungry? I shall go catch a wild chicken for you." Xiao Yun cast a surprised glance at Su Guanlei, responding with an air of resignation. "Not hungry." Su Guanlei chuckled. "I'll catch a few, and we can roast them for lunch during our break." With that, he waved his hand and, accompanied by 3 7th-tier warriors, set off to catch wild chickens. Observing this, the blacksmiths, who had endured Lin Mo's teasing all night, greeted him and followed Su Guanlei's group to hunt for chickens. In light of this, Ningbo remarked, "They were quite tormented yesterday, nearly choking on their own drool, and some even spoke in their sleep." Dreaming of the aroma of roasted chicken, Xiao Yun glanced at the source of the trouble beside her, shaking her head helplessly. "Why aren't you going to catch wild chickens today?" Lin Mo quietly retrieved a plump wild chicken from his pack. "Caught a few extra yesterday, Xiao Yun." This man never ceases to surprise her. Within half an hour, Su Guanlei returned, disappointment etched on his face. Lin Mo, seeing everyone return empty-handed, chuckled and asked, "What's wrong? Did you not find any wild chickens to your liking?" Su Guanlei shot Lin Mo a disdainful glance, his eyes filled with scorn. "The nearby woods are too dense. It is not suitable for extensive hunting of wild chickens." He was well aware of the purpose behind their venture into Daqing Mountain. To jeopardize their team for fleeting desires would be a grave mistake. Lin Mo regarded him with a light chuckle, shaking his head and saying nothing. However, silence spoke volumes, and Su Guanlei's eyes widened in fury, glaring at Lin Mo as if he could devour him whole. Yet, as his gaze flicked to Xiao Yun, noticing her indifferent expression, he pointed at Lin Mo, barking, "I want to stoop to your level. Once this task is completed, we shall settle our scores." Lin Mo nodded slightly. "I await your arrival." Su Guanlei snorted coldly and stepped aside. After a brief rest, the group resumed their journey. Having wandered aimlessly for another day, night fell once more. The group sat together, munching on the dry bean buns. Washing them down with warm water. One blacksmith turned to Lin Mo. "Lin Shinbei, why aren't you eating? We're all together today. Are you going to conjure up wild chickens and rabbits?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo silently retrieved a wild chicken from his pack and began to pluck its feathers with his dragon sparrow knife. The blacksmith stood frozen, rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the scene before him. "Lin Shinbei, we're together today. Where did you get that wild chicken?" Lin Mo replied calmly. "Who said this is today's wild chicken? This is one I caught yesterday." The blacksmith's, the following day. It was yet another sunny day, and the night passed without incident. The group rose to prepare for departure, only to be met with an unexpected thick fog suddenly enveloping the sky. In an instant, everything became a white blur, visibility reduced to the length of a single tree. Anything beyond was obscured. Panic ensued as everyone began to cautiously survey their surroundings. What is happening? Why has the fog suddenly rolled in? With such thick fog, we can't even see each other. Everyone stay close. The sudden appearance of the dense fog stirred unease among the group, especially in a place like the Qing Mountain, where every rustle of leaves could spell danger. Lin Mo, upon sensing the unexpected cloud of mist, carefully assessed the situation and, finding no immediate threat, finally relaxed. There's no need to panic. It's merely an ordinary fog. Lin Mo reassured the 5 blacksmiths beside him. At that moment, the beautiful woman Xiaoyun's voice rang out. "Everyone, don't scatter. Gather around me. We shall wait for the fog to clear before setting off." Following her voice, everyone congregated. Su Guanlei counted heads. 5 blacksmiths, Lin Mo, Old Ning, 3 seventh tiers, me, and Yun Gu. Everyone s accounted for. The sudden onset of the thick fog caught everyone off guard, causing a palpable tension among the crowd. Upon hearing a voice calling out, a collective sigh of relief was released. The beautiful woman, Xiaoyun, furrowed her brow and turned to Elder Ning, inquiring, "Elder Ning, what is the situation?" Elder Ning shook his head, responding, "It is normal for dense fog to appear in areas with high humidity, but I have never witnessed it arrive so swiftly." That he continued, "The Great Green Mountain is shrouded in mystery. Let us remain here and wait for the fog to dissipate before we proceed." Xiao Yun nodded and addressed the group. "Everyone, rest in place. Do not wander off alone." The group acknowledged her command and settled down. The blacksmiths gazed intently at the swirling mists, sitting back to back as if seeking solace in each other's presence. In the distance, amidst a dense thicket, a large black bear turned to his companion, a gray wolf, and asked, "Old Gray, could this fog be the doing of that rainbow deer?" The gray wolf nodded. "It is quite likely. That creature consumes an abundance of spiritual herbs and expels fog every few days." The black bear spat in irritation. "Speaking of which, that thief has even pilfered my strawberries." The gray wolf chuckled. "What can be done? With the Yellow Wind King backing him, even your mother would struggle against him." The black bear waved dismissively, saying nothing more. The territory of the Yellow Wind King spanned 1,000 miles. Even his mother would be forced to concede. "Are those humans considering capturing that foolish deer?" The black bear suddenly inquired. "Very likely," the gray wolf replied with a grin. "If that foolish deer were slain, it would indeed stir up quite the excitement. Wouldn't the Yellow Wind King have to descend to plunder a city?" Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a towering man looked up at an old woman perched on a tree branch. "Can you see anything?" he asked. The old woman shook her head and replied despondently, "I cannot see at all. We can only wait for the fog to clear before searching." The robust man nodded in resignation, pondering why the fog had suddenly descended. Chapter 61. A sudden change. In the Great Green Mountain, the fog thickened increasingly. The group huddled together, though no one spoke. A sense of unease permeated the air. Lin Mo did not sit back to back with the blacksmiths, but leaned against a tree, observing the layers of dense fog. The tree branches, faintly visible through the mist, resembled devilish hands twisting and curling, evoking a sense of dread. Behind him, the blacksmiths whispered among themselves, "It has been nearly an hour. Why isn't the fog lifted?" One queried. "Indeed, This is quite strange that I once read about someone called the purifying lotus demon saint, who enveloped an entire city in fog, causing its inhabitants to sleep for a century, only to awaken to a world irrevocably changed. Another chimed in. Was that tale titled Do Sang Qiong? I have read it too. Came the enthusiastic response. Yes, how terrifying. Could we end up like that? The blacksmiths grew more animated, one of them so desperate to relieve himself that he hesitated to stand, trembling with fear or perhaps from the need to urinate. Not only the blacksmiths but even the warriors led by Shangwan Lei, despite their outward calm, were unsettled by the dense fog.as warriors. They were formidable, yet faced with the majestic forces of nature, they could only remain still. Shangwan Lei turned to Elder Ning. Elder Ning, have you encountered such a situation before? Elder Ning shook his head, saying, it merely reflects our weakness and lack of experience. The others felt a sense of helplessness at his words. Even in such dire circumstances, he maintained his air of superiority. The beautiful woman, Xiao Yun, addressed the group. We must not act rashly. Let us resolve our issues here. Upon hearing this, a hush fell over the crowd, and they began to move within the confines of visibility. The blacksmith, who had been trembling on the ground, could no longer hold it in and hurried to a tree to relieve himself. A sound of flowing water ensued. A few minutes later, noticing that the man known as Xiao San had yet to return, one blacksmith called out, Xiao San, what are you doing? Still not finished. The man addressed as Xiao San, caught in the act, stood frozen at the tree, but in the next moment, his head spun around 180 degrees to face the blacksmith who had spoken. I'm done. I'm here to find you. The blacksmith, who had just spoken, let out a shriek akin to a slaughtered pig, a ghost. At this exclamation, all eyes turned towards the scene. Xiao San stood rigid, his head unmoving, yet his body had twisted around completely. Though his form appeared normal, the sight instilled horror in all present. Don't come any closer. The blacksmith who had called out to Xiao San exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror, trembling as he backed away. The other blacksmiths, though less dramatic, were equally terrified. Rising to their feet, they were not warriors and had never witnessed such a bizarre occurrence, their fear reaching its zenith. Enough of this supernatural nonsense, Shangwan Lei bellowed, drawing forth a silver iron staff and leaping over the blacksmiths to strike Xiao San's head. A 6th grade warrior with immense strength. His blow was capable of crushing even a warrior's skull. Yet when his staff struck Xiao San's head, it rang out like metal on metal, sending sparks flying. The force of the impact caused him to stagger back a step, while Xiao San merely took 3 steps back. Damn it! Shangwan Lei was taken aback. His blow should have severely injured even a 7th grade warrior, yet this blacksmith stood unyielding as if made of iron. What has happened to him? 3 7th grade warriors stood at Shangwan Lei's side, brandishing their weapons. The beautiful woman, Xiao Yun, with a cold gaze, had drawn her spear, ready for action. Elder Ning fixed his gaze on the blacksmith, noting the vacant expression in his eyes and the large bulge shifting within his body. In the next instant, Xiao San suddenly charged at Shangwan Lei. You seek death. Shangwan Lei roared. Subdue him. One of the men wielding a hatchet hurled his 2 axes towards Xiao San, while another with twin hooks lunged at him. In the next moment, the 2 axes struck Xiao San's legs with a clang, as if hitting steel, failing to sever them. At that moment, the 7th grade warrior with the hooks had reached above Xiao San, driving the hooks through his shoulder blades. Down, he shouted, rolling forward, the tremendous force propelling Xiao San to the ground. Simultaneously, Shangwan Lei, wielding his silver staff, and the 7th grade warrior with twin blades charged at Xiao San. One aimed for the head while the other targeted the heart for a fierce blow. With a resounding clash, Shangwan Lei's staff was once again deflected, while the 7th grade warrior's blades cleaved Xiao San's body in half. Witnessing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Their cooperation was remarkable. Any ordinary 6th grade warrior would struggle against this quartet. Everyone's astonishment. The blood within Xiao San's body seemed to have been drained. Not a drop spilling forth. Instead, he deflated like a punctured balloon. Get back! Elder Ning's voice boomed, prompting Shangwan Lei and the 3 7th graders to leap away. In that instant, several black, fist-sized insects erupted from Xiao San's body. These creatures possessed 8 legs and 4 wings, their mouths as sharp as blades, with pincers on their chests and long antennae measuring a foot in length, presenting a frightful sight. Step back. At that moment, Ning Bo retrieved a pouch of powder from his waist and cast it directly onto the insect. Upon contact with the powder, the creature appeared to lose its sense of direction, spiraling in circles before darting off in various directions. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers collectively sighed in relief. The previous spectacle had been truly horrifying. Not only did the blacksmiths feel the weight of dread, but even they, as martial artists, found themselves troubled if they were to fall victim to these insects. None could guarantee their safe passage out of the Great Qing Mountain. Indeed, entering the Great Qing Mountain was a simple task, yet exiting proved to be a formidable challenge. Chapter 62. The Zombie Insect. After a moment of silence, the beautiful woman, Xiao Yun, spoke up with a voice as cold as ice. Ningbo, what manner of creature was that? It was utterly terrifying. All eyes turned to Ningbo, eager to uncover the origins and habits of the insect in order to prepare for any potential encounters. Ningbo's expression turned grave. That insect is known as the zombie insect, which thrives in places abundant with corpses and specializes in tracking the scent of the living to launch its attacks. As you witnessed, should one of those insects enter your body, it would drain your blood, transforming you into a mere shell of your former self. The most critical point is that these zombie insects are notoriously difficult to kill. Even a strike from Shangwan Lei's staff would scarcely harm them, especially considering that the ones we just encountered have already feasted on human blood, making them even more formidable. At this revelation, a chill ran down the spines of the gathered crowd. The thought of being completely drained of blood and reduced to a mindless husk was discomforting to say the least. The blacksmiths, upon hearing this, felt their scalps tingle with fear as they scanned their surroundings, wary of any additional black insects that might emerge. Lin Mo turned to Ningbo. According to what you just said, is there a site nearby filled with corpses? Ningbo pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Perhaps not immediately nearby, but certainly not far. The Great Qing Mountain is shrouded in mystery. Ancient texts recount that a true royal of the demon race once resided here, a being comparable to a first-tier human warrior. Thus, it would not be surprising if unusual happenings were to occur. Lin Mo nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, yet his gaze drifted toward the northwest. Could it be that the source of the danger he had sensed all along was indeed the residence of some demon royalty? Ningbo, how long can your powder hold out? Shangwan Lei inquired. Ningbo sighed with a rueful smile. Approximately 1 hour. The zombie insects will eventually come seeking the sin of the living. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd grew even more somber. The implication was clear. They would soon have to confront those dreadful and grotesque insects once again. Is there no way for us to defend ourselves? Shangwan Lei's composure began to fray. After coming to the Great Qing Mountain, having seen not even a glimpse of the 7-colored deer, must they perish at the hands of these wretched insects? It was utterly frustrating. The group fell into a heavy silence. Even Ningbo was at a loss, leaving them with little hope. The beautiful woman, Xiao Yun, furrowed her brow as she surveyed the crowd, her gaze ultimately landing on Lin Mo, who was crouched on the ground, scooping out the earth and stirring it with a small stick. "What are you doing, Lin?" she asked, bewildered. Lin Mo ignored her question, instead retrieving a water flask and pouring some water onto the moist earth. After mixing the concoction for a while, he applied the resulting wet mud onto his arms. "Can you smell anything on me now?" he asked, extending his muddy arm toward Xiao Yun. She frowned but leaned in closely, taking a gentle sniff. Her eyes brightened, and she nodded earnestly. "It seems there truly is no scent. Let me have a look." Ningbo rushed forward to inspect Lin Mo, and after a moment, his face lit up with excitement. "It seems you are indeed odorless." Lin Mo nodded slightly. "For now, we can only treat this as a desperate gamble." Xiao Yun turned to the others, urging them, "Everyone, follow Lin's example and apply mud to your bodies." Shangwan Lei glanced at Lin Mo, his lips curling in reluctance, yet his body responded obediently as he quickly crouched down to begin digging in the dirt. Soon, everyone nearby found trees, using sticks and weapons to excavate the damp soil beneath. Seeing Shangwan Lei diligently scooping mud, Lin Mo thought to himself, in the face of life and death, all identities become equal. Meanwhile, on another front, an elderly woman gazed coldly at the black insects flying toward her and the burly man beside her. With a wave of her cane, a surge of spiritual energy shot forth. Slicing through the antennae of the black insect, the creature immediately lost its way, spinning in circles. "Elder, what in the world is that thing?" The muscular man, towering like a colossus yet hunched over, cautiously inquired from behind the frail woman. If not for her timely intervention, he feared he might have lost an arm. The elderly woman, her voice raspy, replied, "I do not know. It is merely a foul insect." The burly man nodded, still hiding behind her until the black insect had flown far away. at which point he slowly emerged, cautiously scanning the surroundings. An hour later, the dense fog had yet to dissipate, yet the tension among the group was palpable as they remained vigilant. The blacksmith turned to Lin Mo, who was smeared in mud, and asked cautiously, "Senior Lin, will this truly work?" Lin Mo regarded the man's mud-caked face, with only his eyes visible, and smiled gently. "We shall find out shortly." The blacksmith chuckled wryly, glancing at his companions, each similarly covered in mud, some even resorting to mixing their own urine with the mud due to a shortage of water. The stench was unbearable. Just then, several black insects emerged like phantoms from the mist. The group held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed on the grotesque creatures. Should they approach, their weapons would be the first to strike. Even Xiao Yun, who usually bore a stoic expression, displayed signs of tension. Suddenly, the insects flitted around the crowd before retreating once more into the fog. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Lin Mo, witnessing this, also exhaled, validating his hypothesis that the mud could obscure both body heat and scent. This technique was one he had learned from a television show, and it truly proved effective. At that moment, all eyes turned to Lin Mo. The blacksmiths expressed their gratitude with bows, exclaiming, "Thank you, Senior Lin, for saving our lives. Your prowess is remarkable. We feared we might meet our end here." Ningbo too bowed in respect. "Brother Lin, your wisdom is unparalleled. To think of such a method, I am in awe." The 3 7th-tier warriors beside Shangwan Lei also bowed in thanks. Although they had their differences with Lin Mo, they could not disregard this life-saving grace. Shangwan Lei, though silent, also offered a nod of acknowledgement. Xiao Yun regarded Lin Mo with sparkling eyes, once again saved by him. "Thank you, Brother Lin," she said in a cool voice, quickly masking the warmth in her gaze. Chapter 63. Onward without formalities. Lin Mo responded to the beautiful woman with an even tone. "There is no need for formalities." Xiaoyan offered him a gentle smile, their eyes locking for a moment before slowly parting. "Brother Lin, your keen observation has uncovered the utility of the earth. You must have spent considerable time toiling in the fields," Shangwan Lei remarked, stepping forward to bow to Lin Mo. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "And what of toiling in the fields? If no one cultivates the land, how shall you nobles ever dine well? How would you possess the strength to bark orders here?" This statement caused Shangwan Lei's expression to darken. It was akin to an outright insult. "Lin Mo, do not push your luck." Shangwan Lei stepped forward, his gaze icy as he confronted Lin Mo. Before Lin Mo could retort, Xiao Yun interjected, "Shangwan Lei, Lin Mo just saved us all. You wish to turn against him now?" Upon hearing these words, the crowd cast peculiar glances towards Shangwan Lei. Indeed, regardless of any personal grievances between the two, it was Lin Mo who had devised a means to rescue everyone moments ago. Was it not a tad premature to turn against him now? Observing the beautiful woman's frosty countenance, Shangwan Lei's gaze grew even colder. At that moment, Ningbo clasped his hands and stated, "Now that we have all entered the Great Qing Mountain, let us not forget the purpose of our expedition. Any disputes should be resolved outside." Upon hearing Ningbo's assertion, Shangwan Lei snorted disdainfully. Stepping back without uttering another word, Lin Mo, with an air of indifference, replied, "Since you insist, I shall venture out to eliminate him." Shangwan Lei sneered repeatedly, merely indulging in empty bravado. "Ungrateful wretch," Lin Mo retorted, witnessing the escalating tension between the two. The beautiful woman, Xiao Yun, spoke in a frigid tone. "With this fleeting moment, you two should contemplate how to navigate through the fog." For a time, silence enveloped the group. The dense mist before them was their most formidable peril at present. "Let us calm ourselves. Even the thickest fog shall eventually dissipate," Ningbo urged, looking at the others. The group nodded in unison, recognizing that only through composure could they enhance their chances of finding an exit and escaping this dire situation. The remaining blacksmiths squatted on the ground, still sitting back to back, albeit now huddling closer together. Time passed unmeasured, and gradually the fog began to lift, prompting the group to rise with expressions of joy. Shangwan Lei, filled with excitement, leapt onto a tree branch to observe the rapidly dispersing mist. "Splendid!" Ningbo exclaimed, his face lighting up with relief. "With the fog lifting, we shall at least not perish here." Lin Mo stood and gazed at the vanishing fog, shaking his head in resignation. The mist may be dissipating, but night has also fallen. At Lin Mo's words, the crowd stiffened, abruptly turning their gaze towards the horizon, where the last rays of the sun were swiftly fading. The sky was adorned with a few dim stars, absent of the moon, mirroring the somber mood of the group, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Damn it, a seventh-tier powerhouse, burdened with 2 mountain axes, slammed his fist against a tree in frustration. Are we truly destined to perish here? Shang Wanlei's expression turned grave, at a loss for words. Even Xiao Yun, usually devoid of expression, could not conceal her worry. What choices lay before them? Should they remain stationary or press forward? If they lingered, would they awaken to find the fog returned anew? Prolonging their indecision might jeopardize their chances. Yet, if they advanced, the dangers of the night would be no less formidable than the fog. What course of action should they take? Ningbo, do you believe we should wait for dawn or venture out into the night? Xiao Yun inquired of the elderly man with graying hair. In my humble opinion, we ought to act during the night. At the very least, we can draw closer to our objective. Ningbo stroked his beard thoughtfully. Everyone is rested for a day and night. It is time to expend some of this accumulated energy. Lin, what do you think? Xiao Yun turned her gaze towards Lin Mo, who stood with the other blacksmiths. I believe Ningbo has a valid point. Lin Mo replied calmly. Action is invariably more fruitful than idleness. The group nodded in agreement. Rather than resigning themselves to fate, they preferred to take the initiative. Shang Wanlei gradually nodded in assent. Let us gather our belongings and set forth, Xiao Yun commanded, her eyes sweeping over the crowd. Everyone promptly began to prepare, shouldering their packs and converging together. We shall maintain our previous formation as we advance. Xiao Yun instructed, and the group complied. Continuing their journey, night fell within the Great Qing Mountain. The tension among the group was palpable. Weapons in hand, they proceeded cautiously, eyes scanning their surroundings. The mist has cleared. A towering man resembling an iron pillar inquired of the old woman beside him. Elder, shall we move forward? Yes. The old woman squinted. They will certainly not remain stationary. We shall continue to follow them. The burly man nodded, drawing a large blade from his back, and followed the elder deeper into the woods. Keek. The gray wolf emitted a sinister chuckle, pointing in a certain direction. This group is indeed heading towards that foolish deer. Should it be slain, things could become quite interesting. The black bear scratched its ear and turned to the gray wolf. Big Gray, what shall we do now? We cannot simply stand by and watch that foolish deer be killed. Wouldn't that draw Huang Feng's ire upon us? Its life or death is of no concern to us. The gray wolf scoffed. If Huang Feng seeks trouble, it will be with the humans. We can seize the opportunity to descend and enjoy a feast. That makes sense. The black bear gave a thumbs up to the gray wolf. Only you could think of that. Let us follow them. The gray wolf grinned and melted into the shadows, while the black bear crouched low, moving through the thicket with the grace of a breeze. Under Ningbo's guidance, the group pressed on. Lin Mo observed the positions of the stars above, calculating their direction, and discovered that Ningbo's indicated path was indeed correct. They were heading towards the location marked on the golden silk map, the very place where the 7-colored deer resided. Unexpectedly, the old man Ning possessed some merit, enabling them to locate the 7-colored deer. Lin Mo glanced at Ningbo, who was leading the way, noticing that he held a compass in his palm. Its surface shimmering with a green light. It resembled a magical artifact from a tale, evidently guiding their direction. Once this endeavor concludes, he would certainly seek Ningbo's wisdom for further enlightenment. Chapter 64. Finally found. In the Great Qing Mountain, devoid of the moon and illuminated only by a few scattered stars, the sky offered little guidance for the travelers. The world was silent, interrupted only by the occasional roar of wild beasts. Shang Wanlei marched at the forefront, wielding his silver steel staff, his gaze sharp and hawk-like as he surveyed the surroundings. Behind him, Ningbo clutched the compass, continually directing their course. Following Ningbo were 3 7th-tier warriors, who tightened their grips on their weapons. And then came the team's stalwart, the beautiful woman Xiao Yun, who held her spear aloft, vigilantly scanning the interwoven branches overhead to guard against any unexpected ambushes. Bringing up the rear were the 4 blacksmiths, who would typically trail behind. Yet Lin Mo had taken the initiative to position himself at the back, allowing for better vigilance against unforeseen threats. After walking for a while, they encountered no large beasts, only a few wild chickens, all of which fell victim to Shang Wanlei's staff. Approximately 2 hours into their journey, as the starlight waned, the group paused to rest. Just as Shang Wanlei excitedly prepared to roast the wild chickens he had caught, Ningbo intervened with an unyielding tone. Young Master Shang Wan, we cannot light a fire now. Ningbo admonished. We are drawing ever closer to the 7-colored deer. Should we start a fire and alert it? All our previous efforts would be in vain. Shangwan Lei stood frozen, clutching the two plump wild chickens. His expression a mix of disappointment and frustration, a visage akin to one on the brink of tears. Once we secure the seven-colored deer and successfully escape the Great Qing Mountain, I shall treat you to a cartload of roasted chickens. Xiao Yun cast a helpless glare at Shangwan Lei, silently lamenting his lack of foresight. Lin Mo, observing the scene, chuckled softly and quietly retrieved a large chicken leg from his pack, taking a bite. You! Shangwan Lei trembled with indignation at the sight of Lin Mo's chicken. Legd, not be angry. Once we escape, you shall have your fill. Lin Mo smirked at Shangwan Lei, whose frustration was palpable, and wore a satisfied smile. Typically, he would not smile unless provoked by someone as amusing as Shangwan Lei. A quarter of an hour later, Ningbo rose and addressed the group. Let us set forth. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Lei was the first to rise from the ground, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, followed swiftly by the 3 seventh-tier warriors beside him. A few blacksmiths, looking rather helpless, also stood up. Unlike the warriors, they bore the burden of water and provisions, having trudged along heavily loaded. After resting for merely a quarter of an hour, they were to continue their journey, which naturally hindered their recovery. However, they dared not voice any complaints. Surviving in such a remote mountain was already a stroke of fortune, leaving little room for further thoughts. The group resumed their trek, weaving through the dense forest. Behind them, 2 figures, a towering man and an elderly woman, were pursuing them, one on the ground and the other perched on a tree branch. They could not afford to slow down, for doing so would risk losing their target. Yet, if they moved too quickly, they would surely be detected. It was a delicate balance. Elder, can you see them? The robust man inquired, glancing at the elderly woman resting her cane against her back. I cannot. She responded with a shake of her head. Then which direction shall we take? He asked, a note of resignation in his voice. That way. She gestured towards the northwest. Elder, if you cannot see them, how do you discern their path? The man could not help but voice his curiosity. They leave traces in their wake, the elderly woman replied hoarsely from her perch. The man fell silent. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and his companions continued navigating the thick forest. And as they walked, the horizon began to lighten with the first blush of dawn. The beautiful woman, Xiao Yun, inquired, Ningbo, how much longer until we arrive? Ningbo, glancing at the compass in his hand, responded with excitement. We are close. We shall soon lay eyes upon it. He then picked up some soil from the ground, inhaling its scent. We are almost there. Whenever a spirit beast roams, the soil becomes exceptionally fertile, distinct from that of other lands. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and Xiao Yun instinctively scooped up some earth, mimicking Ningbo's actions, bringing it to their noses for a whiff. Lin Mo nodded. Indeed, this soil was markedly different from what they had encountered before. Let us hasten our pace, Xiao Yun urged, waving her hand. We must find that 7-colored deer before dawn. Energized, the group pressed onward under Ningbo's guidance. After another quarter of an hour, the sun was poised to rise. Yet Shangwan Lei, who led the group, suddenly halted. What is it? Xiao Yun asked, turning to him. Shangwan Lei moved to the side and pointed ahead. Look. The group followed his gaze and saw a cliff ahead. Atop the cliff rested a large stone platform, upon which stood a magnificent 7-colored deer, proudly raising its head to gaze towards the east. The patterns on its body shimmered in the nascent sunlight, displaying a breathtaking array of colors, each hue perfectly balanced, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. The 7-colored deer, Ningbo exclaimed. After so many years, I have finally laid eyes upon this creature again. It is simply exquisite. A chorus of hushed admiration escaped the group. Lin Mo, entranced by the deer, was reminded of an animated film from the world he had traversed, which featured a similarly colorful horse. Yet, this 7-colored deer far surpassed that animated creature in its awe-inspiring beauty. It appeared that this world was far more fantastical than he had ever imagined. Now, Xiao Yun's face lit up with joy as she called out softly, In the next moment, Shangwan Lei and the 3 seventh-tier warriors surged forward towards the deer atop the cliff. Just then, a shadow burst forth from the dense foliage, colliding directly with Shangwan Lei. 3 streaks of gray light also shot from the forest, hurtling towards the trio of 7th-tier warriors. The group turned their attention to the source of the commotion, where they beheld an elderly woman, her appearance as dry and wrinkled as tree bark, standing on a branch, her face devoid of any color. Upon seeing the old woman, Xiao Yun's heart sank. her expression darkening as she turned to Lin Mo and warned. An elder from the Spirit Infant Sect. Chapter 65. The Ancient Clan. With a loud crash, Shangwan Lei and the towering man collided violently, only to stagger back a few steps. Shangwan Lei's gaze grew cold as he scrutinized the man before him. It was evident they were both sixth tier in the refining spirit realm. Cough, cough. The old woman's raspy cough echoed from her perch. You have quite the sharp eyes to recognize me. Xiaoyun regarded the elderly woman with indifference. The infamous crutch-wielding elder of the Spirit Infant Sect, a fifth-tier powerhouse. It seems the Qin family has deep ties with your sect to have summoned you for assistance. You're quite sharp-tongued, my dear. The elderly woman's eyes narrowed, akin to a venomous snake, fixating on Xiaoyun. But alas, today you shall meet your end here. Xiaoyun assessed the situation. There were only two adversaries. The man was a sixth tier, whom Shangwan Lei could contend with, while the old woman was a fifth tier, whom she could hopefully delay. Lin Mo, you go after the seven-colored deer. I will deal with this old crone, she instructed, her feet lightly tapping the ground as she lunged forward, her spear aimed directly at the elder. Seeing this, Shangwan Lei swiftly brandished his silver steel staff, blocking the man's path. Simultaneously, the three seventh-tier warriors behind them unleashed their weapons. A pair of mountain-splitting axes swung towards the man's legs, while two hooks aimed for his shoulder blades, and another seventh-tier warrior armed with dual blades lay in wait for a chance to deliver a fatal blow. Peak sixth tier, the elderly woman's eyes narrowed as she observed the spear approaching her. With a gentle flick of her cane, she deflected the weapon with an invisible force. The spear met the cane with a resounding clash, sent flying away by an overwhelming power. Xiaoyun felt the might of the world reverberate through her weapon, forcing her to relinquish her grip. Blood trickled from her lips as she stumbled backward. So powerful for a fifth tier. Lin Mo's voice resonated behind her as he wrapped an arm around Xiaoyun's slender waist. Go catch the seven-colored deer. I will test the depths of this old hag's abilities. Feeling Lin Mo's grip tighten, Xiaoyun's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she remained silent, darting away like a stubborn mule. Lin Mo caught a fleeting glimpse of her silhouette as she charged toward the deer. Indeed, sometimes women are more unyielding than a pig destined for slaughter during the new year, Lin Mo muttered under his breath, brandishing his dragon sparrow blade towards the elderly woman. With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself upwards, landing atop the branch, and struck at the old woman. Seeking death, the elderly woman hissed. A mere eighth tier dares to strike at this elder. As she spoke, she swung her cane towards the dragon sparrow. Lin Mo felt the force of the world converge upon the cane, directed at him. Oh, this is the marvel of the fifth tier. Refining energy means harnessing the essence of the heavens and earth. With a firm grip, he unleashed his innate strength, attempting to counter the elder's might. Bang! An explosive sound erupted as the cane and the dragon sparrow repelled each other. Lin Mo staggered back a few paces, shaking his arm, while he noted the elderly woman had also retreated slightly. This celestial power seemed insurmountable. Had it not been for my boundless strength, my arm would have surely been rendered useless. Thank goodness she is only fifth tier. I shudder to think how terrifying a higher tier would be. Curious, the elderly woman steadied herself on the branch, casting a scrutinizing glance at Lin Mo. You are merely eighth tier. Yet your strength is astonishing, truly peculiar. Come again. In the next moment, the elderly woman swung her cane once more, charging toward Lin Mo out of water, yet still so agile. Lin Mo thought to himself, yet he did not hesitate. Raising the dragon sparrow to meet her charge, the clash of blade and cane, one imbued with boundless strength and the other infused with the power of nature, collided fiercely. Once again, an explosive sound reverberated, causing the two individuals to part ways once more. The elderly woman fixed her gaze on Lin Mo, exclaiming, how could the energy within you possibly contend with the power of heaven and earth? This is inconceivable. She felt a twinge of frustration. How could mere human strength challenge the might of the cosmos? The power of heaven and earth is the greatest force in this realm. And the notion that Lin Mo could oppose her solely through his inner energy was simply astonishing. Power, ancient clan. Suddenly, a thought struck the old woman as she regarded Lin Mo with astonishment. You are one of the ancient clan. No wonder your strength seems boundless. Lin Mo's mind was flooded with a series of question marks. What exactly was this ancient clan? Ningbo had never mentioned it to him. The old fellow was certainly keeping secrets. The ancient clan was indeed formidable, but they possessed a crucial weakness. My Ling Ying sect specializes in soul techniques. The old woman began to chant an obscure incantation, her words tumbling forth in a cryptic manner. Lin Mo felt his head grow heavy, the elderly figure before him becoming a blur. Sensing the effectiveness of her incantation, the old woman recited it even more quickly, the phrases relentlessly penetrating Lin Mo's consciousness. His head throbbed painfully, as if 1,000 needles were piercing his brain, and an overwhelming urge to smash his own forehead surged within him. At that moment, a melodious sound of celestial resonance suddenly filled his ears, and clarity rushed back into his mind, sharpening his senses to an extraordinary degree. His vision cleared instantly. It was the pivotal moment when the 7-aperture Ling Long heart activated, restoring his lucidity. In that instant, Lin Mo noticed a cane barreling towards him, poised to strike his forehead. Drink. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of golden light emanated from Lin Mo's forehead, instantly enveloping his entire being. His form radiated a dark golden hue, resembling a Buddha statue of solidified gold. With a resounding clang, Lin Mo witnessed the cane, imbued with the power of heaven and earth, crash against his forehead. The force propelled him several steps back before he finally halted. I've never had anyone strike my forehead before. This feeling is quite unpleasant. Die! Lin Mo bellowed, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged throughout him. His golden armored muscles bulged, his brows furrowed, and his eyes widened in a fierce glare, resembling a wrathful deity. The ground beneath him erupted as he launched himself forward like a golden cannonball, hurling a fist directly at the bewildered old woman. Buddhist golden body. The old woman stared at Lin Mo, now enveloped in dark gold, her worldview shattering. The technique of the golden body was exclusively associated with the Buddhist sect. How could he possess boundless energy? Even if he were not of the ancient clan, but rather a high monk from the Buddhist sect, his appearance did not resemble that of a monk in the slightest. Who exactly was he? Chapter 66. Slaying the 5th-ranked elder. Oh my Buddha! The great black bear pointed at the dark golden figure on the battlefield, its formerly small black eyes now widened beyond belief, rivaling even the gray wolf's astonished gaze. Am I seeing things? It rubbed its eyes vigorously, unable to believe the scene before it. Is this fellow the reincarnation of the Buddha? Being a bear with poor eyesight, what more could I expect? The gray wolf, fixated on the dark golden Lin Mo, rasped. This seems to be a Buddhist technique. Yet this individual is not bald. I cannot comprehend. The usually knowledgeable and composed gray wolf found himself lost in thought. The golden man before him was utterly beyond his expectations, leaving him perplexed. Out on the battlefield, Lin Mo, enveloped in dark gold, descended from the heavens, his fist the size of a golden sandbag crashing down towards the old woman. She did not evade. Instead, she summoned the power of heaven and earth, thrusting her cane to meet his golden fist. The collision sent the old woman staggering back several steps, while Lin Mo remained steadfast, not retreating an inch. Indeed, channeling the power of heaven and earth requires immense energy. You are already at your limit. Lin Mo observed the old woman, a cold smile gracing his lips, with a surge of energy from his feet. He exploded forward again. Old hag, prepare to meet your demise. Upon witnessing Lin Mo charging at her again, a flicker of fear ignited within the old woman's heart. Cursed monster, she swiftly leaped back, realizing that summoning the power of heaven and earth had drained her considerably. Trying to escape, Lin Mo roared with laughter, hurling the dragon sparrow from his hand. The dragon sparrow, moving with incredible speed, emitted a resonant humming sound as it hurtled towards the old woman, sensing the approaching blade behind her. The old woman abruptly altered her course, darting to the side. However, in the next heartbeat, a golden fist followed closely behind. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as the old woman's body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun, who was pursuing the colorful deer, kept a watchful eye on the battle between Lin Mo and the elder of the Ling Ying sect. Lin Mo, you must hold on. Once I catch this deer, I will come to your aid. However, when she witnessed the 5th-ranked elder being sent sprawling by Lin Mo's punch, she froze in disbelief. Surely, she must have seen it wrong. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she looked again, only to find Lin Mo now beside the lifeless old woman, beginning to undress her in plain sight. Disgusting. How shameless. At this sight, the initial shock that filled Xiao Yun's mind dissipated, transforming into sheer disdain for Lin Mo. When she came to her senses, she realized the colorful deer had already fled far away. Don't run. With a light push off her toes, she dashed after it. On the other side of the battlefield, Shangguan, alongside three seventh-ranked martial artists, began to gain the upper hand against the robust man. The three seventh-ranked warriors supported Shangguan as he wielded a silver steel staff, relentlessly attacking the muscular adversary. As the muscular man struggled to contend with Shangguan and his companions, he suddenly spied a familiar figure soaring through the air, blood streaming from her mouth. Elder, the robust man was stunned to see the old woman flying away. Damn it! But he had no time to be astonished. In that moment of distraction, a hook pierced through his shoulder blade. The man wielding the hook suddenly yanked him back, aiming to topple him to the ground. Damn it! The robust man was too preoccupied with his own survival to concern himself with the elder's fate. Die! He yanked fiercely, the immense force dragging the dual-hooked seventh-ranked warrior towards him, with a resounding boom. The seventh-ranked warrior's head was crushed by a single punch, a splatter of red and white spraying everywhere. Simultaneously, Shangguan's silver steel staff, infused with tremendous power, struck the robust man's back. Puff! The blow sent the muscular man staggering. And he stumbled as he pulled the hook from his shoulder. He then charged at the nearest seventh-ranked warrior wielding dual blades, knocking him to the ground and delivering a punch at the same time. The last seventh-ranked warrior hurled two axes at the robust man. Both axes struck him squarely on the back. Damn it! The muscular man sprang to his feet, the seventh-ranked warrior beneath him now lifeless. His energy nearly depleted, he yanked the two axes from his back and charged at the last seventh-ranked warrior. Die! Just then, Shangguan's staff flew from behind, crashing against his skull. The muscular man was sent sprawling to the ground, expending every last ounce of strength to throw the right-hand axe, while the left-hand axe fell to the ground as he lost consciousness. Coincidentally, the thrown right-hand axe landed squarely on Ningbo's forehead as he watched from the sidelines. The unfortunate Ningbo fell into darkness, losing consciousness. After the battle concluded, Shangguan let out a sigh of relief. The cost of slaying the sixth-ranked robust man had been two seventh-ranked warriors, an exorbitant price. At that moment, the remaining seventh-ranked warrior approached Shangguan, saying, "Brother Lei, look." Following his finger, Shangguan beheld the old woman lying on the ground, either dead or alive. Beside her, a figure was crouched down, undressing her. That figure was none other than Lin Mo, a fifth-ranked warrior, and he killed her. Shangguan murmured in disbelief. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the seventh-ranked warrior nodding heavily. Shangguan's mind was struck as if by lightning. Unable to fathom the unfolding events that a fifth-ranked warrior, capable of inflicting injury upon him with a single blow, had been slain by Lin Mo, and Lin Mo had suffered no injuries whatsoever. What level of power did he possess? Just now, did this fellow really eliminate a fifth-tier powerhouse? But what is he doing now? It is utterly unbearable to witness. Shangguan could hardly believe his eyes, struggling to reconcile the imposing figure he had just seen with the man before him. Bah! What a disgrace! Possessing strength, yet lacking virtue. Glancing to the side, he noticed Xiao Yun in pursuit of a colorful deer. "Yungu, I shall lend you my assistance." Shangguan waved his hand, signaling a seventh-tier powerhouse to join him. And together they dashed forward to aid Xiao Yun in capturing the rainbow-hued deer. In the dense forest, the black bear and gray wolf were taken aback upon witnessing Lin Mo's direct slaying of the fifth-tier old woman. Both the bear and wolf bore expressions of shock. Goodness gracious, this person is truly terrifying. The black bear's voice trembled. That punch must have been immensely powerful. The gray wolf nodded in agreement. Who on earth is this individual? His methods are inscrutable and ever-changing. Despite being merely an 8th tier, he has directly killed a 5th-tier matron. It is indeed frightening. Big Gray, we have a pressing question. Should we still seek trouble with him? The black bear turned to the gray wolf. Absolutely not. The wise gray wolf shook his head that we are equivalent to 6th-tier humans. Combined, we wouldn't even amount to a sip of his strength. That wouldn't approaching him be tantamount to seeking death. What about our plan to feast on meat? The black bear pointed at several corpses on the battlefield, drooling uncontrollably. Once this person departs, we can feast at our leisure. The gray wolf glanced at the black bear with resignation. After that foolish deer meets its end, we shall report to Huang Feng, and then follow him down the mountain, seizing the opportunity to devour a few humans. The black bear gave a thumbs up to the gray wolf. Big Gray, you are truly clever. The gray wolf shot a helpless glance at the black bear, thinking that had it not been for fear of the 5th-tier matriarch, he would have long since sold this foolish bear. Chapter 67. Poison. No. This old woman has nothing of value on her. Lin Mo crouched beside the lifeless old matron, meticulously searching her body, examining every inch from top to bottom, from the soles of her shoes to her undergarments. But the spoils were meager. What a miser! Lin Mo stuffed the meager findings into his satchel and then approached the body of Ning Bo, who had been slain by an axe. You are better off dead, to avoid knowing too much and suffering a worse fate. Lin Mo gently closed Ning Bo's eyes. The old man had died somewhat unjustly, but at least it was not at the hands of his own kind. Meanwhile, in another part of the dense forest, a bright red sun had fully risen in the east. Xiao Yun, who was pursuing the colorful deer, suddenly wore a grim expression. Accompanying the rising sun were not just rays of light, but layers upon layers of mist. In the blink of an eye, the entire forest was shrouded in fog, visibility reduced to the distance of a single tree. Damn it! Xiaoyan watched helplessly as the colorful deer vanished into the mist. Just then, her heightened senses as a sixth-tier warrior detected an imminent danger approaching. Show yourself! Xiao Yun brandished her spear, scanning the surroundings, yet found no immediate threat. However, her instincts warned her not to let her guard down. The great green mountain was shrouded in mystery. One could never tell what might spring forth to catch her unawares. At that moment, a nearly transparent rainbow mist drifted in from nowhere. After inhaling a single breath, Xiaoyan felt a wave of weakness wash over her, and she collapsed to the ground. As she fell, a colorful elk emerged from the thick fog. You think you can chase me? The colorful elk spoke in a feminine voice, stamping its hoof on Xiao Yun's face, leaving a vibrant imprint. Stupid woman. Bah! With that, the colorful deer bounded away in glee. Meanwhile, not far from Xiao Yun, Shangwan Lei and the seventh-tier warrior wielding dual axes found themselves ensnared in the swirling fog. Brother Lei, what should we do now? The seventh-tier warrior forced a wry smile. Their situation had worsened. They were without food or water, and even escaping the great green mountain seemed uncertain, let alone anything else. Shangwan Lei, hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. The recent battle had depleted his strength to near nothing, leaving him utterly cornered. At that moment, his heightened senses warned him of danger lurking nearby. Shangwan Lei tightened his grip on his silver steel staff, his gaze sweeping the area. The seventh-tier warrior beside him, noticing Shangwan Lei's demeanor, understood that foes were approaching, and the two positioned themselves back to back, scanning their surroundings. Just then, a wisp of colorful smoke drifted toward them through the fog. In their anxious state, they could not discern its nature and inadvertently inhaled the rainbow mist. Old 8, are you feeling dizzy? Shangwan Lei turned to Lin Mo behind him. Indeed, I feel dizzy and utterly weak, came Old 8's voice from behind. Moreover, I feel a bit exposed down below. Brother Lei, could it be that we've been poisoned? Just as Shangwan Lei was about to respond, he suddenly felt Old 8's body go limp. Collapsing to the ground, he too sensed his strength waning, succumbing to the ground. Once the two had completely fallen, a light, rhythmic sound of hoofbeats approached, revealing the colorful elk before them. Two men, not particularly handsome, just barely acceptable. The colorful elk placed a hoof on each of their foreheads, marking them with vibrant imprints. After completing this, the colorful deer turned its gaze elsewhere. Oh, there are more people, with joyous steps. It merrily bounded toward the source of the footsteps. Indeed, mist appears during the day. Lin Mo stood still, watching the dense fog envelop him, squinting as he scanned his surroundings, his mind racing with strategies. Xiao Yun had undoubtedly fallen into the mist as well. How could he find her and break through this predicament? Lin Mo recalled seeing Xiao Yun in pursuit of the colorful deer when he had slain the old woman. And it seemed to be quite the challenge. This colorful deer likely belonged to a different breed. He wondered if Xiao Yun could capture it. Now was not the time for action. He would have to wait until nightfall to retrace his steps. Lin Mo murmured to himself. Fortunately, I marked the path with Dragon Sparrow along the way. With this thought, Lin Mo felt calmer. After all, haste would be of no use. First, he needed to satisfy his hunger. After the intense battle, Lin Mo felt a pang of hunger. He gathered some firewood nearby and ignited it, preparing to roast the half-rabbit he had left in his satchel when suddenly he heard the sound of beastly footsteps approaching from a distance. Listening intently, Lin Mo noticed the footsteps grew closer, only to suddenly fade away. With the enhancement of his keen senses, he realized that the sounds were indeed moving toward him. Damn it! Lin Mo quickly stowed away the half-rabbit, grasped the dragon sparrow in hand, and sat quietly by the fire, awaiting the arrival of the unknown creature. Moments later, Lin Mo sensed danger approaching. He gripped the hilt of his knife, scanning the area vigilantly. Just then, A nearly ethereal rainbow mist wafted through the fog, and Lin Mo felt the encroaching threat, unable to detect it, inhaling a wisp of the colorful smoke. In an instant, a wave of abnormal dizziness washed over him, leaving him feeling weak. Something is amiss. His heightened senses alerted him to the danger eroding his faculties. Of the five senses, sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell, only taste involuntarily interacted with the air. Lin Mo abruptly held his breath, feeling his body grow weak, and he fell to the ground, yet his keen mind remained alert. At that moment, the light, rhythmic sound of hooves echoed from the mist. Chapter 68. Viciously beat the colorful deer. Lin Mo lay on the ground, listening as the sound of hoofbeats drew ever closer. The feminine voice broke the silence. Although this man is somewhat aged, he is still quite handsome. That makes for 3 male servants and 1 female servant. At that moment, Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, only to find a brilliantly colored elk standing beside him, lifting its front hooves as if to stomp on its own face. Servants. A glimmer of golden light flickered between Lin Mo's brows, spreading throughout his body. He swiftly turned his hand, seizing the elk's slender legs and yanking it down to the ground. His golden, resplendent arms clutched the elk's throat with a firm grip. You humble servant, you have hurt me. The elk gazed at Lin Mo with a pathetic, human-like expression, its large eyes blinking pleadingly as it pouted. Lin Mo, this fellow has quite the temper. Without hesitation, Lin Mo swung his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the elk's head. A loud sound echoed as his golden hand struck the elk with force. The elk looked at Lin Mo with disbelief, unable to comprehend that this man dared to strike it. You, how dare you hit me? Do you know who my mother is? The elk's eyes fixed on Lin Mo, brimming with fury. Your mother? Lin Mo replied with another resounding slap to the elk's head. Isn't your mother just another elk? What? Is she an emperor who can control me? Slap. With each of Lin Mo's words, another thunderous slap followed. You stop hitting me. Tears welled in the elk's eyes as it looked at the man before it, feeling the heat radiating from its sore face. That I am still just a child. Please don't hit me. Lin Mo sneered coldly. Fine, I won't hit you. Instead, I shall end your life right now. With that, Lin Mo's strength surged, causing the elk to thrash about wildly, calling out, I was wrong. Spare me, noble hero. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo relaxed his grip slightly. Now I ask you, if you utter a single lie, I shall shatter your head with a slap. Slap. Lin Mo delivered yet another fierce blow to the elk's head. After being struck, a large bump resembling a longevity peach appeared on the elk's forehead, and it cried out, I will tell you everything. I promise not to utter a single lie. Seeing that the elk was subdued, Lin Mo finally inquired, what method did you use on me? I feel utterly weak and somewhat dizzy. It is my unique 7-colored illusion smoke, which can cause dizziness and weakness, the elk explained, glancing nervously at Lin Mo's golden hand, which hovered close. Once affected by the 7-colored illusion smoke, one will faint for a period of time, but afterwards, there will be no lingering effects. Lin Mo nodded. What about my friends? You mean the woman with the gun? And the 2 men, one with a stick and the other with an axe? The elk replied. They are all fine. They have simply fainted. Slap. Just as the elk began to elaborate, it received another slap to the head. You claim they are fine, yet how can you be so certain? Lin Mo's gaze was icy. We previously encountered a zombie worm. The elk was on the verge of tears. I assure you, they are truly fine. I have marked their faces with my unique seal. Even the nearby she-bear would not dare to harm them. She-bear. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Yes, she is a bear of comparable strength to a pinnacle 5th-tier human. And she has a son who is of the 6th tier, the elk quickly explained. They know my identity and would not easily offend me. What identity do you possess? Lin Mo inquired with suspicion. My mother is the consort of the great King Huangfeng. The elk proudly lifted its head upon hearing this. Huangfeng. Lin Mo's mind conjured images of the wind demon from Journey to the West. Certainly not. She is a lion, a veritable 4th-tier powerhouse. The elk insisted earnestly that if you release me, I will not inform great King Huangfeng about this incident. What do you say? Slap? In response, Lin Mo delivered yet another emotionless slap with his golden hand. You dare to threaten me? Do you not know whose hands your life rests in? Lin Mo's gaze was cold as he tightened his grip around the elk's neck. I know. I know. The elk exclaimed in a panic. I was wrong, noble sir. Please spare me. Humph. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed. If great King Huangfeng could come to save you, you would have done so long ago. You still dare to deceive me with that. Lin Mo struck the elk's already swollen face 3 more times. The elk's tears soaked its colorful fur as it pleaded, I truly did not deceive you. If I die, Great King Huangfeng will surely take revenge for me. Pa, Lin Mo spat. If I kill you, I can flee to the capital. What nonsense is this about Great King Huangfeng daring to pursue me there? Hearing this, the elk pondered seriously for a moment before shaking its head. I have heard that the capital is filled with experts, with fourth-tier powerhouses everywhere. Naturally, he would not dare to venture there. Then tell me, do you think I would hesitate to kill you? Lin Mo's cold gaze swept over the elk. It immediately broke out in a cold sweat, sensing a chill run down its spine, and hastily exclaimed, "Noble sir, tell me what I must do to earn my freedom. I have heard that your flesh can heal wounds." Lin Mo's voice was low as he scrutinized the elk. No, no, no. The elk shuddered at Lin Mo's gaze and quickly added, "My blood is far more effective for healing. The flesh is not good." "Noble sir, how much blood do you require? I can provide it right now." Lin Mo pondered for a moment before pulling out his water flask. "Put it in here." The elk looked at the flask, which was nearly the size of a half bucket, and swallowed hard. If it were to give so much blood, it would surely die. "Noble sir, could I perhaps give you half a flask now and the other half a month later? If I give you so much at once, I fear I will not survive. That is negotiable, but I do not trust you." Lin Mo narrowed his eyes at the elk. If he could keep this colorful elk by his side, would it not be akin to having a perpetual source of blood? Whenever he was injured, he could simply drink a bit of blood, continuously replenishing himself, coupled with his indestructible body, unless he were to be instantly killed. As long as he had time to drink blood, would he not become invincible? Chapter 69. Xiao Yun is poisoned. For a moment, both man and elk fell into silence. The elk trembled under Lin Mo's gaze, feeling an overwhelming sense of fear, while Lin Mo contemplated how to take the colorful elk back with him. Though simply bring it home would draw too much attention. With his current power, he could hardly ensure its safety. However, to kill it would indeed be a pity. The elk looked at Lin Mo and quietly said, "I believe I can still be saved. There is no need to kill me." Lin Mo fixed the elk with a sinister smile. "Give me a reason not to kill you." The elk fell silent, its body suddenly convulsing as its appearance began to shift, transforming into a plain gray deer. "If I look like this, does that mean you won't kill me?" The elk gazed at Lin Mo with pleading eyes, its large eyes blinking innocently. "Is that even possible?" Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape as he stood frozen in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes, struggling to accept the marvel before him. This world is truly extraordinary. I must adapt. Lin Mo looked at the colorful elk, or rather, now a perfectly ordinary gray elk. This could indeed work, but what if you harbor ulterior motives? As he spoke, Lin Mo tightened his grip even further. The gray elk gasped for breath, its face turning red. "Please, no. Hero, I shall steadfastly follow you. I am prepared to sacrifice everything, to traverse the treacherous mountains and fiery seas for your sake, to shield you from harm." Observing the gray elk utter such words, Lin Mo could only wear a helpless expression. "There is no need for such extremes. Simply providing me with a pound of elk blood each month will suffice." Lin Mo gazed at the gray elk and declared, "Should you refuse, I shall indulge myself to the fullest. I shall drink its brain, feast upon its liver, roast its heart, and once I have slain you, I will make my way to the capital to witness how the infamous Huangfeng de Wang will come to seek my life." The gray elk, sensing the icy resolve in Lin Mo's gaze, understood that this man spoke no hollow words. "I agree. I am willing to follow you." Lin Mo scrutinized the gray elk, feeling a tinge of insecurity, and thus extended his golden hand to explore the elk's body. Unfortunately, he confirmed its gender. It was a young doe. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Lin Mo continued his examination. Before long, he retrieved a small bell from beneath the elk's neck. From whence did this bell come? Lin Mo shook it gently and turned to the gray elk. The elk's eyes widened in alarm, fixed upon Lin Mo. "That bell was given to me by my mother. Please do not take it away." Lin Mo cast a sympathetic glance at the pitiful gray elk and then tucked the small bell into his bosom. "I shall keep it safe for you. Rest assured, if you obey, I will return this bell to you." Hearing this, the gray elk nodded earnestly. "I shall certainly obey." Observing its demeanor, Lin Mo finally released his grip on the elk's neck. "By the way, how does your color change?" The gray elk looked at Lin Mo. "This is a unique talent possessed by our seven-colored elk. When evading foes, we can transform into gray. Otherwise, we appear in vibrant colors. I have a question." Lin Mo inquired of the seven-colored elk. "If gray is safer, then why not remain gray at all times?" "The seven colors are simply too beautiful." The gray elk raised its head with conviction. "Lin Mo, indeed, whether human or beast, all possess a heart that yearns for beauty. Come now, lead me to my friends. Lin Mo instructed the gray elk. You must know how to conceal yourself in the presence of others. The anthropomorphic gray elk nodded. I certainly understand. Lin Mo gave an approving nod and patted its head. Lead the way. The gray elk nodded and set off ahead, with Lin Mo following closely behind, the pair weaving through the dense fog. What creates this mist? Lin Mo queried, glancing at the young doe trotting ahead. It is a natural phenomenon of the Daqing mountain, arising from varying concentrations of spiritual energy, resulting in diverse landscapes. The young doe replied leisurely. It is said that even more beautiful scenery lies deeper within. But alas, I do not dare venture there. It is home to beings equivalent to your third-tier martial artists. Third-tier martial artists. That level of strength feels far beyond Lin Mo's grasp. The most formidable he had encountered thus far was the fifth-tier old woman whom he had just slain. We are almost at the location of your two friends that as they walked. The young doe turned back to Lin Mo. Two men. Lin Mo asked. Indeed, the young doe affirmed that I do not know them. Take me directly to another place. Lin Mo replied decisively, without a trace of hesitation that as for Shangwan Lei and his lackey, they may each accept their fates. After all, they were not friends, and there was no necessity for rescue. Clop, clop, clop. The young doe trotted ahead with a nonchalant gait, leading the way, while Lin Mo followed closely behind, ultimately arriving at the side of the enchanting woman, Xiao Yun. There she lay unconscious upon the ground, grasping a blade of grass in her hand. Remnants of chewed grass still in her mouth. What is she doing? Lin Mo shot a reproachful glance at the young doe. Let me take a look. The young doe hurried to Xiao Yun's side, nudging her with her hoof, her gaze fixated on the green grass in her hand. What grass has she consumed? The young doe appeared perplexed. Lin Mo stepped forward, snatching the grass from Xiao Yun's hand and waving it in front of the young doe. Do you recognize this grass? The young doe glanced at it, then back at the unresponsive Xiao Yun, her voice filled with astonishment. This is Yang. How did she come by this grass? Yang? Lin Mo questioned the young doe. What is its purpose? Its purpose, oh dear. It is that, you know. Upon uttering this, the young doe placed her left hoof atop her right, revealing an unexpectedly bashful demeanor. Lin Mo was taken aback. Wait, how can a mere elk exhibit shyness? At that moment, Lin Mo heard Xiao Yun's voice, cool yet laced with allure. Lin Lang, help me. Chapter 70, Detoxification, Turning Around. Lin Mo was met with a scene that nearly caused him to spew blood. There lay the enchanting woman, Xiao Yun, upon the ground, her form gracefully curved, her lines voluptuous, beckoning him with a gentle finger, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him with longing. Lin Lang, this. Lin Mo turned to the gray elk beside him. Can you remedy the poison afflicting her? The gray elk shook its head. I cannot. Only through the balance of yin and yang can this poison be cured. And furthermore, Lin Mo swiftly smacked the gray elk's forehead. If you cannot help, then be off. Are you merely here to spectate? The gray elk, appearing aggrieved, replied. This poison requires 3 hours to resolve. You carry on. I shall keep watch for you. With that, it sauntered away into the mist. Watching the gray elk vanish, Lin Mo turned his attention back to the enchanting woman, Xiao Yun. He noted a flush creeping onto her cheeks, her eyes shimmering like silk as they locked onto Lin Mo, their gaze becoming intoxicating. As the saying goes, if I do not descend into hell, who shall? If I do not tread into the mire, how can I witness the waters of the pond? Lin Mo resolved to aid Xiao Yun in overcoming this peril. With this thought, he relinquished his grip on the Lonke Dao. This battle proved to be intensely fierce. Lin Mo's sudden arrival initially granted him the upper hand, yet who could have anticipated that Xiao Yun would prove even more formidable? Launching a surprise attack and maintaining the advantage thereafter, Lin Mo, expending too much energy, realized this approach was unsustainable, prompting him to illuminate the center of his brow with a gleaming gold, which soon enveloped every part of his being. Both parties exerting their utmost until they were utterly spent. This confrontation yielded no clear victor until the thick fog dissipated, revealing the stars and moon in the sky. Regaining consciousness, Xiao Yun surveyed her surroundings, striving to recall the events of the day. Initially, she had pursued the 7-colored elk, only to fall victim to an ambush and lose consciousness. Subsequently, she had unknowingly seized a blade of grass and stuffed it into her mouth, leading to this fierce battle. Xiao Yun gazed at the crimson stains upon her garments, her face flushed to a deep shade, her wrists and ankles similarly rosy. She observed Lin Mo not far away, roasting a rabbit, and an unusual sentiment stirred within her heart. Had she truly resolved to maintain her purity for so many years, only to relinquish it upon the grassy plains of Daqing Mountain? This is rather hasty. Lin Mo naturally heard the movements of Xiaoyun behind him. To be honest, in both his previous and current lives, he had never experienced such joy, especially considering that Xiaoyun was an untouched maiden. The sensation was truly exquisite. At that moment, a small gray deer emerged from the forest, its mouth filled with a bundle of dry twigs. That approached Lin Mo, set down the twigs, and stood silently beside him. Watching as the fragrant rabbit meat made its mouth water uncontrollably, Lin Mo picked up the twigs and added them to the fire, which blazed even brighter, instantly releasing the aroma of roasted rabbit meat. Gurgle, the sound of his stomach rumbling echoed in Lin Mo's ears. He glanced up at the gray deer, only to see it take a step back, vigorously shaking its head to indicate it was not the source of the noise. Seeing its reaction, Lin Mo sighed, tearing off a piece of meat and tossing it to the deer, waving his hand to signal it to leave. The piece of meat flew accurately into the deer's mouth, and it understandingly trotted into the dense forest, disappearing from sight. Observing this scene, the beautiful woman Xiaoyun, leaning against a large tree, could not help but speak. Where did that deer come from? It bears some resemblance to the colorful deer. Upon hearing Xiaoyun's voice, Lin Mo picked up the roasted rabbit and walked over to her, offering it. You must be hungry. Eat while I explain. Without any pretensions, Xiaoyun accepted the roasted rabbit and began to nibble on it. The first bite oozed with juices, instantly awakening her taste buds. Having not eaten all day, she disregarded her image and tore off a rabbit leg, devouring it heartily. Witnessing this, Lin Mo wore a sincere expression and explained earnestly, that little deer was tamed by me, and it was solely due to its efforts that I was able to find you in the fog. As for what happened today, I truly did not know how to help you with the poison, so I resorted to this desperate measure. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Xiaoyun remained silent, continuing to eat the rabbit meat in her hands. After a while, she finished the entire rabbit and looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, I cannot accept sharing a husband with others. Lin Mo nodded, understanding that a woman like Xiaoyun would prefer to remain single rather than compromise. I understand. Once we leave, I will act as though nothing has happened. Of course, should you need assistance, feel free to seek me out. Xiaoyun nodded, glancing around. Where are Shangguan Lei and his lackeys? Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. The fog was too thick during the day. I could only find you. Xiaoyun nodded. Should we rest for the night, or take advantage of the clear weather to search for the others? How do you feel? Lin Mo assessed Xiaoyun with a glance. Noticing Lin Mo's gaze, Xiaoyun's face flushed slightly as she murmured, I'm fine. That's good. We can retrace our steps to find them. Lin Mo stood up and extended a hand. Xiaoyun took his hand to rise, feeling a slight tearing pain at the base of her thigh. Hiss. Observing her discomfort, Lin Mo let out a whistle. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed as the gray deer came bounding out from the dark forest, arriving before Lin Mo and Xiaoyun. You can ride the deer. Let's go find the others. All right. Xiaoyun secured her long spear behind her and, with Lin Mo's assistance, mounted the deer. Let us go. Lead us to the others. The gray deer seemed to express its discontent through its eyes, questioning why this woman should ride on its back, as she was its servant. However, when Lin Mo raised his hand, the deer's expression immediately brightened. Seeing this, Lin Mo gently patted its head. Let us set off. The deer understood Lin Mo's words and leisurely led the way. Behind them, Lin Mo followed, the trio moving through the shadowy forest. Chapter 71. Descending the mountain. The sound of hooves echoed through the dense forest of the Great Blue Mountain. Xiaoyun, seated on the deer's back, couldn't help but glance at the man walking beside her. Ever since her family was annihilated, she had devoted herself to martial arts solely for revenge. In her youth, she had once thought that she would marry whoever helped her take vengeance. Coincidentally, it was this very man who had aided her in slaying her enemies. Xiaoyun's heart was now a tumult of emotions. She yearned to roam the world with Lin Mo, oblivious to worldly affairs, wandering through the rivers and lakes. Yet, the reality was that Lin Mo had a large family he could not forsake, and she could not bring herself to accept a man who had other women. Feeling Xiaoyun's gaze upon him, Lin Mo turned to meet her eyes. Their gazes intertwined, and Lin Mo sensed something amiss in Xiaoyun's expression. You, Lin Mo looked at Xiaoyun, momentarily at a loss for words. I'm fine. Xiaoyun's tone was gentle, her eyes averting to the side. Avoiding Lin Mo's gaze, that a silence fell between them as they continued to walk through the pitch-black night. After an indeterminate time, a flicker of light appeared ahead. Lin Mo called out, "Ernyo." He was calling out the name of the blacksmith, with whom he was familiar. In response, a man's voice rang out. "Lin, Senior, it's me." 4 men emerged from the forest, bearing torches. They were the 4 blacksmiths from the forge. The blacksmith named Ernyo exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Lin Mo. "Lin, Senior, we finally waited for you. We thought we would never escape this great blue mountain." Lin Mo surveyed the group of blacksmiths, noting their tattered clothing but relieved to see they bore no serious injuries. As long as everyone is alive, that is what matters. The blacksmiths nodded and clasped their hands in greeting. With Lin Mo present, they felt reassured, confident he could lead them out of the great blue mountain and back home. "By the way, Lin, Senior, where are Shangwan Lei and the others?" Ernyo inquired. "We did not find them." Lin Mo replied calmly. "We searched for a long time and only found you. We did not discover them." Upon hearing this, Ernyo wisely chose not to press further. "Let us sit down and rest for a while." Lin Mo turned to Xiao Yun, who was seated atop the deer. "Let us discuss our next course of action." Xiao Yun slightly nodded, letting out a soft hum as she dismounted from the deer and sat by the fire. Ernyo looked at Lin Mo. "Lin, Senior, where did you catch this deer?" "It can carry people. It's truly remarkable." Lin Mo replied with a faint smile. "With enough effort, even a sow can climb a tree. Don't be surprised by a deer carrying people." Ernyo nodded, handing Lin Mo the freshly roasted bean cakes. "Lin, Senior, have something to eat." Lin Mo nodded and took a bite of the bean cake, accompanied by a sip of the remaining wine. At that moment, the gray deer standing beside him gently nudged him. Lin Mo glanced over to find the deer's eyes intently fixated on the bean cake in his hand. "This deer seems to want to taste everything except leaves," he thought to himself, and casually tore off a quarter of the bean cake, dropping it on the ground. The gray deer, unbeknownst to anyone, lowered its head and gobbled up the fallen piece, then wandered to a tree to savor the human delicacy. After resting for a while, Lin Mo sat beside the beautiful woman Xiao Yun, offering her a cup of warm water. After taking a few sips, Xiao Yun felt warmth enveloping her body and turned to the man beside her. "Are we heading back next?" Lin Mo nodded slightly. "Now that Ningbo is dead, we cannot trace the colorful deer. Remaining in the Great Blue Mountain would be futile. It would be better to leave as soon as possible." The beautiful woman Xiao Yun nodded gently, leaning closer to Lin Mo, unconsciously resting against him, relishing his warmth. "It's all right. At least we have killed 2 members of the spirit infant sect." Lin Mo gently caressed her flowing hair. Xiao Yun whispered, leaning ever closer to Lin Mo. At that moment, for blacksmiths seated by another campfire gazed at the beautiful woman, Xiao, nestled against Lin Mo like a clingy kitten, their eyes wide with astonishment. In their minds, the enchanting woman Xiao Yun had always been an aloof fairy, devoid of emotions, never once having been seen smile. Yet now, she resembled a delicate and loving wife, entwining her arm with Lin Mo's. Her voice imbued with newfound gentleness. "Did you hear that cracking sound?" One blacksmith inquired of his companion. "What cracking sound?" "I heard nothing. It is the sound of my heart shattering." Upon hearing this, the other blacksmiths nodded in agreement, expressing their shared sentiment. The air had grown cooler once more, and a thick fog enveloped the land. However, it did not hinder Lin Mo and his companions from descending the mountain. The group traversed through the mist, searching for the knife marks left by Lin Mo on his ascent, a fundamental skill of a hunter. "Elder Lin, I found traces of the blade here," a voice called out. The crowd hurried towards the blacksmith who had spoken. Lin Mo approached the blacksmith, observing the knife marks on the tree, precisely the ones he had carved with the dragon sparrow. "Yes, this is the path we took." With Lin Mo's confirmation, the blacksmith's faces lit up with joy. Having located the route back, they knew it would lead them home to the Great Qing Mountain. After enduring so much on the mountain, the longing for home surged strongest at this moment. "Everyone stay close. Let us return home together," Lin Mo urged the blacksmiths behind him. "Rest assured, Elder Lin, we shall keep close," they shouted in unison. Indeed, if one does not eagerly return home, there must be something wrong with their head. "My children are waiting for me. I cannot lag behind." Meanwhile, the black bear and gray wolf observed Lin Mo and his companions make their way down the mountain. "Old Gray, is it not time for us to feast?" the black bear inquired, glancing at the large gray wolf beside it. "Of course," the gray wolf grinned. There are still 2 men lost in slumber. Their essence is most delectable. Let us go. The black bear chuckled, saliva dripping from its maw as they sprinted through the forest, soon arriving at the still unconscious Shangwan Lei and the 7th-grade powerhouse. How shall we divide them? The black bear asked the gray wolf. One for each. This one belongs to me. The gray wolf pointed at Shangwan Yun. And that one is yours. The black bear nodded. Let's dig in. Chapter 72. Return to the Great Qing Mountain. The moon hung high in the sky today, and countless stars twinkled. The path home was remarkably smooth, devoid of any obstacles. By the time dawn approached, the villagers could be seen in the distance from the mountain. We are nearly down. The fatigue of the night's journey vanished in an instant. Let us push forward, striving to descend before daybreak, so we can still enjoy the pastries from Wu Xiaoga's home. Are you wishing for pastries? I believe you are yearning for his wife's tofu. Do not speak. Indeed, his wife's figure is simply exquisite. Why not find a wealthy man instead of selling pastries all day? Who knows? As they chatted, the atmosphere lightened, dispelling the earlier heaviness, regardless of the eventual outcome. They had all returned alive from the Great Qing Mountain. After this ordeal, they understood one fundamental truth. Living was more important than anything else. What good is being a martial artist when one could simply lie beside a young lady at Guixiang Fang? Sipping wine and savoring delicious morsels, within the blacksmith shop, the rooster crowed that a figure began to practice in the back garden. Shangwan Yun watched as the young girl in the courtyard, who had transformed her previous laziness, practiced diligently each dawn for a month. Reflecting on this, Shangwan Yun hurried to the kitchen, calling for the cook. Quickly, prepare some chicken soup and plenty of nourishing food, and add in the bear-heart herb. The cook nodded eagerly and rushed to prepare breakfast. With the arrival of late autumn, the sun rose over the eastern horizon at the hour of Qin. Shangwan Yun brought a bowl of bear-heart soup to the veiled girl. Miss, please drink this soup. The girl gently unveiled her face, revealing a breathtaking beauty, and drank the entire bowl in one go. It tastes delightful. After finishing the soup, she instinctively glanced towards the door. I wonder how Aunt Yun and the others are faring. I hope all is well. Hearing this, Shangwan Yun reassured her. No news is good news. I believe Aunt Yun and the others will return safely. The girl nodded slightly. Considering the days, my brother should be arriving in Xiushui City soon. If Aunt Yun and the others return empty-handed, we shall go back to Tianlai City together. There is little reason to linger here. Shangwan Yun paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Although he held deep affection for this place, he was ultimately a member of Tianlai City. Just then, a blacksmith rushed in, bowing to the girl and Shangwan Yun. Shopkeeper, Miss, Aunt Yun and the others have returned. They've returned. The veiled girl felt a surge of joy and, without a moment's hesitation, handed her bowl to Shangwan Yun and dashed outside. Shangwan Yun quickly followed. At the entrance of the blacksmith shop, Lin Mo addressed the blacksmith. Ernyo, take good care of this elk. Provide it with the finest fodder. Ernyo promptly nodded. Elder Lin, rest assured. Even if you had not instructed me, I would still feed it the best, for without its guidance, we might have yet to escape the Great Qing Mountain. Go on. Lin Mo waved his hand, gently patting the gray elk's head. I shall bring you meat later. The gray elk seemed to understand Lin Mo's words and followed Ernyo away. At that moment, an excited voice rang out. Aunt Yun, you have returned. A girl in a purple gauze dress rushed out from the inner hall. Aunt Yun looked at the veiled girl, her face breaking into a smile. 7th grade already? Splendid. The girl beamed and nodded, walking over to link arms with Aunt Yun before greeting the others. Oh, Aunt Yun, where is Shangwan Lei? The veiled girl inquired of the enchanting woman. Xiaoyun. He. Xiaoyun shook her head helplessly. We encountered too many challenges along the way. We shall discuss it in detail once we are inside. The group entered the inner hall together. As they settled down, Yu and Yu Rong approached, with Yu carrying her granddaughter Yu Yan, who walked over to Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at them, noting their rosy complexions and good spirits. It seemed they had not suffered during their time here. He then looked at the sleeping granddaughter, whose face was round and plump, adorned with a piece of black jade on her wrist. Seeing them safe and sound, Lin Mo's heart finally eased. This was the very purpose of his relentless training. Once everyone was seated, the enchanting woman Xiao Yun began recounting their experiences in the Great Qing Mountain. After a lengthy narration, she concluded, leaving everyone speechless. Who could have anticipated the myriad dangers within the Great Qing Mountain, where even 6th-grade powerhouses had perished? It was crucial to note that the strongest warriors among the 3 greatest families and 3 leading martial arts schools in Xiushui City were merely 7th grade, while 6th grade powerhouses were pillars even in the entire Fenglei City. Naturally, during her recounting, the enchanting woman Xiao Yun discreetly concealed the incident involving the spiritual infant sect as a means of protecting Lin Mo. The notion of a lower 3rd grade powerhouse directly slaying a 5th grade powerhouse was simply unfathomable. The disparity between each grade within the middle 3rd grade was immense, akin to a chasm, let alone the gap between lower 3rd grade and middle 3rd grade, which was like a divide between heaven and earth. Lin Mo's act of vanquishing the old woman at the 8th grade level would have been akin to the national football team qualifying for the World Cup and winning the championship before his transmigration. Contemplating the impossible, a notion so far-fetched that few dare to entertain it, the hall lay shrouded in silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. This venture into the Great Qing Mountain could only be deemed a failure. Not only did we return empty-handed, devoid of the flesh and blood of the 7-colored deer, but we also suffered the loss of a 6th grade warrior and 3 of the 7th grade. Seated beside the beautiful woman, Xiao Yun, was the veiled maiden, Jiang Tingting, who turned to Shangguan Yun and said, "I offer my condolences. Speak freely of any compensation you desire, for I shall also seek vengeance upon the Qin family." Had they not intervened, Shangguan Yun nodded numbly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Both my brother and I hail from Tianlei City. To perish for the sake of City Lord Jiang is an honor in itself." Despite his words, his expression betrayed the turmoil within. "Rest assured, should the opportunity arise, I will personally slay every member of the Qin family." The veiled maiden's voice was frosty, and though her face was obscured, the onlookers could discern the fury etched upon her features. "Everyone is weary. Let us descend and take our rest." With a wave of her hand, she signaled for everyone to leave. Lin Mo, too, remained silent, escorting Yue and Yu Rong as they departed the hall. Chapter 73. Envoys from the Qin family. In the county magistrate's office, the hall bore witness to the effeminate scion of the Qin family. Qin Tao, who sat at the head seat, addressing the subordinates below. "You say Xiao Yun has returned alive?" The subordinate, bowing his head, replied timidly, "Indeed, she has reached home." Upon hearing this, Qin Tao seized a teacup and hurled it violently at the subordinate's head. With a shattering crash, the cup splintered, scalding tea splattering across the subordinate's face. "Da!" He cried out involuntarily in pain. Observing this, Qin Tao waved his hand lightly. In an instant, a shadowy figure materialized behind the subordinate like a wraith. With a swift motion, he raised his clawed hand and plunged it into the subordinate's crown. The subordinate had no time to react before his breath ceased. Having completed this grim task, the figure produced a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping the claws adorned on his hands. "Mediocre warriors, how fragile is the crown. The 3rd elder, it seems those two shall not return." Qin Tao regarded the shadowy figure, his tone grave. "Shangguan Lei has also perished within the Great Qing Mountain. He must have been slain by those two that if they cannot even vanquish 2 6th grade warriors. I have long asserted that the old crone should not be an elder." The dark figure chuckled. "Young master, what is your intent? Since they have failed to acquire the 7-colored deer, the elder of the Jiang family is as good as dead. Our presence here serves no purpose. Why not slay a few for sport?" Hearing this, Qin Tao replied with a faint smile. "3rd elder, must you be so bloodthirsty? You have already taken many lives in Xiushui City of late. Those children hardly qualify as spiritual infants. I even visited nearby villages and found not a single superior spiritual infant." The shadowy figure retorted with a cold smirk. "We ought to resolve matters here swiftly. There are far more spiritual infants in Tianlei City. Are you not afraid of Jiang Hung seeking vengeance upon you?" Qin Tao laughed. "If you are bored, why not seek out Lin Mo? After all, it was he who dispatched Hongxia. Perhaps he possesses something of value." "We shall go tonight," the shadowy figure sneered, vanishing from sight. In the blacksmith's workshop, the veiled maiden Jiang Tingting and the beautiful woman Xiao Yun sat facing one another. Aunt Yun, having failed to locate the 7-colored deer. "It is time for us to return to Tianlei City. We cannot squander any more time here." Jiang Tingting remarked to the beautiful woman Xiao Yun. "My elder brother shall arrive tomorrow to escort us back." So soon, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yun's face, her countenance shifting momentarily before returning to normal. However, this subtle change did not escape Jiang Tingting's keen observation as she intently gazed into the beautiful woman's eyes. Inquiring, "Aunt Yun, do you wish to remain in Xiushui City?" If you are reluctant, I shall not force you to ask the daughter of the city lord of Tianlei City. She possessed the authority to voice such sentiments. The beautiful woman Xiao Yun glanced at the veiled maiden, her voice as cold as ice. It matters not to me where I am. There is nothing here worth longing for. The maiden, perceptive and quick-witted, seemed to grasp something unsaid, nodding in understanding. Indeed, as you say, Aunt Yun, Xiao Yun affirmed. I shall return to gather my belongings. With that, she rose and exited the hall, watching the beautiful figure depart. The maiden sat in her chair, a bitter smile of resignation gracing her lips. Aunt Yun, you may pursue the happiness that is rightfully yours. My lord, we have arrived home. A carriage came to a halt before a small courtyard in the southern district. Lin Mo cradled his granddaughter, while Yue and Yurong sat within the carriage. Lu Gue gently lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, speaking softly. Lin Mo nodded slightly, stepping out of the carriage with his granddaughter in arms. The courtyard remained untouched by human hands for days. A layer of dust settled at the entrance. Lu Gue unlocked the door and pushed it open, a cloud of dust billowing forth. He hastily fanned the air with his sleeve. And once the dust settled, he gestured. My lord, esteemed ladies, please enter. Lin Mo nodded to Yurong and Yue as they stepped inside. Lu Gue promptly called for his wife, Wang Damei, and their children to enter and begin cleaning. The courtyard was strewn with fallen leaves. Early winter approached, and the trees had shed their foliage, quickly blanketing the entire yard in neglect. Pushing open the door to the house revealed a surprisingly tidy interior. As they had only been away for a few days and no thieves had entered, Yurong, cradling her drowsy granddaughter, retreated to rest, while Yue prepared a pot of tea for Lin Mo. My lord. Tea is served. Lin Mo took a sip, gesturing for Yue to leave. Understanding his cue, Yue exited the hall and closed the door behind her. Once alone, Lin Mo retrieved the items he had pilfered from the old crone, a mirror, a tome of martial arts, and a broken cane. He first examined the cane, which had snapped during his confrontation with the old woman. Finding nothing noteworthy, discarding it aside, Lin Mo picked up the copper mirror concealed beneath the old woman's garments. Yet, after inspecting it from every angle, he found no discernible peculiarity. Bah, Lin Mo spat disdainfully. Even in old age, she still clings to vanity. Placing the mirror on the table, he picked up the martial arts tome that had been tucked away alongside the mirror. As he opened the first page, two characters caught his eye. Ling Yin. The person who named this technique lacks culture. He silently critiqued before delving into the contents of the book, to his astonishment. He recognized it as the very technique the old crone had employed during their battle, the one that had given him such a headache. This technique directly attacked the soul, proving to be quite extraordinary. Lin Mo marveled at its ingenuity. Had he not possessed the 7 apertures exquisite heart, his skull might have been shattered by her cane. Reflecting on this, Lin Mo resolved to practice the technique. Although it was intricate and difficult to comprehend, it posed no challenge for Lin Mo, whose 7 apertures exquisite heart rendered it a mere trifle. That it turned out that this technique involved infusing spiritual energy into sound, causing vibrations in the mind that resulted in excruciating headaches for the target. From a scientific perspective, it was akin to amplifying infrasound exponentially, intensifying feelings of nausea to an unbearable degree. In combat, employing such a tactic could render an opponent powerless, achieving remarkable results. Indeed, it was worth mastering. Lin Mo embraced his martial arts techniques and commenced his diligent study. Although he was not yet a 5th-tier warrior and lacked the ability to harness spiritual energy, he understood the value of preemptive learning to avoid errors. Chapter 74. The Deer That Steals Chicken Legs. The night was deep. In the rear garden, Lin Mo practiced his martial arts, each movement expansive and fluid, with a punch that resonated sharply, akin to a tiger's roar. Upon completing a set of punches, Lin Mo felt invigorated. The dragon-seizing, tiger-subduing technique had become his foundational practice, solely utilized for warm-up. He pondered about the progress of his other techniques. With this thought, Lin Mo focused his mind and opened the system panel. Host: Lin Mo. Age: 51. Realm: 8th tier, 98. Root bone: superior physique, diamond body, 90. Beginner. 3 apertures exquisite heart, 15. Techniques: piercing blade technique, 7th tier, 89. Minor achievement: dragon seizing, tiger subduing technique, 6th tier, 90. Beginner. Smoke chasing steps, 6th tier, 20. Beginner. Evergreen sword formula, 4th tier, 1. Uninitiated. Spirit Infant Art, 3rd tier. 0 uninitiated. Spirit Sound Method, 5th tier, 5 uninitiated. I am on the verge of breaking through to the 7th tier. Lin Mo glanced at the progress bar of his cultivation, a mere step away from the 7th tier. This was despite his lack of rigorous training. Had he dedicated himself to refining a technique for honing his physical body, he would likely have already reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Moreover, the proficiency of his other techniques had significantly increased, a benefit bestowed by the 3 apertures exquisite heart. Although currently only at the state of 3 apertures, it proved to be exceedingly sufficient for Lin Mo. The 3 apertures exquisite heart granted him the ability to perceive the true nature of all things. In simpler terms, upon acquiring this heart, he could directly discern the essence of a technique, functioning as a perfect training aid, allowing him to practice without taking any detours. At present, my true combat power is equivalent to the early stages of the 5th tier, rendering me capable of handling any adversary below this level. Lin Mo reveled in the boundless energy coursing within him, coupled with his diamond body, making him feel akin to an emotionless killing machine. With this thought, Lin Mo felt a surge of anticipation. If his diamond body were to reach full mastery, he would indeed resemble a divine being descended from the heavens, rendering any warrior before him akin to an ant, swiftly dealt with by a single resounding slap. However, such advancements could not be rushed. The speed of his diamond body's progression was already commendable. Lin Mo stretched lazily, stifling a yawn, and returned to the front courtyard to prepare for sleep. At that moment, he heard a series of gentle clops as a gray deer sauntered leisurely from the flower thicket. Lin Mo focused his gaze and noticed the creature's mouth was greasy. "What have you been eating?" Lin Mo waved his hand. The gray deer approached, its voice cold. "I haven't eaten anything." Lin Mo raised his golden hand. Still lying, the gray deer, perceiving the large palm mere inches from its head, hastily confessed, "I only had 1 chicken leg. 1. Lin Mo's finger had already brushed against the deer's forehead, his palm poised to fall. 5. The gray deer weakly muttered. Lin Mo, exasperated, allowed his golden palm to land on the deer's head. "Albeit gently, since you've eaten meat, don't try to evade when I need you. Otherwise, I might just slap you dead." The gray deer raised its proud head. "Naturally. However, you must construct a separate shelter for me. I cannot endure the stench of being with those horses. You dare to make demands." Lin Mo silently grumbled but nodded. "I will arrange it tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the gray deer nodded in approval. "That's more like it." It then strutted off towards the horse stable. Returning indoors, Lin Mo found the oil lamp still aglow, with Yu'er seated beneath it, mending his clothing that if the garment is torn, we can simply discard it. "We have money now." Lin Mo sat beside her on a stool, observing her oval face and speaking softly. Since moving to the city, Yu'er's figure had filled out considerably. Her previously oval face was now transitioning towards a more rounded shape, which rendered her even more attractive. Her petite frame had once appeared too slender, devoid of any softness, but now it was much improved. "We have money, but discarding a garment over a mere tear would be wasteful." Yu'er smiled, saying, "When the time comes, if you don't wear it, it could be given to those refugees." Lin Mo sipped his hot tea. "You indeed have a kind heart. Recently, the number of refugees in the city has surged. If you go out, be sure to call for me." "Understood." The number of refugees in the city continues to rise, and the officials seem indifferent to it. Yu'er replenished Lin Mo's teacup with hot water. "No one cares." Lin Mo shook his head, reflecting on how the security of Shoshui City had deteriorated since Lung Feng's death. The constables had become even less diligent, serving only the young master of the Qin family, who had come from Fenglei City, completely neglecting their primary responsibilities. Lin Mo sighed inwardly, recalling the osmanthus wine and that individual. Yu'er nodded. "I heard from Lu Gui that a boy from the Wu family who sells pancakes discovered his wife flirting with a refugee and nearly took a knife to her." Lin Mo chuckled. "And then?" "Later, it was said that the refugee fled, leaving the pancake seller with no choice but to keep his wife at home, forbidding her from selling pancakes." Yu'er looked at Lin Mo, raising an eyebrow. "Since when has my lord taken an interest in such matters?" Seeing her expression, Lin Mo smiled. "Are you jealous?" "I merely find it amusing." Yu'er shook her head. "It's just that you usually don't inquire about such things. Your sudden interest today piqued my curiosity. The clothing is mended. My lord, take a look at it." Taking the garment, Lin Mo examined it and noticed that the damaged area was embroidered with a plum blossom, enhancing the appeal of the gray attire. Your hands are truly skillful." With that, Lin Mo clapped his hands and, amidst Yuer's surprised exclamations, lifted her into his arms. With a gentle wave, the oil lamp extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. In the deep of night, the moonlight gradually dimmed, and on the roof of the Lin residence, a shadow appeared, ghost-like in its presence, the total of 7 people. He murmured to himself, "And there is a child. With her, that makes 8. Perfectly aligned for a fortunate number to kill." At that moment, he suddenly turned, noticing a figure stepping onto the rooftop tiles behind him. "You must be Lin Mo?" Lin Mo nodded slightly, assessing the man before him, clad in black and wearing a black ghostly mask, his stature diminutive, wielding weapons resembling wolf claws. "What a sight!" Lin Mo spat disdainfully. "Your attire is neither human nor dignified. I almost mistook you for a cosplayer. What did you say?" The man rasped, his gaze cold as he fixed it upon Lin Mo. "How should I explain this to you?" Lin Mo scratched his head before abandoning the thought. "Just die. If you're dead, there will be no more tedious questions." With that, Lin Mo unsheathed the long sparrow, the blade gleaming with a chilling light under the moon. Chapter 75. Breakthrough, 7th tier. But how could an 8th-tier warrior have killed Hongxia? The voice of the black-clad man was hoarse. Lin Mo offered no further words, propelling himself with explosive force, akin to a cannonball, charging towards the diminutive figure before him, the long sparrow slicing through the air, leaving a fleeting shadow as it aimed directly at the man's head. Clang! The only sounds that pierced the air were those of clashing weapons as the 2 combatants swiftly separated, each retreated a few steps. Lin Mo, exerting force beneath his feet, crushed a broken tile to steady himself. That he cast a glance at the man in black, noting his ethereal landing, as if the earlier strike had scarcely affected him. 5th tier, Lin Mo observed the man with an indifferent tone. This individual's strength surpassed that of the old crone he had encountered in the dense forest. Upon entering the 5th tier, a warrior's connection with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth intensified, amplifying their power. While the old woman had merged with these energies, her strength had not seen significant enhancement, clearly indicating she had only recently entered the 5th tier. In contrast, during his confrontation with the man in black, Lin Mo sensed that the opponent's strike had even stirred some peculiar forces in the vicinity, a feat beyond the capabilities of the previous crone. Your internal energy likely exceeds the limits of the lower 3rd tier. Even the monks of the Buddhist order cannot compare to you. The man in black's eyes gleamed with intrigue, as if he regarded Lin Mo as some monstrous entity. "Could it be that you belong to an ancient race?" "What kind of race is that?" Lin Mo had heard of this race from the old woman, but the urgency of the situation had left him no time for inquiry. That it was a powerful lineage, blessed with innate strength, equating to a 7th-tier warrior upon maturity, with their physical prowess being formidable, though few ever managed to ascend to the middle 3rd tier. The man in black fixed his gaze upon Lin Mo and spoke slowly. "Ah, I see." Lin Mo nodded. "I am not of the ancient race. Not of the ancient race." The man in black scoffed. "Then it must be sheer talent. I have a profound disdain for you gifted warriors. You are truly detestable." With that, the man in black vanished like a wraith, 2 silver streaks darting swiftly through the air towards him. Lin Mo's heightened senses alerted him to the imminent danger, and he hastily channeled all his energy into a strike, his blade cleaving through the air. The clash resounded with a metallic ring as the dragon sparrow met the claws in his grip, forcing Lin Mo to stagger back a few steps. Indeed, the power of a 5th-tier warrior was terrifying. The infusion of spiritual energies had magnified both speed and strength several-fold. Your senses are fearfully acute. Akin to that of a 6th-tier warrior, the figure of the man in black re-emerged in the distance, his gaze regarding Lin Mo as one might admire a breathtaking beauty. "What is your true strength? You are utterly fascinating. I am compelled to dissect you piece by piece and study you." How revolting. Lin Mo focused intently on the man before him, his mind racing to devise a strategy against this formidable foe. His speed was staggering, his strength and physique on par with Lin Mo's own. If he unleashed the Vajra body and failed to eliminate him in one fell swoop, the consequences could be dire. "You, a wretch like you, belong in the sewers." Lin Mo suddenly channeled his strength, a surge of power erupting from within, causing the dragon sparrow in his grasp to hum intensely as he delivered a decisive slash. Such bravado! The man in black lunged at Lin Mo, their weapons clashing once more. The sound of the impact echoed, forcing Lin Mo to retreat several steps. In the next moment, An acute sense of danger pricked at his awareness from behind, prompting him to pivot sharply. Twisting his body at an unusual angle, he glimpsed two silver flashes racing past him, vanishing in an instant. Boy, you still do not comprehend the true might of the fifth tier. The man in black's incisive voice echoed, his figure melding into the shadows. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. To others, the man's form might seem to blend seamlessly with the night, but for him, endowed with the heart of 7 apertures, it was inconsequential. The heart of 7 apertures effortlessly guided Lin Mo to the man's whereabouts. Found you. Lin Mo swung the dragon sparrow toward a patch of darkness to his left. A figure emerged, intercepting his strike. How intriguing. The man in black chuckled darkly. My interest in you grows. What secrets do you harbor? As his words hung in the air, the man vanished once more, in the next heartbeat. His claws appeared behind Lin Mo, who narrowly evaded, only to realize the opponent had completely disappeared. His speed had accelerated. Lin Mo's heart raced. His mind remained alert, his exceptional senses capable of forewarning him of impending threats. But without the Vajra body, his 8th-tier physique struggled to keep pace with his thoughts. In that case, Lin Mo's expression turned cold as he bellowed, channeling his energy throughout his body, impacting his bones with tremendous force. Let us see what transformation the Vajra body undergoes upon entering the 7th tier. Lin Mo felt his bones hardening considerably, his physical strength ascending to a new echelon. 7th tier, in the distance. The man in black materialized, breaking through during combat. You are truly audacious. Die. In the blink of an eye, he charged forward, his claws aimed directly at Lin Mo's head, just as his talons were about to pierce Lin Mo's heart. A golden arm seized his claws, struggling to free himself from the grip of the golden hand. He realized escape was impossible unless he severed his own arm. The man in black's pupils constricted as he beheld Lin Mo, who now resembled a resplendent golden statue, his entire being radiating a brilliant golden glow, a faint halo shimmering behind him, reminiscent of a deity from myth, evoking an instinctual urge to kneel in worship. You. The man's heart raced violently, as though he had trespassed against the gravest taboo, his body trembling uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Who are you? Since you are so eager to know, I shall enlighten you. At that moment, an unexpected twist occurred. The man in black spat out a blade, severing his own arm. As his form dissolved into darkness, the golden arm pierced through his chest. Lin Mo grasped his heart, his voice cold. I am merely an ordinary warrior from Xiushui City. Chapter 76. The corpse from the heavens. You. The man in black, retreating into the shadows, was abruptly yanked back by Lin Mo, along with his still beating heart. Look at you, revealing your true identity, and yet you remain skeptical. Lin Mo's golden radiance gradually dimmed as he wiped the blood from his hands onto the black fabric of the man in black. Once clean, he tore the fabric apart with a swift motion, the sound of ripping fabric resonating in the air. He then crouched down to search the corpse. That moment, the courtyard echoed with the sound of galloping hooves, and a gray deer leapt powerfully, landing atop the roof. Lin Mo, engaged in his search, couldn't help but roll his eyes at the sight. Step on a tile, and I'll extract a pound of your blood. The gray deer trembled at the command, shivering uncontrollably. I didn't step on it. As long as it's intact. If I find out otherwise, Lin Mo let out a cold chuckle, choosing not to elaborate further, and resumed his search. The deer, observing Lin Mo's gaze, trembled in place, too afraid to move, lest it find its blood drained. After a while, Lin Mo buried the items he had found beneath a tile and turned to the gray deer. I'm stepping out for a bit. Keep an eye on the house. Hearing this, the deer nodded. Go ahead, don't worry. Lin Mo nodded back and pointed to the items he had hidden. If anything goes missing, I'll hold you responsible. The gray deer sighed in resignation. What are you going to do? Can you bring back a duck leg for me when you return? To kill? No. Lin Mo hoisted the corpse of the man in black, his toes erupting with power as he surged forward. With each step, the tiles beneath him shattered into fragments. Watching Lin Mo's vanishing figure, the gray elk felt utterly helpless. It returned to the back garden and dragged a chicken leg from the corner of the stable, beginning to gnaw on it. In the county magistrate's office, within the inner chamber, young Master Qin Tao of the Qin family gazed at the beautiful woman kneeling before him. You are quite perceptive. Had you arrived later or not at all, your husband would find himself dead at home come tomorrow. The beautiful woman, casting her eyes downwards, murmured softly, I implore you, spare my family. Whatever you desire, I am willing to comply. Perceptive, Qin Tao chuckled, pouring a cup of warm tea over the woman's hair. Come, let me find my joy. The woman frowned, burying her head deeper. Observing her expression, Qin Tao smiled. He had a penchant for married women. As the eldest son of Fenglei City, he had countless young and beautiful girls eager to share his bed. Yet unbeknownst to others, his first conquest had been his cousin's wife. After that encounter, he had eliminated both her and his cousin. From that moment onward, he became obsessively infatuated with other men's wives, spiraling into an uncontrollable desire. Faster, Qin Tao shrieked, reprimanding the woman as he urged her on. Just then, a sound of tiles cracking from the eaves caught his attention. Returned, he thought, glancing at the rooftop, his tone returning to normal. However, silence met his inquiry in the next instant. A thunderous crash reverberated as the house trembled, and a large hole appeared in the roof. As he looked up towards the opening, an object hurtled down directly toward him. Damn it! Qin Tao exclaimed, forcefully shoving the woman aside before leaping backward. The object crashed onto the tea table, shattering the exquisite sandalwood surface. As he waved his sleeve to disperse the dust, he finally discerned that the falling object was, in fact, a person. More precisely, a corpse with a gaping hole where the heart should have been. Its skin pale and blood completely drained. The woman, startled by the sight of the half-naked body, screamed in terror and darted toward the exit. Shut up, Qin Tao shouted, delivering a sharp blow to her fair back, causing her to crumple, tripping over the threshold and tumbling outside. The third elder. As he recognized the fallen body as the third elder of the Lingying sect, a chill coursed through Qin Tao. A wave of dread washing over him, sweat beaded on his forehead, his hands trembling slightly, and his face twitched involuntarily. This was a peak 5th-grade powerhouse, a formidable expert even in the stronghold of Fenglei City. How could he have perished so easily? With little time to ponder, Qin Tao dashed out of the courtyard, glancing at the rooftop, only to find it devoid of any presence. Who? His gaze sharpened, fixing on his surroundings, his voice calm. Might I inquire which esteemed hero has graced us with their presence? Yet no response came to him at that moment. He observed the massive rockery from the back garden soaring directly towards him. Qin Tao was momentarily paralyzed, hardly believing his eyes, though a mere rockery. The stones were genuine, weighing thousands of pounds. How could it be flying toward him? Although stunned, his heightened senses as a 6th-grade warrior prompted him to instinctively evade, rolling to the side just in time. In the next heartbeat, a gust of wind swept by as the rockery crashed past him, slamming into the wall with a resounding thud. The deafening noise resonated like thunder as both the rockery and the wall crumbled to the ground, debris scattering and dust billowing into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Tao thought quickly. Dashing toward the back garden amidst the swirling dust, he raced through the front hall, encountering a guard, and urgently pointed. Hurry over there. Crossing through the back garden led him to the rear courtyard, where he scanned the area and found it empty, a wave of relief washing over him as he pushed open the courtyard door. Creak. As one leg crossed the threshold, Qin Tao suddenly spotted a familiar figure standing outside the rear gate. He froze, his other leg suspended in midair, uncertain of how to proceed. It's Brother Lin. He managed, forcing a smile. Please, continue with your business. With that, Qin Tao turned silently, retracting the leg he had stepped forward with, and abruptly dashed back into the courtyard. Just then, the sound of splintering wood echoed behind him. His 5th-grade warrior instincts warned him of impending danger, prompting him to instinctively leap to the side. In that instant, a thunderous roar erupted as a massive stone lion crashed through the rear door, barreling into the courtyard. Chapter 77. Qin Tao's Demise. The 1,000-pound stone lion landed squarely upon the ear room, creating a tumultuous cloud of dust and scattering debris, akin to the earlier rockery's impact. It truly is him. Qin Tao, relieved to have narrowly escaped, was engulfed in shock. The arrival of the stone lion confirmed one thing. Lin Mo was responsible for the third elder's death. A peak 5th-grade powerhouse had been slain by him, while Lin Mo's aura was merely that of a 7th-grade ironbone realm. What manner of monster was he? Qin Tao's heart raced, his gaze darting around, keenly observing Lin Mo's movements, although the dust enveloped him. His 6th-grade warrior senses rendered the obscured view inconsequential. Just then, the same whistling sound echoed once more, startling Qin Tao into action as he leapt forward with the agility of a startled rabbit. In that fleeting moment, a stone lion brushed past him, narrowly avoiding his ankle. The sickening crack of a bone fracturing filled the air. Though it was merely a glancing blow, the immense force shattered his ankle, rendering it limp and useless. Not only that, but the power within the stone lion's charge sent him careening off course, landing awkwardly on the other side. Panic surged through Qin Tao. He had intended to escape amidst the chaos. Yet his shattered ankle left him incapacitated. His eyes darted desperately, but he could not locate Lin Mo, driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival. He called out, "Lin Mo, might you grace me with your presence? If I have offended you, I am willing to offer any recompense, be it techniques, weapons, gold, or even a position of authority. I can fulfill your desires." At that moment, a figure appeared atop the eaves. It was none other than Lin Mo. Upon seeing Lin Mo, Qin Tao donned a warm, spring-like smile, maintaining his composure as he sat upon the ground and clasped his hands in greeting. "Brother Lin, I believe there has been a misunderstanding between us. If I recall correctly, we have only crossed paths at the blacksmith shop. What prompts your direct visit?" Observing Qin Tao's sincere demeanor, Lin Mo nodded slightly. His handsome visage, combined with an earnest tone, might have deceived others. "So that is how it is," Lin Mo chuckled, standing atop the eaves, exerting force that caused the tiles to shatter, revealing the beams beneath. He seized one of the beams and hurled it down toward the prone Qin Tao. Qin Tao, witnessing this, scrambled to escape with both hands and a foot, clawing his way to safety. Despite his injured ankle, the physical prowess of a sixth-grade warrior allowed him to narrowly dodge the descending beam. Thud! The beam struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble and sending up another cloud of dust. "Impressive, indeed. Quite nimble," Lin Mo remarked, surveying the room, which held 3 remaining beams and 8 pillars. "Young Master Qin, let us engage in a game that if you can evade all 3 beams and 8 pillars, you shall live." Qin Tao's countenance was as frigid as ice, his gaze fixated on Lin Mo with unwavering intensity. Uttering not a single word that in the blink of an eye, a pillar as thick as 3 inches descended upon him like a colossal missile. At that moment, Qin Tao could no longer maintain the demeanor of a privileged young master. His expression contorted into one of ferocity as he scrambled away in the opposite direction. "You certainly crawl quickly, much like a dog pilfering meat buns." A faint smile graced Lin Mo's face as he casually drew another wooden pillar and hurled it toward Qin Tao. With a resounding crash, the wood smashed into the incense burner in the courtyard, sending it flying. Lin Mo focused intently, observing as Qin Tao narrowly evaded yet another wooden stake. "Fortune seems to favor you. Let us see how you fare this time." He seized 2 wooden stakes and launched them simultaneously at Qin Tao. Like a lizard, Qin Tao employed all 4 limbs to deftly evade the whistling stakes. Lin Mo, undeterred, sent forth another pair of wooden pillars. "Your luck is truly remarkable." As his words fell, he hurled the final 2 wooden pillars alongside a pair of beams. This time, Qin Tao's evasion was swifter. Yet he was ultimately struck by one of the beams, crushing his hand. Fingers shattered, the flesh was reduced to a grotesque mass. From Lin Mo's perspective, Qin Tao's arm resembled a mound of minced meat, rendering the form of his hand unrecognizable. Piercing agony surged into Qin Tao's mind, his eyes bulging, turning a crimson. The young master of Wind Thunder City, his status was exalted. To him, third-tier warriors were no more than humble carriage drivers. Yet, it was this very being, who had once groveled before him, that inflicted such grievous harm. Just moments ago, he had been the subject of ridicule. His dignity trampled. Were he in Wind Thunder City at this very moment, he would ensure Lin Mo faced a fate most gruesome. "Your hands are indeed quite agile." Lin Mo had somehow approached him from the eaves, now merely a few paces away. "Lin, I have evaded these pillars. By our previous agreement, does that not mean I should?" Qin Tao glanced at Lin Mo, intending to offer a respectful salute, but his maimed hand had become a mere pulp. Observing Qin Tao's plight, Lin Mo inclined his head slightly. "What was it that was said? One must reciprocate, for there is no honor among rogues. Young Master Qin, you have sent numerous attempts to assassinate me. Should I not return the favor?" With that, Lin Mo kicked a nearby beam, sending it hurtling toward Qin Tao. Unable to evade in time, the beam struck him, sending his body hurtling backward. As he flew through the air, blood erupted from his mouth, spraying like a fountain. The scent of blood wafted into Lin Mo's nostrils. Following the trail of blood, he beheld Qin Tao sprawled against a wall, his complexion as pale as parchment. Yet his eyes glimmered with defiance, fixed intently on Lin Mo. Lin Mo spat. Ugh, your vitality is truly tenacious. However, this is far from over. He then picked up another wooden pillar and advanced toward him. As Lin Mo drew near, an overwhelming dread enveloped Qin Tao. He muttered to himself, I am the young master of Wind Thunder City. I cannot perish that I must succeed my father and become the lord of Wind Thunder City. I am the young master. I cannot die. Just as Lin Mo was but 3 steps away, Qin Tao suddenly surged forth, brandishing a black dagger that he thrust toward Lin Mo with his uninjured hand. Yet, in a moment of despair, the dagger met Lin Mo's chest and clanged against him as if striking a statue in a temple. He saw Lin Mo, resembling a divine guardian, the black dagger slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. In that instant, all that remained for him was the stark terror of death. I was mistaken. Lin, I beg for mercy. Spare me. I will repay you as a servant. I can give you anything you desire. You truly acknowledge your errors? Lin Mo regarded the prostrate Qin Tao, whose visage was smeared with blood and dirt, his once opulent garments now tattered, one hand a mere mass of flesh, and his breath feeble. Face as pale as a ghost, he continued to bow fervently. I truly acknowledge my errors. Lin, I beg for mercy. Lin Mo shook his head slightly. You do not acknowledge your errors. Rather, you comprehend that your demise is imminent. As his words fell, a 3-foot-wide wooden pillar descended upon Qin Tao's head. Chapter 78. What does shopping mean? Hurry. Keep up. I just saw the young master heading toward the back door. At that moment, several figures emerged from the direction of the rear garden. The leader, a 7th-tier warrior, was the first to notice Lin Mo and the corpse at his feet. That corpse is the young master. The 7th-tier warrior's heart sank. With a 6th-tier young master dead, their arrival was nothing short of delivering a meal to the slaughter. The 8th-tier warriors behind him gazed at Lin Mo with expressions of sheer terror. Despite wielding weapons, their feet involuntarily retreated. Boss, let's get out of here, murmured one of the warriors near the 7th-tier leader. Run. The 7th-tier warrior, quick-witted, turned and fled. In the blink of an eye, he had already distanced himself from the 8th-tier warriors. Run. Escape. The group hastily followed the 7th-tier warrior's lead. Witnessing their flight, Lin Mo promptly seized 2 wooden pillars and pursued them. They ran swiftly, but the pillars were swifter, crashing down upon them in an instant. They felt an immense force propelling them toward the 7th-tier warrior. Hearing the whistling sound behind him, the 7th-tier warrior turned to see several 8th-tier warriors hurtling toward him, struck by the pillars. He hurriedly dodged, reaching a corner, and just as he prepared to scale the wall, a beam descended upon him, collapsing the wall behind him. The 7th-tier warrior trembled in fear, nearly soiling himself. Should the beam strike him, he would surely be reduced to a pulp. Spare me, great hero. The 7th-tier warrior fell to his knees, fervently bowing, gazing at Lin Mo as if he were a harbinger of death. Spare me, great hero. The 7th-tier warrior's mind was filled with curses for Qin Tao's ancestors, pondering what kind of monster he had offended. Spare you. Lin Mo glanced at the 7th-tier warrior, then shook his head lightly. No mercy. With that, he delivered a kick to the nearest wooden pillar. The pillar flew forth, crashing into the 7th-tier warrior's face and embedding his head into the wall. After swiftly dispatching the remaining survivors, Lin Mo began to loot the bodies. It must be said, Lin Mo was far more adept at looting than at killing. He first approached Qin Tao's body, rummaging through it for a time, but found nothing of value, or perhaps it had been lost during the earlier chaos. He picked up the black dagger that had fallen to the ground and proceeded to search the 7th-tier and 8th-tier warriors. Discovering only a handful of silver coins, it seemed he would have to search the rooms. Thus, Lin Mo turned and entered the main house, Qin Tao's residence, where he reasoned there must be some silver. He had visited the county magistrate's office previously, seeking vengeance on the former magistrate and causing quite a ruckus. After thoroughly searching the premises, he was rewarded with over 10,000 taels of silver notes and coins. Lin Mo emerged from the main house with a smile, then ventured into other rooms. Adhering to the principle of leaving no coin unclaimed, Lin Mo meticulously pillaged the entire magistrate's estate before departing. Fully satisfied, upon returning home, he noted the light still aglow in the main house. Lin Mo gently knocked 3 times on the door. A voice from within called, "My lord, it is I." Lin Mo replied, "I have returned." The moonlight bathed the room. Yue opened the door, and, upon seeing Lin Mo return, immediately rushed into his embrace. My lord, how could you venture out at such a late hour? I was too frightened to sleep alone, she exclaimed. Lin Mo chuckled, wrapping his arms around Yuer. Come, let us rest a while longer. Fear not, for I have returned safely. I feel at ease only when you are at home. Yuer murmured, nestling close to him. By the way, when we awaken tomorrow, let us tidy up the house, for we may be embarking on a lengthy journey, Lin Mo stated, gazing at Yuer. Must we pack everything? She inquired softly. No need. Simply take along the valuables. The rest matters not. Lin Mo replied thoughtfully. We shall purchase new items once we arrive at our destination. All right. Yuer did not question where they were going or how long they would be gone. She simply understood that wherever Lin Mo was, there was home. The following day, Lin Mo awoke leisurely around noon. Stepping out of his room, he made his way to the quarters of Yu Rong and Xiao Yuyan. There, he found Xiao Yuyan playing with her cherished black rainstone. Upon noticing Lin Mo's arrival, her face lit up with a smile as she clapped her tiny hands and called out, Yay, my dear granddaughter, how delightful. Lin Mo beamed, his heart swelling with joy at her greeting. Yu Rong chuckled. Xiao Yuyan is so adorable, calling out for her grandfather. With a grin, Lin Mo proposed, as winter approaches. Let us go buy some warm clothing. His gaze fell upon Yu Rong's attire, which appeared to be patched remnants from their village life. Although he regularly provided the two sisters with silver coins for their outings, they remained reluctant to spend on new garments. Once you have prepared, we shall go shopping, he assured them. My lord, what does shopping entail? Yuer asked timidly. It means I shall take you both to purchase whatever you desire. The expenses will be on me, Lin Mo clarified earnestly. You must not try to save money for me. I earned quite a sum yesterday. Yu Rong nodded with a smile, sitting at the table to touch up her makeup. Meanwhile, Lin Mo entertained Xiao Yuyan with a rattle drum. Despite her initial disdain for the toy, she begrudgingly played along, finding joy in Lin Mo's company until exhaustion overcame her, and she drifted off to sleep, clutching her black jade stone. After their meal, Lin Mo was about to take Yu Rong and Yuer out for shopping when, just outside, he spotted Shangwan Yun galloping towards him on horseback. Lin brother. We are in grave trouble. What has happened? Lin Mo inquired, his expression calm and collected. The son of the Qin family has died. The entire Xiaoshui city is about to face turmoil, Shangwan Yun exclaimed, barely dismounting his steed as he spoke with urgency. Dead? Lin Mo echoed in astonishment. What shall we do? We must first go to the blacksmith's shop, Shangwan Yun urged, gesturing for Lin Mo to follow. At the entrance of the Lin family estate, Lin Mo turned to the Yu sisters. I shall make a brief visit to the blacksmith's shop. You two may proceed to the West Market. The sisters readily agreed, helping Lin Mo adjust his attire before climbing into the carriage. My lord, we shall await you at the West Market. Very well. Lin Mo nodded and approached the stables, just as he was about to lead out a horse. He noticed the gray elk standing at the stable's entrance. Did you not promise to arrange a stall for me? Lin Mo glanced at it. I am busy today. We shall discuss this later. The gray elk opened its mouth to speak, but fell silent as Lin Mo raised his hand, obediently stepping aside. Lin Mo selected a chestnut steed, gently patting the elk's head. Do not worry. I shall remember this matter and attend to it when I have the chance. The gray elk nodded excitedly. Thank you so much, observing its grateful demeanor. Lin Mo felt a strange sense of kinship with individuals from his past life who made grand promises but seldom fulfilled them. At the blacksmith shop, Lin Mo and Shangwan Yun halted before the entrance. To their surprise, no blacksmiths were present, only two men guarding the door. Lin Mo dismounted, handing the reins to one of the guards. And he and Shangwan Yun entered the shop. By the way, the young lady's brother has arrived, the second son of Tianlei City, named Jiang Heng. He has quite the temper, so do take heed, Shangwan Yun cautioned. Understood. I prefer not to make enemies, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Shangwan Yun nearly stumbled. You prefer not to, or is it that others dare not confront you? As they traversed through the shop, they arrived in the inner hall. There, they found three individuals seated. At the head sat a young man clad in resplendent attire, his hair a striking blue. He cast a fleeting glance at Lin Mo before resuming his tea. Behind him stood an elderly man in a blue robe, his hands clasped behind him, his face lined with wrinkles. He nodded slightly at Lin Mo's entrance. The remaining two were a veiled maiden, Jiang Tingting, and a beautiful matron, Xiao Yun. The matron glanced at Lin Mo, said nothing, and turned her head away. Jiang Tingting stood and introduced Lin Mo to her older brother, second brother, This is Lin Mo, who has been quite helpful during his time in Xiushui City, though do not let his 8th grade rank deceive you. Wait, how did you become 7th grade? The young maiden's astonished voice rang out, her eyes wide with disbelief. Weren't you 8th grade just recently? How did you attain 7th grade now? Lin Mo, contemplating her astonishment, replied, a trip to Dakingshan has strengthened my abilities, and through diligent practice of late, I managed to break through. Impressive, Jiang Tingting exclaimed. Giving him a thumbs up. In comparison, my own talents seem rather insignificant. At this moment, the aloof matron, Xiao Yun, interjected, he practices diligently each day. What about you? Always idling away. Jiang Tingting chuckled helplessly. Lin Mo, this is my elder brother, Jiang Hong, and this is Uncle Chui. The blue-haired gentleman remained seated, clasping his hands. Since you are Tingting's acquaintance, you are naturally one of Tianlei City's people. Returning to Tianlei City as a minor leader is certainly within reach. The elder behind him did not speak, merely offering Lin Mo a respectful gesture. Lin Mo responded with a bow. I must extend my gratitude to the second son. Jiang Heng returned the gesture. Remaining silent thereafter, Jiang Tingting turned to the group. Now that we are all present, let us make haste to leave this place. The son of the Qin family has perished here, and knowing the character of Qin Chengzhu, I fear that Xiushui City will not fare well. Humph, Jiang Heng scoffed. Qin Tao met his end too soon. Had I encountered him, he would not have fallen to another's hand. He then added, however, the old madman Qin might very well unleash his wrath upon Xiushui City. Lin Mo furrowed his brow at this. What measures will this Qin Chengzhu take against the citizens of Xiushui City? The martial artist will remain. As for the rest, the useful will live, and the useless will be slain. To the old madman Qin, it matters not. Jiang Heng assured Lin Mo, rest assured, with me accompanying you back to Tianlei City, your family will be safe. Sighing softly, he appeared somewhat melancholic. I wonder which hero was responsible for Qin Tao's demise. I must meet them if the opportunity arises. At this, the matron Xiaoyun discreetly cast a glance at Lin Mo before averting her gaze. Lin Mo fell into contemplation. The words the useless will be slain weighed heavily on him. In this chaotic world, he harbored no delusions of grandeur, yet the thought of innocence suffering due to his actions troubled him. Lin Mo, you should return and pack your belongings. We shall set out early tomorrow. The beautiful woman, Xiaoyun, turned to Lin Mo and said, remember to take good care of the clothing for your 2 wives, lest they freeze on the way. Upon hearing her cool and melodic voice, Lin Mo cupped his hands in gratitude and replied, thank you for the reminder. Miss shouted, I shall take my leave now. With that, he bowed to the assembled company and exited the inner hall. After Lin Mo departed, the blue-haired man seated in the main position cast a glance at the elder behind him and inquired, Chui Bo, do you think it is possible that he killed Qin Tao? Chui Bo shook his head seriously. According to the information, this time, not only the 5th elder of the Spirit Infant sect was protecting Qin Tao, but also the 3rd elder. Even a 7th grade master could not accomplish such a feat alone. Who then could have coincidentally passed through Xiushui City and slain Qin Tao? The inner hall fell into a moment of silence as others pondered this question. For Tianlei City, the death of Qin Tao was certainly not a favorable development. Who could predict what nefarious means the old madman from Fenglei City would employ to frame Tianlei City in pursuit of his own gains? This was precisely why the blacksmith shop had to evacuate swiftly. To avoid entanglements with Fenglei City, stepping out of the blacksmith shop, Lin Mo made his way to the West Market, where he found Yu and Yu Rong shopping for clothes. He treated them to several beautiful outfits and also procured some provisions for their journey. The 2 sisters beamed with joy. After their shopping spree, Lin Mo addressed the group, come, today I shall treat you all to a meal at Zui Xianju. At the entrance of Zui Xianju, Lu Gui parked the carriage, and Lin Mo assisted Yu Rong and Yu down from it, while a young servant approached to lead the horse to the rear courtyard. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by the beaming figure of Manager Song. Lin brother, you have come to patronize us again. Manager Song clasped his hands and smiled. Old Song, you've gained some weight. Lin Mo responded with a smile and a bow. As one grows older, energy wanes, and naturally, one puts on weight. Manager Song chuckled that I cannot compare to you. You appear even younger now, like a man of 30. Lin Mo chuckled in response, acknowledging the truth in Manager Song's words. His strength had indeed advanced further, and his diamond body had propelled his physique to its pinnacle state. Scientifically speaking, his bodily functions had rejuvenated, rendering him youthful in appearance. If one grows old, It is time to retire and return home. Lin Mo said with a smile, patting Manager Song on the shoulder before ascending the stairs with the little girl, Xiao Yin. They proceeded directly to the third floor, locating a tastefully decorated private room where everyone settled in. Once the delectable dishes were served, Lin Mo returned to Lu Gui. After the meal, return to pack our belongings and take the valuable items with us. We must depart. Lu Gui, somewhat bewildered by this, nodded. Understood, my lord. When shall we set off? Tomorrow morning, Lin Mo replied, casting his gaze upon the group. This time, we are heading to Tianlai City, where we shall establish our new home. Upon hearing this, expressions of surprise graced the faces of the others. Although they had never been to Tianlai City, they were well aware that Shoshui City fell under the jurisdiction of Fenglai City. Hence, it seemed peculiar to venture so far afield. Do you have any questions? Lin Mo inquired, looking specifically at the Yu sisters. They exchanged glances and shook their heads. Wherever my lord goes, we shall follow. Lu Gui added promptly, wherever my lord goes, our family shall accompany you. Hearing their assurances, Lin Mo nodded slightly. Rest assured, we shall one day return here. Everyone nodded in agreement, never doubting Lin Mo's words. After the meal, Manager Song saw Lin Mo to the door. Lin Mo glanced back at him, a soft sigh escaping his lips, though he said nothing further. On the following day, 2 carriages were stationed at the Lin residence's entrance point. One carriage held Lu Gui's family, while the other was occupied by the Yu sisters and a gray elk. As soon as they boarded the carriage, Xiao Yin became immensely fascinated by the gray elk lounging in the corner, neglecting her black jade stone as her little hands reached out repeatedly toward the creature. The gray elk, observing the tiny human, shifted its position slightly, allowing Xiao Yin to touch it. Upon making contact, the little girl beamed with delight and pointed to the elk's back. Lin Mo, cradling Xiao Yin, placed her atop the elk's back, eliciting an even brighter smile from her. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo affectionately patted the gray elk's head. I shall treat you to extra rations at noon. The 2 carriages exited Shoshui City through the eastern gate and encountered Shangwan Yun and his companions along the official road. They had 1 carriage, while the remaining individuals rode horses. After joining forces, Jiang Heng addressed the group. Let us set off. He took the lead, forging ahead to scout the path that as the carriages began to roll forward. Lin Mo found it convenient to have the blacksmith's sturdy men driving the carriage, allowing him to gaze at the diminishing silhouette of Shoshui City from atop his tall, chestnut horse, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Regardless of how the citizens of this city were treated, the events had all unfolded due to him. If one day I can eliminate that old madman of the Qin family, I shall exact vengeance for you. Lin Mo turned his horse and rode away, murmuring to himself, why does it feel as though I am a scoundrel, inflicting harm upon others and departing without a word? Tianlai City lay 500 miles from Shoshui City. Situated to the east, upon exiting the city gates, they encountered numerous refugees along the way, especially near abandoned temples or forsaken post stations. These areas had become gathering points for the displaced. Naturally, the refugees dared not approach Lin Mo's entourage. Despite their gaunt appearances from hunger, they were not foolish enough to confront a group accompanied by armed men, particularly the leader, with a long axe strapped to his back and a disdainful gaze, exuded an aura that clearly signaled danger. Having traveled from morning until noon, the 3 carriages came to a halt beside a grove of trees. The group took a moment to rest. Lin Mo lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw that Xiao Yin had finished her milk and fallen asleep, with remnants of white milk adorning her lips. You too should also come down and stretch your legs. The jostling of the carriage can be quite tiresome. Upon hearing this, the Yu sisters disembarked to stretch their limbs. Lin Mo retrieved half a roast chicken wrapped in oil paper from his bag and waved it in front of the gray elk. Upon seeing the roast chicken, the gray elk's eyes sparkled, and it whispered to Lin Mo, Master, I shall follow you for life. Lin Mo removed the outer layer of oil paper and presented the half-roast chicken to the elk's mouth. Eat up. But behave yourself on the journey. Do not cause any trouble. The gray elk nodded earnestly and began to devour the chicken with gusto. After it finished, Lin Mo wrapped the bones in the oil paper and tossed them aside. After resting for an hour, the group continued on their way. It was now early winter. Although the sun was high at noon, it was not overly warm, making it suitable for travel. However, after about half an hour, the sky suddenly turned overcast. After traveling a bit further, a fierce northern wind howled, and large snowflakes began to tumble from the heavens. The weather is truly miraculous. Jiang Heng laughed from atop his horse. It was clear skies just this morning, and now we are greeted with heavy snow. Shang Yun observed the ground becoming slick, making the horses unsteady on their feet, and inquired, "Second young master, shall we continue? Let us advance a little further. There should be a post station ahead where we can take shelter from the snow," Jiang Heng replied, pointing to a building not far ahead. "Everyone, hold on a little longer. We shall rest up ahead," Shang Yun called out, and everyone complied, carefully guiding their horses forward. The horses' hooves slipped on the freshly fallen snow, necessitating a slower pace. After another half-hour of travel, they finally reached the building ahead. Chapter 81. Snow seals the road. 3 carriages were stationed at the entrance, their occupants remaining inside. Lin Mo and Shang Yun dismounted their horses and made their way into the dilapidated-looking inn. With a creak, the inn's door swung open. The courtyard was desolate, devoid of any presence. Inside were 3 main rooms, flanked by 2 side rooms on either side. The door to the main room was ajar, and as the wind blew, it slammed against the frame with a loud bang. Lin Mo and Shang Yun exchanged a glance and approached one of the main rooms. Shang Yun kicked the door, and with a resounding crash, it swung open. Lin Mo peered inside, finding it empty, and his senses provided no warning of danger. Safe. Lin Mo looked at Shang Yun. Shang Yun nodded, saying, "In my opinion, Lin brother, you are being overly cautious. In this Xiaoshui city, with our presence, we could easily face any foe." Lin Mo replied calmly, "It is better to remain cautious." Shang Yun waved his hand dismissively and stepped outside to call the others into the inn. Before long, everyone had entered. Jiang Heng addressed the group. "Everyone, squeeze in a bit, but we'll take refuge from the wind and snow in these 3 main rooms that let's form pairs to stand guard, switching every hour." The group nodded in agreement and entered the 3 main rooms. Lin Mo, cradling Xiao Yuyan, led Wei, Yu Rong, and the Lu family into the leftmost main room. The interior was sparsely furnished, with a large heated platform, a rickety table, and 2 3-legged stools. "Everyone, please take a seat. Rest if you can. It seems this snow won't cease anytime soon," Lin Mo said, spreading a mattress he had retrieved from the carriage on the heated platform to create a warm environment for Xiao Yuyan. The Lu family busied themselves, wiping surfaces and ensuring Yu Rong and Yue were as comfortable as possible. Just then, a beautiful woman in a red cloak, Xiao Yun, entered, dressed in a black night outfit. Her expression remained icy. Standing in the room, she cast a quick glance at Lin Mo and said coolly, "Step outside. I wish to speak with you." Lin Mo nodded and followed the woman outside the main room. "Let us speak on the carriage. This eve offers little shelter from the wind," Lin Mo suggested. She nodded in agreement, and they climbed onto the carriage. Sitting beside the woman, Lin Mo noted that since their encounter at Dakingshan, they had yet to be this close. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Lin Mo leaned in closer. "Move over," she replied frostily, shooting him a glare. "Do you not find this peculiar? Are you suggesting there are no refugees?" Lin Mo replied calmly. "Indeed, throughout our journey, we have encountered numerous refugees, yet here there is not a single soul," Xiao Yun remarked, "with such a fierce snowstorm outside. This place should be teeming with them. Would you like to know why?" Lin Mo looked at Xiao Yun. "You know?" he asked. Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow and shot him a disdainful look. "Of course I know." Lin Mo smiled faintly, shifting closer to her. "Come a bit nearer, and I shall tell you." Unmoved, Xiao Yun maintained her cold gaze on Lin Mo. "Come closer. What if Yue and Yu Rong see us?" "I have no desire to involve myself in your family affairs." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo took her hand and said, "They won't be jealous." He then settled beside her, gently wrapping an arm around her. Feeling the warmth of Lin Mo's palm, Xiao Yun shot him a disapproving glance but leaned against his shoulder. "Shall we discuss it now? Why are there no refugees here?" Xiao Yun asked softly. "It is likely a deliberate act, if I am not mistaken. We are being ambushed." Lin Mo explained calmly that "I suspect the second young master has also deduced this, but if we venture out, the losses will be greater. Here, we can at least conserve our strength to face any impending danger." Xiao Yun remained silent, stealing glances at the man beside her, feeling reassured. For some reason, wherever he was, the outcome never seemed dire. The howling wind subsided, and the snow on the ground grew thicker. The sky gradually darkened. Lu Gui returned from the courtyard with some firewood, lighting a fire to warm the room. "Master, it seems we won't be leaving tonight," Lu Gui said, looking at Lin Mo. "Shall I heat some food?" Lin Mo nodded. "Prepare some hot porridge first. It will warm everyone up. Understood. Lu Gui and Wang Damei went to retrieve supplies for dinner. At that moment, Lu Xiaobei approached Lin Mo. Master, I want to practice martial arts with you. Did I not tell you to find me once you learn some characters? Lin Mo replied, observing the girl with a ponytail and large eyes fixated on him. I know many characters now and can practice martial arts, she declared earnestly. Though Lin Mo pondered for a moment, picked up a twig from the ground, and wrote the 4 characters. Huiyin, Inyan, if you can read all of these, I shall teach you martial arts. Lu Xiaobei pointed at the characters on the ground and began to recite. 1 fire is fire, 2 fires are yin, 3 fires are. By the time she reached the 3rd character, she was already stumped. 3 fires are. Just then, Lu Gui entered with a pot and rice. Seeing Lu Xiaobei squatting before Lin Mo, he hurried over. Xiaobei, are you pestering the master to teach you martial arts again? Go sit over there. Lin Mo waved his hand. I am just teaching Xiaobei some characters. So, can you read them? Lin Mo asked Lu Xiaobei with a smile. If you can't, I cannot teach you martial arts in the future. Lu Xiaobei shook her head in disappointment. Master, I do not recognize the characters you wrote. Then come find me when you feel you have learned enough characters, and if I am reliable, I will teach you martial arts. Lin Mo chuckled and waved her off. Lu Xiaobei nodded earnestly. I will definitely learn my characters well. Next time, I will ask you to teach me martial arts. With that, she moved aside, pulling out a small notebook to begin practicing her characters. Such determination. Lin Mo smiled. But he knew that martial arts required not only perseverance, but also talent. He was a prime example of this. After 50 years of training with no progress, he had made a swift breakthrough to become a 7th-grade martial artist within mere months. Capable of contending with 5th-grade experts, relying not just on willpower. Chapter 82. The appearance of the 2nd elder. Night fell. The howling wind finally ceased. The world was blanketed in white. Lu Gui entered with a bundle of firewood. This weather is strange. The snow is deep enough to bury my knees. I remember such heavy snow from my childhood. He added the firewood to the pile and rubbed his hands together. Glancing at Lin Mo. Master, how long do you think this snow will last? If it continues, it might bury half a person. Lin Mo looked outside, noting that the sky was darkening, with only the white snow reflecting light. It is coming. What is coming? Lu Gui asked, puzzled. Looking at Lin Mo, you will find out shortly. Seeing that Lin Mo did not elaborate, Lu Gui stopped asking questions and added another log to the fire, raising the room's temperature slightly. At that moment, Cui Bo entered through the creaky door. He first bowed to Lin Mo, saying, Lin brother, my young master has mentioned that there may be an enemy attack tonight, so everyone should try not to sleep too soundly. Hearing this, panic spread across the faces of Lu Gui and the others. They were ordinary folk, and with their families gathered, the threat of enemies posed a real danger. Noticing their anxious expressions, Cui Bo smiled and reassured them. But there is no need for such concern. With the 2nd young master here, everyone will be safe. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo bowed in gratitude. Thank you for the 2nd young master's concern. No problem. Cui Bo replied with a bow. With that, he exited the room. After his departure, Lu Gui turned to Lin Mo. Master, were you referring to enemies? Lin Mo nodded slightly. You all stay inside the house. I shall venture out to observe the elk. The group exchanged glances, their eyes occasionally scanning the surroundings as if anticipating the sudden emergence of perilous foes from some hidden corner. Upon reaching the courtyard, Lin Mo approached the carriage, lifted the curtain, and sat inside, startling the dozing elk awake with a sharp slap. Your blood possesses healing properties. Does it also have the ability to detoxify? Upon hearing this, the gray elk replied haughtily, naturally, it can counteract a myriad of poisons. If there exists a toxin that I cannot neutralize, then none shall. Listening to the gray elk's boastful claims, Lin Mo retrieved a flask from his pocket. Here, for unforeseen circumstances, he then drew a small knife from his waist. Since you are so formidable, I shall not hold back. With that, Lin Mo swung the knife and plunged it into the elk's side. The gray elk gazed at the wound, tears welling in its eyes. Do not cry. Lin Mo reassured the gray elk. Once we reach Tianlai City, I shall treat you to some delectable delights. The gray elk nodded through its tears, enduring for the sake of the promised treats. Before long, Lin Mo returned to the house. The others still appeared tense, and Lin Mo spoke in a soothing tone. Rest assured, we shall not encounter any troubles. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. You roam, Yue. If you too are fatigued, Feel free to sleep. Look at Xiao Yuyan, how soundly she sleeps. Truly my granddaughter, unafraid in the face of danger. Remaining composed, Yu shook her head as she turned to Yu Rong. Allow me to hold the child for a while. You should rest, Yu Rong replied. I am not tired. Observing their exchange, Lin Mo lay back on the blanket-covered bed. If you will not sleep, then I shall. Just then, Yu Rong pinched her brow. Why do I feel so dizzy? Yui nodded in agreement. I feel the same. Hearing this, Lin Mo swiftly rose and looked towards Lu Gui's family, who appeared similarly dazed. Master, I feel quite faint as well. Lu Gui collapsed to the ground. It that moment, a voice from the adjacent room called out. It is poison. We have been poisoned. Everyone, quickly go outside. Followed by the sounds of a scuffle, Lin Mo's heart sank, and he promptly took the flask to feed a sip to Xiao Yuyan, then offered some to the sisters Yu Rong and Yui. Pretend to be asleep. Do not venture outside. With that, he dashed out of the main house, in the courtyard. Dozens of figures swayed as if they were soft-legged shrimp, unable to maintain their balance. Among them, the beautiful woman Xiaoyan supported Jiang Ting, her gaze coldly fixed on a figure standing at the door. Following her line of sight, Lin Mo recognized the elder beside Zhang Heng, Chuibo. Zhang Heng, barely able to stand, was on the verge of collapsing as he pointed accusingly at Chuibo. Chuibo, you ungrateful wretch, my father has always regarded you as a trusted confidant, yet you dare to betray Tianlai City now. You deserve to die. My father never regarded you as a mere servant, but treated you as a confidant, and this is how you repay the trust of Fenglai City. Chuibo scoffed. Confidant. Huh. Blame only the fact that the benefits you offer pale in comparison to those from Fenglai City. But do not worry, the key figures of Qin City are not you, and I shall not kill you. You are merely under the influence of the colorless and odorless soul-softening powder. I only desire Miss Jiang. Just then, a cold voice interjected. Second elder, why waste words with them? Just take Miss Jiang away. As for the rest, let those refugees decide their fate. Everyone turned towards the voice to see a woman in a white dress, wearing a half snakeskin mask, with a serpent-like waist, coldly observing the crowd. Second elder? Jiang Heng exclaimed in excitement as he looked at Chuibo. You are the second elder of the Lingying sect? The elusive second elder. Indeed, that is me, Chuibo replied, one hand resting behind his back, his tone still calm. It has been a long time since anyone addressed me as such. I have grown accustomed to being called Chuibo. Damn it! Jiang Heng could scarcely believe that Chuibo had been hiding his identity in Tianlai City all these years, secretly committing countless misdeeds. Shaoqi, eliminate that Lin Mo, and take Miss Jiang away. Chuibo's voice was chillingly devoid of warmth as he directed his gaze at Lin Mo. Chuibo, no, second elder, may I inquire how I have offended you? Why must you seek my death right from the outset? Lin Mo feigned innocence, his expression one of helplessness as he looked at the second elder. You possess a relic of my Lingying sect concealed upon your person, if I am not mistaken. It is the black infant spike that belongs to the young city lord. Regardless of whether you are the murderer of the young city lord, your fate is sealed. As these words left Chuibo's lips, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Disbelief etched upon the faces of all present as they turned to Lin Mo. Shangguan Yun looked at Lin Mo as if he were a deity. Filled with admiration, Brother Lin, did you truly slay the young master of the Qin family? The veiled maiden Jiang Ting regarded Lin Mo with shock, her mind racing with the same thoughts as Shangguan Yun. But she quickly shook her head vigorously, dismissing the absurd notion. The beautiful woman Xiao Yun regarded Lin Mo with a complex expression, struggling to accept the reality, yet the miracles Lin Mo had repeatedly wrought compelled her to believe. Most perplexed was Jiang Heng, who stood rooted to the spot, at a loss for words. Seeing everyone staring at him, Lin Mo forced a smile. I did not anticipate that you would uncover this. My master warned me to ensure that no formidable members of the Lingying sect discovered it. Yet here we are. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood that it was Lin Mo's master who had struck down Qin Tao. Your master? The second elder sneered. If you think you can fabricate lies to buy time, you have miscalculated. My Lingying sect has always preferred to kill wrongly than to let go of a suspect. After I eliminate you, if your master truly cherishes his disciple, I shall await him in Fenglai City. As the words fell, the second elder waved her hand, and the woman in the snakeskin mask leaped from the eaves, wielding two curved blades that flew straight towards Lin Mo. No. Lin Mo shouted angrily. Why target me when they are collapsing? Go after them. With a surge of energy, he propelled himself like a cannonball, narrowly evading the incoming blades. "You are not poisoned." The second elder's astonished voice rang out. The others present, even strong individuals like Jiang Hong, were wobbling and on the brink of collapse, unable to match Lin Mo's agility. The only plausible explanation was that Lin Mo had not been poisoned at all. "What bad luck. I happened to be in the carriage when you released the poison." Lin Mo's tone was indifferent as he continued to dodge the attacks from the woman in the snakeskin mask. The woman before him was a pinnacle 6-tier warrior. While formidable, Lin Mo had a chance for a decisive strike that he refrained from attacking, waiting for an opportune moment, one that would allow him to eliminate her while simultaneously entangling the second elder. From Lin Mo's observations, the second elder was undoubtedly a 5th-tier warrior. Should he attempt to flee, navigating through the vast snow would make it difficult for Lin Mo to pursue him. "Xiao Lu, make it quick." The second elder instructed the woman in the snakeskin mask as he approached Jiang Ting. Seeing the second elder advance, Jiang Hung shouted angrily, brandishing his axe as he charged at him. At this moment, "You are no better than an ordinary person." With a deft flick of his finger, the second elder sent Jiang Hang's axe flying from his grasp, causing him to stumble backward and fall to the ground. He attempted to rise and thwart the second elder's advance, but found himself utterly powerless, his strength completely drained, leaving him to helplessly witness the second elder approach Jiang Ting step by step. The several skilled fighters brought by Jiang Hung fared no better. Having succumbed to the effects of the enchanting fragrance and softening powder, they were rendered incapable of resisting the formidable presence of the second elder, a pinnacle of 5th-tier strength. Ultimately, only the graceful lady, Xiao Yun, remained, supporting the young Jiang Ting as they retreated together. "Do not struggle, Miss Jiang." The second elder addressed Jiang Ting, "Or should I refer to you by another name?" The one born with a spiritual vein. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hong, who lay on the ground, was struck with terror, scrambling towards the second elder in a desperate attempt to intervene. However, the effects of the softening powder fully took hold, and he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Not only he, but the other skilled fighters, including Shengwan Yun, also fell into a deep slumber, leaving only Xiao Yun and Jiang Ting to lean on one another as they retreated. Fear etched upon Xiao Yun's serene face. She summoned all her strength to shout towards Lin Mo, who was entangled with a woman wearing a snakeskin mask in the distance. "Lin Mo, save the young lady." Hearing her cry, Lin Mo glanced over, only to witness the second elder deliver a powerful slap that sent Xiao Yun flying, as his hand reached out towards the young Jiang Ting. "I am not one to take lives lightly. Yet you leave me no choice," Lin Mo bellowed, his gaze fixed on the 2 curved blades hurtling toward him. In an instant, a glimmer of gold illuminated his brow, radiating throughout his being. The next moment, he grasped the blades that could sever the heads of any 6th-tier warrior with ease, his hands unscathed and devoid of blood, as if time itself had frozen around them. Meanwhile, his dragon sparrow, having taken flight unbeknownst to him, lunged at the masked woman's face. The masked woman swiftly dodged, yet the dragon sparrow was swifter still. At the very moment she sensed danger, it appeared before her. A sharp crack resonated through the air, the sound of the mask shattering, revealing a face marred with pits and scars, from her chin to her forehead, a visage ravaged by time. The dragon sparrow pierced through her face, traversing her skull before embedding itself into the wall nearby. In her final moments, the woman gazed at Lin Mo, who stood resplendent as if descended from mythology, emanating a golden radiance that made him all the more ethereal amidst the swirling snow. The halo that encircled his head beckoned reverence from all who beheld. In the blink of an eye, her breath faded into nothingness. On the other side, the unconscious Jiang Ting was hoisted by the collar like a chick by the second elder. Upon hearing a commotion nearby, he turned around abruptly, frozen in shock. Lin Mo, resembling a divine figure, radiated a golden glow as he advanced through the air, the soft halo behind him appearing extraordinarily sacred amidst the falling snow. The second elder's throat constricted, words failing him. He was utterly astounded. What manner of cultivation was this? Were it not for Lin Mo's unmistakable face, he would have knelt in reverence. A monk from the Buddhist sect? The thought flickered in his mind, only to be dismissed. Lin Mo bore no resemblance to such a figure. "Who are you?" The second elder retreated in alarm, voicing his inner turmoil, his eyes fixated on Lin Mo, desperately seeking answers, for the sight before him was overwhelmingly daunting. Chapter 84. The terror of Lin Mo's master. "Me?" Lin Mo spoke with an emotionless tone, I am but an ordinary villager from Xiushui City. I never sought to provoke anyone from Fenglei City. It was you who persistently entangled me. Some people are simply born in error. The second elder regarded Lin Mo, sensing his aura still within the seventh-tier realm, and his fear diminished slightly. Nobility and power are preordained. As a martial artist, you surely comprehend this truth. Some practice martial arts their entire lives without ever stepping into that realm, while others break through as effortlessly as water flows. Though you possess fortuitous encounters, how can you possibly compare to those favored by the heavens? Lin Mo scanned the surroundings, confirming that all present were unconscious. Is Chin how the so-called favored one you speak of. His guards, like you, are fifth-tier warriors, yet they were slain by my master with a mere slap. Even he was no more than a trivial matter. Before the might of a fist, all identities are rendered equal. At these words, the second elder's eyes narrowed, a short sword appearing in his hand unbeknownst to him. It seemed today would not end peacefully. Lin Mo scoffed, his energy surging beneath his feet, creating a deep crater as he launched himself towards the second elder like a cannonball. The second elder casually discarded Jiang Tingting, brandishing his short sword to meet Lin Mo's assault. The sound of combat erupted, as Lin Mo's fists rained down upon the second elder, while the latter's sword repeatedly struck at Lin Mo's chest and neck. Yet, the strikes merely left white scratches upon Lin Mo's golden flesh, for a third-tier warrior could no longer inflict harm upon Lin Mo, whose body was nearing the pinnacle of its strength. In that moment, he truly resembled a golden titan from myth, his body sanctified, impervious to injury. You cannot harm me. Lin Mo's fist smashed into the second elder's face, rendering it unrecognizable, blood and flesh distorting his features. Had he not been a fifth-tier warrior, bolstered by the essence of heaven and earth, Lin Mo's strike would have surely shattered his skull, with another powerful kick to the second elder's abdomen. Lin Mo sent him flying. Pooh! The familiar scene replayed itself. The unfortunate second elder coughed blood as he soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before crashing into the window of an adjacent room. The dilapidated window collapsed under the impact. The second elder's body became engulfed in dust within the room. You say you refuse to be a good person, insisting on joining some spirit infant cult? Lin Mo sneered, charging into the room and severing the head of the barely breathing second elder with a single stroke, the golden radiance of his body gradually dissipating, entering the main hall. He found Yurong and Yui lying on the bed, with Xiaoyuan asleep between them. It's all right now. You may rise. Lin Mo spoke gently to the two women. As they slowly opened their eyes and beheld Lin Mo standing before them. Tears welled up in their eyes. Though they had not dared to peer out the window during the battle, they had heard the commotion. Master, Yui exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears, and Yurong mirrored her sentiment. Her eyes swollen, Lin Mo smiled, enveloping the two in his embrace. Do not worry. As long as I am here, I shall ensure your safety. Feeling Lin Mo's warmth, the two women ceased their tears, having always believed that as long as Lin Mo was by their side, they could overcome any adversity. Master, when will they awaken? Yui pointed at the Liu family, still lying unconscious on the ground. Lin Mo glanced at the neatly arranged family, approached them, and checked their breathing, which remained steady. Let them sleep a while longer. Lin Mo spoke little as he stepped outside. The sky was blanketed in heavy snowfall, and in the midst of the snow-laden ground lay dozens of individuals, all rendered unconscious by Cui Bo, the second elder. Lin Mo cast a fleeting glance at the crowd, bypassing them directly to reach the elegant woman, Xiaoyuan, checking her injuries and discovering that she was largely unscathed. As a sixth-tier powerhouse, Xiaoyuan possessed remarkable physical resilience. She had simply been knocked away without sustaining any significant harm. Subsequently, Lin Mo lifted Xiaoyuan with one hand and grasped Jiang Tingting with the other, escorting them back to the room, indifferent to the others left behind. Approximately an hour later, within the main house, the veiled young woman, Jiang Tingting, suddenly opened her eyes wide. She surveyed her surroundings, feeling a sense of familiarity. Just then, a familiar voice echoed. Waking up so soon? Even a fifth-tier powerhouse wouldn't be so remarkable. Jiang Tingting abruptly sat up, gazing at Lin Mo, who was roasting sweet potatoes by the fire, and exclaimed, Senior Lin. Initially, Jiang Tingting intended to call him by name, but upon reflection, considering both Lin Mo's true strength and his enigmatic master, she deemed it appropriate to address him as Senior Lin. Moreover, Lin Mo had just saved her life. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. When did I become a senior? Jiang Tingting chuckled. Then I shall call you Uncle Lin. Just as she was about to mention Xiaoyuan, She noticed the sisters Yuer and Yurong seated beside Lin Mo. Prompting her to withhold her words, she turned to check on Xiao Yun, relieved to find her unharmed. Seeing this, Lin Mo remarked, "They are all fine. That second elder mentioned you merely fell victim to a fragrant sedative." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tingting nodded. Who would have thought that Shui Bo, who has been by my father's side for over 20 years, is actually an undercover agent of the Spirit Infant sect? He is utterly despicable. At this point, Jiang Tingting suddenly recalled something, looking at Lin Mo with an excited tone. "Uncle Lin, that second elder wouldn't he have been dealt with by you? Would he?" Her mouth dropped open in astonishment, staring at Lin Mo as if he were a monster. Observing her reaction, Lin Mo waved his hand, retrieving a sweet potato from the fire with the dragon sparrow. "Would you like to eat a sweet potato?" Jiang Tingting approached the fire, greeted Yurong and Yuer, and accepted the sweet potato Lin Mo offered. "Thank you, Uncle Lin." She took a bite and, just as she was about to speak, Lin Mo inquired, "Now can you tell me what it means to be a natural spirit vein bearer? In other words, why does Tianlai City insist on capturing you? What secrets do you hold?" Chapter 85. The King of the North. Silence enveloped the room. When Lin Mo posed this question, the air fell into a hushed stillness, the only sound being the crackling of wood in the fire. Yuer and Yurong had stepped outside, silently consuming their sweet potatoes, as they had no understanding of spirit vein bearers and had no desire to listen. Lin Mo had previously imparted a crucial lesson to them: the more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise. The girl in the purple veil, Jiang Tingting, fixed her gaze on Lin Mo and ultimately spoke. "Even if I do not say, you will eventually find out, with your current strength. You are entitled to know." Lin Mo slightly nodded, remaining silent yet not denying her words. You know what the title of a second-tier martial artist is?" Jiang Tingting looked intently at Lin Mo. Lin Mo was perplexed. A second-tier martial artist? His true realm was merely mid-sixth tier, far from even reaching the third tier, so he had no knowledge of second-tier martial artists. This was not a matter he ought to ponder. Lin Mo feigned contemplation. "I vaguely recall my master mentioning something. What was it again?" Jiang Tingting, seeing his demeanor, did not suspect him. "It's called the harmonization realm." "Oh, right. I remembered there was a Dao involved. It turns out to be harmonization." Lin Mo appeared enlightened, turning to Jiang Tingting. "What does that have to do with you?" "A martial artist of the harmonization realm must undertake one essential task: to truly merge their spiritual energy with that of the heavens and earth. And to achieve this, a transformation is necessary." Jiang Tingting replied calmly. "But how can one transform to align closely with the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth?" Lin Mo grasped her meaning. "In other words, you could assist them in becoming more attuned to the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, thereby achieving advancement to the second-tier harmonization realm." Jiang Tingting nodded. "For now, that is the case. Who requires advancement to the second tier?" Lin Mo instinctively inquired. "In the entirety of the Great Xia, aside from the hidden old monsters, there was only one visible third-tier pinnacle powerhouse in the public eye: the King of the North." Jiang Tingting's eyes filled with dread as she mentioned the King of the North. Moreover, the venerable Qin from Wind Thunder City was once an underling of the King of the North. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo suddenly felt unworthy of knowing such a secret. The King of the North? What kind of colossal figure was that, regarded as the very pillar of the Great Xia during the past turmoil with the northern tribes? The King of the North had led his army directly into the heart of the enemy, compelling them to negotiate peace, thus allowing the citizens of the northern frontier to lead peaceful lives. Lin Mo recalled tales of the King of the North's invincibility from his youth when he served in the military. Now, all these years later, his reputation had only grown, rivaling that of the emperor within the Great Xia. He vaguely remembered an incident in the military when a martial officer, inebriated, spoke ill of the King of the North, only to have his head severed by the king's men that very night. Such a figure was not someone a mere martial artist like him could freely comment upon. Lin Mo glanced at the silent Jiang Tingting, burdened with far too much. This was not merely a matter of romance in the martial world. It was a struggle between colossal forces. Entities like Tianlai City and the Spirit Infant sect were but trifles easily crushed by the King of the North, yet the elders of the Spirit Infant sect could compel Lin Mo to forsake his family and career. "Let us not dwell on this." Jiang Tingting turned to Lin Mo with a smile. "Uncle Lin, may I ask you a question? Are you with Sister Yin?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo maintained a calm demeanor. "Such matters are not for children to inquire about." With that, he rose and exited the room. Jiang Tingting giggled behind him. "It seems my guess was right." An hour later, footsteps suddenly echoed in the courtyard. Lin Mo, carrying the dragon sparrow, stepped outside to find dozens of destitute individuals approaching, all making their way towards the unconscious Shangwan Yun and the others lying on the ground. Leave this place within 10 breaths, or face death. The ragged individuals, with sunken eyes, fixed their stares upon Lin Mo, standing their ground without retreating. Some wielded hoes and sickles, while others brandished worn-out daggers or stones, all looking to a burly man at the forefront. "What are you afraid of? Let us all charge together." The man with the sickle lunged directly at Lin Mo, prompting the rest of the destitute to rush forward as well. Lin Mo wasted no words. Flinging the dragon sparrow with swiftness, the dragon sparrow flew like a dart, piercing through the chest of the man wielding the sickle, blood gushing forth in an instant. Seeing the sickle-wielding man fall so swiftly, the advancing destitute were momentarily stunned, remaining frozen in place. The remaining individuals who had yet to charge began to retreat. At this moment, Lin Mo addressed the crowd. "You have 3 breaths left." In the next heartbeat, dozens of destitute individuals fled as if released fish, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only a trail of footprints in the thick snow. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo shook his head in resignation, pondering how much better it would have been if those people had gone to feast on sea cucumbers instead. It wasn't that he couldn't win the battle, it was that they had feasted too heavily on sea cucumbers. 3 hours later, dawn was approaching in the courtyard. Jiang Hung groggily awakened, coughing out a mixture of mud and snow, glancing around before abruptly standing up. "Ting Ting!" Jiang Hung shouted. In the next moment, Jiang Ting Ting emerged from the main house, casting a look at Jiang Hang as if you were a fool. "Second brother, I woke up earlier than you, seeing Jiang Ting Ting safe and sound." Jiang Hang exclaimed with excitement. "That's wonderful. Ting Ting, Urge still believed that you." Jiang Hang rushed excitedly in front of Jiang Ting Ting. "Alas, wait a moment. I recall that old man Chui had already captured you back then, didn't he?" Jiang Hang tapped his head, trying to recollect the events of last night. "Where is that old fellow?" Observing Urge's questionable intellect, Jiang Ting Ting sighed in exasperation. "What do you think?" With that, she gestured towards Lin Mo, who was inside the room. Jiang Hung stared at Lin Mo, who was sitting quietly with his eyes closed, his mouth agape in disbelief, his pupils dilating in shock, his voice laced with incredulity. "It was Lin Mo's master who saved us?" Jiang Ting Ting. "I have no idea. You might as well ask him." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hung nodded earnestly. "I shall consult Lin Mo to ascertain the identity of his esteemed master, who dares to take down the son of Fenglei City." With that, he strode towards the interior of the room. Chapter 86. The little granddaughter refuses Lin Mo. Jiang Hung marched boldly into the room, then stepped lightly inside. "Brother Lin." Jiang Hung turned to Lin Mo, clasping his hands in respect. "I am immensely grateful to your master for yesterday. Should there be an opportunity to introduce your master to Tianlei City, we shall certainly treat him with the utmost courtesy." Observing Jiang Hang's earnest demeanor, Lin Mo smiled and returned the gesture. "Naturally. If the chance arises, I shall bring my master to Tianlei City." "That would be splendid," Jiang Hung declared earnestly. "I must express my gratitude to you, Brother Lin. Once we arrive at Tianlei City, my father will surely extend his thanks to you." Lin Mo clasped his hands and inquired, "May I ask, what form will this gratitude take, and how much will it amount to?" Lin Mo's question left Jiang Hung momentarily speechless. It was quite awkward to inquire about such matters. "Very well. I shall represent Tianlei City and promise to present you with 1,000 taels of silver upon our arrival." 1,000 taels. Lin Mo pointed at Jiang Ting Ting outside. "Are you two worth only 1,000 taels combined? Had I known this, I would have asked Ling Ying to give me 2,000 taels. I am certain they would be quite willing." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Hung pondered for a moment, then waved his hand decisively. "You make a valid point. 5,000 taels. That is the maximum authority I can grant." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo snorted coldly. 5,000 taels would suffice for me. But my master is elusive as a dragon. Mere money is insufficient to entice him. Hearing this, Jiang Hung clasped his hands earnestly. "Rest assured, Brother Lin, once we arrive, Tianlei City will certainly prepare a grand gift for your master." Lin Mo then nodded slightly. "You are quite understanding." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hung clasped his hands and exited the room. Watching Jiang Hang's retreating figure, Lin Mo couldn't help but let out a sigh. Is this what it feels like to have connections? It seems I must establish this persona from now on. At the very least, Anyone wishing to act against him must first consider his formidable master. Inside the room, shortly thereafter, the beautiful woman Xiao Yun also awoke languidly. She opened her eyes and saw Lin Mo seated beside her. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed the sisters Yue and Yuerong sitting next to Lin Mo. "I shall step outside for a moment." Xiao Yun stood up and coldly remarked before walking out. Lin Mo followed suit, stepping out of the courtyard, and upon seeing that everyone was safe and sound, the beautiful woman Xiao Yun let out a sigh of relief. "Aunt Yun, you have awakened as well." The veiled young woman Jiang Tingting rushed forward, grasping Xiao Yun's hand excitedly. "Aunt Yun, yesterday was truly perilous. The vile Lingying sect had infiltrated so deeply. Thankfully, Uncle Lin was here." "Uncle Lin?" Xiao Yun glared at Jiang Tingting. "Since when did you change how you address him? You are now directly calling him Uncle Lin." Jiang Tingting giggled. "Isn't it because of you? What about me?" Xiao Yun raised her hand as if to strike, and Jiang Tingting quickly interjected. "It is because Uncle Lin saved us at that moment." Jiang Tingting spotted Lin Mo emerging and called out, "Uncle Lin, look, Aunt Yun is angry and wants to hit me." Xiao Yun shot Jiang Tingting an exasperated glance, remaining silent as she walked towards the courtyard's exit. Lin Mo chuckled lightly, ignoring Jiang Tingting, and exited the dilapidated inn alongside Xiao Yun. At this moment, dawn was breaking, and golden rays of sunlight began to filter through.